Part I Chapter I The Storm. It was the 9th of March, 1860, and 11 o'clock at night. The sea and sky were as one, and the eye could pierce but a few fathoms into the gloom. Through the raging sea over which the waves broke with a livid light, a little ship was driving under almost bare poles. She was a schooner of 100 tons. Her name was the Sleuth, but you would have sought it in vain on her stern, for an accident of some sort had torn it away. In this latitude, at the beginning of March, the nights are short. The day would dawn about 5 o'clock. But would the dangers that threatened the schooner grow less when the sun illumined the sky? Was not the frail vessel at the mercy of the waves? Undoubtedly, and only the calming of the billows and the lulling of the gale could save her from that most awful of shipwrecks, foundering in the open sea far from any coast on which the survivors might find safety. In the stern of the schooner were 3 boys, one about 14, the 2 others about 13 years of age. These, with a young Negro some 12 years old, were at the wheel, and with their united strength, strove to check the lurches which threatened every instant to throw the vessel broadside on. It was a difficult task, for the wheel seemed as though it would turn in spite of all they could do, and hurl them against the bulwarks. Just before midnight such a wave came thundering against the stern that it was a wonder the rudder was not unshipped. The boys were thrown backwards by the shock, but they recovered themselves almost immediately. "Does she still steer?" asked one of them. "Yes, Gordon," answered Bryant, who had coolly resumed his place. "Hold on tight, Donegan," he continued, "and don't be afraid. There are others besides ourselves to look after. You're not hurt, Moko." "No, Massa Bryant," answered the boy. "But we must keep the yacht before the wind, or we shall be pooped." At this moment the door of the companion leading to the saloon was thrown open. 2 little heads appeared above the level of the deck, and with them came up the genial face of a dog, who saluted with a loud, "Whoa, whoa." "Bryant, Bryant," shouted one of the youngsters. "What is the matter?" "Nothing, Iverson, nothing," returned Bryant. "Get down again with Dole and look sharp." "We are awfully frightened down here," said the other boy, who was a little younger. "All of you?" asked Donegan. "Yes, all of us," said Dole. "Well, get back again," said Bryant. "Shut up, get under the clothes, shut your eyes, and nothing will hurt you. There is no danger. Look out," said Moko. "Here's another wave." A violent blow shook the yacht's stern. This time, fortunately, the wave did not come on board, for if the water had swept down the companion, the yacht would have been swamped. "Get back, will you?" shouted Gordon. "Go down, or I'll come after you." "Look here," said Bryant rather more gently. "Go down, you young uns." The 2 heads disappeared, and at the same moment another boy appeared in the doorway. "Do you want us, Bryant?" "No, Baxter," said Bryant. "Let you and Cross and Webb and Service and Wilcox stop with the little ones. We 4 can manage." Baxter shut the door from within. "Yes, all of us," Dole had said. But were there only little boys on board this schooner thus driven before the storm? Yes, only boys, and how many were there? 15, counting Gordon, Bryant, Donegan, and the Negro. How came they to be here? That you shall know shortly. Was there not a man on the yacht, not a captain to look after it, not a sailor to give a hand in its management, not a helmsman to steer in such a storm? No, not one, and more than that, there was not a person on board who knew the schooner's position on the ocean. And what ocean? The largest of all, the Pacific, which stretches for 6,000 miles from Australia and New Zealand to the coast of South America. What then had happened? Had the schooner's crew disappeared in some catastrophe? Had the Malay pirates carried them off and left on board only this batch of boys from 14 downwards? A yacht of 100 tons ought to have a captain, a mate, and 5 or 6 men, and of these all that had been left was the nigger boy. Where did the schooner come from? From what Australian port or oceanic archipelago did she hail? How long had she been at sea? Whither was she bound? The boys would probably have been able to answer these questions had they been asked them by any captain speaking the schooner on her course. But there was no vessel in sight, neither steamer nor sailing ship, and had there been one, she would have had quite enough to do to look after herself, without giving assistance to this yacht that the sea was throwing about like a raft. Bryant and his friends did their utmost to keep the schooner straight ahead. "What is to be done?" asked Donegan. "All we can to save ourselves, heaven helping us," answered Bryant, although even the most energetic man might have despaired under such circumstances, for the storm was increasing in violence. The gale blew in thunderclaps, as the sailors say, and the expression was only too true. The schooner had lost her mainmast, gone about 4 feet above the partners, so that no trysail could be set under which she might have been more easily steered. The foremast still held, but the shrouds had stretched, and every minute it threatened to crash onto the deck. The forestaysail had been split to ribbons, and kept up a constant cracking, as if a rifle were being fired. The only sail that remained sound was the foresail, and this seemed as though it would go every moment, for the boys had not been strong enough to manage the last reef. If it were to go, the schooner could not be kept before the wind, the waves would board her over the quarter, and she would go down. Not an island had been sighted, and there could be no continent yet a while to the eastward. To run ashore was a terrible thing to do, but the boys did not fear its terrors so much as those of this interminable sea. A lee shore with its shoals, its breakers, the terrible waves roaring onto it and beaten into surf by the rocks might, they thought, prove safe enough to them. At least it would be firm ground and not this raging ocean which any minute might open under their feet, and so they looked ahead for some light to which they could steer. But there was no light in that thick darkness. Suddenly, about 1 o'clock, a fearful crash was heard above the roaring of the storm. "There goes the foremast," said Donegan. "No," said Moko, "it is the foresail blown out of the bolt ropes." "We must clear it," said Bryant. "You remain at the wheel, Gordon, with Donegan and Moko. Come and help me." Bryant was not quite ignorant of things nautical. On his voyage out from Europe he had crossed the North Atlantic and Pacific and had learnt a little seamanship, and that was why his companions, who knew none whatever, had left the schooner in his and Moko's hands. Bryant and the Negro rushed forward. At all costs the foresail must be cut adrift, for it had caught and was bellying out in such a way that the schooner was in danger of capsizing, and if that happened she could never be righted, unless the mast were cut away and the wire shrouds broken, and how could the boys manage that? Bryant and Moko set to work with remarkable judgment. Their object was to keep as much sail on the schooner as possible, so as to steer her before the wind as long as the storm lasted. They slacked off the halyards and let the sail down to within 4 or 5 feet of the deck, and they cut off the torn strips with their knives, secured the lower corners, and made all snug. 20 times at least were they in danger of being swept away by the waves. Under her very small spread of canvas the schooner could still be kept on her course, and though the wind had so little to take hold of, she was driven along at the speed of a torpedo boat. The faster she went the better. Her safety depended on her going faster than the waves, so that none could follow and board her. Bryant and Moko were making their way back to the wheel when the door of the companion again opened. A boy's head again appeared. This time it was Jack, Bryant's brother and 3 years his junior. "What do you want, Jack?" asked his brother. Come here," said Jack. "There's water in the saloon." Bryant rushed down the companion stairs. The saloon was confusedly lighted by a lamp, which the rolling swung backwards and forwards. Its light revealed a dozen boys lounging on the couches around. The youngest, there were some as young as 8, were huddling against each other in fear. "There is no danger," said Bryant, wishing to give them confidence. "We are all right, don't be afraid." Then holding a lighted lantern to the floor, he saw that some water was washing from side to side. Whence came this water? Did it come from a leak? That must be ascertained at once. Forward of the saloon was the day saloon, then the dining saloon, and then the crew's quarters. Bryant went through these in order, and found that the water had been taken in from the seas dashing over the bows, down the fore companion, which had not been quite closed, and that it had been run aft by the pitching of the ship. There was thus no danger on this head. Bryant stopped to cheer up his companions as he went back through the saloon, and then returned to his place at the helm. The schooner was very strongly built, and had only just been recoppered, so that she might withstand the waves for some time. It was then about 1 o'clock. The darkness was darker than ever, and the dark clouds still gathered, and more furiously than ever raged the storm. The yacht seemed to be rushing through a liquid mass that flowed above, beneath, and around her. The shrill cry of the petrel was heard in the air. Did its appearance mean that land was near? No, for it is often met with hundreds of miles at sea. In truth, these birds of the storm found themselves powerless to struggle against the aerial current, and by it were borne along like the schooner. An hour later there was another report from the bow. What remained of the foresail had been split to ribbons, and the strips flew off into space like huge seagulls. "We have no sail left," exclaimed Donegan, "and it is impossible for us to set another." "Well, it doesn't matter," said Bryant. "We shall not get along so fast, that is all." "What an answer," replied Donegan. "If that is your style of seamanship, look out for the wave astern," said Moko. "Lash yourselves, or you'll be swept overboard." The boy had not finished the sentence when several tons of water came with a leap over the taffrail. Bryant, Donegan, and Gordon were hurled against the companion, to which they managed to cling. But the Negro had disappeared in the wave which had swept the deck from stern to bow, carrying away the binnacle, a lot of spare spars, and the 3 boats which were swinging to the davits inboard. The deck was cleared at one blow, but the water almost instantly flowed off, and the yacht was saved from sinking beneath the flood. "Moko, Moko," shouted Bryant as soon as he could speak. "See if he's gone overboard," said Donegan. "No," said Gordon, leaning out to leeward. "No, I don't see him, and I don't hear him." "We must save him. Throw him a buoy, throw him a rope," said Bryant, and in a voice that rang clearly out in a few seconds of calm, he shouted again, "Moko, Moko." "Here, help," replied the Negro. "He is not in the sea," said Gordon. "His voice comes from the bow." "I'll save him," said Bryant, and he crept forward along the heaving, slippery deck, avoiding as best he might the blocks swinging from the ropes that were all adrift. The boy's voice was heard again, and then all was silent. By great effort, Bryant reached the fore-companion. He shouted. There was no response. Had Moko been swept away into the sea since he uttered his last cry? If so, he must be far astern now, for the waves could not carry him along as fast as the schooner was going, and then he was lost. No, a feeble cry reached Bryant, who hurried to the windlass in the frame of which the foot of the bowsprit was fitted. There he found the negro stuck in the very angle of the bow. A halyard was tightening every instant round his neck. He had been saved by it when the wave was carrying him away. Was he now to be strangled by it? Bryant opened his knife, and with some difficulty, managed to cut the rope. Moko was then dragged aft, and as soon as he had recovered strength enough to speak, "Thanks, Massa Bryant," he said, and immediately resumed his place at the wheel, where the four did their utmost to keep the yacht safe from the enormous waves that now ran behind them, for the waves now ran faster than the yacht and could easily board her as they passed. But what could be done? It was impossible to set the least scrap of sail. In the southern hemisphere, the month of March corresponds to that of September in the northern, and the nights are shorter than the days. About 4 o'clock the horizon would grow grey in the east, whither the schooner was being borne. With daybreak the storm might lull. Perhaps land might be in sight, and the fate of the schooner's passengers be settled in a few minutes. About 4:30 a diffused light began to appear overhead. Unfortunately, the mist limited the range of view to less than a quarter of a mile. The clouds swept by with terrible rapidity. The storm had lost nothing of its fury, and but a short distance off the sea was hidden by the veil of spray from the raging waves. The schooner, at one moment mounting the wave crest, at the next hurled into the trough, would have been shattered to pieces again and again had she touched the ground. The four boys looked out at the chaos of wild water. They felt that if the calm was long in coming, their situation would be desperate. It was impossible that the schooner could float for another day, for the waves would assuredly sweep away the companions and swamp her. But suddenly there came a cry from Moko of land, land. Through a rift in the mist the boy thought he had seen the outline of a coast to the eastward. Was he mistaken? Nothing is more difficult than to recognize the vague lineaments of land, which are so easily confounded with those of the clouds. Land, exclaimed Bryant. Yes, replied Moko. Land to the eastward. And he pointed towards a part of the horizon now hidden by a mass of vapors. Are you sure? Asked Donegan. Yes, certain, said Moko. If the mist opens again, you look there a little to the right of the foremast. Look. The mist began to open and rise from the sea. A few moments more and the ocean reappeared for several miles in front of the yacht. Yes, land, it is really land, shouted Bryant. And land that is very low, added Gordon, who had just caught sight of the indicated coast. There was now no room for doubt. A land continent or island lay some 5 or 6 miles ahead along a large segment of the horizon. In the direction she was going, and which the storm would not allow her to deviate from, the schooner would be driven on it in less than an hour. That she would be smashed, particularly if breakers stopped her before she reached the shore, there was every reason to fear. But the boys did not give that a thought. In this land, which had offered itself so unexpectedly to their sight, they saw, they could only see, a means of safety. And now the wind blew with still greater strength. The schooner, carried along like a feather, was hurled towards the coast, which stood out like a line of ink on the whitish waste of sky. In the background was a cliff, from 150 to 200 feet high. In the foreground was a yellowish beach ending towards the right in a rounded mass which seemed to belong to a forest further inland. If the schooner could reach the sandy beach without meeting with a line of reefs, if the mouth of a river would only offer a refuge, her passengers might perhaps escape safe and sound. Leaving Donegan, Gordon, and Moko at the helm, Bryant went forward and examined the land which he was nearing so rapidly. But in vain did he look for some place in which the yacht could be run ashore without risk. There was the mouth of no river or stream, not even a sandbank on which they could run her aground, but there was a line of breakers with the black heads of rock rising amid the undulations of the surge, where at the first shock the schooner would be wrenched to pieces. It occurred to Bryant that it would be better for all his friends to be on deck when the crash came, and opening the companion door he shouted down, "Come on deck, every one of you." Immediately out jumped the dog, and then the 11 boys one after the other, the smallest at the sight of the mighty waves around them beginning to yell with terror. It was a little before 6 in the morning when the schooner reached the first line of breakers. "Hold on, all of you," shouted Bryant, stripping off half his clothes, so as to be ready to help those whom the surf swept away, for the vessel would certainly strike. Suddenly there came a shock. The schooner had grounded under the stern. But the hull was not damaged, and no water rushed in. A second wave took her 50 feet further, just skimming the rocks that run above the water level in quite 1,000 places. Then she heeled over to port and remained motionless, surrounded by the boiling surf. She was not in the open sea, but she was a quarter of a mile from the beach. Chapter II. The wreck. The veil of mist had gone, and the eye could range over a wide expanse round the schooner. The clouds still chased each other with extreme rapidity, and the storm had lost none of its strength, but it might be its last great effort so far as concerned this unknown land in the Pacific. It was to be hoped so, for the state of affairs was as perilous now as it had been during the night when the schooner was writhing in the open sea. Huddled together, the boys might well think themselves lost, as wave after wave came dashing against the nettings and covering them with spray. The shocks were so violent that the schooner could not possibly endure them long, but though at every blow she quivered in her frame, there did not seem to be a plank started from the time she grounded until she was thrust amid this rocky frame. Bryant and Gordon had been below and reported that the water had not gained entry to the hull, and they did their best to cheer up their comrades, particularly the little ones. "Don't be afraid," said Bryant. "The yacht is strongly built, the coast is near. Wait and we will try to reach the shore." "And why wait?" asked Donegan. "Yes, why?" added another boy about 12 years old named Wilcox. "Donegan is right, why wait? Because the sea is too high at present and we should be thrown out among the rocks," answered Bryant. "And if the yacht goes to pieces?" asked a third boy named Webb, who was about the same age as Wilcox. "I do not think there is much fear of that," said Bryant, "at least till the tide turns. When it goes out we can see about saving ourselves." Bryant was right. Although the tides are not very considerable in the Pacific, their range is enough to cause an appreciable difference of level between high and low water. There would therefore be an advantage in waiting a few hours, particularly if the wind dropped. The ebb might leave a part of the reef dry, and it would then be less dangerous to leave the schooner and easier to cross the 1/4 of a mile which separated her from the beach. Reasonable as was this advice, Donegan and 2 or 3 others were not prepared to follow it, and they formed a small crowd in the bow and talked in whispers. During the schooner's passage, they had consented to obey Bryant's orders, on account of his knowledge of seamanship, but they had always intended to resume their freedom of action once they got ashore. And this was particularly the case with Donegan, who, in respect of education and ability, considered himself a long way the superior of Bryant and the rest. Bryant happened to be of French birth, and not unnaturally, the English were by no means disposed to knock under to him. So Donegan, Wilcox, Webb and Cross stood in the bow and looked away across the sheet of foam, dotted with eddies, furrowed with currents which looked dangerous enough to satisfy any of them. The most skillful swimmer would have struggled in vain against the troubled tide that ebbed in the teeth of the boisterous wind. The advice to wait for an hour or two was only too sensible, and Donegan and his supporters had to yield to the evidence of their own eyes, and return to the stern among the younger boys, just as Bryant was saying to them, "Above all things, do not separate. Let us keep together, or we are lost." "Do you presume to lay down the law for us?" exclaimed Donegan. "I presume nothing," said Bryant, "except what is for the safety of all." "Bryant is right," said Gordon, who never spoke without thinking and took things generally in a cool, quiet sort of way. "Yes, yes," joined in 2 or 3 of the youngsters, who felt drawn towards Bryant by a secret instinct. Donegan did not reply, but he and his friends kept away from the rest, and waited till it was time to begin work at saving themselves. And now what was the land? Did it belong to one of the isles of the Pacific Ocean or to some continent? The question could not be answered, for the schooner was too near the shore for a long enough section of the coastline to be seen. She was aground in a large bay, ended by 2 capes, that towards the north being high and hilly, that towards the south a long, low spur. But beyond these capes did the sea run off as if to surround an island. If it happened to be an island, how were the boys to get away if they failed to float the schooner, which at high water might possibly be dashed to pieces on the reef? And if the island were a desert one, and there are such in the Pacific, how could these lads support existence for any time on the provisions they might save from the wreck? On a continent, the chances of safety would be much greater, for the continent could be no other than South America. There in either Chile or Bolivia, they would surely find assistance, if not immediately, at least within a few days of their getting to land. It is true that if the coast were that of the Pampas, some awkward adventures were to be feared. At the present moment the main question was, how were they to get ashore? The weather was clear enough for all the details of the coast to be made out. The beach, the cliff behind, the clumps of trees at the base of the cliff, all were plain to see. Bryant even saw the mouth of a small river some way to the right of him. The aspect of the coast was not attractive, but the curtain of verdure indicated a certain amount of fertility, and beyond the cliff and sheltered from the sea breezes, the soil might be better and perhaps capable of tillage. There was no sign that the land was inhabited. There was no house or hut, not even at the mouth of the river. The natives, if there were any, might perhaps prefer to live away from the shore, where they were exposed to such boisterous winds from the westward. "I see no smoke," said Bryant, lowering the binocular. "And there is no boat on the beach," said Moko. How could there be if there is no harbor? Asked Donegan. It is not necessary that there should be a harbor, said Gordon. Fishing boats could lay up the river mouth, and it might be that the storm has obliged the people to take them up the river. Gordon's observation was true enough, but anyhow there was no sign of a boat to be seen, and the whole coast seemed uninhabited. The tide was going out, very slowly, it is true, for the wind drove it back, but the wind was falling and edging more to the northwest, and everything ought to be in readiness when the reef offered a practicable passage. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Everyone was busy bringing up on deck such things as were of first importance, leaving the others to be collected when the sea washed them ashore. There was on board a large store of preserved provisions, and some of them were made up into packages for the older boys to take with them. But for this to be done the reef ought to be dry. Would the tide be low enough to leave the beach dry up to the rocks? Anxiously did Bryant and Gordon watch the sea. With the change in the wind it had become calmer, and the boiling of the surf began to subside, and it was now easy to note the decrease of the water round the pointed rocks. The schooner showed the effects of this decrease by giving a stronger list to port, and it was to be feared, if the heeling continued, that she would go right over on her side, for she was narrow and deep, like all modern yachts of high speed. If she did so, if the water reached the deck before the boys could leave her, matters would be serious. What a pity it was that the boats had been carried away in the storm. They were large enough to hold all on board, and in them Bryant and his comrades could have tried to reach the shore, and afterwards take many things from the wreck which would now have to be left. If the schooner broke up during the night, would the wreckage be of use to them after it had been knocked about among the rocks? What would become of the provisions? Would the boys have to trust to the productions of the island for their food? It was indeed a pity that they had lost the boats. Suddenly there was a shout in the bow. Baxter had made an important discovery. The yawl, instead of being washed away, was foul of the bowsprit and uninjured. It could only hold 5 or 6, it is true, but it would be of great service if the tide did not run out far enough to leave a dry passage to land. But here again a discussion broke out in which Bryant and Donegan took opposite sides. In fact, as soon as the yawl was found, Donegan, Wilcox, Webb, and Cross had taken possession of her. "What are you doing?" asked Bryant. "What we choose," answered Wilcox. "Are you going off in that boat?" "Yes," said Donegan, "and it will take more than you to stop us." "I will stop you," said Bryant. "I and those you are going to leave behind." "Leave behind," said Donegan contemptuously. "That is what you think, is it? I am going to leave nobody behind, you see. We are going to the beach, and then one of us will bring the yawl back, and if you cannot get back," said Bryant, with difficulty keeping his temper, "if she gets stove on the rocks." "Come on," said Webb, pushing Bryant aside. "Let us get her off." Bryant caught hold of the boat as they were trying to launch her. "You shall not go," he said. "We'll see about that," said Donegan. "You shall not go," said Bryant. "This boat is for the youngsters if the tide is not low enough to let them walk ashore." "Leave it alone," said Donegan angrily. "I tell you, Bryant, you shall not stop us." "And I tell you, Donegan, that I shall." There was to be a fight over it, evidently. Wilcox, Webb, and Cross took Donegan's part. Baxter, Service, and Garnett were backing up Bryant when Gordon intervened. He was the oldest and coolest of the lot, and he showed his good sense by intervening in favor of Bryant. "Come, corner Donegan, don't be so impatient. Can't you see the water is very rough, and that there is a chance of your losing the boat?" "I will not stand Bryant domineering over us as he has been doing lately," said Donegan. "Here, here," said Cross and Webb. "I am domineering over nobody," said Bryant, "but I will not let anybody act for himself at the expense of all the others." "We think just as much of the others as you do," said Donegan, "and when we are ashore, which we are not just yet," said Gordon. "Come, Donegan, don't be obstinate. Leave the boat alone till there is a better chance." The efforts of the peacemaker were successful, as they had been more than once before, and the boys left the boat for a time. The tide had now gone down a couple of feet. Was there a channel through the breakers? Bryant went forward to see. Mounting the starboard shrouds, he sat on the crosstrees. Through the reef there was a channel, which could be traced by the points of rock sticking up out of the water on each side, but there were too many eddies along it at present to think of venturing through it in the boat. Better wait a little until the outgoing tide had left it practicable. From the crosstrees, Bryant carefully reconnoitered the coast in front of him. There were no signs of inhabitants in the bay, which from point to point was about 8 miles long. After being aloft half an hour, Bryant returned to report what he had seen. Donegan and his supporters listened without saying anything. Not so Gordon, who asked, "It was about 6 o'clock, was it not, when the yacht grounded?" "Yes," said Bryant. "And how long is the tide running out?" 5 hours, I think, isn't it, Moko?" replied Bryant. "Yes, 5 or 6 hours," said Moko. "That would make it 11, said Gordon, "for the best time for us to try." "That is what I thought," said Bryant. "Well, let us have all ready by then," said Gordon. "And now let us have something to eat. If we have to take to the water, let it be some time after we have had a meal." The suggestion was received with much applause and acted upon immediately. With the biscuits and the jam, the youngsters forgot their troubles, and as they had had nothing to eat for 24 hours, they ate away steadily as if they never intended to stop. After a time, Bryant went to the bow and took another long look at the rocks. How slowly the tide seemed to go out, and yet the depth of water must be decreasing, for the yacht heeled over more and more. Moko got out the lead line and found he touched bottom at 8 feet. Would the schooner be left high and dry? Moko did not think so, and he took an opportunity of telling Bryant so on the quiet, so as to alarm nobody. Bryant went and consulted with Gordon. Evidently, the northerly wind prevented the tide running out as far as usual in calm weather. "What is to be done?" said Gordon. "I don't know," said Bryant. "What a nuisance it is that we are only boys when we ought to be men." "It is rather," said Gordon. "But necessity, may bring us up to the mark. Never despair. We shall be all right if we are careful. We must do something." "Yes, we must do something. If we don't get away from the ship before the tide comes back, we are done for." "That is true enough, for she'll go to pieces. We must leave her somehow." "Yes, somehow. Couldn't we make a raft?" "I thought of that, but nearly all the spars went overboard in the storm. We cannot break up the deck to make a raft with the planks, for we have no time. There is only the boat, and the sea's too rough for her. All I can see is to get a rope across the reef and fasten it to one of those rocks over there. We might get them all ashore that way. Who'll take the rope?" "I will," said Bryant. "I'll help you," said Gordon. "No, I'll go alone." "Won't you take the boat?" "That would risk losing her. Better keep her as a last resource." But before starting on this dangerous plan, Bryant took another precaution. There were a few life belts on board, and these he got up from below and made the smaller boys put on. If they had to leave the wreck while the water was too deep for them to wade, the belts would keep them afloat, and the bigger boys, as they clung to the rope, could push them ashore. It was then 10:15. In 45 minutes it would be low water. At the schooner's bow there was not more than 4 or 5 feet of water, but it seemed as though only a few inches more would run out. 60 yards away the water shallowed considerably, as could be seen by its color, and by the numerous rocks sticking up out of it. To cross this 60 yards was the difficulty. If Bryant could get a rope firmly fixed to one of the pointed rocks, and stretch it taut with the help of the windlass, all would get off in safety, and along the rope they could slide the packages of provisions and other articles from the wreck. But it was a risky undertaking, and Bryant would allow no one to attempt it but himself. He chose a rope of moderate size, and slipping off his clothes, tied it round his waist. "Now, come along there," said Gordon. "Stand by to pay out the rope." Donegan and his friends came forward with the rest, and stood ready to slack the rope out gently from the coil so as to ease off the weight as much as possible. As Bryant was about to plunge into the sea, his brother ran up, crying, my brother, don't be afraid, Jack, don't be afraid for me," was the reply, and in another moment Bryant was on the surface of the sea, swimming strongly with the rope behind him. In a calm the task would not have been easy, for the surf beat furiously among the rocks. Currents and countercurrents prevented the brave boy from keeping a straight line, and when he entered them he could with difficulty make his way through. Gradually he made his way towards the beach, but it was evident that his strength was failing him. He had not gone 20 yards from the schooner when he entered a whirlpool caused by the meeting of 2 streams of surf. If he could get round it or through it, all might be well, for the sea beyond was calm. He tried to pass it on the left hand, but the attempt was a failure. A strong swimmer in the pride of life would have tried in vain. The whirlpool seized him and drew him irresistibly to the center. "Help, pull, pull," he shouted, and then he disappeared. On the yacht terror was at its height. "Haul away," said Gordon coolly, and the boys hauled as if for their lives, and in less than a minute Bryant was on board, unconscious, it is true, but soon brought back to life in his brother's arms. That attempt had failed. What was to be done now? Were they to wait for what? Help, and where was help to come from? It was now past noon, and the tide began to make, and the surf increased as the water rose. And as it was new moon, the tide would be higher than the evening before. And the wind had gone down but little, and the schooner might be lifted from its rocky bed and strike again and be shattered on the reef, and no one would survive, and yet nothing could be done. In the stern the young boys gathered round the older ones and watched the waters rise and the rocks disappear in turn beneath the surf. The wind had gone round to the west again and beat full on the shore. As the water deepened the waves rose and rolled and broke up against her. By 2 o'clock the schooner had recovered from her heel and was upright, and her bow was free, and being dashed up and down on the rocks, while her stern remained firmly fixed. Soon she began to roll from side to side, and the boys had to cling together to prevent being thrown overboard. Suddenly a foaming mountain came rolling in from the open sea, and rose a few feet from the stern of the yacht. It was over 20 feet high. It came with the fury of a torrent. It covered the reef. It lifted the schooner from the rocks, and without even grazing them swept her onward. In less than a minute, amid the roaring mass of water, the wreck was carried to the beach and laid on the sand within a couple of 100 feet of the trees at the foot of the cliff. And there it remained, while the sea flowed back and left it high and dry. Chapter Roman 3, cast adrift at the time of our story. Charman's boarding school was one of the largest in Auckland, New Zealand. It boasted about 100 pupils belonging to the best families in the colony, and the course of study and the management were the same as in high-class schools at home. The archipelago of New Zealand has two principal islands, the North Island and the Middle Island, separated by Cook Strait. It lies between the 34th and 45th parallels of south latitude, a position equivalent to that part of the Northern Hemisphere occupied by France and Northern Africa. The North Island is much cut into at its southern end, and forms an irregular trapezium prolonged at its northwestern angle and terminated by the North Cape and Cape Van Diemen. Just where the curve begins, and where the peninsula is only a few miles across, the town of Auckland is situated. Its position is similar to that of Corinth in Greece, and to that fact is due its name of the Corinth of the South. It has two harbors, one on the west, one on the east, the latter on Hauraki Gulf being rather shallow, so that long piers have had to be built into it where the smaller vessels can unload. One of these piers is Commercial Pier at the foot of Queen Street, and about halfway up Queen Street was Charman's school. On the 15th of February, 1880, in the afternoon, a crowd of boys and their relatives came out of the schoolhouse into Queen Street, merry and happy as birds just escaped from their cage. It was the beginning of the holidays. 2 months of independence, 2 months of liberty, and for some of the boys there was the prospect of a sea voyage which had been talked about in school for months. How the others envied those who were to go on this cruise in which New Zealand was to be circumnavigated. The schooner had been chartered by the boys' friends and fitted out for a voyage of 6 weeks. She belonged to the father of one of the boys, Mr. William H. Garnett, an old merchant captain in whom every confidence was felt. A subscription had been raised among the parents to cover the expenses, and great was the joy of the young folks, who would have found it difficult to spend their holidays better. The fortunate boys came from all of the first forms of the school, and as we have seen, were of all ages from 8 to 14. With the exception of the Bryants who were French and Gordon who was an American, they were all English. Donegan and Cross were the sons of rich landholders who occupy the highest social rank in New Zealand. They were cousins, both were a little over 13 and both were in the 5th form. Donegan was somewhat of a dandy, and was undoubtedly the most prominent pupil in the school. He was clever and hardworking, and by his fondness for study and his desire to excel, he easily maintained his position. A certain aristocratic arrogance had gained him the nickname of Lord Donegan, and his imperious character led him to strive to command wherever he was placed. Hence, between him and Bryant, there had sprung up this rivalry, which had become keener than ever since circumstances had increased Bryant's influence over his companions. Cross was a very ordinary sort of boy, distinguished by a constant admiration for everything his cousin said or did. Baxter was also a 5th form boy. He was 13 years of age, a cool, thoughtful, ingenious fellow who could do almost anything with his hands. He was the son of a merchant who was not particularly well off. Webb and Wilcox, who were both about 12 and a half, were in the 4th form. They were not particularly bright, and were rather inclined to be quarrelsome. On one thing they prided themselves, that was their intimate knowledge of fagism in all its branches. Every information on the fag and how to treat him was to be obtained gratis from Messrs. Webb and Wilcox. Their fathers were wealthy men, and held high rank among the magistracy of the colony. Garnett and Service were in the 3rd form. They were both 12 years old. One was the son of a retired merchant captain. The other's father was a well-to-do colonist living on the North Shore, on the upper coast of Waitemata Harbour. The families were very intimate, and Service and Garnett were almost inseparable. They were good-hearted boys, not over-fond of work, and if they had been given the key of the fields, they would not have let it rest idle in their pockets. Garnett had an overmastering passion. He loved an accordion. And he took it with him on board the yacht, to occupy his spare time in a way befitting a sailor's son. Service was the school wag, the liveliest and noisiest of the lot, a devourer of travellers' tales, and a worshipper of Robinson Crusoe and the Swiss Family Robinson, which he knew by heart. Among the boys were 2 of 9 years old. The first of these was Jenkins, the son of the secretary of the New Zealand Royal Society. The other was Iverson, whose father was the minister of the Church of St. Paul. Jenkins was in the 3rd form, Iverson in the 2nd, but both were good boys. Dole and Co-Star were each a year younger than Iverson, and were the sons of military officers at Onehunga, 6 miles from Auckland in Manukau Harbour. They were both little fellows. Dole was very obstinate and Co-Star very greedy. Both were in the 1st form and both knew how to read and write, and that is all we need say about them. Of the three we have left to the last, Gordon, the American, was about 14, and in his somewhat angular build already betrayed his Yankee origin. Slightly awkward and a little heavy, he was far and away the steadiest boy in the fifth form, and although there was nothing very brilliant about him, he had a clear head and a strong fund of common sense. His tastes ran in a serious direction, and he was of an observant character and cool temperament. He was methodic even to the slightest detail, classifying his ideas in his head as he arranged the things in his desk, where everything was classified, docketed, and entered in its special notebook. His companions liked him and recognized his good qualities. He was a native of Boston, but having neither father nor mother, he had been taken care of by his guardian, a consular agent who had made his fortune and settled in New Zealand. For some years he had lived in one of those pretty villas scattered on the heights near the village of Mount St. John Bryant and his brother were the sons of a French engineer, who for 2 years and a half had been employed in charge of the works for draining a marsh in the center of the North Island. Bryant was 13, an intelligent lad with no particular liking for hard work, and figuring with undesirable frequency at the wrong end of the fifth form. When he made up his mind, however, he speedily rose in the class, thanks to his facility of assimilation and his remarkable memory. He was bold, enterprising, active, quick at repartee, and good-natured. He was generally liked, and when the schooner was in difficulties, his companions, with a few exceptions, did as he told them, principally, as we know, from his having gained some nautical knowledge on his way out from Europe. His young brother, Jack, was the funny boy of the third form, who would have been the school jester had it not been for service. He spent his time chiefly in inventing new modes of mischief for the benefit of his schoolfellows, and being consequently in frequent hot water, but for some reason his conduct on the yacht differed very much from what it had been at school. Such were the schoolboys whom the storm had cast ashore in the Pacific. During the cruise round New Zealand, the schooner was to be commanded by Garnet's father, who was one of the best yachtsmen in Australasia. Many times had the schooner appeared on the coast of Australia from the southernmost cape of Tasmania to Torres Straits, and even in the seas of the Moluccas and the Philippines, which are so dangerous to vessels of greater tonnage. But she was a well-built boat, handy, weatherly, and fit to keep the sea in all weathers. The crew consisted of the mate, 6 sailors, a cook, and a boy, Moko, the young Negro of 12, whose family had been in the service of a well-known colonist for many years. And we ought to mention Fan, a dog of American extraction, which belonged to Gordon and never left her master. The day of departure had been fixed for the 15th of February. The yacht lay moored at the end of Commercial Pier. The crew was not on board when, on the evening of the 14th, the young passengers embarked. Captain Garnet was not expected till the last moment, and the mate and the boy received Gordon and his companions, the men having gone ashore to take a parting glass. When the yacht had been cleared of visitors and the boys had all gone to bed, so as to be ready early in the morning for the start, it occurred to the mate that he would go up into the town and look for his men, leaving Moko in charge, and Moko was too tired to keep awake. What happened immediately the mate left was a mystery, but accidentally or purposely, the moorings of the yacht got cast off without anyone on board being the wiser. It was a dark night. The land breeze was strong and the tide running out, and away went the schooner to sea. When Moko awoke, he found the yacht adrift. His shouts brought up Gordon, Bryant, Donegan, and a few of the others from below, but nothing could they do. They called for help in vain. None of the harbor lights were visible. The yacht was right out in the Gulf, 3 miles from land. At the suggestion of Bryant and Moko, the boys tried to get sail on the yacht so as to beat back into the harbor. But the sail was too heavy for them to set properly, and the result was that the yacht, instead of keeping her head up, dropped dead away to leeward. Cape Colville was doubled, and the strait between Great Barrier Island and the mainland run through, and soon the schooner was off to the eastward, many miles from New Zealand. It was a serious position. There could be no help from the land. If a vessel were to come in search, several hours must elapse before she could catch them, even supposing that she could find them in the darkness. And even when day came, how could she descry so small a craft on the high sea? If the wind did not change, all hope of returning to land must be given up. There remained only the chance of being spoken by some vessel on her way to a New Zealand port. And to meet this, Moko hastened to hoist a lantern at the foremast head, and then all that could be done was to wait for daylight. Many of the smaller boys were still asleep, and it was thought best not to wake them. Several attempts were made to bring the schooner up in the wind, but all were useless. Her head fell off immediately, and away she went drifting to the eastward. Suddenly a light was sighted 2 or 3 miles off. It was a white masthead light showing a steamer underway. Soon the side lights, red and green, rose above the water, and the fact of their being seen together showed that the steamer was steering straight for the yacht. The boys shouted in vain. The wash of the waves, the roar of the steam blowing off, and the moan of the rising wind united to drown their voices. But if they could not hear the cries, the lookouts might see the light at the schooner's foremast. It was a last chance, and unfortunately in one of the yacht's jerky pitches, the halyard broke and the lantern fell into the sea, and there was nothing to show the presence of the schooner, which the steamer was steering straight down upon at the rate of 12 knots an hour. In a few seconds she had struck the yacht and would have sunk her, had she not taken her on the slant close to the stern. As it was, she carried away only a bit of the name board. The shock had been so feeble that the steamer kept on, leaving the schooner to the mercy of the approaching storm. It is often the case, unfortunately, that captains do not trouble about stopping to help a vessel they have run into. But in this case some excuse could be made, for those on board the steamer felt nothing of the collision and saw nothing of the yacht in the darkness. Drifting before the wind, the boys might well think they were lost. When day came, the wide horizon was deserted. In the Pacific, ships bound from Australia to America, or from America to Australia, take a more northerly or more southerly route than that taken by the yacht. Not one was sighted, and although the wind moderated occasionally, yet it never ceased blowing from the westward. How long this drifting was to last, neither Bryant nor his comrades knew. In vain they tried to get the schooner back into New Zealand waters. It was under these conditions that Bryant, displaying energy superior to his age, began to exercise an influence over his companions, to which even Donegan submitted. Although with Moko's help he could not succeed in getting the yacht to the westward, he could, and did, manage to keep her navigable. He did not spare himself. He watched night and day. He swept the horizon for any chance of safety. And he threw overboard several bottles containing an account of what had happened to the schooner. It was a slender chance, doubtless, but he did not care to neglect it. A few hours after the yacht left Hauraki Gulf, the storm arose, and for 2 weeks it raged with unusual impetuosity. Assaulted by enormous waves, and escaping 100 times from being overwhelmed by the mountains of water, the yacht had gone ashore on an unknown land in the Pacific. What was to be the fate of these shipwrecked schoolboys? From what side was help to come to them if they could not help themselves? Their families had only too good reason to suppose that they had been swallowed up. When it was found that the yacht had disappeared, the alarm was given. We need not dwell on the consternation produced by the news. Without losing an instant, the harbour-master sent out 2 small steamers in search, with orders to explore the Gulf and some miles beyond it all that night. Though the sea grew rough, the little steamers sought in vain, and when day came and they returned to Auckland, it was to deprive the unfortunate relatives of every hope. They had not found the schooner, but they had found the wreckage knocked away in collision by the Quito, a collision of which those on board the Quito knew nothing. And in this wreckage were 3 or 4 letters of the schooner's name. It seemed certain that the yacht had met with disaster, and gone down with all on board within a dozen miles of New Zealand. Chapter Roman 4. The first day ashore, the shore was deserted, as Bryant had discovered when he was on the foremast crosstrees. For an hour the schooner lay on her bed of sand, and no native was seen. There was no sign of house or hut either under the trees, in front of the cliff, or on the banks of the rivulet, now full with the waters of the rising tide. There was not even the print of a human foot on the beach, which the tide had bordered with a long line of seaweed. At the mouth of the river there was no fishing boat to be seen, and no smoke arose in the air along the whole curve of the bay between the northern and southern capes. The first idea that occurred to Bryant and Gordon was to get through the trees and ascend the cliffs behind. "We are on land, that is something," said Gordon. "But what is this land which seems uninhabited?" "The important thing is that it is not uninhabitable," answered Bryant. "We have food and ammunition for some time. We want a shelter of some sort, and we must find one, at least for the youngsters." "Yes, right you are." "As to finding out where we are," said Bryant, "there will be time enough for that when we have nothing else to do. If it is a continent, we may perhaps be rescued. If it is an island, an uninhabited island, well, we shall see. Come, Gordon, let us be off on our voyage of discovery." They soon readied the edge of the trees, which ran off on the slant from the cliff to the right bank of the stream, 300 or 400 yards above its mouth. In the wood there was no sign of the passage of man, not a track, not a footpath. Old trunks, fallen through old age, lay on the ground, and the boys sank to their knees in the carpet of dead leaves. But the birds flew away in alarm, as if they had learnt that man was their enemy, and it was therefore likely that if the island was not inhabited, it was occasionally visited by the natives of a neighboring territory. In 10 minutes the boys were through the wood, which grew thicker where the rocks at the back rose like a wall for 180 feet. Was there in this wall any break or hollow which would afford them a refuge? A cave sheltered from the winds of the sea by the curtain of trees, and beyond the reach of the sea even in storms, would be the very place for the boys to take up as their quarters, until a careful exploration enabled them to move further inland. Unluckily, the wall was as bare of irregularity as the curtain of a fortification. There was no cave, nor was there any place where the cliff could be climbed. To reach the interior, the shore would have to be followed till the cliff ended. For half an hour, Bryant and his companion kept on to the southward along the foot of the cliff, and then they reached the right bank of the stream, which came meandering in from the east. On the right bank they stood under the shade of the lofty trees, but the left bank bordered a country of very different aspect. Flat and verdureless, it looked like a wide marsh extending to the southern horizon. Disappointed in their hope of reaching the top of the cliff where they might have had a view of many miles over the country, the boys returned to the wreck. Donegan and a few others were strolling among the rocks, while Jenkins, Iverson, Dole and Costar were amusing themselves by collecting shellfish. The explorers reported the result of their journey. Until a more distant expedition could be undertaken, it seemed best not to abandon the wreck, which, although stove in below and healing considerably, would do very well as a temporary dwelling place. The deck had been half torn up forward, but the saloons yielded ample shelter against a storm. The galley had not been damaged at all, to the very great satisfaction of the smaller boys. It was lucky for them that the things had not had to be carried from the wreck to the shore. If the schooner had remained in her first position on the reef, it is difficult to see how the many useful articles could have been saved. The sea would soon have broken up the wreck, and provisions, weapons, clothes, bedding, and cooking traps would have been scattered in confusion on the beach. Fortunately, the schooner had been swept onto the sand, in such a state, it is true, that she would never float again, but still habitable, at least for a time. Before she became useless as a dwelling, the boys might hope to find some town or village, or if the island was a desert one, some cave in the rocks which they might make their home. That very day they set to work to make the schooner comfortable. A rope ladder on the starboard side gave easy access to the beach. Moko, who as a cabin boy knew something of cooking, took charge of the galley and, helped by Service, proceeded to cook a meal which, thanks to excellent appetite, gave general satisfaction, and even Jenkins, Iverson, Dole and Costar became quite lively. Jack alone continued miserable. His character seemed to have quite changed, but to all his companions said to him on the subject he gave evasive replies. Thoroughly tired out after so many days and nights of danger, the need of a good sound sleep was apparent to all. The youngsters were the first to find their way to the saloon, and the others soon followed. Bryant, Gordon and Donegan took it in turns to keep watch. Might not some wild beasts put in an appearance, or even a band of natives who would be more formidable, but neither came. The night passed without an alarm of any kind, and when the sun rose the boys joined in prayer to God for their deliverance from peril, and started on such work as was necessary. The first thing was to make a list of the provisions, and then of the weapons, instruments, utensils, clothes, tools, and see the food question was serious, for it seemed they were in a desert land. They would have to trust to fishing and shooting, if anything remained to be shot. Donegan, who was a capital shot, had seen nothing yet but the birds on the reef and beach. But to be reduced to feeding on seabirds was not a pleasant prospect, and it was desirable to know how long the schooner's provisions would last if managed with care. It was found that except the biscuits, of which there was a large store, the preserves, hams, meat biscuits, made of flour, minced pork and spice, corned beef, salt beef, and sea stores generally, could not last longer than 2 months, so that from the very first they must have recourse to the productions of the country, and keep the provisions in case they had to journey some hundreds of miles to reach a port on the coast or a town in the interior. "Suppose some of these things have been damaged?" asked Baxter. "If the sea-water got into the hold, that we shall see when we open the cases that look as though they had been knocked about," said Gordon. "If we were to cook them up again, they might do." "I'll look after that," said Moko. "The sooner the better," said Bryant. "For the first day or two we shall have to live entirely on these things." "And why shouldn't we start today?" asked Wilcox, "and see if we cannot find some more eggs among those rocks to the northward?" "Yes, that's it," said Dole. "And why shouldn't we go fishing?" asked Webb. "Are there not any fishing lines on board? Who'll go fishing?" I will," said the youngsters. "All right," said Bryant, "but no playing about. We only give the lines to those who mean business." "Don't get excited," said Iverson. "We will be as steady as—" "But look here," said Gordon. "We must first make a list of what there is on board. We have other things to think of besides what there is to eat." "You can go and get a few oysters for lunch," said Service. "Ah, that I'll do," said Gordon. "Off you go in 2s and 3s, and Moko, you go with them." The Negro could be trusted. He was willing, clever, and plucky, and would probably be of great use. He was particularly attached to Bryant, who did not conceal his liking for him. "Come on," said Jenkins. "Are you not going with them, Jack?" asked Bryant. Jack replied in the negative. Jenkins, Dole, Costar, and Iverson then went off in charge of Moko, and scrambled up onto the reef which the sea had just left dry. In the cracks and crannies, they might perchance come across many mollusks, mussels, clams, and even oysters, which either raw or cooked would form a welcome reinforcement. Away they went running and jumping, and evidently looking on the expedition as one of pleasure rather than work. At their age they remembered little of the trials they had passed through, and thought less of the dangers to come. As soon as they had gone, the elder boys began their search on the yacht. Donegan, Cross, Wilcox, and Webb devoted themselves to the weapons, ammunition, clothes, bedding, tools, and utensils, while Bryant, Garnett, Baxter, and Service took stock of the drinkables. As each article was called out, Gordon entered it in his notebook. It was found that the yacht had a complete set of spare sails and rigging of all sorts, cordage, cables, hawsers, and sea, and if she could have been got afloat again, could have been completely refitted. But these best quality sails and new cordage would never again be used on the sea. They would come in useful in other ways. A few fishing appliances, hand lines, and deep-sea lines figured in the inventory, and very valuable they would be, for fish was abundant. The list of weapons in the notebook gave 8 central fire fowling pieces, a long-range duck gun, and 12 revolvers for ammunition. There were 300 cartridges for the breech-loaders, 2 barrels of gunpowder, each of 25 pounds, and a large quantity of lead, small shot, and bullets. This ammunition, intended to be used on the New Zealand coast at the places the yacht put in at, would come in more useful for the general security. The storeroom also contained a few rockets for night signaling, and 30 cartridges and projectiles for the 2 small cannons on board, which it was hoped would not have to be used in repulsing a native attack. The cooking utensils and such like were enough, even if the stay was to be a lengthy one. Though a good deal of the crockery had been smashed when the yacht ran ashore on the reef, yet enough remained at the service of the table, and these things were not absolutely necessary. There were more valuable things, such as garments of flannel, cloth, cotton, and linen in sufficient quantity to give a change for each change of climate. And if the land was in the same latitude as Auckland, which was likely, as the vessel had run before a westerly wind all the time, the boys might expect a hot summer and very cold winter. Fortunately, there were on board a whole heap of clothes ready for an excursion of many weeks. In the seamen's chests there were trousers, linen frocks, waterproof coats, and thick jerseys that could be made to fit big or little, and enable them to defy the rigors of the winter. If circumstances obliged them to abandon the schooner, each could take away with him a complete set of bedding, for the bunks were well supplied with mattresses, sheets, blankets, pillows, and quilts, and with care these things would last a long time. A long time, that might mean forever. In Gordon's notebook there was also a list of the instruments on board: 2 aneroid barometers, a spirit thermometer, 2 chronometers, several copper-speaking trumpets, 3 telescopes of short and long range, a binnacle compass and 2 smaller ones, a storm glass indicating the approach of tempestuous weather, several British ensigns and jacks, and a set of signalling flags. And there was also a Halkett boat, a little india-rubber canoe which folds up like a bag, and is large enough to take a person across a river or lake. There were plenty of tools in the carpenter's chest, bags of nails, turrets, screws, and iron nuts, and bands of all sorts for repairing the yacht. Thread and needles were not wanting, for the mothers had prepared for frequent mendings. There was no risk of being deprived of fire, for without reckoning matches, there were enough tinder boxes, and tinder to last for a long time. There were some large-scale charts, but only for the coast of New Zealand, and consequently useless for the part where they had been wrecked. But luckily Gordon had brought with him a general atlas, and the yacht's library included several good works of travel and manuals of science, to say nothing of Robinson Crusoe, and the Swiss Family Robinson, which Service had saved from the wreck, as did Camoens his Lusiad. And of course Garnett had taken good care that his famous accordion had come off safe and sound. When the reading materials had been disposed of, the writing materials were noted down. There were pens and pencils, and ink and paper, and an almanac for 1880, which was at once handed over to Baxter for him to cancel each day as it elapsed. It was on the 10th of March, said he, that we came ashore. Well, out goes the 10th of March and all the days before it. In the strong box of the yacht there was from 150L, in gold, which might come in useful if the boys reached some port from which they could get home. Gordon took careful stock of the casks stowed in the hold. Many of them, containing spirits, ale, or wine, had been stove while the yacht was being dashed about on the reef. But there were still 100 gallons of claret and sherry, 50 gallons of gin, brandy and whiskey, and 40 hogsheads of ale, besides 30 bottles of different liqueurs in straw envelopes which had not been broken. So that for some time at least, the 15 survivors of the schooner were in no fear of starvation. It remained to be seen if the country would yield anything to allow of their provisions being economized. If it was an island on which the storm had thrown them, they could hardly hope to get away from it, unless a ship were to appear and make out their signals. To repair the yacht and make good the damage to the hull would be a task beyond their power and require tools they did not possess. To build a new boat out of the ruins of the old one did not enter their minds, and as they knew nothing of navigation, how were they to cross the Pacific to get back to New Zealand? In the schooner's boats they might have got away perhaps, but the boats had gone except the yawl, and that at the outside was only fit for sailing along the coast. About noon, the youngsters, headed by Moko, returned. They had after a time quieted down and set seriously to work, and they had brought back a good store of shellfish, which the cabin boy undertook to get ready. As to eggs, there ought to be a great quantity, for Moko had noted the presence of innumerable rock pigeons of an edible kind nestling on the higher ledges of the cliff. "That is all right," said Bryant. "One of these mornings we will go out after them and get a lot." "We are sure to do that," said Moko. 3 or 4 shots will give us pigeons by the dozen. It will be easy to get to the nests if we let ourselves down with a rope." "Agreed," said Gordon. "Suppose, Donegan, you go tomorrow." "That will suit me very well," said Donegan. "Webb Cross and Wilcox, will you come too?" "Rather," said they, only too well pleased at the idea of blazing away into such a bird crowd. "But don't kill too many pigeons," said Bryant. "We know now where to find them when we want them. Don't waste powder and shot." "All right," said Donegan, who did not like advice particularly from Bryant. "It is not the first time we have had a gun." An hour afterwards Moko announced that dinner was ready, and the boys hurried up the ladder onto the schooner and took their seats in the dining saloon. Owing to the yacht heeling over so much, the tables sloped considerably, but that made little difference to those accustomed to the rolling of the ship. The shellfish, particularly the mussels, were declared to be excellent, although their seasoning left something to be desired, but at that age hunger is the best sauce. A biscuit and piece of corned beef and fresh water from the stream, taken when the tide was at the lowest so as to avoid its being brackish, made an acceptable meal. The afternoon was spent in arranging the things that had been entered on the list, Jenkins and his companions going off to fish in the river and having fair sport among the finny crowd that swarmed about its mouth. After supper all were glad to get to bed, except Baxter and Wilcox, whose turn it was to keep guard. Chapter V. The view from the Cape. Was it an island or a continent? That was the question constantly occupying the minds of Bryant, Gordon, and Donegan, who by their character and intelligence were the chiefs of this little world. Thinking of the future when the youngsters only thought of the present, they often talked together on the subject. Whether it was insular or continental, the land was evidently not in the tropics. That could be seen by the vegetation. Oaks, beeches, birches, alders, pines, and firs of different sorts, and several of the Myotaceae and Saxifragaceae, which are neither shrubs nor trees. It seemed as though the country must be nearer the southern pole than New Zealand, and if so, a severe winter might be anticipated. Already a thick carpet of dead leaves covered the ground in the wood near the cliff, the pines and firs alone retaining their foliage. "That is why," said Gordon, "the morning after the wreck I thought it best not to look out for a permanent settlement hereabouts." "That is what I think," said Donegan. "If we wait for the bad season it will be too late to get to some inhabited part, for we may have to go hundreds of miles." "But we are only in the first half of March," said Bryant. "Well," said Donegan, "the fine weather may last till the end of April, and in 6 weeks we might get well on the road, if there is a road." "And why shouldn't there be?" "Quite so," said Gordon. "But if there is, do you know where it leads?" "I know one thing," said Donegan. "It will be absurd not to have left the schooner before the cold and rainy season, and to do that, we need not see only difficulties at each step. Better see them than start off like fools across a country we know nothing about. It is easy to call people fools when they don't think the same as you do." Donegan's observation might have soon led to a quarrel had not Gordon intervened. "There is no good in arguing. Let us understand each other. Donegan is right in saying that if we are near an inhabited country, we should get there without delay. But Bryant says, is it possible we are near to such a country, and there is no harm in that." "But Gordon," said Donegan, "if you go to the north or the south or the east, you must get to the people in time." "Yes, if we are on a continent," said Bryant, "and not on an island, perhaps a desert island." "That is why we ought to find out," said Gordon. "To leave the schooner before we know whether there is or is not a sea to the east of us." "It is the schooner that will leave us," said Donegan. "She cannot last out the winter storms on this beach." "Agreed," said Gordon, "but before we venture into the interior we must know where we are going." "I'll go out and reconnoiter," said Bryant. "So will I," said Donegan. "We'll all go," said Gordon, "but we don't want to drag the youngsters with us, and 2 or 3 of us will be enough." "It is a pity," said Bryant, "that there is no high hill from which we could have a good view. The land lies low, and even from the offing I saw no elevation. The highest ground seems to be this cliff. Beyond it I suppose there are forests and plains and marshes through which that stream runs. We ought to have a look over the country before trying to get round the cliff where Bryant and I failed to find the cave." "Well, we'll try the north," said Bryant. "If we can get up the cape at the far end, we might see a long way round." "That cape," said Gordon, "is 250 or 300 feet high and ought to look right over the cliff." "I'll go," said Bryant. The bay ended in a huge pile of rocks, like a hill rising into a peak on the side nearest the sea. Along the curve of the beach it was 7 or 8 miles away, but in a bee-line, as the Americans say, it was probably not more than 5, and Gordon had not overestimated the height of the hill at 300 feet from the sea level. Was this sufficiently high for a good view over the country? Would not the landscape be shut in by high ground to the eastward? But at least it would be seen if the coastline continued towards the north or not. And so it was decided that the exploration should be made, and that the wreck should not be abandoned until it had been discovered whether the boys had been cast on an island or a continent, which could only be the American continent. But no start could be made for the next 5 days, owing to the weather having become misty and rainy, and until the wind freshened to blow the fog away, the view would not be worth the ascent. The days were not lost, they were spent in work. Bryant made it his duty to look after the younger boys, as if to watch over them with paternal affection was a want of his nature. Thanks to his constant care, they were as well looked after as circumstances permitted. The weather was getting colder, and he made them put on warmer clothes from the stores found in the seamen's chests, and this gave a good deal of tailoring work, in which the scissors were more in request than the needle, and Moko greatly distinguished himself. Co-star Dole, Jenkins, and Iverson were elegantly attired in trousers and jerseys much too roomy for them, but reduced to a proper length of arm and leg. The others were not idle. Under Garnett or Baxter, they were off among the rocks at low tide, gathering mollusks or fishing with lines and nets at the mouth of the stream, amusing themselves to the advantage of all. Busy in a way that pleased them, they hardly thought of the position in which they were placed, and they did not know how serious it was. When they thought of their parents and friends, as they often did, they were sorrowful enough, but the idea that they would never see them again never occurred to them. Gordon and Bryant seldom left the wreck. Service was with them a good deal, and was always good-tempered and useful. He liked Bryant, and had never joined Donegan's party, and Bryant was not insensible to his loyalty. "This is first-rate," said Service. "The schooner must have been dropped gently on the beach by some good fairy." There was no such luck as this with Robinson Crusoe nor the Swiss Family. Young Jack grew stranger in his manner every day. Although he helped his brother in many ways, yet he rarely replied to a question, and turned away his eyes whenever he was looked at in the face. Bryant was seriously uneasy at all this. Being his senior by some 4 years, he had always had a good deal of influence over him, and ever since they had come on board the schooner he had noticed that Jack seemed like a boy afflicted with remorse. Had he done anything that he dared not tell his brother? Several times Bryant noticed that his eyes were red from crying. Was Jack going to be seriously ill? If so, how could they look after him? Here was trouble in store, and so Bryant asked his brother quietly what ailed him. "There's nothing the matter with me," answered Jack, and that was all he could get from him. During the 11th and 15th of March, Donegan, Wilcox, Webb, and Cross went shooting rock pigeons. They always kept together, and it was obvious that they wished to form a clique apart from the rest. Gordon felt anxious about this. He saw that trouble must come of it, and when an opportunity offered, he spoke about it, and tried to make the discontented ones understand how necessary union was for the good of the community. But Donegan replied to his advances so coldly that he thought it unreasonable to insist, though he did not despair of destroying the germs of dissension which might have deplorable results, for events might tend to bring about an understanding where advice failed. While the excursion to the north of the bay was stopped by the misty weather, Donegan and his friends had plenty of sport. He was really an excellent shot, and he was very proud of his skill, and despised such contrivances as traps, nets, and snares, in which Wilcox delighted. Webb was a good hand with the gun, but did not pretend to equal Donegan. Cross had very little of the sacred fire, and contented himself with praising his cousin's prowess. Fan, the dog, distinguished herself highly, and made no hesitation in jumping into the waves in retrieving the somewhat miscellaneous victims of the guns. Moko refused to have anything to do with the cormorants, gulls, seamews, and grebes, but there were quite enough rock pigeons as well as geese and ducks to serve his purpose. The geese were of the bernacle kind, and from the direction they took when the report of the gun scared them away, It was supposed that they lived in the interior of the country. Donegan shot a few of those oyster-catchers which live on limpets, cockles, and mussels. In fact, there was plenty of choice, although Moko found it no easy matter to get rid of the oily taste and did not always succeed to the general satisfaction. But as Gordon said, the boys need not be too particular, for the most must be made of the provisions on board. On the 15th of March, the weather appeared favorable for the excursion to the Cape, which was to solve the problem as to island or continent. During the night, the sky cleared up the mist which the calm of the preceding days had accumulated. A land breeze swept it away in a few hours. The sun's bright rays gilded the crest of the cliff. It looked as if in the afternoon the eastern horizon would be clearly visible, and that was the horizon on which their hopes depended. If the line of water continued along it, the land must be an island, and the only hope of rescue was from a ship. The idea of this visit to the end of the bay first occurred, it will be remembered, to Bryant, and he had resolved to go off alone. He would gladly have been accompanied by Gordon, but he did not feel justified in leaving his companions without anyone to look after them. On the evening of the 15th, finding the barometer remained steady, he told Gordon he would be off at dawn next morning. 10 or 11 miles there and back was nothing to a healthy lad who did not mind fatigue. The day would be enough for the journey, and he would be sure to get back before night. Bryant was off at daybreak without the others knowing he had gone. His weapons were only a stick and a revolver, so as to be prepared for any wild beast that came along, although Donegan had not come across any in his shooting expeditions. With these he also took one of the schooner's telescopes, a splendid instrument of great range and clearness of vision. In a bag hung to his belt he took a little biscuit and salt meat, and a flask of brandy, so as to be prepared in case any adventure delayed his return. Walking at a good pace, he followed the trend of the coast along the inner line of reefs, his road marked by a border of seaweed still wet with the retiring tide. In an hour he had passed the extreme point reached by Donegan in his foray after the rock pigeons. The birds had nothing to fear from him now. His object was to push on and reach the foot of the cape as soon as possible. The sky was clear of cloud, and if the mist came back in the afternoon, his journey might be useless. During the first hour he kept on as fast as he could walk and got over half his journey. If no obstacle hindered him, he expected to reach the promontory by 8 o'clock, but as the cliff ran nearer to the reefs, the beach became more difficult to traverse. The strip of land grew so narrow that instead of the firm elastic path near the stream, he had to take to the slippery rocks and make his way over viscous seaweed and round deep pools and over loose pebbles on which there was no safe footing. It was tiring walking and took 2 full hours more than he expected. "I must get to the cape before high water," said he to himself. "The beach is covered by the tide and the sea runs up to the foot of the cliff. If I am obliged to go back at all or to take refuge on some rock, I shall get there too late. I must get on at all cost before the tide runs up." And the brave boy, trying to forget the fatigue which began to creep over his limbs, struck out across what seemed the shortest way. Many times he had to take off his boots and stockings and wade the pools, and now and then, with all his strength and activity, he could not avoid a fall. It was here, as we have said, that the aquatic birds were in greatest number. There were literally swarms of pigeons, oyster-catchers, and wild ducks. A few couples of seals were swimming among the breakers, but they showed no fear and never attempted to dive. As they were not afraid, it looked as though many years had elapsed since men had come in chase of them. Thinking further of the seals, Bryant concluded that the coast must be in a higher latitude than he had imagined, and that it must be some distance south of New Zealand. The yacht must have drifted to the southwest on her way across the Pacific, and this conjecture was confirmed when Bryant reached the foot of the promontory and found a flock of penguins. These birds only haunt the Antarctic Ocean. They were strutting about in dozens, flapping their tiny wings, which they use for swimming instead of flying. It was then 10 o'clock. Exhausted and hungry, Bryant thought it best to have something to eat before attempting the ascent of the promontory, which raised its crest some 300 feet above the sea, and he sat down on a rock out of reach of the rising tide, which had begun to gain on the outer ridge of reefs. An hour later, he would not have been able to pass along the foot of the cliff without running the danger of imprisonment by the flood. But there was nothing to be anxious about now, and in the afternoon the ebb would leave the passage dry. While the food satisfied his hunger, the halt gave rest to his limbs, and he began to give the rein to his thoughts on matters in general. Alone and far from his companions, he coolly reviewed the situation, resolving to do his best for the good of all. Then he thought of his brother Jack, whose health caused him much anxiety. It seemed to him that Jack must have done something serious, probably before his departure, and he decided to question him so closely that he would have to confess. For 1 hour Bryant sat and thought and rested himself. Then he shut up his bag, threw it over his shoulder, and began to climb the rocks. The cape ended in a narrow ridge, and its geology was remarkable. It was a mass of metamorphic rock, quite detached from the cliff, and differing from it completely in structure, the cliff being composed of calcareous stratifications similar to those of La Manche in the west of Europe. Bryant noticed that a narrow gorge cut the promontory off from the cliff, and that the beach extended northwards out of sight. But the promontory, being at least 100 feet higher than the neighboring heights, would afford an extensive view. The ascent was not easy. He had to climb from one rock to another, the rocks being often so large that he could barely reach up them. But as he belonged to that order of boys we classify as climbers, and brought all his gifts into play, he eventually reached the top. With his glass at his eye, he first looked to the east. The country was flat as far as he could see. The cliff was the greatest elevation, and the ground gently sloped towards the interior. In the distance were a few hillocks hardly worth mentioning. There was much forest land, and under the yellow foliage rose many streams that ran towards the coast. The surface was level up to the horizon, which might be a dozen miles away. It did not look as though the sea was there. To the north, Bryant could make out the beach running straight away for 7 or 8 miles, beyond another cape and a stretch of sand that looked like a huge desert. To the south was a wide marsh. Bryant had surveyed the whole sweep of the westerly horizon. Was he on an island or a continent? He could not say. If it was an island, it was a large one. That was all he could discover. Then he looked to the westward. The sea was shining under the oblique rays of the sun, which was slowly sinking in the heavens. Suddenly he brought his glass to his eye and looked away into the offing. "Ships," he exclaimed, "ships going past." 3 black spots appeared on the circle of gleaming waters about 15 miles away. Great was his excitement. Was he the sport of an illusion? Were they vessels he saw? He lowered the glass and cleaned the eyepiece, which had clouded with his breath. He looked again. The 3 points looked like ships with nothing visible but their hulls. There was no sign of their masts and no smoke to show that they were underway. And then the thought occurred to him that they were too far off for his signals to be seen. And as it was likely that his companions had not seen these ships, the best thing he could do was to get back to the wreck and light a big fire on the beach. And then when the sun went down, as he thought, he kept his eye on the 3 black spots. One thing was certain: they did not move. Again he looked through the glass, and for some minutes he kept them in the field of his objective. And then he saw that they were 3 small islands that the schooner must have passed close by when they were hidden in the mist. It was 2 o'clock. The tide began to retire, leaving the line of reefs bare at the foot of the cliff. Bryant, thinking it was time to return to the wreck, prepared to descend the hill. But once again he looked to the eastward. In the more oblique position of the sun he might see something that had hitherto escaped him. And he did not regret doing so, for beyond the border of forest he could now see a bluish line which stretched from north to south for many miles, with its 2 ends lost behind the confused mass of trees. "What is that?" he asked himself, and again he looked. The sea, yes, the sea. And the glass almost dropped from his hands. It was the sea to the eastward, there could be no doubt. It was not a continent on which he had been cast, but an island in the immensity of the Pacific, which it would be impossible to leave. And then all the perils that begirt him presented themselves to his mind as in a vision. His heart almost ceased to beat, but struggling against the involuntary weakness, he resolved to do his best to the last, however threatening the future might be. A quarter of an hour afterwards he had regained the beach, and by the same way as he had come in the morning he returned to the wreck. He reached it about 5 o'clock and found his comrades impatiently awaiting his return. Chapter Romans 6, A Spell of Rain. In the evening after supper, Bryant told the bigger boys the result of his exploration. Briefly it was as follows. To the east, beyond the forest zone, he had distinctly seen a line of water extending from north to south. That this was the horizon of the sea appeared indubitable. Hence it was on an island and not on a continent that the yacht had been wrecked. Gordon and the others received the information with considerable excitement. What, they were on an island and deprived of every means of leaving it? Their scheme of finding a road to the eastward would have to be abandoned. They would have to wait till a ship came in sight. Could it be true that this was their only chance of rescue? But was not Bryant mistaken? Asked Donegan. "Did you not mistake a bank of clouds for the sea?" asked Cross. "No," answered Bryant, "I am certain I made no mistake. What I saw was a line of water, and it formed the horizon." "How far off was it?" asked Wilcox. "About 6 miles from the cape." "And beyond that?" asked Webb. "Were there no mountains, no elevated ground?" "No, nothing but the sky." Bryant was so positive that it was not reasonable to retain the least doubt in the matter. But Donegan, as was always the case when he argued with Bryant, continued obstinate. "And I repeat that Bryant has made a mistake, and until we have seen it with our own eyes, which we shall do," said Gordon, "for we must know the truth about it." "And I say we have not a day to lose," said Baxter. "If we are to leave this place before the bad weather, supposing we are on a continent, "We will go tomorrow if the weather permits," said Gordon. "We will start on an expedition that may last some days. I say weather permitting, for to plunge into the forest in bad weather would be madness." "Agreed, Gordon," answered Bryant, "and when we reach the other side of the island—" "If it is an island," interrupted Donegan. "But it is one," replied Bryant impatiently. "I have made no mistake. I distinctly saw the sea in the east." "It pleases Donegan to contradict me as usual, and you are not infallible, Bryant." "No, I am not. But this time I am. I will go myself to this sea, and if Donegan likes to come with me—" "Certainly I will go." "And so will we," said 3 or 4 of the bigger boys. "Good," said Gordon. "But don't get excited, my dear young friends. If we are only boys, we may as well act like men. Our position is serious, and any imprudence may make it worse. We must not all go into this forest. The youngsters cannot come with us, and we cannot leave them all on the wreck. Donegan and Bryant may go, and 2 others may go with them." "I'll go," said Wilcox. "So will I," said Service. "Very well," said Gordon. 4 is quite enough. If you're too long coming back, we can send a few others to your assistance while the rest remain with the schooner. Don't forget that this is our camp, our house, our home, and we can only leave it when we are sure that we are on a continent." "We are on an island," said Bryant, "for the last time I say so. That we shall see," replied Donegan. Gordon's sensible advice had had its effect in calming the discord. Obviously, and Bryant saw it clearly enough, it was advisable to push through the central forest and reach the line of water. If it was a sea to the eastward, there might be other islands separated from them by a channel they might cross. And if they were on an island of an archipelago, surely it was better to know it before taking any steps on which their safety might depend. It was certain that there was no land to the west right away to New Zealand. The only chance of reaching an inhabited country was by journeying towards the sun rising, but it would not be wise to attempt such an expedition except in fine weather. As Gordon had just said, it would not do to act like children, but like men. In the circumstances in which they were placed, with the future so threatening, if the intelligence of these boys did not develop quickly, if the levity and inconsistency natural at their age carried them away, or if disunion was allowed amongst them, the position of things would become critical. And it was for this reason that Gordon resolved to do everything to maintain order amongst his comrades. However eager Donegan and Bryant might be to start, a change of the weather obliged them to wait. A cold rain had fallen since the morning. The falling of the barometer indicated a period of squally weather, of which it was impossible to predict the duration. It would have been too risky to venture out under such circumstances. But was this to be regretted? Assuredly not. That all were in a hurry to know if the sea surrounded them may be imagined. But even if they were sure of being on a continent, were they likely to venture into a country they knew nothing about, and that when the rainy season was coming on? Suppose the journey was to extend to hundreds of miles, could they bear the fatigues? Would even the strongest among them reach the end? No, to carry out such an expedition with success, it must be put off till the days were long, and the inclemency of winter overpast. And so they would have to content themselves with spending the rainy season at the wreck. Gordon had meanwhile been trying to find out in what part of the ocean they had been wrecked. His atlas contained a series of maps of the Pacific. In tracing the course from Auckland to the American coast, he found that the nearest islands passed to the north were the Society Islands, Easter Island, and the island of Juan Fernandez, on which Selkirk, a real Crusoe, had passed so much of his life. To the south there was not an island up to the boundary of the Antarctic Ocean. To the east there were only the archipelagos of the Chiloe Islands and Madre de Dios, along the coast of Patagonia, and lower down were those about the Straits of Magellan and Tierra del Fuego, which are lashed by the terrible sea-round Cape Horn. If the schooner had been cast on one of these uninhabited islands off the Patagonian pampas, there would be hundreds of miles to be traversed to reach Chile or the Argentine Republic. And the boys would have to act with great circumspection if they were not to perish miserably in crossing the unknown. So thought Gordon. Bryant and Baxter looked at the matter in the same way, and doubtless Donegan and the others would, in the end, agree with them. The scheme of exploring the eastern coast was not given up, but during the next fortnight it was impossible to put it into execution. The weather was abominable, nothing but rain from morning to night, and violent squalls. The way through the forest would have been impracticable, and the expedition had to be postponed, notwithstanding the keen desire to unravel the mystery of continent or island. During these stormy days the boys remained at the wreck, but they were not idle. They were constantly at work making good the damage done to the yacht by the inclement weather, for owing to the wet the planks began to give, and the deck ceased to be watertight. In places the rain would come in through the joints where the caulking had been torn away, and this had to be made good without delay. Repairs were also needed to stop not only the waterways, but the airways opened in the hull. Gordon would have used some of the spare sails for the purpose, but he could not bring himself to sacrifice the thick canvas which might come in so usefully for tents, and so he did the best he could with tarpaulins. Besides this, there was the urgent question of finding a better shelter. Even if they did go eastward, they could not move for 5 or 6 months, and the schooner would not last as long as that, and if they had to abandon her in the rainy season, where were they to find a refuge? The cliff on its western face had not the slightest indentation that could be utilized. It was on the other side, where it was sheltered from the wind from the sea, that search must be made, and if necessary, a house built large enough to hold them all. Meanwhile the cargo was done up into bales and packages all duly numbered and entered in Gordon's pocketbook, so that when it became necessary they could be quickly carried away under the trees. Whenever the weather was fine for a few hours, Donegan, Wilcox and Webb went off after the pigeons, which Moko more or less successfully cooked in different ways. Garnet, Service, Cross and the youngsters, including Jack when his brother insisted on it, went away fishing. Among the shoals of fishes that haunted the weeds on the reef were many specimens of the genus Notathenia, and hake of large size, and in and out among the thongs of the huge fucoids, some of which were 400 feet long, was a prodigious quantity of small fish that could be caught by the hand. It was a treat to hear the exclamations of the youthful fishers as they drew their nets or lines to the edge of the reef. "I have got a lot, I have a splendid lot," exclaimed Jenkins. "Oh, they are big ones, so are mine." "Mine are bigger than yours," exclaimed Iverson, calling on Dole to help him. "They'll get away," said Co-Star as he ran up to help. Hold on," said Garnet, going from one to the other. "Get in your net quickly." "But I can't," said Co-Star as the net was dragging him in, and then with a united effort the nets were got in on the sand. It was time, for in the clear water there was a number of Hyxines, or ferocious lampreys, who would have made short work of the fish caught in the meshes, and although many were lost in this way, enough were saved to furnish the table. A good deal of hake was caught and was found to be excellent, eaten either fresh or salted. The fish at the mouth of the river were chiefly galaxias, a kind of gudgeon, which Moko found he could cook best fried. On the 27th of March, a more important capture afforded a somewhat amusing adventure. When the rain left off in the afternoon, the youngsters started off to fish in the river. Suddenly there were loud shouts from them, shouts of joy, it is true, but shouts for help. Gordon, Bryant, Service and Moko, who were busy on board the schooner, dropped their work, ran off to help, and soon cleared the 500 or 600 yards that separated them from the stream. "Come along," shouted Jenkins. "Come and see Co-Star and his charger," said Iverson. "Quick, Bryant, quick, or he'll get away," shouted Jenkins. Let me get down, I am afraid," said Co-Star, gesticulating in despair. "Gee up," said Dole, who was with Co-Star on some moving mass. The mass was a turtle of huge size, one of those enormous chelonians that are usually met with floating on the surface of the sea. This time it had been surprised on the beach, and was seeking to regain its natural element. In vain the boys, who had slipped a string round its neck, were trying to keep the animal back. He kept moving off with irresistible strength, dragging the whole band behind him. For a lark, Jenkins had perched Co-Star on the carapace with Dole astride behind him, and the youngster began to scream with fright as the turtle slowly neared the water. Hold on, Co-Star," said Gordon. "Take care your horse doesn't get the bit between his teeth," shouted Service. Bryant could not help laughing, for there was no danger. As soon as Dole let go, Co-Star had only to slip off to be safe, but it was advisable to catch the animal, and if Bryant and the others united their efforts to those of the little ones, they might stop him, and they must put a stopper on his progress before he reached the water, where he would be safe. The revolvers Gordon and Bryant had brought with them from the schooner were useless, for the shell of a turtle is bulletproof, and if they attacked him with the axe he would draw in his head and paddles and be unassailable. "There is only one way," said Gordon. "We must turn him over." "And how?" said Service. "He must weigh at least 300 weight, and we can never get some spars," said Bryant, and followed by Moko, he ran off to the schooner. The turtle was now not more than 30 yards from the sea. Gordon soon had Co-Star and Dole off its back, and then seizing the string, they all pulled as hard as they could, without in the least stopping the advance of the animal, which could have dragged all Charman's school behind it. Luckily, Bryant and Moko returned before the turtle reached the sea. 2 spars were then run underneath it, and with a great effort he was pitched over on his back. Then he was a prisoner, for he could not turn over onto his feet, and just as he was drawing in his head, Bryant gave him such a crack with the hatchet that he died almost immediately. "Well, Co-Star, are you still afraid of this big brute?" asked Bryant. No, Bryant, for he's dead." "Good," said Service, "but you daren't eat him. Can you eat him?" "Certainly." "Then I'll eat him if he's good," said Co-Star, licking his lips at the thought. "It is good stuff," said Moko, who was quite within the truth in saying that turtle meat was quite a dainty. As they could not think of carrying away the turtle as a whole, they had to cut it up where it was. This was not very pleasant, but the boys had begun to get used to the occasionally disagreeable necessities of Crusoe life. The most difficult thing was to break into the carapace, for its metallic hardness turned the edge of the axe. They succeeded at last in driving in a cold chisel between the plates. Then the meat, cut away in pieces, was carried to the schooner, and that day the boys had an opportunity of convincing themselves that turtle soup was exquisite, to say nothing of the grilled flesh, which Service had unfortunately let burn a little over too fierce a fire. Even Fan showed in her way that the rest of the animal was not to be despised by the canine race. The turtle yielded over 50 pounds of meat, a great saving to the stores of the yacht. In this way the month of March ended. During the 3 weeks since the wreck, all the boys had done their best preparing for a long stay on this part of the coast. Before the winter set in, there remained to be settled this important question of continent or island. On the 1st of April, the weather gave signs of changing. The barometer slowly rose, and the wind began to moderate. There were unmistakable symptoms of an approaching calm of perhaps longish duration. The bigger boys discussed the matter and began to prepare for an expedition, the importance of which was obvious to all. "I don't think there'll be anything to stop us tomorrow," said Donegan. "Nothing, I hope," said Bryant. "We ought to be ready to get away early." "I understand," said Gordon, "that the line of water you saw in the east was 6 or 7 miles from the Cape." "Yes," said Bryant, "but as the bay is a deep curve, it is possible that the sea may be much nearer here." "Then," continued Gordon, "you will not be away more than 24 hours. That is, if we can go due east. But can we find a way through the forest when we have got round this cliff?" "Oh, that won't stop us," said Donegan. "Perhaps not," said Bryant, "but there may be other obstacles. A watercourse, a marsh, who knows? It will be best, I think, to take rations for some days, and ammunition," added Wilcox. "Quite so," said Bryant, "and let it be understood that if we are not back in 2 days you need not be anxious." "I shall be anxious if you are away more than half a day," said Gordon. "But that is not the question. As the expedition has been decided on, let it proceed. You have not only to reach this eastern sea, but to reconnoiter the country behind the cliff. This side we have found no cave, and when we leave the schooner we shall have to carry the things where they'll be sheltered from the sea breeze. To spend the rainy season on this beach seems to me impracticable." "You are right, Gordon," answered Bryant, "and we'll look out for some place where we can install ourselves. At least, until we have found that we cannot get out of this pretended island," said Donegan, returning to his idea. "That is understood," said Gordon, "although the season is already rather advanced. At any rate, we'll act for the best. So tomorrow you start." Preparations were soon finished. 4 days' provisions were stowed in bags to be carried over the shoulders. 4 guns, 4 revolvers, 2 boarding axes, a pocket compass, a powerful telescope, and the usual pocket utensils, matches and tinderbox seemed enough for a short expedition that was not without its dangers. Bryant and Donegan and Service and Wilcox, who were to go with them, were cautioned to be careful not to push forward without extreme circumspection, and never to separate. Gordon could not help feeling that he would have been of use to keep Bryant and Donegan together, but it appeared to him the better plan to remain at the wreck, so as to watch the younger boys. So he took Bryant apart and made him promise to avoid any subject that might cause a quarrel or disagreement. The barometrical prognostics were realized. Before nightfall, the last clouds had vanished in the west. The line of sky and sea met in a clear horizon. The magnificent constellations of the southern hemisphere sparkled in the firmament, the Southern Cross conspicuously pointing to the Antarctic pole. On the eve of their separation, Gordon and his comrades were sad at heart, and as their eyes sought the sky, there came to them the thought of the fathers and mothers and friends and country that they might never see again. Chapter Romans 6 I the Explorers. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Bryant, Donegan, Wilcox, and Service left the wreck. The sun rising in a cloudless sky gave promise of one of those pleasant October days that are almost peculiar to the temperate zone of the northern hemisphere. Neither the heat nor the cold would be excessive. If any obstacle was to be met with that would delay or stop the advance, it would be due entirely to the nature of the ground. The young explorers set out obliquely across the beach so as to reach the foot of the cliff. Gordon had advised them to take Fan with them. Her instinct might be of great use to them, and so Fan formed part of the expedition. A quarter of an hour after their departure, the boys had disappeared under the trees. The birds were in numbers, but as no time was to be lost, Donegan had the good sense to restrain his shooting propensities. And Fan, recognizing that useless runnings to and fro were not advisable, kept near her masters without diverging to the left or right more than her duties as scout required. The plan was to skirt the base of the cliff until the cape, at the north of the bay, was reached, and then strike off for the sheet of water seen by Bryant. This was not the shortest way, but it was the safest, and a mile or two extra was not much for healthy boys who were such good walkers. When they reached the cliff, Bryant recognized the place where he and Gordon had been on their first exploration. As there was no passage in this part of the limestone wall in a southerly direction, a practicable pass must be sought for towards the north, even if they went all the way to the cape. To do this would take a day, but no other way was open if there was no road through the cliff on its eastern face. Bryant explained this to his companions, and Donegan, after vainly endeavoring to climb up the slope, made no objection. They kept on for an hour, and as there could be no doubt they would have to go all the way to the cape, Bryant was anxious about the passage being clear. Would not the tide be up over the beach when they got there? That would mean the loss of half a day waiting till the tide left the reef bare. "Let us hurry on," said he, after pointing out the importance of reaching the reef before the tide came in. "Bah," answered Wilcox, "we are not afraid of wetting our ankles." "Your ankles, and perhaps your body, and perhaps your ears," replied Bryant. "The tide rises 5 or 6 feet at the least. We had better keep straight for the cape." "You are guide, Bryant," said Donegan. "If we are behindhand, it will be your fault. Then don't let us lose any time. Where is Service?" And he shouted, "Service, Service." The boy was not in sight. He had gone off with his friend Fan, and had just disappeared behind an angle of the cliff, 100 yards off to the right. But as if in answer, there was a shout, and the dog was heard to bark. Was Service in danger, then? In a minute Bryant, Donegan, and Wilcox had reached their companion, who had stopped before a partial fall of the cliff, a fall of ancient date. Owing to infiltration, or the action of the weather in wearing away the limestone, a sort of half-funnel had been formed from the top of the wall to the ground, with the point below. In the wall a gorge had been opened with the sides at a slope of from 40 to 50 degrees, and the irregularities afforded a series of points on which it would be easy to find a footing. Active boys, such as our friends, could easily scramble up these to the top, unless a new fall took place to stop them. Although it was risky, they did not hesitate. Donegan was the first to begin to mount the heap of stones at the base. "Wait, wait," said Bryant, "there is no use in being rash." But Donegan did not hear, and as he thought it was needful for his reputation to get in front of his companions, Bryant in particular, he was soon halfway up the gorge. His companions followed his example, taking care not to get immediately under him, so as not to be hit by the fragments he dislodged, and which came rolling down to the ground. All went well, and Donegan had the satisfaction of reaching the crest of the cliff before the others. Already he had drawn his glasses from their case, and was observing the forests that stretched out of sight towards the east. There was the same panorama of verdure and sky as Bryant had observed from the summit of the cape, not so extended though, for the cliff was some 100 feet lower. "Well," asked Wilcox, "do you see nothing?" "Nothing," answered Donegan. "Let me have a look," said Wilcox. Donegan held out the glasses to his companion, not without evident satisfaction. "I do not see the least line of water," said Wilcox, lowering the glasses. "That is good enough," said Donegan, "to prove that there is none." "You can look, Bryant, and I think you will acknowledge your mistake." "I do not care to do so," answered Bryant. "I know I have made no mistake. That is rather strong." "Not in the least. The cliff is lower than the cape, and the range of view is less. If we were as high as I was, the blue line would be seen 6 or 7 miles off. You would then see it where I did, and you would see it was impossible to mistake it for a bank of cloud." "It is easy to say that," said Wilcox. "And just as easy to prove," answered Bryant. "Let us cross this flat and get through the forest and keep on till we get there." "That is good," said Donegan. "We shall have to go rather far, and I am not sure that it is worth the trouble." "Stay here then, Donegan," said Bryant. "Service and I will go on alone." "We'll go too," said Wilcox. "Come on, Donegan." "Not till we have had something to eat," answered Service. The necessity of this was acknowledged, and after half an hour the march was resumed. The first mile was soon accomplished. The grassy soil presented no obstacle. Here and there a few mosses and lichens covered a few rocky mounds. An occasional clump of shrubs dotted the ground, a few tree ferns or club mosses, heaths, hollies, or clumps of berberis with leathery leaves that will flourish even in the highest latitudes. When Bryant and his comrades had crossed the upper plateau, they found the descent on the other side of the cliff as high and perpendicular as that towards the sea. Had it not been for the bed of a half-dry torrent down which they made their way with difficulty, they would have had to keep on up to the cape. When the forest was reached, the road became more difficult. Fallen trees obstructed the path, and the underwood was so thick that it had at times to be cut through, and the boys had to use their axes like the pioneers through the forests of the New World. This meant a stoppage almost every moment. Arms got more tired than legs, and owing to the delay not more than 3 or 4 miles had been accomplished when evening began to close in. It certainly seemed as though no human beings had been through this forest before. At any rate, they had left no trace of their passage. The trees had been felled by storms or old age, and not by the hand of man. Here and there through the thicket were signs of the recent passage of some small-sized animals, and the animals were caught sight of occasionally, without its being possible to recognize the species to which they belonged. Donegan's hand often itched to seize his gun and fire at these timorous quadrupeds, but common sense coming to the rescue, Bryant had only to intervene to prevent his companion committing the imprudence of revealing their presence by the report of firearms. But although Donegan understood he must keep his favorite weapon silent, it was necessary to speak to him pretty often. At every step there flew up partridges of the tinamou species, which have very delicate flesh, or else the birds known as martinets, besides thrushes, wild geese and grouse, and numbers of other birds that could have been knocked down in hundreds. If the boys had to stop in this place, the gun would procure them abundant food. This Donegan could not but admit, as he resolved to make up later on for the reserve circumstances now imposed upon him. The forest chiefly consisted of birch and beech trees, which developed their tender green foliage up to 100 feet from the ground. Among the other trees were well-grown cypresses, Myotace ae with reddish wood, and magnificent groups of winters, with their bark throwing off an aroma like that of cinnamon. At 2 o'clock a second halt was made in a little clearing, through which ran a shallow stream, such a stream as would have been called a creek in North America. The waters of the creek were of perfect limpidity and flowed gently over the bed of blackish rocks. To look at its peaceful shallow current, cumbered with no deadwood or drifting bushes, no one would believe that its rise was far away. Nothing was easier than to cross it by the stones scattered in its bed. And in one place some flat stones lay so symmetrically as to attract attention. "That is strange," said Donegan. "It looked as though a causeway had been laid from one bank to the other." "You might call it a dam," said Service, beginning to cross it. Wait," said Bryant. "We must have a look at these stones." "They could not have put themselves there," said Wilcox. "No," said Bryant, "it looks as though someone had been making a path across the stream. Let us get nearer." They examined every stone of this curious pathway, which projected only a few inches above the stream, and would be covered in the rainy season. But could they say that the hand of man had put these stones in the creek? No, it was more likely that the stones had been brought down by the floods, and gradually piled up to form the dam. And this was the explanation adopted by Bryant and his companion after a minute examination. Neither the left nor right bank showed traces of footsteps, and there was nothing to prove that man had ever set foot on the gap in the forest. The creek flowed away towards the northeast. Did it then throw itself into the sea, which Bryant affirmed he had seen from the cape? "At least," said Donegan, "it may be the tributary of a river which flows towards the west." "We shall see in time," said Bryant, not caring to reopen the discussion. "But so long as it runs to the east we may as well follow it, if it does not wind too much." Crossing the creek by the dam, the four boys set out on their road. It was easy to follow the bank except here and there where an occasional clump of trees ran their roots down into the water, while their branches met overhead and extended from bank to bank. Although the creek made an elbow now and then, yet its general direction was shown by the compass to be towards the east. But its mouth ought to be a long way off, for the stream did not gain in quickness nor did the bed become wider. About 5:30, Bryant and Donegan were forced to agree that the creek's course had undoubtedly turned towards the north, and to follow it would take them out of their way too much. So they had to abandon it and plunge eastward under the thick foliage of beech and birch. At times, so high was the underwood that in order not to lose one another, they had to keep up a constant shouting. They had been walking all day, and there was nothing to indicate the proximity of a sheet of water. Bryant began to get anxious. Had he been the sport of an illusion when he descried the horizon from the summit of the cape? No, he repeated to himself, I am not mistaken. It cannot be. It is not so. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, and the edge of the forest had not been reached. Darkness was coming on. It would soon be too dark to move. It was resolved to halt and pass the night beneath the shelter of the trees. With a good slice of corned beef there was no chance of starving. With good coverings they need not fear the cold. Besides, they might light a fire with some dead branches, if the precaution, excellent as it might be against animals, was not dangerous as attractive to such natives as might be prowling about. Better not run the risk of being seen, said Donegan. All agreed to this, and only supper was troubled about. There was no lack of appetite, and after making a deep hole in the rations they had brought with them, they were about to make themselves comfortable at the foot of a gigantic birch when Service pointed out a thicket a few yards off. From it rose a moderately sized tree, whose lower branches bent till they touched the ground. There on a heap of dry leaves the four boys lay down and wrapped themselves well up. At their age sleep is not long in coming. And they were soon soundly off, while Fan, left to guard them, copied their example. Once or twice, however, the dog heard a prolonged growling. Evidently there were some animals, tame or wild, prowling in the forest, but they did not come near the camp. It was nearly 7 o'clock when Bryant and the others awoke. The oblique rays of the sun, piercing the thick mass of leafage, dimly lighted up the place where they had passed the night. Service was the first to go out of the thicket. Immediately he began to shout, or rather to exclaim, "Bryant, Donegan, Wilcox, come here." "What is the matter?" asked Bryant. "Yes, what is the matter?" asked Wilcox, who must always say something. "Service, you frightened us." "All the better," answered Service. "Look here, see where we have been sleeping." It was not a thicket at all, it was a cabin made of leaves, one of those huts the Indians call ajupas, and which are formed by interlacing branches. The ajupa was a very old one, for the roof and walls were only held up by the tree, and its style was the same as that in use among the natives of South America. "Then there are inhabitants," said Donegan, casting a rapid glance around him. "Or at least there have been," said Bryant, "for this hut could not have made itself." "That explains the causeway across the creek," said Wilcox. "Well," said Service, "if there are inhabitants, they are very good fellows to build this hut expressly for our use last night." In reality, nothing was less certain than that these natives were good fellows. It was evident that they frequented, or had frequented this part of the forest at some period more or less remote. But they might be Indians if the land was joined to the continent, or Polynesians, or even cannibals, if the land was an island of one of the archipelagos of Oceania, and in that case the danger was great, and more than ever was it important to solve the difficulty. Bryant was starting off when Donegan proposed to carefully examine this hut, which seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. They might find some utensil or instrument or tool, the origin of which they could recognize. The heap of dry leaves was carefully pulled over, and in one corner Service found a fragment of burnt clay which might have been a bowl or a flask, just a trace of the work of man, but that was all. They therefore set out, and at 7:30 had fairly started, compass in hand, bearing due east, the ground sloping gradually as they went. For 2 hours they kept on, slowly, very slowly, through dense thickets of shrubs and small trees, and once or twice having to cut their way through with the axe. A little before 10 o'clock they caught sight of a horizon through the trees. Beyond the forest was a wide plain dotted with mastic trees, thyme bushes, and clumps of heath. Half a mile to the eastward it was bounded by a strip of sand, on which beat the surf of the sea seen by Bryant, and which extended right up to the horizon. Donegan said nothing. He was angry to find that his companion had not made a mistake, and Bryant said nothing. He did not wish to triumph over his friend. And glass at his eyes, he searched the view all round. On the north the shore, now brightly lighted by the sun's rays, seemed to curve off to the left. At the south it was the same, but the curve was sharper. There could be no doubt any longer. It was not a continent, it was an island on which the schooner had been wrecked, and all hope would have to be given up of getting away from it except through help from without. Beyond, there was no other land in sight. It seemed as though the island lay lost by itself in the immensity of the Pacific. The 4 boys crossed the plain to the beach and halted at the foot of a sandhill. Their intention was to have lunch and then go back through the forest. If they made haste, they might get back to the wreck before nightfall. The meal was not a cheerful one. Hardly a word did they exchange. At length Donegan picked up his bag and his gun and said, "Let us be off." And all 4, giving a last look at the sea, were making a move, when Fan ran off along the beach. "Fan, here, Fan," shouted Service. But the dog continued to caper along the wet sand, and at last rushed into the sea and began to drink. She drinks," exclaimed Donegan. And in an instant he was by the side of the sea and drinking the water that Fan so much enjoyed. It was fresh. It was a lake stretching away to the eastern horizon. It was not the sea. Chapter Roman 8, the cave. And so the important question on which the safety of the boys depended was still unsolved. That the imagined sea was a lake there could be no doubt, but was it not possible that the lake was on an island? If the exploration were continued, would not there be a sea discovered beyond, a sea there was no way of crossing? The lake was of considerable size, for it touched the horizon on 3 of its sides, as Donegan observed, and it certainly was more likely to be on a continent than on an island. "Then it must be the American continent on which we have been wrecked," said Bryant. "I always thought so," said Donegan, "and it seems that I was not mistaken." "Anyhow," said Bryant, "it was a line of water I saw to the east." "Yes, but it was not the sea." Donegan's satisfaction with himself was obvious from this reply, which betrayed more vanity than good nature. Bryant said no more. For the common welfare it was better that he had been mistaken. On a continent they would not be imprisoned as they would be on an island, but they would have to wait for a favorable time before they started towards the east. The difficulties experienced in reaching the lake were as nothing to what might be expected by the whole party on a much longer journey, and it was already the beginning of April. and the southern winter is earlier than the northern. There could be no thought of setting out before the return of the fine weather. But the position would soon be untenable in the bay, exposed as it was to the winds. Before the end of the month, the schooner would have to be left. If no cavern could be found in the cliffs, would the boys be better off here by the lake? Would it not be as well to explore its neighborhood more carefully? The exploration would delay their return for a day or two, and would give Gordon some anxiety, but Bryant and Donegan did not hesitate. Their provisions would last another day, and there was no sign of a change of weather, so it was decided to go south by the side of the lake. There was another motive for the exploration being extended. Undoubtedly, the district had been inhabited, or rather frequented by man. The causeway and the creek and the hut were clear indications of man's presence at a period more or less recent, and yielded evidence it was advisable to complete before moving to new quarters for the winter. Perhaps other evidence might be found. If savages had not been here, some shipwrecked sailor might have stayed for a time, until he started on his way to the towns of the continent. Evidently, it was well worth while exploring the district bordering on the lake. There was only one question to be decided. Should Bryant and Donegan go to the south or the north? But as to go southwards was to move nearer the wreck, that direction was decided on. It would be seen later on if it was advisable to go to the end of the lake. It was about 8:30 when the four boys began their march, skirting the grassy sandhills that marmorated the plain, bounded on the west by the masses of greenery. Fan hunted about in front and put up several flocks of tinamous that hastened to shelter under the lentisk bushes and ferns. Here and there rose clumps of a sort of red and white cranberry, and plants of wild celery. But the guns had to be kept silent, for it was possible that the environs of the lake were visited by savages. In following the shore, sometimes at the foot of the sandhills, sometimes along the sand, the boys easily accomplished a dozen miles during the day. They found no trace of savages. No smoke rose from the trees. No footprints marked the sand, wet with the sheet of water that stretched away into the offing. Not a sail was to be seen on the horizon, not a boat on the surface. The lake was deserted. If the country had been inhabited, it did not seem to be so now. Wild beasts or ruminants there were none. 2 or 3 times in the afternoon a few birds appeared on the edge of the forest, but it was impossible to get at them. Service exclaimed, "They are ostriches." "Very small ostriches, then," answered Donegan, "for they are not over tall." "If they are ostriches," said Bryant, "and if we are on a continent, do you still doubt it?" asked Donegan ironically. "It must be the American continent, where such animals are very abundant," continued Bryant. "That is all I wish to say." About 7 o'clock in the evening a halt was called. Next day, unless something happened, the journey would be resumed to the wreck. That evening it was not possible to go further to the southward. At the halting place, one of the rivers flowed out from the lake, and this would have to be crossed by swimming. Darkness was setting in and the country could be but imperfectly seen, but it appeared as though there was a cliff on the right bank of this watercourse. Bryant, Donegan, Wilcox, and Service, after supper had been dispatched, thought only of a night's rest, under the stars this time, no hut being discoverable. And the stars were bright and sparkled brilliantly, and the crescent moon moved slowly down to set in the Pacific. All was quiet on the lake and on the beach. The 4 lads, nestled between the enormous roots of a beech tree, slept so soundly that even a thunderstorm would not have awakened them. Like Fan, they heard not the barking close by, which ought to have been the barking of the jackal, or the more distant growling which was probably that of wild beasts. In these countries where ostriches live in a wild state, they might expect the approach of jaguars and cougars, which are the tiger and lion of South America. But the night passed without adventure. About 4 o'clock in the morning, just as the dawn was showing on the horizon above the lake, the dog began to give signs of uneasiness, growling gently and sniffing the ground as if she wanted to be sent off in search of something. It was nearly 7 o'clock when Bryant awoke his comrades. All were up immediately, and while Service nibbled a bit of biscuit, the 3 others went to take a look round the country beyond the watercourse. "Well," exclaimed Wilcox, "it is a good thing we didn't try to cross the water yesterday. We should have stuck in the marsh." "Yes," said Bryant, "it is a marsh and it stretches right away to the south and we cannot see the end of it." "Just look at the ducks," said Donegan, "and teal and snipe on it. If we could take up our quarters here for the winter, we should not want for game." "And why shouldn't we?" asked Bryant, walking towards the right bank of the stream. At the back was a lofty cliff which ended in a peak. The 2 sides joined at an angle. One ran by the bank of the river, the other skirted the lake. Was this cliff the same as that which shut in the bay where the schooner was wrecked? That could not be ascertained for certain until a more complete exploration of the district had been made. The right bank of the river was about 20 feet high and ran along the base of the cliff. The left bank was very low, and could scarcely be distinguished from the pools and bogs of the marshy plain which extended out of sight towards the south. To make out the direction of the river, they would have to ascend the cliff, and this Bryant resolved to do before starting for the wreck. The first thing was to take a look round the outlet of the stream from the lake. This was only about 40 feet across, but as it increased in width, so did it increase in depth. "Just look here," said Wilcox as he reached the end of the cliff. A pile of stones attracted his attention, forming a sort of dam on the same plan as the one they had seen in the forest. "There is no doubt this time," said Bryant. "No, there is no doubt," remarked Donegan, pointing to some pieces of wood at the end of the dam. The remains were obviously those of a boat of some sort. One piece, half rot and covered with moss, and curved like a stem, held an iron ring eaten away with rust. A ring, exclaimed Service, and the four stood still, looking around them as if the man who had used the boat and built the dam was about to appear before them, but nobody came. Many years had evidently gone by since the boat had been left to rot by the side of the stream, and the man had rejoined his fellows, or ended his miserable existence on this land he could not leave. And we can understand how the boys felt at this clear evidence of human intervention, and the thoughts it gave rise to. Meanwhile Fan had been behaving in a strange manner, as if she had at last got on a scent. Her ears were pricked up, her tail wagged, and her nose was held close to the ground as she worried about under the bushes. "Look at Fan," said Service. "She smells something," said Donegan, stepping towards her. Fan had just stopped with one paw raised and her neck stretched out. Then she suddenly rushed towards a clump of trees at the foot of the cliff by the side of the lake. Bryant and his comrades followed her. A few minutes afterwards they stopped before an old beech on the bark of which were cut 2 letters and a date in this fashion: FB 1827. Bryant, Donegan, Wilcox, and Service would have remained silent and motionless for some time before this inscription if Fan had not run back round the angle of the cliff. "Here, Fan, here," shouted Bryant. The dog did not return, but she began to bark loudly. "Take care," said Bryant, "do not separate and be on your guard." Indeed, they could not be too careful. A band of savages might be in the neighborhood, and their presence was more to be feared than wished for, if they were of those Indians who infest the pampas of South America. The guns were cocked, and the revolvers got out ready for the defensive. The boys advanced round the angle of the cliff, and up the narrow bank of the stream. They had not taken a dozen paces before Donegan stooped to pick up something from the ground. It was a pickaxe with the handle half rotten, a pickaxe of American or European origin, not one of those heavy tools made by the Polynesian savages. Like the ring on the boat, it was deeply rusted and must have been left behind many years ago. At the foot of the cliff were traces of tillage, a few irregular furrows, a little square of yams which left to themselves had run wild. Suddenly a mournful bark was heard, and Fan reappeared, seized with some inexplicable agitation. She turned round, she ran in front of her masters, looked back at them, called them, and seemed to invite them to follow. "There is certainly something extraordinary the matter," said Bryant, trying in vain to get the dog quiet. "Let us go where she is taking us to," said Donegan, making a sign to Wilcox and Service to follow. 10 yards further on, Fan stood up before a mass of brushwood and bushes, which reached up to the very foot of the cliff. Bryant looked to see if the bushes hid the corpse of some animal, or even of a man on whose traces Fan had fallen. Clearing away the bushes, he saw a narrow opening. "Is there a cave here?" he exclaimed, stepping back a few paces. "Likely enough," said Donegan, "but what is there in the cave?" "We will see," answered Bryant, and with his hatchet he began to cut away the entanglement about the entrance. He listened, but heard no suspicious noise. Service was about to slip through into the cave when Bryant stopped him. "See what Fan is going to do first." The dog barked angrily twice or thrice in a way that was anything but reassuring for a person in the cave, had one been there. What did it mean? The boys must find out. Bryant put a handful of dry twigs across the opening and lighted them to see if the air was foul. The twigs crackled and burnt brilliantly. Evidently the air was breathable. "Shall we go in?" asked Wilcox. "Yes," said Donegan. "Wait till we can see our way," said Bryant, and cutting a resinous branch from one of the pine trees close by, he lighted it. Then, followed by his companions, he stepped into the cave. The opening was about 4 feet high and 2 feet wide, but it grew larger immediately, forming a cavity 12 feet high and twice as wide, with a floor of hard, dry sand. As he hurried to the front, Wilcox stumbled over a wooden bench, near a table on which were certain domestic utensils: a jug of stoneware, some large shells that had been used as plates, a knife with a notched and rusty blade, 2 or 3 fish hooks, a tin cup empty like the jug. Near the opposite wall was a sort of box, made of planks roughly nailed together, and which contained a few tattered clothes. There could be no doubt that the excavation had been inhabited, but when and by whom? What had become of the human being who had lived here? At the end was a miserable pallet covered with some fragments of linen. At the head on a bench was a second cup and a wooden candlestick with only a burnt match on the bowl. The boys recoiled from the pallet, at first thinking it might hold a corpse. Bryant, repressing his repugnance, lifted up the covering. The pallet was empty. A minute afterwards, the boys, who were much affected, had rejoined Fan, who still kept up her mournful barking. They descended the bank of the stream for about 20 yards and suddenly stopped. A feeling of horror nailed them to the spot. There, among the roots of a beech tree, were the remains of a skeleton. And so to this place there had come to die the unhappy man who had lived on this continent, and the cave that had been his dwelling place had not been his tomb. Chapter Roman 9. Francis Adilla ois Bodon. The boys were silent. Who was this man who had come to die here? Was he a shipwrecked sailor to whom no help had come in his last hour? To what nation did he belong? Was he a young man when he arrived in this corner of the earth? Was he an old man when he died? How had he supplied his wants? If he had been shipwrecked, had others survived the catastrophe with him? And if so, had he remained alone after the death of his companions in misfortune? Did the different things in the cave belong to his ship, or had he made them with his own hands? But to such questionings no answer might ever be given, and here was a more serious one. If it was on a continent that this man had found refuge, why had he not reached some town in the interior, or some port on the shore? Were there such difficulties, such obstacles in his getting back to his own country that he could not overcome them? Was the distance so great that he thought he could not accomplish it? It was evident that he had fallen down, weak from sickness or old age, and had not had strength enough to regain the cave, but had died at the foot of the tree. And if the means of safety to the north and east had failed him, why should they not fail these boys from the wreck of the schooner? It was important to examine the cave with the greatest care. Who knew if they might not find a document which might throw some light on this man, or his birthplace, or the length of the stay? And on the other hand, it was advisable to ascertain if they could take up their quarters here for the winter after abandoning the wreck. "Come," said Bryant, and followed by Fan, they entered the cave by the light of another resinous torch. One of the first things they saw was a shelf fixed against the right wall, on which was a bundle of clumsy candles made of fat and tow. Service lighted one of these candles and placed it in the wooden candlestick, and the search began. In the first place, the shape of the cave was noted, for there was no doubt of its habitability. It was a large hollow, dating back from geologic times. There was no trace or damp, although the only ventilation was through the one opening onto the bank of the stream. The walls were as dry as if they were of granite, without any trace of crystallized infiltrations and strings of droplets which in certain grottos of porphyry or basalt form stalactites. Its position sheltered it from the sea breezes. Daylight penetrated it but little, it is true, but by opening one or two windows in the wall it would be easy to make this right, and to ventilate it sufficiently for the accommodation of 15 people. Its dimensions, 20 feet by 30 feet, made it too small to be used at the same time as dormitory, refectory, general store, and kitchen. But it would only be required for 5 or 6 months, after which a start could be made to the northeast for some town of Bolivia or the Argentine Republic. Evidently, if they had to take up their permanent abode here, the cave would have to be made larger by digging into the friable limestone, but the cave as it was would do very well till the summer season. This being ascertained, Bryant made a careful list of the things it contained. These were not many. The unfortunate man had been almost destitute. What had he secured from the wreck? Nothing but odds and ends, broken spars, pieces of plank that he had made up into the pallet, the table, the box, and the benches, which formed the only furniture. Less favored than the survivors of the schooner, he had not had a regular workshop ready at hand. A few tools, a pickaxe, an axe, 2 or 3 cooking utensils, a little cask of brandy, a hammer, 2 cold chisels, a saw, these were all that were found. They had been saved doubtless in the boat, the remains of which lay near the dam. So thought Bryant, and so he told his companions. And then the feeling of horror at the sight of the skeleton, and the thought that they might die abandoned in the same way, gave place to a feeling of confidence at their possession of so many things which to this man were wanting. But who was he? Where was he born? When was he wrecked? No doubt many years had passed since his death. The state of the bones found at the foot of the tree showed that only too well. Besides, there was the rust on the pickaxe and the ring, the thicket of bushes at the entrance of the cave, all tending to show that the man must have died years ago. Would any new discovery change this hypothesis into a certainty? The search continued. A few other objects were brought to light: a second knife with the blades broken, a pair of compasses, a kettle, an iron ring, a marlinspike. But there was no nautical instrument, no telescope, no mariner's compass, not even a musket. As the man had to live, it seemed as though he must have snared his food instead of shot it, but an explanation of the difficulty offered itself when Wilcox exclaimed, "What is that?" "That," answered Service, "It is a game at bowls," said Wilcox. "A game at bowls?" asked Bryant in surprise. But in a moment he recognized the use of the two round stones which Wilcox had picked up. It was one of those implements of the chase known as the boluses, which consists of two balls tied together with a cord, and is used by the Indians of South America. When a skillful hand throws the boluses, they encircle the limbs of the animal, and for a moment paralyze it so that it falls an easy prey to the hunter. Evidently the inhabitant of the cave had made this boluses, and also a lasso, a long loop of leather used at shorter distances. But who was this man? Was he an officer or a common seaman who had put his reading to profit in this way? It would be very difficult to discover without further discovery. At the head of the bed, under a rag of the clothes that Bryant had thrown aside, Wilcox found a watch hung on a nail fixed in the wall. This watch was not a common watch such as sailors usually wear, but was of finer workmanship, and had a double case of silver and a key and chain of the same metal. "The time, see the time," said Service. "The time will tell you nothing," said Bryant. "The watch probably stopped days before the unfortunate man died." Bryant opened the case, not without difficulty, for the hinges were rusty, and he saw that the hands pointed to 27 minutes past 3. "But," said Donegan, "the watch has the maker's name. That might tell us." "You are right," said Bryant, and looking inside the case, he managed to read these words engraved on the plate: Delpuch, St. Malo, the name of the maker and his address. "Then he was a Frenchman," exclaimed Bryant. There seemed little doubt that a Frenchman had lived in this cavern until death put an end to his misery. To this proof another was soon added when Donegan, who had turned over the pallet, found a notebook with its yellow pages covered with pencil writing. Unfortunately, most of the writing was illegible. A few words could, however, be deciphered, and among others were François Baudin. Two names, the initials of which were the same as those the man had cut on the tree. The notebook was the daily journal of his life from the day he had been cast ashore, and in the fragments of phrases that time had not entirely effaced, Bryant managed to read Duguay-Trouin, evidently the name of the ship that had been lost in this distant corner of the Pacific. At the commencement was a date, 1827, the same as that which had been cut under the initials on the tree. It was, then, 55 years since François Baudin had been thrown on this coast, and since his shipwreck he had received no help from without. If Francis Baudin had not moved to some other place on the continent, was it because the obstacles were insurmountable? More than ever the boys thought of the gravity of their situation. How could they do what this man had not done, a man accustomed to hard work and broken to fatigue? Another discovery was to show them that all attempts to leave the country would be in vain. As Donegan turned over the notebook, he found a folded paper between the leaves. It was a map, drawn in ink made probably of soot and water. "A map," he exclaimed, "which Francis Baudin has drawn with his own hand," said Bryant. "If that is so," said Wilcox, "the man could not be a common sailor, but one of the officers of the Duguay-Trouin. To make a map of this place, and that is what it is," said Donegan. There could be no mistake. At the first glance the boys recognized the bay of the wreck, the bank of reefs, the beach on which they had encamped, the lake they had skirted on the western side, the 3 islands in the offing, the cliff running along to the stream, and the forests covering the central region. Beyond the opposite bank of the lake were other forests extending to another shore, and that shore the sea washed on all sides. There was an end to all the plans of going eastward to seek safety in that direction. And so Bryant was right after all, and Donegan was wrong. The sea surrounded the imaginary continent on every side. It was an island, and that was why Francis Baudin could not leave it. It was easy to see that the map was correct. The distances were probably mere estimates, from the times taken to traverse them, and not arrived at by triangulation. But to judge by what was already known, the errors could not be important. It was clear that the shipwrecked man had been all over the island, that he had noted the chief geographical details, and probably the adjuper and the causeway at the creek were of his building. As Francis Baudin showed it, the island was of oblong form, and resembled an enormous butterfly with open wings. In the center of the forest was the lake, which was 18 miles long and 5 wide, dimensions enough to account for the boys not being able to see its distant shores, and then mistaking it for the sea. Many streams ran out of this lake, and notably the one in front of the cave, which entered the bay close to the camp. The only height of importance in the island was the cliff up to the cape to the northward. The southern part was shown by the map to be arid and sandy, while beyond the stream was an immense marsh which narrowed to a point as it ran to the south. In the northeast and southeast were long lines of sandhills, which gave this part of the coast a very different aspect to that of the bay in which the schooner was wrecked. According to the scale at the foot of the map, the island was about 50 miles long from north to south, and 25 wide from east to west. Reckoning the irregularities of its shape, it was 150 miles in circumference, but there was no knowing to which of the Polynesian group it belonged, or if it lay by itself in the Pacific. One thing was certain, that the boys would have to stay on it, there was no getting away, and as the cave afforded an excellent refuge, it was best to bring all their goods to it before the storms had broken up the schooner. At present, the best thing to be done was to return to the camp without delay. Gordon would be getting anxious. 3 days had elapsed since Bryant and his comrades left him, and he would be fearing that misfortune had happened to them. Bryant suggested that they should start that very day at 11 o'clock. There was no good in climbing the cliff, as the map showed the shortest way was to follow the right bank of the river to the bay, which ran from east to west at the most. This would be about 7 miles, and take but a few hours. But before leaving, the boys paid the last mark of respect to the shipwrecked Frenchman. With the pickaxe they dug a grave at the foot of the tree on which Francois Baudin had cut his initials, and a wooden cross marked the spot. This pious ceremony over, they returned to the cave and closed the entrance, so that animals could not get in. Then, having finished what was left of their provisions, they started along the right bank of the stream by the base of the cliff. In an hour they reached the spot where the high ground trended off to the northwest. Along the river the road was easy, for the bank was clear of shrubs and trees. As they walked, Bryant took careful note of the river, bearing in mind that it ran from the lake into the bay. It seemed to him that on the upper part of its course at least a boat or raft might be towed or poled along, and this would make the transport of the goods easy, particularly if advantage were taken of the tide, which ran up into the lake. In its course there were no rapids, and no narrows or shallows to make it unnavigable. For the first 3 miles after it left the lake, everything seemed favorable for his plan, but about 4 o'clock in the afternoon the road by the bank had to be abandoned. The stream ran into a wide marsh which could not be crossed without risk, and the boys thought it best to take to the forest. Compass in hand, Bryant led the way to the northeast, so as to gain the bay by the shortest road. But considerable delay was occasioned by the closeness of the thickets, and under the dense shade of the birches, pines and beeches, darkness fell as the sun set. 2 miles were accomplished in this tiring manner. After getting round the marsh, which stretched a long way to the north, the best plan would undoubtedly have been to return to the river bank, but this would have added so much to the length of the journey that Bryant and Donegan decided it was not worth the loss of time. So they kept on through the forest until about 7 o'clock, when they discovered that they had somehow gone astray. Would they be obliged to pass the night under the trees? They might have done this pretty comfortably had not all the provisions been exhausted. "Come on," said Bryant, "if we keep to the west we must reach the camp." "Unless the map is wrong," said Donegan, "and that was not the stream which runs into the bay." "Why should the map be wrong, Donegan? And why should it not be, Bryant?" Evidently Donegan had not yet digested his discomfiture, and was prepared to throw doubt on Baudin's statements. Why was not clear, for as far as the boys had gone the map had proved to be fairly correct. Bryant saw no advantage in disputing the matter and strode off to the west. At 8 o'clock the night bad become so dark that it was impossible to see ahead of them, and the end of the forest seemed as far off as ever. Suddenly through a gap in the trees a bright light shot through the air. "What is that?" asked Service. "A meteorite probably," said Wilcox. "No, it was a rocket," answered Bryant. "A rocket from the schooner." "And consequently a signal," exclaimed Donegan, firing his gun in answer to Gordon. A star was recognized ahead. From it a new departure was being taken when a second rocket sped through the darkness. Bryant and his companions directed their course towards it, and 3/4 of an hour afterwards they reached the schooner. Chapter X, The Raft. The reception the explorers met with can be imagined. Gordon, Cross, Baxter, Garnett, and Webb clasped them in their arms, while the little ones threw their arms around their necks and shouted for joy. Fan took part in the rejoicing and barked as loudly as the youngsters cheered. It seemed so long since Bryant and his companions had gone away. Were they lost? Had they fallen among savages? Had they been attacked by cannibals? Such were the questions those who remained behind had asked themselves. But Bryant, Donegan, Wilcox, and Service had come back again to tell them the story of their expedition. As, however, they were very tired after their long day's work, the story was postponed till the morning. "We are on an island," that was all Bryant said, and that was enough to reveal the troubles in store for them, although Gordon received the news without betraying much discouragement. "Good, I'll wait," he seemed to say to himself, "and not trouble myself about it till it comes." Next morning, the 5th of April, Gordon, Bryant, Donegan, Baxter, Cross, Wilcox, Service, Webb, Garnett, and also Moko, whose advice was always valuable, gathered together in the bow of the yacht, while the others were still asleep. In turns, Bryant and Donegan told their comrades all that had happened. They told them how a causeway across a stream, and the remains of an ajoupa had led them to believe that the country was inhabited. They explained how the wide sheet of water they had at first taken for the sea was nothing but a lake, how fresh traces they had come upon led them to the cave, near where the stream flowed out of the lake, how the bones of Francis Bawden had been discovered, and how the map made by him showed that it was an island on which the schooner had been wrecked. The story was told in full, neither Bryant nor Donegan omitting the smallest detail, and now all who looked at the map understood only too well that help could come to them but from the sea. However, if the future presented itself in the gloomiest colors, and the boys could only place their hope in God, there was one who felt much less alarmed than the others, and that was Gordon. The young American had no relatives in New Zealand. And to his practical, methodical, organizing mind, there was nothing so very difficult in the task of founding a colony. He saw the chance that offered for the exercise of his natural gift, and he did not hesitate to keep up the spirits of his comrades by promising them a supportable existence if they would only help him. And in the first place, as the island was of considerable size, it seemed impossible that it was not marked on the map of the Pacific near the American coast. They turned to the atlas, but no island of importance could they find outside the archipelagos which include the Fuegian or Magellanic Islands, and those of Desolation, Queen Adelaide, Clarence, and see if it had been in one of these archipelagos, and only separated from the continent by narrow channels, Bawden would certainly have shown it on his map, and this he had not done. It must be an isolated island, and probably more to the north or the south than these archipelagos. But without the necessary elements or instruments, it was impossible to fix its position in the Pacific. All that could be done at present was to take up their quarters and make themselves comfortable before the wet season had made it impossible to move. "The best thing to do," said Bryant, "is to move into the cave near the lake. It would make a capital place to live in." "Is it large enough to hold the lot of us?" asked Baxter. "Oh," answered Donegan, "but I think we could make it larger by digging out another cave from it. We have tools. Let us try it first as it is," said Gordon, "and if it is too small we can, and let us get there as soon as we can," interrupted Bryant. The matter was urgent. As Gordon had said, the schooner became less habitable every day. The late rains and the hot sun had opened up the cracks in the hull and deck considerably. The torn sails allowed the wind and water to find their way inside. The sand on which it rested had been undermined, and it had slanted further over and sunk deeper into the sand. If a storm were to come, there was every chance of the wreck going to pieces in a few hours. The sooner the boys cleared out the better, and it would be well for them to take the hull to pieces methodically, so as to secure all that would be useful, such as beams, planks, iron, copper, with a view of properly fitting up French den, as the cave had been called in memory of the shipwrecked Frenchman. "And in the meantime, where shall we live?" asked Donegan. "In a tent," answered Gordon. "In a tent under the trees by the riverside." "That is the best thing," said Bryant, "and let us begin without losing an hour." The demolition of the yacht, the unloading of the material and provisions, the construction of a raft for the transport of the cargo would take at least a month of hard work, and before leaving the bay it would be the first week of May, which corresponds to the first week in November in the northern hemisphere, that is to say, the beginning of winter. Gordon had chosen the bank of the river as the site of the tent because the transport was to take place by water. No other way was more direct or convenient. To carry all that remained of the yacht through the forest or along the bank of the river would have been almost impossible, but by taking advantage of the tide, a raft could be got up the river without much trouble. In its upper course, as Bryant had discovered, the stream contained no obstacle in the way of falls, rapids, or bars. An expedition to reconnoiter its lower course from the swamp to the mouth was made in the yawl, and Bryant and Moko assured themselves that the river was navigable in that part as well. There was thus an unbroken line of communication between the bay and French den. The days that followed were employed in arranging the camp at the side of the river. The lower branches of two beaches were united by long spars with the branches of a third, and were used to hold up the yacht's spare mainsail, which fell down on each side to the ground. Into this tent, which was firmly stayed and strutted, they transported the bedding and furniture, the weapons and ammunition, and the bales of provisions. As the raft was to be built of the timbers of the yacht, they had to wait till they had demolished the wreck before they began to build it. There was nothing to complain of in the weather, which continued dry. When there was a wind, it came from the land, and the work went on uninterruptedly. By the 15th of April there only remained on the schooner such things as were too heavy to move until she had broken up. Among them the pigs of lead used for ballast, the water tanks in the hold, the windlass and the galley, which were too heavy to be taken away without apparatus. The spars and rigging, shrouds and stays of iron, chains, anchors, ropes, hawsers, lines, yarns, and such things, of which there was a great quantity on the yacht, were gradually removed to the ground near the tent. Busy as they were with this work, the wants of each day were not neglected. Donegan, Webb and Wilcox devoted a few hours to shooting the rock pigeons and the birds frequenting the marsh. The youngsters went searching for mollusks when the tide left the reef bare. It was pleasant to see Jenkins, Iverson, Dole, and Costar hunting about in the pools like a lot of ducklings, and sometimes getting their legs wet so as to be scolded by the severe Gordon and excused by the gentler Bryant. Jack also went out with the youngsters, but he never joined in their shouts of laughter. Things went on satisfactorily and methodically, thanks to Gordon, whose sound common sense was seldom at fault. Evidently Donegan gave in to him when he would not give in to Bryant or anyone else, and harmony reigned in the little world, but there was need of dispatch. The second fortnight of April was less fine. The mean temperature sensibly fell, and many times during the early morning the thermometric column fell below freezing. The winter was coming, and with it would appear its retinue of hail and snow and storm. The young and the old began to clothe themselves more warmly, to put on the thick jerseys and jackets. To find them was easy enough, for they were down all in Gordon's notebook, arranged in qualities and sizes. The youngest boys were Bryant's especial care. He saw that they had not cold feet, and that they did not dawdle in the cold air when they were out for a swim. At the least cold in their heads he made them sleep near the fire, which he kept in night and day, and often he kept Dole and Costar in the tent while Moko gave them gruel and physic from the schooner's medicine chest. When the schooner had been emptied of all it contained, the hull, which had broken apart in many places, was attacked. The sheets of copper sheathing were taken off very carefully. Then the pincers and crowbars and hammers were brought into play to rip off the planks which the nails and trenails fastened to the frame. This was a troublesome task for inexperienced hands and not very vigorous arms, and the breaking up went on very slowly until on the 25th of April a storm came to help. During the night, although they were already in the cold season, a thunderstorm occurred. The lightning played across the sky, and the rolling of the thunder lasted from midnight to sunrise, to the great terror of the little ones. It did not rain fortunately, but twice or thrice it was necessary to support the tent against the fury of the wind. Owing to its being fixed to the trees it remained undamaged, not so the yacht which lay directly exposed to the gusts from the offing and the full force of the waves. The demolition was complete. The planks were torn off, the frame broken up, the keel smashed, and the whole thing reduced to wreckage. And there was nothing to complain of in the way it was done, for the waves as they retired carried off but a small portion of the wreck, which for the most part was kept back by the reef. The ironwork was easily picked up out of the sand, and all the boys set to work during the next day or so to collect it. The beams, planks, water tanks, and other things which had not been swept away lay scattered on the beach, and all that had to be done was to transport them to the right bank of the stream a few yards from the tent. It was a heavy job, but in time it was done, though not without a good deal of fatigue. It was curious to see the boys all hanging on to a heavy piece of wood, hauling it along and encouraging each other with many a shout. The heavier timbers were rolled on bits of round wood and levered along by spars. The most difficult things to move were the windlass, the galley stove, and the iron tanks, which were of considerable weight. If the boys had only had some practical man to guide them. If Bryant had had his father, Garnet his, the engineer and the captain would have saved them from many mistakes they committed, and would again commit. Baxter, who was very intelligent in mechanical matters, displayed much cleverness and zeal. It was on his advice, with the concurrence of Moko, that tackles were fixed to piles driven into the sand, and thereby tenfold strength given to the boys, so as to enable them to finish their task. In short, on the evening of the 28th, all that remained of the schooner had been taken to the place of embarkation, and without doubt the worst of the enterprise was over, for the river was to take the material up to French Den. "Tomorrow," said Gordon, "we will begin to build the raft." "Yes," said Baxter, "and to save any trouble in launching it I propose to build it in the river." "That will not be easy," said Donegan. "Never mind," answered Gordon, "we will try. If it gives us more trouble to get together, it will not trouble us to get it afloat." There could be no doubt this was the best way, and next morning they began the framework of the raft, which was to be of sufficiently large dimensions to receive a heavy and crowded cargo. The beams from the schooner, the keel broken in 2 pieces, the foremast, what remained of the mainmast, broken 3 feet above the deck, the rails and the midship beam, the bowsprit, the foreyard, the main boom, and the gaff, had been taken to a part of the river beach which the water only covered at high tide. The boys waited till the tide rose, and then the wood was brought out into the stream. There the largest pieces were placed side by side and bound together, with the others placed crossways. In this way a solid framework was obtained, measuring about 30 feet long and 15 feet wide. All day long the boys worked hard at the raft, and by nightfall the framework was complete. Bryant then took care to move it to the trees on the bank, so that the rising tide could not carry it upstream, or the ebb take it out to sea. Then everyone, thoroughly tired out after such a laborious day, sat down to supper with a formidable appetite and slept soundly till the morning. At dawn they again set to work. A platform had now to be built on the framework. The deck planks and streaks of the schooner's hull now came into use. Nails driven in with heavy hammer strokes and ropes passed over and under fastened everything firmly together. Working at the hardest, this took 3 days, although there was not an hour to lose. A little ice had already appeared on the surface of the pools among the reefs and along the edge of the stream. The shelter of the tent became insufficient in spite of the fire. Sleeping close to each other, covered with the thickest wraps, Gordon and his companions found it difficult to put up with the cold. Hence the necessity of pushing on with the work for taking up their quarters in the cave, where they hoped to defy the winter, which in these latitudes is very severe. Deck had been fixed on as firmly as possible, so that it should not be displaced on the voyage, for that meant the swallowing up of the cargo in the bed of the stream, and to save such a catastrophe it was better to delay the departure for a day. However, said Bryant, we must not delay our departure beyond the 6th of May. Why not? Asked Gordon. Because the day after tomorrow is new moon and the tides will be higher for a few days after that. The higher they are, the easier we shall get up the river. Just think what a fix we shall be in if we have to tow this heavy raft or pole it up. We could never do it against the current. You are right, said Gordon. We must be off in 3 days at the latest, and all agreed to take no rest until the work was finished. On the 3rd of May they began to load the raft, being careful to trim it so as to keep it level. Everyone was occupied in this work according to his strength. Jenkins, Iverson, Dole, and CoStar took charge of the lighter things, the utensils, tools, and instruments, and laid them on the deck, where Bryant and Baxter stored them under Gordon's directions. The bigger boys busied themselves about the heavier things, such as the stove, the water tanks, the windlass, the ironwork, the sheathing and sea. The rest of the timbers of the schooner, the ribs, the planking, the deck rails, and sea in the same way were brought on board the bales of provisions, the casks of wine, ale, and spirits, not forgetting several sacks of salt that had been found among the rocks. To assist in the loading, Baxter had erected 2 spars which were kept in position by means of 4 stays. To the end of this crab was fastened a tackle working round one of the yacht's launches, so that the things could be lifted off the ground and laid on the deck gently and quietly. All went on with so much prudence and zeal that in the afternoon of the 5th of May everything was in its place on board, and nothing remained but to cast off the raft's moorings. That would be done next morning about 8 o'clock, when the tide began to rise at the mouth of the stream. The boys doubtless imagined that their task being over they were to spend the rest of the day in taking things easy. They were destined to be disappointed, for Gordon made a proposition which gave them something else to do. My comrades, he said, we are now going away from this bay, and will no more be able to look out over the sea, and if any ship comes in sight of the island, we shall not be able to signal to her. It will therefore be best, I think, to rig up a mast on the cliff, and hoist one of our flags and keep it flying. That will probably be enough to attract the attention of any ship that may pass within sight of it. The proposition having been adopted, the schooner's topmast, which had not been used in the raft, was dragged to the foot of the cliff where the slope by the riverbank was not too great, and it required a good deal of effort to get it up the rugged acclivity abutting against the ridge. Success came at last, however, and the mast was firmly fixed in the ground. Then with a halyard Baxter hoisted the British flag, and the same moment Donegan saluted it by firing his gun. Hallo, said Gordon to Bryant, there is Donegan taking possession of the island in the name of Great Britain. I shall be much astonished if it doesn't belong to Great Britain already, said Bryant. Gordon's reply was a grimace, and by his always speaking of it as his island, it seemed as though he had claimed it for the United States. Next morning at sunrise all were astir. The tent was taken down and the bedding carried on board the raft, with the sail put over it to protect it from the weather, which, however, promised to be favorable enough, although a change in the direction of the wind had brought a good deal of mist in from the sea. By 7 o'clock everything was ready. The raft had been so loaded that it gave accommodation for the company for 2 or 3 days, and Moko had cooked enough food to last, so that a fire would not be needed. At 8:30 the boys all gathered on the raft. The bigger ones, armed with poles and spars, took up their places ready to steer it, for a rudder would have been no use in going with the stream. A little before 9 o'clock the tide began to make itself felt, and the framework began to creak and groan. "Attention!" shouted Bryant. "Ready," said Baxter. These were at the hawsers which moored the raft fore and aft by the riverbank. "We are all ready," said Donegan, who with Wilcox was in the front of the raft. Soon the raft was afloat. "Cast off," said Bryant. Away went the hawsers, and the heavily loaded mass began to drift upstream, towing the yawl astern. Everyone was pleased when the raft began to move. If the boys had built a seagoing ship, they could not have been more satisfied with themselves. And their little sentiment of vanity may be forgiven them. The right bank of the river, as we know, was bordered with trees, and higher than the left, which ran along by the marsh. Bryant, Baxter, Donegan, Wilcox, and Moko used every effort to keep the raft away from the banks, for it would never do to run aground, but at the same time they did not cross the stream, for the tide was stronger along the right bank, and the height of the bank gave better holding to their poles. 2 hours after their departure they had floated about a mile. They had not grounded once or run ashore, but according to Bryant's estimate the river was quite 6 miles long, and as they could not hope to advance more than 2 miles with each tide, it would take them several tides to reach their destination. In fact, about 11 o'clock, the ebb began to declare itself, and the boys had to bestir themselves to get the raft moored so that it did not drift back to the sea. Evidently the raft would make a fresh start in the evening, but to venture with it then would be dangerous. "I think it would be unwise," said Gordon. "We would expose the raft to the chances of collision or grounding, and the shock might smash it up. I think we had better wait till tomorrow and go on with the day tide." The proposition was too sensible not to meet with general approval. They might have to wait 24 hours, but the delay was preferable to risking the safety of the valuable cargo. Half a day and the whole of the night were thus passed in this place. Donegan and his sporting friends, accompanied by Fan, were soon ashore on the riverbank. Gordon advised them not to get far away, and they adopted his advice, and as they brought back 2 brace of fat bustards and a string of tinamous, their vanity was satisfied. Moko took charge of the game to keep it for the first meal, breakfast, dinner, or supper, after reaching French Den. During the day Donegan had seen no trace of the ancient or recent presence of man in the forest. He had, however, seen some tall birds running off, which he had failed to recognize. During the night Baxter, Webb, and Cross were on the lookout, ready if necessary to double the hawsers or give them a little slack when the tide turned. All went well. Next morning at 9:45, the tide had risen high enough for the navigation to be resumed. The night had been cold, so was the day. The sooner the raft reached its destination the better. What would the boys do if the river froze, or if an iceberg came down from the lake to enter the bay? Here was something to think about, something they did not cease to worry over till they reached French Den. But it was impossible to go quicker than the flood tide, impossible to go against the stream when the tide failed, impossible to advance more than a mile in an hour and a half. They reached the half of their journey. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a halt was made at the opening of the swamp, which Bryant had had to go round in returning to the wreck. Advantage was taken of the halt to explore the part adjoining the river. For a mile and a half Moko, Donegan, and Wilcox in the yawl rowed away to the north, and stopped only when the water became too shallow. The swamp was a prolongation of the marsh, which extended along the left bank. It seemed very rich in waterfowl, and Donegan was able to shoot a few snipe to add to the bustards and tinamous in the larder on board. The night was very still and cold, with a quiet biting breeze that almost died away as it crossed the river valley. Ice was formed in the stream, but only in thin flakes, which broke or melted at the least shock. In spite of every effort to keep warm, no one was comfortable on the raft. Among the youngsters, Jenkins and Iverson were in a very bad humor, and complained bitterly at having had to leave the schooner, and Bryant had to take them in hand and talk them to sleep. At length, in the afternoon of the next day, with the aid of the tide, which lasted till 3:30 in the afternoon, the raft arrived in sight of the lake, and was run aground in front of the entrance to French Den. Chapter Z: A Capture. The landing took place amid shouts of joy from the youngsters. To them any change from the ordinary life was as good as a new game. Dole capered about on the bank, Iverson and Jenkins ran to the side of the lake, while Co-Star took Moko aside and said, "Didn't you promise us a good dinner?" "Yes, but you will have to do without that," said Moko. "And why?" "Because I shall have no time to get dinner today." "What, no dinner?" "No, but there will be supper, and the bustards will be just as good for supper," and Moko grinned and showed his white teeth. The youngster gave him a punch in token of goodwill and ran off to join his friends, whom Bryant had warned not to get out of sight. "Are you not gone with them?" he asked his brother. "No, I would rather stop here," answered Jack. "You had much better take a little exercise," said Bryant. "I am not at all easy about you, Jack. You have something you are hiding from me. Are you ill?" "No, there is nothing the matter with me." Always the same reply, which never satisfied Bryant, who was resolved to have the matter cleared up some day, even at the cost of a scene with the obstinate boy. But there was no time to lose if the night was to be spent in French Den. At the outset the cave had to be visited by those who did not know it, and as soon as the raft was securely moored to the bank in a backwater away from the current, Bryant asked his friends to accompany him. Moko had provided himself with one of the ship's lamps, in which the flame, greatly increased by the power of the lenses, gave a remarkably bright light. At first the boys had to clear away the entrance. As the branches had been placed by Bryant and Donegan, so were they found, and consequently no human being, no animal, had tried to enter the cave. After the boughs were cleared away, the boys glided through the narrow entrance. In the glare of the lantern, the cave was much better lighted than by the resinous torches of the shipwrecked man's candles. We shall find this a tight fit," said Baxter, who had begun to measure the cave. "Bah!" exclaimed Garnet, "if we put the beds one over the other like they do on board ship." "Why?" asked Wilcox. "We have only got to put them side by side on the ground, and then," said Webb, "we shall have no room to move about." "Well," said Bryant, "you won't move about, that is all." "Have you a better place to offer us, Webb?" "No, but," said Service, "the important thing is to have a place to shelter us." I did not suppose that Webb imagined he would find a complete mansion, with drawing room, dining room, bedroom, hall, smoking room, bathroom. "No, of course not," said Cross. "But is there any place where you can cook?" "Yes, outside," said Moko. "That will be very inconvenient in bad weather," said Bryant. "I thought we should bring the stove inside tomorrow." "The cooking stove in the cave, where we eat, where we sleep," exclaimed Donegan in a tone of unmistakable disgust. "Well, you can use your smelling salts, Lord Donegan," exclaimed Service, laughing loudly. "If I like, I will, Mr. Cook's mate," said Donegan with a frown. All right," said Gordon. "Whether the thing is nice or not, we shall have to decide about it at once. If the stove is used for cooking, it will also do to keep us warm. As to getting some room by digging out chambers in the rock, we shall have all the winter for the work if it can be done. But now let us take French Den as it is and get into it as soon as possible." The beds were then brought in and laid in order on the sand. Close as they were, the boys, accustomed to the small cabin of the schooner, did not find them any too close. This occupied the rest of the day. The large table of the yacht was then placed in the middle of the cave, and Garnet and the youngsters laid the cloth. Moko and Service had done their work well. A fireplace had been made between two large stones at the foot of the cliff, the fire being fed with dry wood gathered by Webb and Wilcox under the trees. About 6 o'clock the soup, that is to say, the meat biscuit which had to be boiled only for a few minutes, was giving forth a pleasing fragrance. A dozen tinamous, spitted on an iron bar, were roasting before a brisk fire over a dripping pan, in which CoStar would very much have liked to put his fingers, and while Dole and Iverson acted as turnspits, Fan followed their movements with significant interest. Before 7 o'clock the boys were gathered round the table in the cave, which was their refectory and their dormitory. The benches, folding seats, and wicker chairs of the schooner had been brought in. The meal was a substantial one. Hot soup, a piece of corned beef, roast tinamous, biscuit in place of bread, fresh water, with a tenth of brandy, a little cheese, and a few glasses of sherry by way of dessert, made ample amends for the poor bill of fare they had had of late. The day had been a tiring one. When hunger was satisfied, the boys thought of little but going to sleep. But Gordon, moved by religious sentiment, proposed that they should visit the tomb of Baudin, whose dwelling they now occupied. Night was darkening the horizon of the lake, and its waters were reflecting the last rays of the sun as they found the little mound and stood by the wooden cross. At 9 o'clock the beds were occupied, and all were asleep except Donegan and Wilcox, whose turn it was to watch, and who kept up a large fire at the mouth of the cave to scare away dangerous visitors. The next day, the 9th of May, and the 3 days that followed, were spent by all hands in unloading the raft. Already the mist piling up with the west wind announced a period of rain or snow. The temperature scarcely rose above freezing, and it was important that everything should be got into the cave as soon as possible. For a few days, in view of the urgency of the work, the sportsmen stayed at home. In the afternoon, when Moko lighted his fire, he had the satisfaction of declaring that it worked admirably, so that even in bad weather food could be cooked. During the following week, Donegan, Webb, Wilcox, and Cross, together with Garnet and Service, had quite enough shooting to satisfy them. One day they had penetrated into the forest of birches and beeches by the side of the lake about half a mile from the cave. Here and there traces of the work of man were very evident. There were ditches dug in the ground, covered with a network of branches, and too deep for animals falling into them to escape. But the state of these ditches showed that they dated from years ago, and one of them contained the remains of an animal which they failed to identify. "Anyhow, they are the bones of a good-sized animal," said Wilcox, who had slipped down into the ditch and picked up the bones that had been bleached by time. "And it was a quadruped, for here are the bones of the 4 paws," added Webb. "Unless it was a 5-footed animal," said Service, "and then it would be a show sheep or a phenomenal calf." "Always on the joke," said Cross. "Well, we are not forbidden to laugh," answered Garnet. "It is certain," said Donegan, "that the animal was a strong one. Look at the size of its head and its jaw and teeth. Service may amuse himself with his show calves and exhibition sheep, but if this animal came to life, he would be in no mood to laugh. Well hit, said Cross, always ready to approve of what his cousin said. Do you think, then, asked Webb of Donegan, that the animal was a carnivore? Yes, there is no doubt of it. A lion, a tiger? Asked Cross, who did not seem at all easy. If not a tiger or a lion, answered Donegan, at least a jaguar or a cougar. We must be on our guard, said Webb, and not venture too far away, said Cross. Do you hear, Fan? Said Service, turning towards the dog. There are big beasts here. Fan gave a cheery bark which certainly betrayed no anxiety. The boys turned back to go to the cave. An idea, said Wilcox. If you cover this ditch with new brushwood, we might catch something. As you please, Wilcox, said Donegan, though I would rather shoot a thing in the open than massacre it at the bottom of a pit. Thus spoke the sportsman, but Wilcox, with his natural aptitude for devising snares, showed himself more practical than Donegan and began to put his idea into execution. His companions helped him to cut some twigs from the neighboring trees, and these were placed across the mouth of the pit so as to hide it completely. It was a rudimentary snare, no doubt, but such a one is often used with success by the trappers of the Pampas. So as to recognize the position of the pit, Wilcox broke off a few branches from the trees at the edge of the forest, and then they all returned to the cave. These expeditions were not unproductive. Feathered game abounded. Besides the bustards and tinamous, there were a number of those martinets, whose feathers, dotted with white, give them the look of guinea fowl. Wood pigeons there were in flocks, and Antarctic geese, making passable eating when cooking has got rid of their oily flavor. Furred game was represented by tucutucos, a kind of rodent as good as rabbit in a stew, maras, russet grey hares with a black moon on the tail and having all the edible qualities of the agouti peaches with scaly coats, a kind of tadu whose flesh is delicious, peccaries, a kind of small hog, and guacisadilla ulis, animals like deer, and just as active. Donegan tried to stalk some of these, but as they were difficult to get at, the consumption of powder and shot was not in proportion to the results obtained, much to the disgust of the sportsman. And this waste of ammunition evoked a few remarks from Gordon, which were received by Donegan's partisans with as ill a grace as by himself. During one of these excursions, a supply was collected of 2 precious plants discovered by Bryant on the first expedition to the lake. These were the wild celery, which grew in great abundance on the wet soil, and a cress, whose young shoots formed an excellent antiscorbutic. These 2 vegetables figured at all the meals, being eaten for the sake of health. As the cold had not yet frozen the surface of the lake and stream, a few trout were taken with the hook, besides a species of pike, very pleasant eating, providing the eater was not choked with the numerous bones. One day Iverson returned triumphant, carrying a good-sized salmon which had nearly broken his line. Meanwhile, many visits had been paid to the pit branched over by Wilcox, but no animal was taken. Although a big piece of meat had been laid on it as a bait on the 17th of May, however, something did happen. On that day Bryant and a few others had gone off into the forest near the cliff. Their object was to see if there was any other cave close to French Den which might do as a storehouse. As they were approaching the pit, they heard a loud noise proceeding from it. Bryant struck off into the wood and was soon joined by Donegan, who did not care to be behindhand. The others followed a few yards in the rear with their guns at the ready, while Fan marched with her ears cocked and her tail stiff. They were about 20 yards from the pit when the noise began again. In the middle of the branches was a hole through which some animal had fallen. What the animal was not apparent. In any case, the boys thought it best to be ready to defend themselves. "Seize it, Fan, seize it," said Donegan, and the dog ran off barking without any sign of fear. Bryant and Donegan ran towards the pit, and as soon as they had reached it they shouted out, "Come, come, it is not a jaguar," asked Webb. "Nor a cougar," said Cross. "No," said Donegan, "it is an ostrich." It was indeed an ostrich, and the boys congratulated themselves that such birds frequented the forest, for their flesh is excellent, particularly in the fat part about the breast. Although there was no doubt it was an ostrich, yet its mediocre size, its head like a goose's head, the coat of small plumes which enveloped its body like a grayish-white fleece, showed that it belonged to the species of Nandu, so numerous on the pampas of South America. The Nandu cannot be compared with the African ostrich, but it was an honor to the island fauna. "We ought to take it alive," said Wilcox. "Rather," said Service. "That will not be easy," said Cross. "We'll try," said Bryant. The bird could not escape because its wings did not allow it to rise to the level of the ground, and its legs could not get a footing on the vertical walls. Wilcox was consequently obliged to slip down into the pit at the risk of receiving a few blows from the bird's beak, which might wound him severely. However, as he managed to throw his coat over the bird so as to muffle its head, he escaped unharmed, and it was easy for him to tie its legs with 2 or 3 pocket handkerchiefs tied end to end, and then with a strong pull all together, the ostrich was hauled up to the bank. "Now we have got it," said Webb. "And what shall we do with it?" asked Cross. "That is simple enough," said Service, who was never at a loss. "We will take it to the cave, we will tame it, and will use it to ride upon. I'll look after it like my friend Jack in the Swiss Family Robinson." That it was possible to use the ostrich in this fashion was doubtful, notwithstanding the precedents cited by Service, but as there was no difficulty in taking it to the cave, this was done. When Gordon saw the Nandu arrive, he was a little alarmed at having another mouth to feed, but bethinking himself that the bird was a vegetarian, he gave it a cordial welcome. As to the youngsters, they were delighted to be near the bird, not too near, however, after it had been tied up with a long line, and when they heard that Service intended to train it for riding, they made him promise to give them a mount. "Yes, if you're very good babies," said Service, whom the youngsters already looked upon as a hero. "We are sure to be that," said Co-Star. "What you Co-Star," said Service, "you daring to ride this terrible animal, behind you and holding on to you. Yes, do you remember how you felt when you were on the back of the turtle?" "That is not the same thing," said Co-Star. "This thing doesn't go into the water, but it goes into the air," said Dole, and the 2 little fellows walked off to think about this. As may be imagined, as soon as they had got things into order at the cave, Gordon and his comrades had organized the daily life in a regular way, giving everyone something to do, and taking particular care that the little ones were not left to themselves. They, of course, asked for nothing better than to be set to work as far as their strength permitted, but why should they not continue the lessons they had begun at Charman's school? "We have the books to help us go on with the work," said Gordon. "And what we have learnt we can teach, and it is only right we should give our little friends the benefit of it." "Yes," answered Bryant, "and if we leave the island and get back to our friends, we can show them that we have not wasted any time." It was agreed that a scheme of work should be drawn up, and that after it had been submitted for general approval, it should be scrupulously adhered to. During the winter there would be many days when some of the boys would not be able to go out, and it was desirable that they should be profitably employed. But the smallness of the cave was a great inconvenience, and it was resolved to set to work forthwith to increase its dimensions. Chapter Roman 12, The Colony. The boys had often looked along the cliffs in the hope of finding another cave. If they had discovered one, they would have used it as a general store for what had now to be left out in the open. But the search had been in vain, and they had had to return to the scheme of enlarging their dwelling place by digging into the walls. There was no difficulty in doing this in the soft limestone, and the work would give them something to do during the winter, and could be finished by the return of the fine season if no collapse or infiltration occurred, as was not unlikely. There was no need to take to blasting. The tools they had were sufficient for them to cut the hole for the chimney of the stove to be run out of, and Baxter had already been able, with some difficulty it is true, to enlarge the opening into the cave, so as to fit it with one of the doors from the schooner, and right and left of the door 2 embrasures had been cut in the wall, admitting light and air to the interior. The bad weather had set in a week ago. Violent storms had swept across the island, but the cave had not had to face them owing to its lying north and south. The rain and snow passed away over the crest of the cliff. The sportsmen had to leave the game alone in the vicinity of the lake, and the wild ducks, snipe, lapwing, rail, coot, and white pigeon remained undisturbed. The lake and the river had not yet been frozen, but it only required a quiet night when the first dry cold would succeed the storm for them to be covered with ice. The work of enlarging the cave could thus be conveniently begun, and a start was made on the 27th of May. The right wall was first attacked. "If we dig on the slant," said Bryant, "we may come out by the lakeside and so get a second entrance. That would give us a better lookout, and if the bad weather kept us in on one side, we might get out on the other. This would in every way be an advantage, and there seemed to be no reason why the plan should not succeed." Only 40 or 50 feet separated the cave from the eastern face, and a gallery could easily be driven in the right direction, by compass, care being taken to avoid a fall or founder. Baxter's plan was to begin with a narrow tunnel, and then enlarge it till it was of the required size. The 2 rooms of the cave could then be united by a passage, which could be closed at both ends, and 1 or 2 galleries driven right and left of it to give additional room. The plan was evidently a good one. It allowed of the rock being dug into with a due amount of precaution, so that any sudden inrush of water could be satisfactorily dealt with, and the excavation abandoned if necessary. For 3 days, from the 27th to the 30th of May, the work went on favorably. The friable limestone could be cut with a knife. Woodwork had to be used to support the roof of the gallery, but that was easily managed. The rubbish was taken outside, so as not to encumber the floor of the cave. There was not room enough for all hands to work at once, so the boys took it in turns. When the rain and snow ceased, Gordon and the elder boys took the raft to pieces so that the deck and frame could be used up in another way, and they overhauled the things stowed away against the cliff which the tarpaulins did not cover satisfactorily. The work of boring advanced gradually, not without many a stoppage to sound and make sure that progress was safe. 4 or 5 feet had been excavated, when in the afternoon of the 30th, something very unexpected happened. Bryant, on his knees in the hole like a hewer in a coal mine, thought he heard a slight noise in the interior of the rock. He stopped his picking and listened. Again the sound reached his ear. To get out of the hole and tell Gordon and Baxter, who were standing at the entrance, was the work of an instant. "It is an illusion," said Gordon. "You imagined you heard it. Take my place, then put your ear to the wall and listen." Gordon got into the hole and stayed there a few minutes. "You are right," said he. "I hear a sort of distant growling." Baxter went in and confirmed this. "What can it be?" he asked. "I cannot think," said Gordon. "We must tell Donegan and the others." "Not the youngsters," said Bryant. "It would give them a scare." But as they all came in to dinner at the moment, the secret could not be kept. Donegan, Wilcox, Webb, and Garnet, one after the other, went into the cavity and listened. But the sound had ceased, probably for they heard nothing, and concluded that their comrades had been mistaken. Mistake or no mistake, it was resolved to continue the work, and as soon as the meal was over, the digging recommenced. During the afternoon no noise was heard, but about 9 o'clock in the evening the growling was distinctly heard through the rock. Fan ran into the hole, and immediately came out again with unmistakable signs of irritation, her coat bristling, her lips showing her teeth, and barking loudly, as if in reply to the growling in the rock. And then the alarm, mingled with surprise, that the smaller boys had hitherto felt, gave place to genuine fear. In vain Bryant tried to soothe Dole, Costar, and even Jenkins and Iverson, until he at last got them to bed and to sleep. Gordon and the others continued to discuss this strange phenomenon. Every now and then the growling would be heard, and Fan would reply to it with a loud bark. Fatigue at last overcame them, and they went to bed, leaving Bryant and Moko to watch. Until daylight profound silence reigned in French Den. All were up early next morning. Baxter and Donegan crawled to the end of the hole. No sound could be heard. The dog ran to and fro without showing any uneasiness, and made no attempt to dash herself against the wall as she had done the night before. "Let us resume work," said Bryant. "Yes," replied Baxter. "There will always be time to leave off if we hear any suspicious noise." "Is it not possible," said Donegan, "that the growling was simply a spring in the rock?" "Then we should hear it now," said Wilcox, "and we don't." "That is so," said Gordon. "I think it more likely to have come from the wind in some fissure leading down from the top of the cliff." "Let us go up on the top and see," said Service. The proposition was agreed to. About 50 yards away there was a winding path, giving easy access to the summit of the hill. In a few minutes Baxter and 2 or 3 others were walking up it over French Den. Their journey was useless. The ridge was clothed with short, close herbage, and no fissure was discoverable by which a current of air or a stream of water could find its way in. And when the boys got down again, they knew no more about the strange phenomenon than the youngsters, who were explaining it to themselves as being supernatural. The work of digging the hole was resumed and continued to the end of the day. There was no repetition of the noise of the evening before, but Baxter examined the wall and found that it sounded hollow. Was the tunnel going to end in a cave? Was it in this cave that the mysterious sound had arisen? There was nothing inadmissible in the hypothesis of a second excavation contiguous to the cavern in which they were working, and it was to be hoped that such a thing existed, as it would greatly reduce the labor of enlargement. As may be imagined, the boys worked with extraordinary ardor, and the day was one of the most tiring they had yet experienced. Nevertheless, it would have passed without adventure, had not Gordon noticed that the dog had disappeared. Generally, at mealtimes, Fan was to be found near her master's seat, but now her place was empty. They called Fan. Fan did not answer. Gordon went to the door. He called her again. Complete silence. Donegan and Wilcox went out, one along the bank of the stream, the other along the shore of the lake, but they found no trace of the dog. In vain was the search extended for a few hundred yards round French Den. Fan was not to be found. It was evident that the dog was not within call, for if she had been, she would have answered. Had she strayed away? That was unlikely. Had she perished in the jaws of some wild beast? That was possible, and it was the best explanation of her disappearance that offered. It was 9 o'clock at night. Thick darkness enveloped the cliff and the lake. The search had to be given up. The boys went back to the cave. They were uneasy, and not only uneasy, but grieved to think that the dog had vanished, perhaps forever. Some stretched themselves on their beds, others sat round the table, not thinking of sleep. It seemed that they were more alone than ever, more forsaken, more removed from the country and their friends. Suddenly in the silence the noise broke out afresh. This time there was a long howl and a cry of pain lasting for nearly a minute. "It is from over there that it comes," exclaimed Bryant, rushing to the tunnel. They all rose as if waiting for an apparition. Terror had seized upon the little ones, who hid themselves under their bedclothes. When Bryant came back, he said, "There must be a cavern beyond, the entrance to which is at the foot of the cliff, and in which it is probable that animals take shelter during the night," added Gordon. "That is it," said Donegan, "and tomorrow we must try and find it." At this moment a bark was heard, and then a howling. The sound came from the interior of the rock. "Can Fan be there?" asked Wilcox, and fighting with some animal. Bryant went back into the tunnel and listened with his ear against the wall, but there was nothing more. Whether Fan was there or not, it was evident that there must be a second excavation which ought to communicate with the exterior, probably by some gap in the thicket of brushwood. The night passed without either barking or howling being again heard. Next morning the search was begun at break of day, but with no more result than the day before. Fan, sought for and shouted for all over the neighborhood, did not come back. Bryant and Baxter took turns at the digging. Pickaxe and shovel were kept constantly at work. During the morning the tunnel was made 2 feet longer. From time to time the boys stopped to listen, but nothing could they hear. After dinner the digging began again. Precautions were taken in case a blow of the pickaxe knocked through the wall and gave passage to an animal. The younger boys were taken out to the bank of the river. Gun in hand, Donegan, Wilcox, and Webb stood ready for anything that might happen. About 2 o'clock Bryant suddenly exclaimed. His pickaxe had gone through the limestone, which had fallen in and left a good-sized hole. Immediately he returned to his comrades, who could only think, but before they had time to open their mouths, an animal rushed down the tunnel and leapt into the cave. It was Fan. Yes, Fan, whose first action was to rush to a bowl of water and drink greedily. Then she wagged her tail without showing the least anger and began to jump about in front of Gordon. Evidently there was no danger. Bryant then took a lantern and entered the tunnel. Gordon, Donegan, Wilcox, Baxter, and Moko followed him. Soon they were through the hole and in the middle of the gloomy excavation, to which no light from the outside penetrated. It was a second cave, with the same height and width as French Den, but longer, and the floor was covered with fine sand for an area of about 50 square yards. As the cavity seemed to have no communication with the exterior, it was to be feared that the air was not fit to breathe. But as the lamp in the lantern burnt clearly, there must be some opening to admit the air. If not, how could Fan have got in? Wilcox suddenly kicked his foot against a body, which feeling with his hand he found to be cold and motionless. Bryant approached with the light. "It is the corpse of a jackal," said Baxter. "Yes, a jackal that our brave Fan has killed," said Bryant. "And that explains our difficulty," said Gordon. "But if one or many jackals had made this their haunt, how had they got in? The entrance could not be found." Bryant then returned into French Den, and came out and ran along the cliff by the side of the lake. As he ran he shouted, and the boys in the cave replied. In this way he found a narrow entrance among the bushes, and level with the ground, through which the jackal had found admission. But since Fan had followed him, a fall had taken place, and shut up the opening. This was soon found out, and everything was explained, the howling of the jackal and the barking of the dog, who for 24 hours had found it impossible to get out. Great was the satisfaction at these things. Not only was Fan returned to her young masters, but labor was spared them. Here, ready-made, as Dole said, was a large cave of which Bawden had never suspected the existence. By making the opening larger, they would get a second door towards the lake that would be of great convenience to them. And naturally the boys, as they stood in the new cave, indulged in a round of cheers, in which Fan joined with a joyous bark. Vigorously they set to work to make the tunnel a practicable gangway. To the second excavation they gave the name of the hall, and its dimensions justified them in doing so. It would do for the dormitory and workroom, while the first cave would serve as kitchen and refectory, but as they intended to make it a general magazine, Gordon proposed to call it the storeroom, and his suggestion was adopted. Soon they set to work to shift the beds and arrange them symmetrically on the sand of the hall, where there was plenty of room for them. Then the furniture of the schooner, the couches, armchairs, tables, cupboards, and what was very important, the stoves from the yacht's day and night saloons were put in position. At the same time the entrance on the lake side was cleared out and enlarged so as to fit one of the schooner's doors, a job which cost Baxter a good deal of trouble. On each side of the door 2 new openings were made so as to give light, until the evening, when a lamp hung from the center illuminated the cave. To do all this took a fortnight, and it was not finished any too soon. The weather had begun to change. It was not as yet very cold, but the storms had become so violent that outdoor excursions were not to be thought of. In fact, such was the force of the wind that the waters of the lake were lashed into waves as if it were a sea. The waves broke angrily on the beach, and assuredly a fishing boat or wild man's pirogue would have sought to cross it in vain. The yawl had been dragged ashore to save its being washed away. At times, the waters of the stream were held back by the wind and overflowed the banks. Fortunately, neither the storeroom nor the hall was directly exposed to the fury of the gale, which blew from the west, and the stoves and cooking apparatus worked admirably, being fed with dry wood, of which ample provision had been gathered. It was a great triumph to get everything saved from the schooner under cover. The inclemency of the weather could not now damage the provisions. Gordon and his comrades, now imprisoned for the winter, had time to make themselves comfortable. They had enlarged the passage and dug out 2 deep side chambers, one of which closed with a door and was reserved for the ammunition, so as to avoid any danger of an explosion. Although the gunners could not get away from the neighborhood of French Den, yet there were enough aquatic birds close handy which filled Moko's larder, although he did not always manage to cook them so as to get rid of their marshy taste. When things were fairly in order, Gordon proposed drawing up a program to which all would have to submit when it had been approved by all. How long was their stay to be on this island? When they came to leave it, would it not be a satisfaction to think that the time had not been wasted? With the books from the schooner's library, the bigger boys could increase their knowledge at the same time as they taught the younger ones. An excellent task, which would usefully and agreeably occupy the long hours of winter. However, before the program was finished, another measure was adopted under the following circumstances. On the night of June 10th, after supper, all were in the hall, seated round the stove, when conversation turned on the chance that offered to give names to the chief geographical portions of the island. "That would be very useful," said Bryant. "Yes, let's have names," said Iverson, "and let us have nice names." "Let us do the same as has been done by other Crusoes, real or imaginary," said Webb. "And in reality," said Gordon, "we are nothing more than a Crusoe school," interrupted Service. "Besides," continued Gordon, "with names given to the bay, the stream, the forests, the lake, the cliff, the marshes and capes, we shall find it easier to identify them." The motion was consequently adopted at once, and there was nothing left to do but to think of suitable designations. "We have Schooner Bay, on which the yacht was wrecked," said Donegan, "and I think we might as well keep to the name we are used to." "Right you are," said Cross, "and in the same way we'll keep the name of French Den for our cave, in memory of poor Bodden whose place we have taken." There was no objection to this proposal, even from Donegan, although the suggestion came from Bryant. "And now," said Wilcox, "what shall we call the river which flows into Schooner Bay?" "Zealand River," said Baxter. "The name will remind us of our country." Agreed, carried unanimously. "And the lake?" asked Garnet. "As you gave the name of Zealand to the river in memory of your country," said Donegan, "you might as well call the lake Family Lake in memory of your relatives." This was also agreed to without a dissentient, and in the same way the name of Auckland Hill was given to the cliff. The cape at the end, whence Bryant thought he had seen the sea to the eastward, was called, at his suggestion, False Point. The other names adopted one after the other were Trap Woods for the part of the forest where the trap had been found, Bogwood for the other part between Schooner Bay and the cliff, Southmoor for the marsh covering the whole of the south of the island, Dyke Creek for the brook in which they had found the causeway, Wreck Coast for the coast on which the yacht had come ashore, Game Terrace for the space between the banks of the river and lake where the games on the program were to take place. The other parts of the island were named as they were discovered, and the names bore reference to what had happened there at the time of their discovery. It, however, seemed advisable to give names to the principal promontories marked on Bodden's map, so that in the north of the island there was a North Cape, and in the south of the island there was a South Cape, and it was agreed to give the 3 western capes the names of the nations represented in the colony, which meant a British Cape, an American Cape, and a French Cape. We said colony. Yes. The word was proposed as a reminder that the occupation was no longer provisionary, and naturally it came from Gordon, who was more interested in organizing the way to live in the new territory than to find the way out of it. The boys were no longer the castaways of the schooner. They were the colonists of an island, but of what island? The island wanted naming in its turn. Here, I know what to call it," said Co-Star. "You know, do you?" said Donegan. "You are getting on, little Co-Star." Said Garnet, "Of course you'll call it Baby Island," said Service. "Come, don't chaff him," said Bryant. "Let us hear what he has to say." The little fellow did not speak. "Speak up, Co-Star," said Bryant. "I am sure your idea is a good one. What is it?" "Well," said Co-Star, "as we all come from Charman's school, we ought to call it Charman Island." Than this they could not do better, and the name was received with general applause, which made Co-Star look quite important. Charman Island. Really, the name had the true geographical ring about it, and would not disgrace any atlas. The ceremony being at an end, to the general satisfaction, the time had come to go to bed, when Bryant begged to be allowed to speak. "My friends," he said, "now that we have named our island, is it not fitting that we should choose a chief to rule it?" "A chief?" asked Donegan. "Yes, it seems to me that things would go better," continued Bryant, "if one of us had authority over the others. What is done in every other country ought we not to do in Charming Island?" "Yes, a chief, let us have a chief," said the little and the big together. "Let us have a chief," said Donegan, "but on condition that it is only for some stated time, a year for example, and who can be re-elected," added Bryant. "Agreed, who is it to be?" asked Donegan in an anxious tone, and it seemed that the jealous lad had only one fear, that in spite of him, the choice of his companions would fall on Bryant. He was quickly undeceived. "Who is it to be?" replied Bryant. "Why, the wisest of us, to be sure, our friend Gordon." Yes, hurrah for Gordon." Gordon would at first have refused the honor they would have bestowed on him, saying that he was better fitted to organize than to command. But he foresaw the trouble that the passions of these young people, now almost as ardent among them as if they had been men, might lead to in the future, and it appeared to him that his authority might not be without its value. And that is how Gordon was proclaimed chief of the little colony of Charming Island. Chapter Roman 13, Winter Quarters. The winter season had definitely set in on Charming Island at the beginning of May. How long would it last? 5 months or less if the latitude was the same as that of New Zealand, and therefore Gordon prepared for the rigors of a long winter. The young American made careful note of his meteorological observations. He found that as the winter did not begin until May, that is 2 months before July, which answers to January in the northern hemisphere, it would probably last for 2 months afterwards, or about the middle of September, when the storms prevalent about the time of the equinox would follow on to prolong it. Consequently, the young colonists might be kept at French Den till the early days of October before they were able to make a long excursion either across or round Charming Island. He had thus to draw up a program of dally work, such as would be the best for the life in the cave. And in the first place, he decided to have nothing to do with fagism, such as they had been used to at Charman's school. His whole effort was directed to accustoming the boys to the idea that they were almost men, and had to act as such. There were to be no fags at French Den, that is to say, the younger boys were not to be the servants of the elders. The library of French Den contained only a few books of science and travel, so that the bigger boys could only pursue their studies to a limited extent. But the difficulties of existence, the constant struggle to supply their wants, the necessity of exercising the judgment or imagination in the presence of eventualities of all sorts would teach them to regard life seriously, and as they were naturally designed to be the educators of their young companions, it would be their duty to be their teachers. In order not to overburden the youngsters with work too great for their age, every opportunity would be taken of exercising their bodies as well as their minds. When the weather permitted, they would be allowed out suitable clothes, of course, to run and enjoy themselves in the fresh air, or work at such manual labor as their strength allowed them. In short, the scheme was drawn up on the 4 main principles which form the basis of English education. If you are frightened at a thing, do it. Never lose a chance of doing your very best. Never fear fatigue, for nothing you can do is useless. A healthy body means a healthy mind, and this is what was agreed upon after discussion at a general meeting of the boys. For 2 hours every morning and 2 hours every evening, all would work in the hall, taking it in turns. Bryant, Donegan, Cross, and Baxter of the 5th form and Wilcox and Webb of the 4th would hold classes for their schoolfellows of the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st forms. They would teach them mathematics, geography, history, supplementing the knowledge they had acquired at school by that obtained from the books in the library. This would prevent their forgetting what they already knew. Twice a week, on Sunday and Thursday, there would be a debate on some subject of science or history or actual occurrence, in which all would take part. Gordon, as chief of the colony, would see that the program was carried out without modification, unless something occurred that rendered it impossible. To begin with, an arrangement was made regarding the duration of time. They had the yacht's almanac, but each day had to be regularly run through, and they had watches, but it was necessary for them to be regularly wound up and adjusted so as to keep exact time. 2 of the bigger boys were entrusted with this duty. Wilcox had charge of the watches. Baxter had charge of the almanac, and to Webb fell the duty of daily recording the readings of the barometer and thermometer. The next thing done was to start a log of all that happened during their stay on Charming Island. Baxter volunteered for this, and thanks to him the Journal of French Den was written up with minute exactitude. A work of no less importance, and which could be no longer delayed, was the washing of the linen, for which there was no scarcity of soap, and this was lucky considering the mess into which the youngsters got when they played on the terrace or fished in the stream. Vain Gordon cautioned them and growled at them and threatened to punish them, dirty they would get in spite of all he could do. There was no doubt as to who would do the washing. Moko knew all about it, but as he could not manage it all, the bigger boys had to assist him under his directions. The day after this program had been agreed upon was Sunday, and the way in which that day is kept in England and America is well known. In the morning, the young colonists went out for a walk along the banks of Family Lake. But as it was extremely cold, the boys, after an outing of a couple of hours, were glad to get back to their warm hall and a hot dinner in the storeroom, carefully prepared by the clever master cook of French Den. In the evening there was a concert, in which Garnet's accordion took the place of orchestra, and the singing, more or less out of tune, was of the true Anglo-Saxon type. The only boy with a really musical voice was Jack, but in his present inexplicable humor he would take no part in his companions' occupations, and refused to sing when they asked him. The day, which had begun with a short address by the Reverend Gordon, as service called him, ended with a few minutes' prayer in the hall, and by 10 o'clock all the boys were asleep under the protection of Fan, to whom they could trust in the event of any suspicious approach. During June the cold gradually increased. Webb reported that the barometer was steady at just above 27 inches, and the thermometer was from 18 to 20 degrees below freezing. Soon as the wind, which blew from the south, shifted towards the west, the temperature rose a little, and the surroundings of French Den were covered with a deep snow. The snow was not unwelcome, as it afforded an opportunity for a grand snowballing match, in which a few of the boys suffered severely, notably Jack, who stood looking on. A ball thrown furiously by Cross missed its mark and hit him hard enough to make him cry. "I did not do it on purpose," said Cross, with the usual excuse of the clumsy. "Perhaps not," said Bryant, who had noticed his brother's cry, "but you shouldn't throw so hard." "Well, why did he get in the way?" asked Cross. "Why isn't he playing? What a fuss about a little bruise," said Donegan. "Perhaps it is not very serious," answered Bryant, seeing that Donegan wished to interfere in the matter, "but I'll ask Cross not to do it again." "How can he manage that?" asked Donegan jeeringly, "if he didn't do it on purpose?" "I don't know what business it is of yours, Donegan," said Bryant. "It only concerns Cross and me, and it concerns me too, Bryant, if that is the tone you take," said Donegan. "As you please and when you please," replied Bryant, crossing his arms. "Let us have it now then," said Donegan. At this moment Gordon came up, just in time to prevent the quarrel ending in a fight. He decided that Donegan was in the wrong, and Donegan had to submit, and much to his disgust went back to French Den. But it was to be feared that some other incident would soon bring the rivals to blows. The snow continued to fall for 2 days. To amuse the little ones, Service and Garnet made a large snowman with a big head and an enormous nose, a regular croquemitting. And it may as well be confessed that although during the day Dole and Co-Star were brave enough to pelt the man with snowballs, yet at night, when the darkness had made the figure look larger, they could not look at it without being frightened. "Oh, the cowards," said Iverson and Jenkins, who pretended to be very brave, although they were no less terrified than their young companions. At the end of June their amusements had to be given up. The snow, piled up to 3 or 4 feet in thickness, rendered it almost impossible to get out. To venture more than a few hundred yards from French Den was to run the risk of being unable to return. The young colonists were thus kept in for a fortnight, until the 9th of July. The work did not suffer. On the contrary, the daily program was strictly adhered to. The discussions took place on the proper days. In them all took delight, and it is not surprising that Donegan, with his facility of speech and advanced education, held the first place. But why was he so vain of it? His vanity spoilt all his brilliant qualities. Although the hours of recreation had to be passed in the hall, the general health did not suffer, thanks to the ventilation obtained by means of the passage. The question of hygiene was an important one. If one of the boys was to fall ill, how could they give him the needful attention? Fortunately, they escaped with a few colds and sore throats, which rest and warm drinks soon got rid of. There was another question to be solved. In practice, the water had been got from the stream at low tide, when the brackishness had disappeared. But when the surface of the stream was frozen over, this would not be possible. Gordon consulted with Baxter, his engineer in ordinary, as to what was best to be done. Baxter, after consideration, proposed to run a conduit a few feet below the bank, so that the water in it would not freeze on its way to the storeroom. This would have been a difficult job if Baxter had not had at his disposal the leaden pipes which served the lavatory of the yacht, and so, after many attempts, the water was at last laid on into the interior of the storeroom. For lighting there was still enough oil for the lanterns, but after the winter it would be necessary to make candles out of the fat which Moko carefully preserved. The feeding of the little colony was another subject of more trouble during this time, for neither the shooters nor the fishermen could furnish their usual tribute. A few animals, driven by hunger, came prowling about Game Terrace, but these were the jackals that Donegan and Cross scared away with the report of a gun. One day they came in a troop. There were about 20 of them, and the doors of the hall and storeroom had to be barricaded against them. An invasion of carnivores made fierce by hunger was a formidable affair. However, Fan gave the alarm in time, and they did not force their way into French Den. Under these unfortunate conditions, Moko was obliged to attack the provisions from the yacht, which it had been agreed to make last as long as possible. Gordon never gave his permission willingly for them to be used, and it was with disgust he saw his column of expenses lengthening while that of his receipts remained stationary. However, as there was a large stock of ducks and bustards which had been hermetically sealed in casks after being half-cooked, Moko was able to make use of them, in addition to a certain quantity of salmon preserved in brine. But it should not be forgotten that French Den had 15 mouths to satisfy, and these with appetites of from 8 to 14 years old. Nevertheless, during this winter, there was not an entire want of fresh meat. Wilcox, who was quite an expert in trapping, kept several figure-of-4 traps going on the riverbank with success, and with the aid of his companions, he rigged up a few vertical nets on high sticks, in the meshes of which the birds flying across the stream from South Moors were often caught, and although most of them got away, yet occasionally enough were taken to form a welcome addition to the day's 2 meals. But it was the Nandu which gave the greatest trouble in the matter of food, and it must be confessed that the taming of this wild animal made no progress, although Service was specially charged with his education. What a racer it will be, he would repeat, although he did not yet see how he could mount it. As the Nandu did not eat flesh, Service had to go out and search for its daily provision of herbs and roots under 2 or 3 feet of snow. But what would he not have done for the nourishment of his pet? If the Nandu got rather thin during this interminable winter, it was not the fault of its faithful guardian, and there was reason to hope that when the spring came it would recover its normal plumpness. On the 9th of July, when Bryant went out first thing in the morning, he found that the wind had suddenly got back to the south. The cold had become so keen that Bryant at once went into the hall and told Gordon of the change of temperature. "That is what I feared," said Gordon. "And I shall not be surprised if we have to put up with several months of very severe winter. That would show," said Bryant, "that the yacht drifted much farther to the south than we supposed." "Doubtless," said Gordon, "but our atlas has no island like this on the boundary of the Antarctic Ocean. It is inexplicable, and really I do not know where we shall go if we manage to leave Charman Island." "Leave our island?" exclaimed Gordon. "Are you always thinking of that?" "Always." Said Bryant, "If we could build a boat that would be seaworthy, I should not hesitate to go on a voyage of discovery." "All right," said Gordon, "but there is no hurry. Wait a little till we have got our colony into order." Said Bryant, "you forget we have left behind us our fathers and mothers." Of course," said Gordon, "but we are not so badly off here. We are getting on, and I am beginning to ask myself what it is we have not got." "Many things, Gordon," said Bryant, not caring to prolong the conversation on this subject. "For instance, we are running short of fuel. Oh, all the forests in the island are not yet burnt." "No, but we ought to replenish our stock of wood, for it is nearly at an end. We'll see about that today. What does the thermometer register?" The thermometer in the storeroom showed only 41 degrees, although the stove was doing its best, but when the instrument had been taken outside and exposed against the outer wall, it went down to 0. This cold was intense, and it would certainly increase if the weather remained clear and dry for a few weeks. Already, notwithstanding the roaring of the stoves in the hall and the cooking range, the temperature sensibly decreased in the interior of French Den. About 9 o'clock, after breakfast, it was decided to be off to trap woods and bring in a stock of fuel. When the atmosphere is calm, the lowest temperatures can be supported with impunity. It is during the bitter wind that hands and face are frostbitten, and life is in danger. Fortunately, on this day the wind was extremely feeble, and the sky without a cloud, as if the air was frozen. In place of the soft snow into which the night before the legs would sink, the surface was now as hard as iron, and to avoid falling the boys had to walk as carefully as if they were on Family Lake or Zealand River, which were now entirely frozen over. With a few pairs of snowshoes, such as are used by the natives of polar regions, or even with a sledge drawn by dogs or reindeer, the lake could have been explored from north to south in a few hours. But no such long expedition was intended today. To go to the neighboring forest to replenish the stock of fuel, that was the immediate necessity, and to bring a sufficient quantity to the cave would be arduous work, if it had to be transported in the arms or on the back. But Moko had an idea which he proceeded to put into execution. The big table in the storeroom, strongly built, and measuring 12 feet in length by 4 in breadth, would that not do for a sledge if the legs were turned uppermost? Why, certainly, and that is what was done, and with 4 of the bigger boys dragging it by cords attached to its legs, the departure was made to Trap Woods. The little ones with red noses and healthy cheeks frisked along in front, and Fan set them the example. Occasionally they caught hold of the table, not without disputes and running fights, but all in fun, and at the risk only of a fall, which could do them no harm. Their shouts resounded with extraordinary clearness in the cold, dry atmosphere. And in truth, it was quite refreshing to see all the little colony in good humor and good health. Everything was white as far as the eye could see between Auckland Hill and Family Lake. The trees, with their rimy branches loaded with glittering crystals, rose near and far in masses, as in a fairy garden. Over the surface of the lake the birds flew in flocks. Donegan and Cross had not forgotten to bring their guns with them, a wise precaution, for footprints were noticed that must have been made by other wild animals than jackals, cougars, and jaguars. "Perhaps they are the wild cats they call pajeros," said Gordon. "Oh," said Co-Star, shrugging his shoulders, "if they are only cats, and tigers are only cats," said Jenkins. "Is it true, Service," asked Co-Star, "that these cats are dangerous?" "Quite true," said Service. "And they scrag little boys as easily as they do mice." And the answer made Co-Star rather uneasy. The half-mile between French Den and Trap Woods was soon accomplished, and the young woodcutters got to work. The axe was only laid to such trees as were of a certain size. These were stripped of their smaller branches, so as to yield not only faggots which would blaze away in a moment, but good-sized blocks that would come in useful for the stoves and range. Then the table sledge was heavily loaded, but it slipped along so easily that before 12 o'clock it had made 2 journeys. After a meal the work went on till 4 o'clock, when the day began to close in. It was tiring work, and as there was no need to carry anything to excess, Gordon railed the boys off, intending to return in the morning, and when Gordon ordered they had to obey. Besides, as soon as they returned to French Den, they could employ themselves in sawing the blocks, splitting them and stowing them away, and that would occupy them till it was time to go to bed. For 6 days this woodcutting went on without a break, and enough fuel was collected to last for many weeks. Of course, all this wood could not be stowed in the storeroom, but there was no reason why the greater part should not remain in safety against the cliff near the door. The 15th of July, according to the almanac, was St. Swithin's Day, which in England corresponds to St. Emmedards Day in France. "Then," said Bryant, "as it rains today, are we going to have 40 days' rain?" "Well," said Service, "I don't see how that can matter, as we are in the winter." If it had been summer, and in fact, the inhabitants of the southern hemisphere have no occasion to bother themselves with the sinister influences of either of the wet saints, who are winter saints in the Antipodes. But the rain did not continue, the wind returned to the southeast, and it became so cold that Gordon would not allow any of the little ones to set foot out of doors. In the first week in August, the thermometric column sank to 14 degrees below zero, and the breath of those who for a moment exposed themselves to the air condensed into snow. The hand could not touch a piece of metal without a sharp pain as of burning. The most careful precautions had to be taken to keep the temperature indoors sufficiently high. A most painful fortnight followed. All suffered, more or less, from the want of exercise. Bryant could not see, without feeling anxious, the pale looks of the little ones, whose color had quite disappeared. However, thanks to the hot drinks which were always procurable, with the exception of a few colds and bronchial troubles, the young people escaped without much damage. On the 16th of August the air underwent a change, as the wind shifted into the west, and the thermometer rose to 10 degrees, a temperature that was supportable if the atmosphere was calm. Donegan, Bryant, Service, Wilcox, and Baxter decided to make an excursion to Schooner Bay. By starting early they could get back before night. They wanted to find out if the coast were visited by any number of those amphibians of which they had seen a few at the time of the wreck, and at the same time they would replace the flag, of which only a few rags could remain after the storms of winter. And at Bryant's suggestion, they could fix to the signal mast a plate indicating the position of French Den, in case any sailors landed on the coast after seeing the flag. Gordon gave his assent to the expedition, although he laid stress on the necessity of their getting back before night, and the boys started early on the 19th, before it was daylight. The sky was clear, and the moon lighted up the landscape with the pale rays of its last quarter. 6 miles to the bay was not much of a distance for the well-rested legs. The distance was soon covered. The swamp of bogwood being frozen over, there was no need to go round it, and by 9 o'clock Donegan and his comrades had reached the beach. "There is a flock of birds," said Wilcox, and he pointed to the reef where thousands of birds, like large ducks with their beaks elongated like a mussel shell, were giving vent to a cry as piercing as disagreeable. "You would say they were little soldiers whose general was reviewing them," said Service. "They are only penguins," answered Baxter, "and they are not worth a shot." These stupid birds, holding themselves almost upright owing to their feet being placed so far back, did not attempt to move and could have been knocked down with a stick. Donegan might perhaps have indulged in useless carnage, but Bryant having had the wisdom to say nothing, the penguins were left alone. But if the birds were of no use, there were other animals whose fat would do for lighting French Den during the next winter. These were the seals of the horned seal species, who were taking their ease on the reef, which was then covered with a thick bed of ice. But to kill any, the boys would have to cut off their retreat, as when Bryant and his comrades approached, they took to flight with many extraordinary antics, and disappeared in the sea. Evidently an expedition for the capture of these animals would have to be organized later on. After having lunched on the few provisions they had brought with them, the boys set to work to examine the whole stretch of the bay. One long white sheet extended from Zealand River to False Point. Except the penguins and seabirds, such as petrels and gulls, it seemed as though the other birds had abandoned the beach for the interior in search of food. 2 or 3 feet of snow lay on the beach, and all that remained of the schooner had been hidden by it. The lines of seaweed on the near side of the breakers showed that Schooner Bay had not been invaded by the high tides of the equinox. The sea was still deserted, as far as could be seen, up to the very limit of the horizon that Bryant had not looked upon for 3 long months. And beyond, hundreds of miles away, was this New Zealand that he did not despair of seeing again. Baxter busied himself in hoisting the new flag which he had brought with him, and nailing to the flagstaff the plate giving the position of French Den at 6 miles up the course of the stream. Then, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they started homewards. On the way Donegan shot a brace of pintail and lapwing which were skimming over the river, and towards 4 o'clock, as dusk was coming on, they reached the cave. Gordon was told of all that had passed, and agreed that the seals should be attacked as soon as the weather permitted. In fact, the winter was nearly over. During the last week of August and the first week of September, the sea breeze regained its supremacy. A series of squalls brought on a great increase of temperature. The snow began to melt, the surface of the lake began to break up with a deafening noise. The bergs that did not melt in the lake were swept into the river, and piled one on the other, formed a barrier that did not clear away till the 10th of September. And so the winter had passed. Owing to the precautions that had been taken, the little colony had not suffered excessively. All had kept in good health, and the studies having been attended to zealously, Gordon had had hardly one complaint to deal with. One day, however, he had had to chastise Dole, whose conduct required an exemplary punishment. Several times the obstinate boy had refused to do what he was told, and Gordon had reprimanded him, but he took no notice of his observations, and in the end Gordon sentenced him to be flogged. And so Dole received a birching at the hands of Wilcox, who had been selected by lot for the post of public executioner. And the example had its effect in preventing any recurrence of insubordination. On September the 10th 6 months had elapsed since the schooner was lost on the reefs of Charman Island. Chapter Roman 14, A Journey Northwards. With the fine weather now in prospect, the young colonists intended to put into execution several of the schemes they had thought about during the long winter. To the west, it was only too obvious that there was no land near the island. Was it the same with regard to the north and south? Did the island belong to an archipelago or group in the Pacific? It certainly did not according to Bawden's map. Nevertheless, there might be islands in these parts, for Bawden had no telescope or glasses, and Auckland Hill was only high enough to command a horizon of a few miles. The boys with their instruments might discover what had been beyond the powers of the survivor of the Dugwai Truin. According to the map, Charman Island did not measure more than 12 miles across to the eastward of French Den. In a line with Schooner Bay, the coast was deeply indented, and an exploring party might profitably be dispatched in that direction. But before going farther afield, the district around Auckland Hill, Family Lake, and Trap Woods ought to be explored. What were its resources? Was it rich in trees or shrubs of which use could be made? To ascertain this, an expedition was decided upon, to start early in November. But although in an astronomical sense spring had commenced, yet the island was in so high a latitude that the vernal influence had not made itself apparent. The month of September and the first half of October were distinguished by a spell of bad weather, and there were still sharp frosts, which did not last, owing to the wind being so variable. During this equinoctial period, the atmospheric troubles were very violent, as had been those which had brought the schooner across the Pacific. The heavy squalls seemed to shake the hill, and when they swept from over the South Moors, where there was no obstacle to check them, bitter was the blast they brought from the Antarctic Ocean. 20 times the wind blew in the storeroom door and penetrated down the passage to the hall, and this made things worse than they had been in the winter when the thermometer went down below 0. And it was not only the wind, but the rain and the hail with which the lads had to contend. To make things worse, the birds seemed to have disappeared as if they had sought refuge in parts of the island less exposed to the equinoctial gales, and the fish had also gone, probably frightened away by the agitation of the waters, which roared along the shore of the lake. The boys in French Den were not idle. The table could no longer be used as a vehicle, on account of the snow having gone, and Baxter set about making a cart on which heavy weights could be moved. His idea was to use 2 of the wheels of the schooner's windlass, but he did not succeed without a number of trials which would have been avoided by a skilled artisan. The wheels were toothed, and after trying in vain to break the teeth, Baxter had to fill up the intervals with wedges of wood and fasten them round with an iron hoop. Then the 2 wheels were fixed to an iron bar, and on this axletree a platform of planks was laid. It was a very rudimentary vehicle, but such as it was it would come in very useful. But as there were neither horses, mules, nor donkeys in the island, the boys would have to drag it themselves. If they could only have come across a few trained quadrupeds, what trouble they would have been spared. Why was the fauna of Charman Island so much richer in birds than in ruminants? With the example of Service's ostrich, would they ever be able to train the birds to work for them? The Nandu had lost nothing of its wildness. He would let no one approach him without defending himself with his beak and claws. He tried his utmost to break the cord which held him, and if he had done so, he would soon have been lost under the trees in Trap Woods. But Service was not discouraged. He had naturally given the Nandu the name of Hurricane, like Master Jack's ostrich in the Swiss Family Robinson, but although he did his best to tame the restive animal, neither gentleness nor severity had any effect. And yet, said he one day, referring to the romance of De Wis which he was forever reading, Jack managed to tame his ostrich in a very short time. Probably he did, said Gordon. But between your hero and yourself, Service, there is the same difference as between his ostrich and yours. And what is that? Simply the difference between imagination and reality. What does that matter? Replied Service. I will get the better of this ostrich, or it shall tell me why. Very good, said Gordon, laughing. I shall be as much surprised to hear it tell you as to see it obey you. In spite of the pleasantries of his schoolmates, Service had decided to mount his Nandu as soon as weather permitted. In imitation of his hero, he had made a sort of harness out of sailcloth, and also a cap with blinkers. Had not Jack guided his bird by dropping a blinker over the right or left eye as the case might be? And why then should not his imitator succeed as he had succeeded? Service had even made a plated collar to fix on the neck of the animal, which would willingly have dispensed with the ornament. But as to the cap, it was almost impossible to get it onto its head. The equinox was nearly over. The sun was gaining in power and the sky was clearing. It was mid-October. The sun communicated its warmth to the shrubs and trees, which were beginning to become green again. The boys could now be out of doors all day. The warm clothes, thick cloth trousers and oilskins were beaten, repaired, folded, and carefully put away after being ticketed by Gordon. The young colonists, more at ease in their lighter garments, greeted the return of summer with gladness, and one hope never left them, that of making some discoveries that would improve their position. During the summer might not a ship visit these parts? And if she passed in sight of Charman Island, why should she not send men ashore when she noticed the flag on the crest of Auckland Hill? During the second fortnight in October, many excursions were made within a radius of 2 miles round French Den. The hunters went out and the bill of fare soon felt the effects, although powder and shot were severely economized. Wilcox went forth with his nets and snares, and caught several brace of tinamous and bustards, and even a few small hares like agouti. Several times a day he had to visit his nets, for the jackals and paperos were quite equal to being beforehand with him, and helping themselves to what he had caught. Donegan killed a few peccaries and guaculies, pigs and deer of small stature, which have savory flesh, but no one regretted he could not get near the Nandus, as Service's success with Hurricane was not encouraging. This was clearly shown on the morning of the 26th, when the obstinate boy tried to mount his ostrich, on which not without difficulty he had got the harness. The boys were all out on the terrace to witness the interesting experiment, the little ones regarding their schoolfellow with a certain feeling of envy mingled with anxiety. At the decisive moment, they hesitated to ask Service to give them a ride. Bigger boys shook their heads, and Gordon tried to dissuade Service from attempting what seemed to him to be dangerous. But it was to no purpose, and they let him have his own way. Garnet and Baxter held the bird, which had its eyes covered with the blinkers from the cap, and Service, after many attempts, succeeded in getting on its back. Then in a somewhat hesitating voice he said, "Let go." The Nandu, deprived of the use of its eyes, remained motionless with the boy clinging firmly to it with his legs. But as soon as the blinkers were lifted with the cord that served for reins, the bird gave a tremendous leap, and shot off in the direction of the forest. Service was helpless to guide his steed, which fled with the speed of an arrow. In vain he tried to stop it by dropping the blinkers. With a knock of its head it shook off the cap, which slipped down its neck, to which Service was clinging with both arms. Then a violent shock unseated the cavalier, and he fell to the ground just as his mount was about to disappear under the trees of Trap Woods. Service's comrades ran up, and when they arrived the ostrich was out of sight. Fortunately, Service had rolled onto the grass and sustained no injury. The mad thing," said he. "Ah, if I catch you, but you will never catch him," said Donegan, laughing. "Well," said Webb, "your friend Jack is a better horseman than you are." "My Nandu was not tame enough," said Service. "And never would be," said Gordon. "Console yourself with thinking that you should never have had anything to do with the creature, and do not forget that in the romance of De Wis you must not believe all you read." And the adventure ended, the youngsters having no cause to regret they had not had their ostrich ride. In the first week of November, the weather appeared favorable for an expedition of some duration to the western shore of Family Lake and thence to the northward. The sky was clear, the heat supportable, and there would be nothing imprudent in passing a few nights in the open air. Naturally, the hunters of the colony formed part of the expedition, and this time Gordon thought it best to go with them. Those who remained at French Den were left in charge of Bryant and Garnett. Later on, Bryant, it was arranged, would lead another expedition to the lower part of the lake, coasting its shores in the boat and perhaps crossing it. Everything being arranged, Gordon, Donegan, Baxter, Wilcox, Webb, Cross, and Service started on the 5th of November. At French Den no change was made in the usual daily round. In the hours not consecrated to work, Iverson, Jenkins, Dole, and Costar spent their time in fishing in the river, which was their favorite recreation. Moko stayed at home, but do not think that the explorers suffered from the want of a cook. Was not Service with them? Was he not cook's mate? And had he not instanced his capabilities in that post as a reason for accompanying the expedition in which he might perhaps recover his ostrich? Gordon, Donegan, and Wilcox each carried a gun and a revolver. Hunting knives and 2 axes completed their equipment. Powder and shot were not to be used except in self-defense, or to bring down something to eat in case of their failing to obtain provisions in a more economical way. To this end, Baxter brought his lasso and the boluses, in the use of which practice had made him expert. A very quiet boy was Baxter, but a clever one, and he had quickly made himself master of these weapons against objects at rest, but whether he would succeed with animals at full speed remained to be seen. Gordon had brought with him the Halkett India-rubber boat, which was very portable, shut up in its bag and weighing only a few pounds, and the map showed 2 tributaries of the lake where the boat might be of use in case there was no ford. According to the map, of which Gordon carried a copy for consultation and verification, the western shore of Family Lake was about 18 miles long, reckoning the ins and outs. The exploration would therefore take quite 3 days going and returning, if no delay were met with. Gordon and his companions, preceded by Fan, left Trap Woods to the left, and walked at a good pace along the sandy shore. When they had gone more than 2 miles, they were farther away than any of the excursions had been since quarters had been taken up at the cave. Hereabouts a few cortadra bushes grew in clumps, among which the tallest of the party disappeared. The advance was thus somewhat hindered, but this was not regretted, as Fan stopped and pointed before one of a group of half a dozen holes in the ground. Evidently she had scented some animal at home that it would be easy to kill. Donegan was bringing his gun to the shoulder when Gordon stopped him. "Spare your powder, Donegan," said he. "Perhaps our breakfast is there," said the young hunter. "And our dinner too," said Service, kneeling down to the hole. "If they are, we can get them out without wasting any lead," said Wilcox. "And how?" said Webb. "By smoking out the hole." Between the clumps of cortadra, the ground was covered with dry twigs, a bundle of which Wilcox soon had alight in front of one of the holes. A minute later, there appeared a dozen half-suffocated rodents trying in vain to escape. They were tucutuco hares, and Service and Webb soon dispatched a few with the axes, while Fan strangled 3 others with her teeth. "That will make an excellent meal," said Gordon. "And I'll see after them," said Service, eager to begin his duties as master cook. "I'll start on them at once if you like." "At our first halt," answered Gordon. It took half an hour to get through this forest in miniature of cortadra bushes. Beyond appeared the beach with a long line of dunes, the sand of which was so fine and light as to blow up with the least breeze. The flank of Auckland Hill was now more than 2 miles away to the westward, owing to the direction taken by the cliff. All this part of the island was covered with the dense forest which Bryant and his companions had crossed in their first expedition, and through which ran the stream they had called Dyke Creek. According to the map, this stream flowed into the lake, and it was at its mouth that the boys arrived about 11 o'clock, having accomplished 6 miles since their departure. Here they halted at the foot of a superb parasol pine. A fire of wood was lighted between 2 large stones. In a few minutes 2 of the tucutucos, skinned and drawn by service, were roasting before a crackling fire. And while Fan lay in front and sniffed the grateful perfume of the venison, the cook took care to turn the spit so that the tucutucos should not spoil. There was not much fault to be found with Service's first attempt. There was enough to eat, and the meat was savory with the flavor of the aromatic herbs on which the rodents feed, and except a few biscuits in place of bread, the provisions brought in the bags were left untouched. The meal over, a start was made across the creek, and as there was a ford, there was no need to waste time in getting out the boat. The shore of the lake, becoming marshy, obliged them to keep away to the edge of the forest. The species of trees did not change. Magnificently grown beeches, birches, green oaks, and pines of different kinds fringed the way. Numbers of charming birds leapt from branch to branch, black woodpeckers with red crests, flycatchers with white tufts, wrens of the cytalop species, thousands of creepers chuckling amid the foliage, with finches, larks, and thrushes singing or whistling in full power. Afar in the sky hovered condors, urubus, and a few pairs of caracaras, the voracious eagle of South America. Probably in remembrance of Robinson Crusoe, Service regretted that the parrot family was not represented in the island's ornithology. If he could not tame an ostrich, he might succeed with one of those talkative birds, but not one did he see. In short, there was abundance of birds and animals for food, and Gordon could not refuse Donegan the pleasure of shooting a moderate-sized peccary, which would do for breakfast in the morning, if not for dinner that night. There was no need to enter the forest, and the advance was comparatively easy, and they continued skirting the trees until 5 o'clock, when the second watercourse, which was about 40 feet wide, barred the way. This was one of the outlets of the lake and flowed round the north of Auckland Hill into the Pacific beyond Schooner Bay. Gordon decided to camp here. 12 miles were enough for one day, and as the stream required a name, he called it Stop River, on account of the halt on its banks. The camp was pitched under the trees nearest the lake. The birds were reserved for breakfast, and the tucutucos formed the principal dish, and again Service performed his duties satisfactorily. The want of rest soon followed on the want of food, and as the mouths had opened in hunger, the eyes soon shut in sleep. A large fire was lighted, before which the boys, wrapped in their blankets, stretched themselves down. Wilcox and Donegan took it in turns to watch, but the fire's bright light kept wild animals at a distance, and there was no alarm, and at daybreak all were ready to resume the journey. But the river had not only to be named, it had to be crossed, and as it was not fordable, the halkett boat was brought into use. It was a frail craft, able to carry but one at a time, so that the water had to be crossed from the left bank to the right 7 times, and this took an hour. But the provisions and ammunition were kept dry. Fan did not mind wetting her feet, and jumping in, swam across in a few moments. The ground being no longer marshy, the boys kept along by the lake, and after breakfast at 10 o'clock off some grilled peccary, they bore away northwards. There was nothing to show that the end of the lake was near. The eastern horizon was all the time shut in by the circular line of water and sky. It was not till noon that Donegan, looking through the glasses, exclaimed, "There is the other bank," and all looked in the same direction and saw a few treetops beginning to show above the water. "We must not stop," said Gordon. "Let us get there before night." An arid plain, undulated with long sandhills, dotted with a few clumps of rushes and reeds, stretched away out of sight. In this northern part, it appeared as though Charman Island consisted only of vast sandy tracts, contrasting with the verdant forests of the center, and to it Gordon appropriately gave the name of Sandy Desert. By 3 o'clock, the opposite bank appeared distinctly about 2 miles to the northeast. There seemed to be no living creature near except the seabirds, cormorants, petrels, and grebes, which flew over on their way to the shore. If the schooner had been wrecked in these parts, the boys would have thought they were indeed on a barren island. In vain would they have sought in the desert for their comfortable dwelling at French Den. When the shelter of the schooner failed them, they would have found no other shelter here. Need they now go further to explore a part of the island that seemed uninhabitable? Could they not leave for another expedition the exploration of the right bank of the lake, where the forest might again be found? Assuredly. Besides, it would be on the east that they would find the American continent if Charman Island were anywhere near it. However, at Donegan's suggestion, they resolved to gain the extremity of the lake, which could not be far off, for the double curve of its banks became sharper and sharper, and at nightfall a halt was made at a little creek which ran in at the north angle of Family Lake. Here there was not a tree, not even a clump of grass, of moss or dry lichen. There being no fuel, the boys had to content themselves with the provisions brought with them, and as there was no shelter, they had to sleep under the stars on the bed of sand, and nothing came to trouble the silence of the night. Chapter 15, Bravo Baxter. 200 yards from the creek there was a hill about 50 feet high, which formed an observatory, from which Gordon and his comrades might have an extended view of the country. And as soon as the sun rose, they climbed this hill. The glasses were immediately pointed to the north. If the sandy desert stretched away as the map showed, it was impossible to ascertain its boundary line, for the horizon of sea would be about 12 miles to the northward and more than 7 to the eastward. There seemed to be no good in going further north. Then, asked Cross, what are we to do? Go back, said Gordon. Not before breakfast, said Service. Get the cloth laid, said Webb. If we are going back, said Donegan, could we not go another way? We will try to do so, said Gordon. It seems to me, said Donegan, that we should complete our exploration if we went along the other bank of the lake. That would be rather long, said Gordon. According to the map, that must be from 30 to 40 miles, and it would take 4 or 5 days supposing we met with nothing to stop us. At French Den they would be in a state of great anxiety for us. But, said Donegan, sooner or later it will be necessary to explore that part. Certainly, said Gordon, and I intend to have an expedition over there. But, said Cross, Donegan is right in not wanting to go back the same way. Quite so, said Gordon, and I propose to follow the lake shore to Stop River, and then to strike off for the cliff and skirt it on our way to the caves. And why go down the river? Asked Wilcox. Why indeed, said Donegan. And not make a short cut across the sand to the first trees in Trap Woods, which are not more than 3 or 4 miles to the southwest. Because we must cross Stop River, answered Gordon. We know we can get across where we crossed yesterday, but farther down we might find a torrent that would give trouble. If we enter the forest on the left bank of the river, we must be all right. Always cautious, Gordon, exclaimed Donegan with just a touch of irony. You never can be too cautious, said Gordon. And then they all slipped down the hill, regained their camp, ate a little biscuit and cold venison, rolled up their blankets, and started back on the road they had come along the night before. The sky was magnificent. A light breeze barely ruffled the surface of the lake. There was every sign of a fine day. If the weather would only keep fine for 36 hours, Gordon would be satisfied, for he counted on reaching French Den the next evening. By 11 o'clock, the boys were back at Stop River. Nothing had occurred on the way except that Donegan had shot 2 splendid tufted bustards, with a plumage of black mixed with red above and white below, which put him in as good a humor as Service, who was always ready to pluck, draw, and roast any bird whatsoever. This was the fate of the bustards an hour later, when the boys had crossed the river in the Halkett boat. Now we are under the trees, said Gordon, and I hope Baxter will have a chance of using the lasso or the boluses. Hasn't done much with them as yet, said Donegan, who did not think much of any weapon of the chase except firearms. And what could we do with the birds? Asked Baxter. Birds or quadrupeds, Baxter, I don't think much of your chance. Nor I, added Cross, always ready to support his cousin. You might as well wait until he has tried them before you condemn them, said Gordon. I am sure he will do something good. When our ammunition gives out, the lasso and the boluses will not fail us. But the birds will, said Donegan. We will see, said Gordon, and now let us lunch. But the preparations took some time, as Service wanted his bustard cooked to a turn. The one bird was enough for the meal. It was a good-sized one, and these bustards weigh about 30 pounds, and measure nearly 3 feet from beak to tail, being among the largest specimens of the gallinaceous tribe. This one was eaten to the last mouthful, and even to the last bone, for Fan, to whom the carcase fell, left as little as her master's. Lunch being over, the boys started off into the unknown part of Trap Woods, traversed by Stop River on its way to the ocean. The map showed that it curved towards the northwest to get round the cliff, and that its mouth was beyond False Point, and therefore Gordon resolved to leave the river, which would take him in the opposite direction to French Den, his object being to take the shortest road to Auckland Hill, and then strike northwards along its base. Compass in hand, Gordon led the way to the west. The trees, wider apart than in the more southerly district, offered no obstacle, and the ground was fairly clear of bushes and underwood. Among the birches and beeches little clearings opened now, and then into which the sun rays penetrated. Wildflowers mingled their fresh colors with the green of the foliage and the carpet of grass. In places, superb senecios bore their blooms on stems 2 or 3 feet high, and Service, Wilcox, and Webb gathered some of the flowers and stuck them in their coats. Then it was that a discovery of great use was made by Gordon, whose botanical knowledge was often to be of use to the little colony. His attention was attracted by a very bushy shrub, with poorly developed leaves and spiny branches, bearing a reddish fruit about the size of a pea. That is the trolka, if I am not mistaken, said he. It is a fruit much used by the Indians. If it is eatable, said Service, let us eat it, for it costs nothing. And before Gordon could stop him, Service began to crack some of the fruit between his teeth. He made a horrible grimace, and his comrades roared with laughter, while he spit out the abundant salivation caused by the acidity on the papillae of his tongue. "You told me it was eatable," he exclaimed. "I did not say it was eatable," replied Gordon. "The Indians use the fruit for making a drink they obtain by fermentation. The liquor will be of great value to us when our brandy has all gone, that is, if we mind what we are doing with it, for it soon gets into the head. Fill a bag with the trolkas, and we'll experiment with them at French Den." The fruit was not easy to gather from among the thousands of thorns, but by beating the branches Baxter and Webb knocked enough onto the ground to make a bagful, and then the journey was resumed. Farther on, the pods on another shrub were also gathered. They were the pods of the algarobe, another South American native, which also by fermentation yield a strong liquor. This time Service abstained from trying them, and he did well, for although the algarobe seems sweet at first, yet the mouth is soon affected with extreme dryness. In the afternoon, a quarter of a mile before they reached the slope of Auckland Hill, the boys made another discovery of quite as much importance. The aspect of the forest had changed. In more sheltered position, the vegetation was more richly developed. 60 or 80 feet from the ground, the trees spread their huge branches, amid which innumerable songbirds chattered. One of the finest of the trees was the Antarctic beech, which keeps its tender green foliage all the year round. Not quite so high, but still magnificent, rose clumps of winters, with bark the flavor of cinnamon. Near these Gordon recognized the Pernetia, the tea tree of the whortleberry family, met with in high latitudes, and from an infusion of its aromatic leaves yielding a very healthy drink. "That will take the place of our tea," said Gordon. "Take a few handfuls of the leaves, and later on we will come back and gather enough for the winter." It was 4 o'clock before Auckland Hill was reached near its northern end. Although it did not seem to be as high here as at French Den, yet it was impossible to ascend it owing to its almost perpendicular slope. This was, however, of no consequence, as it was intended to follow its base all the way to Zealand River. 2 miles farther on the boys heard the murmur of a torrent which foamed through a narrow gorge in the cliff, and which was easily forded. "This ought to be the stream," said Donegan, "that we discovered on our first expedition, that in which was the causeway." Asked Gordon. "Yes," said Donegan, "and which we called Dyke Creek." "Well, let us camp on its right bank," said Gordon. "It is just 5 o'clock, and if we are to pass another night in the open air, we might as well do it here under the shelter of these big trees. Tomorrow, I hope we shall sleep on our beds in the hall." Service busied himself preparing the second bustard for dinner. It was to be roasted like the other one, but it is not fair to find fault with Service on account of the sameness of his bill of fare. While dinner was being got ready, Gordon and Baxter strolled off into the wood, one in search of new plants, the other with the intention of using his lasso or boluses, if it was only to put an end to the jokes of Donegan. They had gone about 100 yards into the thicket, when Gordon, calling Baxter by a gesture, pointed to a group of animals playing about on the grass. "Goats?" asked Baxter in a whisper. "Yes, or rather animals that look like goats," said Gordon. "Try and get one. Alive?" "Yes, alive. It is lucky Donegan isn't with us. He would have shot one before now and put the others to flight. Let us get nearer quietly and don't let them see us." There were 6 of these goats, and they had not yet taken alarm. One of them, a mother probably, suspecting some danger, was sniffing the air and looking about ready to clear off with the herd. Suddenly a whistling was heard. The boluses came spinning from the hand of Baxter, who was not 20 yards away from the group. Well aimed and thrown it, wound round one of the goats, while the others disappeared in the thicket. Gordon and Baxter ran towards the goat, which was vainly trying to escape from the boluses. She was seized so that it was impossible for her to get away, and 2 kids that instinct had kept near the mother were also taken prisoners. "Hurrah!" exclaimed Baxter, whom joy rendered demonstrative. "Hurrah, are they goats?" "No," answered Gordon, "I think they are vicugnas." "And will they give milk?" "Oh yes." "Then hurrah for the vicugnas." Gordon was right. Although the vicugnas resemble goats, their paws are longer, their fleece is short and fine as silk, their head is small and has no horns. They chiefly inhabit the pampas of America, and even the country round the Straits of Magellan. We can easily imagine how Gordon and Baxter were welcomed when they returned to the camp, one leading the vicugna by the cord of the boluses, the other carrying a kid under each arm. As their mother was still nourishing them, it was probable that the youngsters could be brought up without difficulty. They might be the nucleus of a herd that would become very useful to the colony. Donegan doubtless regretted the splendid shot he had missed, but when the game had to be taken alive, he had to admit that the boluses was better than the gun. The boys dined, or rather supped, in high spirits. The vicugna, tied to a tree, did not refuse to feed, while the kids gamboled round her. The night, however, was not so quiet as the one spent in sandy desert. This part of the forest was visited by animals more formidable than jackals, and their cries were recognizable as being a combination of howling and barking at the same time. About 3 o'clock in the morning, there was an alarm due to the growling close by. Donegan, on guard near the fire with his gun in hand, did not think it worthwhile to wake his comrades, but the growling became so violent as of itself to wake them. "What is the matter?" asked Wilcox. "There are some wild beasts prowling round," said Donegan. "Probably jaguars or cougars," said Gordon. "One is as bad as the other." "Not quite, Donegan. The cougar is not so dangerous as the jaguar, but in a pack they are dangerous enough. We are ready for them," said Donegan, and he put himself on the defensive while his comrades got out their revolvers. "Don't shoot until you can't miss," said Gordon. "I think the fire will keep them off." "They are close by," said Cross. And the pack was near enough to judge by the fury of Fan, whom Gordon had some difficulty in holding back. But it was impossible to distinguish any form in the deep darkness of the forest. Evidently the creatures were accustomed to come and drink at night in this place. Finding their haunt occupied, they showed their displeasure by their frightful growls. Suddenly, moving spots of light appeared some 20 yards away. Instantly there was the report of a gun. Donegan had fired, and a storm of growls replied. His comrades, revolver in hand, were ready to shoot if the wild beasts rushed at the camp. Baxter, seizing a burning brand, hurled it straight at the glittering eyes, and instantly the growling stopped, and the animals, one of whom should have been hit by Donegan, were lost in the depths of Trap Woods. "They have moved off," said Cross. "Good luck to them," said Service. "Will they come back?" asked Cross. "That is not likely," said Gordon, "but we will watch till daylight." Some wood was thrown on the fire, which was kept blazing till the day broke. The camp was struck, and the boys ran off into the thicket to see if one of the animals had not been killed. They found the ground stained with a large patch of blood. The brute had been able to get away, and it would have been easy to recover it if Fan had been sent in search, but Gordon did not think it worthwhile to go further into the forest. The question arose as to whether they were jaguars or cougars or something as dangerous, but after all, the important point was that the boys were all safe and sound. At 6 o'clock they were off again. There was no time to lose if they were to cover during the day the 9 miles between them and French Den. Service and Webb took care of the young Vicugnas, while the mother was quite satisfied to follow Baxter, who led her with the string. There was not much variety in the road. On the left was a curtain of trees, sometimes in impenetrable masses, sometimes in scattered clumps. To the right ran the rocky wall, striped here and there with pebble bands in the limestone, and rising higher and higher as the travelers went southwards. At 11 o'clock the first halt was made for lunch, and this time, so as to lose no time, the provisions in the bags were attacked. After the fresh start was made, progress was more rapid, and nothing occurred to stop it, until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon the report of a gun echoed among the trees. Donegan, Cross, and Webb, accompanied by Fan, were 100 yards in advance, and their comrades could not see them when they heard the shout of "Look out!" Suddenly an animal of large size came rushing through the thicket. Baxter, whirling his lasso over his head, took a flying shot. The noose fell over the neck of the animal, but so powerful was it that Baxter would have been dragged away if Gordon, Wilcox, and Service had not hung onto the end of the line and whipped it round the trunk of a tree. No sooner had they done so than Webb and Cross appeared from under the trees, followed by Donegan, who exclaimed in a tone of ill temper, "Confound the beast! How could I have missed it?" "Baxter didn't miss it," said Service, "and here we have it all alive." "Oh, what does it matter?" asked Donegan. "You'll have to kill it," said Gordon. "Not at all, it is our beast of burden." "What, this thing?" exclaimed Service. "It is a guanaco," said Gordon, "and guanacos figure largely in the studs of South America." Useful or not useful, Donegan was very sorry he had not shot it. But he said nothing, and went up to examine this beautiful specimen of the Charmanian fauna. Although the guanaco is zoologically classed with the camels, it in no way resembles those animals at first glance. Its slender neck, elegant head, long, rather lanky limbs, denoting great activity, and yellow coat spotted with white, made it in no way inferior to the best horses of American descent. It could certainly be used for riding if they could tame it and break it in, as was easily done in the Argentine haciendas. It was very timid and made no attempt at escape. As soon as Baxter had loosened the slipknot, it was easy to lead it with the lasso, which served the purpose of a halter. The expedition to the north of Family Lake had been a profitable one for the colony. The guanaco, the vicugna and her 2 kids, the discovery of the tea tree, of the trolkas and the algarobe, ensured a hearty welcome to Gordon, and even more to Baxter, who had none of Donegan's vanity and was not at all conceited over his success. Gordon was delighted to find that the boluses and lasso could be really useful. Donegan was a capital shot, but his skill required an expenditure of powder and lead which the colony could ill spare, and Gordon determined to encourage his comrades in practicing with these weapons of the chase of which the Indians make such profitable use. The map showed that 4 miles still separated the boys from French Den, and the word was given to hurry on. It was not envy which forbade Service from bestriding the guanaco and riding home in state, but Gordon thought it was better to wait until the creature was broken in. "I don't think he'll kick much," said he, "but if he won't let you ride him, he might consent to draw the cart patient Service, and don't forget the lesson you were taught by the ostrich." About 6 o'clock they arrived in sight of French Den. Young co-star, amusing himself on the terrace, announced the approach of the expedition, and Bryant and the others ran out to welcome Gordon with enthusiastic cheers. End of the first part. Part II, Chapter I, The Seal Hunt. All had gone well at French Den in Gordon's absence. Bryant's chief anxiety had been the inexplicable conduct of his brother, from whom he could still obtain no other answer than, "There is nothing the matter with me." "You will not tell me, Jack," Bryant would say. "You are wrong. It would be a relief for you and for me. I can see you are getting more miserable and gloomier every day. I am your elder brother, and I have the right to know what is grieving you. What have you done? What have I done?" Jack would say, as if unable to bear it any longer. "You perhaps might forgive me, but the others, the others, the others, what are you talking about, Jack?" Jack would begin to cry, but all his brother could do only made him add, "Later on you will know." After such a reply, Bryant's anxiety may be imagined. What was there so serious that Jack could have done? At all costs he would find out if he could. As soon as Gordon came back, Bryant spoke to him about these half-confessions wrung from his brother, and even asked him to interfere. "What would be the use of that?" asked Gordon. "Better leave Jack to himself. What he has done is doubtless some peccadillo, the importance of which he exaggerates. Wait till he tells you himself." Next morning the young colonists were all at work, and to begin with, Moko claimed attention to the state of his larder, which, notwithstanding that the snares were all set, was running low. Of large game there was none, and the boys devoted their first attention to making traps in which they might capture vicugnas, peccaries, or guazulis and waste no powder or shot. And during the whole month of November, answering to May in our latitudes, they were occupied in this work. The guanaco and the vicugna and her little ones were being kept under the nearest trees, tethered to long ropes, where they would get on very well till the winter, when a shelter of some sort would have to be contrived for them. This Gordon decided should be a shed with a high palisaded enclosure at the foot of Auckland Hill on the shore of the lake, a little beyond the door of the cave, and the work was at once put in hand. A regular workshop was organized under Baxter's directions. It was pleasant to see the boys more or less skillfully busy with the tools they had found in the carpenter's chest, some with saws, some with axes, some with adzes. Although the work was at times rather irksome to them, yet they never complained. Medium-sized trees were cut down at the root, had their branches cut away, and became the uprights of an enclosure large enough to hold a dozen animals in comfort. Sunk deeply in the ground and supported by crosspieces, they were strong enough to defy the attempts of any of the animals to escape. The shed was built of the planks of the schooner, and this saved the young carpenters the trouble of cutting planks out of trees, which would have been a very difficult job under the circumstances. The roof was made of a thick tarpaulin, a good thick litter which could be often renewed, a fresh feed of grass or moss or leaves, and the animals required nothing else to keep them in condition. Garnet and Service, who had the management of the cattle, were rewarded for their trouble by finding the guanaco and vicugna get tamer every day. Soon there were other animals in the enclosure. First there came a second guanaco caught in one of the traps in the forest, then a couple of vicugnas, male and female, which Baxter had caught with the help of Wilcox, who was becoming quite adroit in the use of the boluses. By and by there was added a nandu, which Fan had captured, but it was obvious that this was as intractable as the first, notwithstanding all that Service could do. Until the enclosure was completed, the guanaco and vicugna had been put in the storeroom at night. The howling of jackals, yelping of foxes, and growling of other wild beasts were too loud round French Den for it to be prudent to leave the cattle outside. While Garnet and Service had special charge of the cattle, Wilcox and a few others were constantly occupied in preparing snares and nets, and daily visiting them. Iverson and Jenkins found plenty to do in another way. Ostriches, pheasant fowls, guinea fowls, and tinamous became so numerous that a poultry yard became necessary, and this was railed off in a corner of the enclosure, and put under the care of the 2 youngsters who were most zealous in the discharge of their duties. Moko now had at his disposal not only the milk of the vicugnas but the eggs of the feathered prisoners, and had Gordon not cautioned him to be careful of the sugar, he might have launched out extensively into sweetmeats. As it was only on Sundays and holidays that such efforts appeared on the table, to the very great satisfaction of Dole and co-star in particular. As it was impossible to make sugar, could not the boys find something as a substitute? Service, Crusoe books in hand, insisted that they had only to look to find. Gordon therefore sought about, and in Trap Woods he came across a group of trees which 3 months later, in the early days of autumn, would be covered with most beautiful purple foliage. "They are maples," he said, "sugar trees." "Trees of sugar," exclaimed co-star. "No, greedy," said Gordon. "I said sugar trees, not trees of sugar, so put in your tongue." This was one of the most important discoveries the boys had made since their move to French Den. By making an incision in the maple trunks, Gordon obtained a liquid produced by the condensation of the sap, and this sap, when solidified, yielded the sugary substance. Although inferior in saccharine qualities to the juice of the cane and the beet, the substance was just as valuable for cooking purposes, and it was certainly better than the similar product from the birch in the springtime. Moko now began to experiment with the trolka and algarobe berries. Crushing them in a tub with a heavy lump of wood, he procured from them a liquor which was found to sweeten the hot drinks fairly well, and the leaves from the tea tree proved to be almost as good as those of the fragrant Chinese plant, so that the boys never failed to bring some home with them when they went into the woods. If Charmin Island did not yield its inhabitants what was superfluous, it certainly gave them what was necessary. In one thing it did fail them, and that was in fresh vegetables, and they had to take refuge in the preserved vegetables, of which there had been 100 boxes, which Gordon dealt out as economically as possible. Bryant had even tried to cultivate the yams that had returned to a wild state, and which the French castaway had sown at the foot of the cliff, but his efforts were in vain. Fortunately, the celery flourished abundantly on the shores of Family Lake, and there was no need to be sparing of it. Meanwhile, Donegan was constantly thinking of an expedition to South Moors on the other side of the Zealand River, but there was much danger attending this, for at flood times the marshes were covered with water from both lake and sea. Wilcox and Webb caught a number of agoutis as big as hares, whose whitish flesh, though rather dry, has a flavor between that of the rabbit and the pig. There was no running to be got out of these animals even with the assistance of Fan, but when they were found at home all that had to be done was to whistle gently at the hole, and out they would come to see what was the matter. Besides the agoutis there were caught a few gluttons, and some zorillos somewhat like martens with their beautiful black fur striped with white, but giving off very fetid emanations. "How can they stand such a stink?" asked Iverson. "Merely a matter of habit," said Service. There were galaxias in the river, and there were very much larger ones in the lake, and with them were some curious trout that, no matter how they were cooked, had always a brackish flavor. Among the seaweed of the bay were shoals of hake, and when the time came for the salmon to come up the stream, Moko would be able to lay in a good supply of fish, which, preserved in salt, would afford excellent eating during the winter. At Gordon's request, Baxter busied himself in making bows out of the pliant branches of the ash, and arrows out of reeds tipped with an iron nail. With these, Wilcox and Cross, who were the best marksmen after Donegan, would be able to bring down a little feathered game. Gordon continued to do all he could to discourage the waste of ammunition, but there came an occasion on which he consented to depart from his habitual parsimony. One day, it was the 7th of December, Donegan had taken him apart and said to him, "We are swarming with these jackals and foxes. They come in herds at night and destroy our nets and the things we have caught in them. We really ought to stop it. Cannot we set some traps for them?" asked Gordon, seeing what his companion was driving at. "Traps!" exclaimed Donegan, who had lost none of his contempt for these vulgar engines of the chase. "Traps! The jackals might be stupid enough to be caught in them sometimes, but with the foxes it is quite a different thing. They are too sharp to be caught, in spite of all Wilcox can do. Some night or other our enclosure will be devastated and our poultry yard stripped. Well, if it is necessary, I agree to a few dozen cartridges, but mind you are sure of your aim. All right, you may depend upon that. We'll have an ambush tonight on the track of these beasts, and we'll have such a massacre that they won't trouble us again for some time." The matter was urgent. The foxes of these regions seemed to be much more cunning than those of other nations, almost as cunning in fact as those of South America, where the haciendas are constantly being ravaged by them. At 11 o'clock that night, Donegan, Bryant, Wilcox, Baxter, Webb, Cross, and Service took up their position in a covert by the side of the lake in near Trap Woods. Fan had not been invited. She would probably have done harm by giving the alarm, and besides, no finding by scent was required. The night was very dark. A deep silence, untroubled by the slightest breath of breeze, allowed even the gliding of the foxes over the dry herbage to be heard. A little after midnight, Donegan announced the approach of a troop on their way through the covert to drink in the lake. The boys waited impatiently while the animals, to the number of 20 or more, collected by the waterside, which they did slowly and cautiously, as if they had some suspicion of an ambush. Suddenly, at a signal from Donegan, there was a straggling volley. 5 or 6 foxes rolled onto the ground, and the others, most of them mortally wounded, fled right and left. When day came, a dozen foxes were found dead in the covert. And as the massacre was continued on 3 successive nights, the little colony was soon delivered from the dangerous visits that imperiled the poultry yard, and 50 fine silver-grey skins, some as carpets, some as garments, added to the comfort of French den. On the 15th of December there was a grand expedition to the bay. The weather was fine, and Gordon decided that all should go, very much to the satisfaction of the youngsters, who were loud in their demonstrations of delight. The expedition had for its chief object a hunt of the seals that frequented Wreck Coast. During the long nights of the long winter, the means of lighting had been almost exhausted. Of the candles made by Bodden only 2 or 3 dozen remained. The oil in the schooner's barrels had also almost gone, and this had made Gordon anxious. It is true that Moko had put by a certain quantity of the fat from the birds and beasts he had cooked, but this would soon be used up. Was it not possible to replace this by a substance that nature furnished ready prepared, or nearly so? In default of vegetable oil, could the little colony obtain a stock of oil from animals? Certainly this could be done, if the boys could manage to kill a certain number of seals, those furred otteries who came to disport themselves on the reefs of Schooner Bay during the warm season. But the boys would have to make haste, for the amphibians would soon be off to the more southerly regions of the Antarctic Ocean. The projected expedition was thus of great importance, and preparations were made in such a manner as to give the best results. For some time Service and Garnet had been occupied, not without success, in breaking in the 2 guanacos as beasts of burden. Baxter had made a halter of plaited grass covered with sailcloth, and if the guanacos could not yet be mounted, they might at least be harnessed to the chariot, and that would be better than for the boys to have to drag it along. On the day of the expedition, the chariot was loaded with stores, provisions, and utensils, among the last being a large vat, and 6 empty barrels, which were to be brought back full of seal oil, it being better to cut up the seals on the spot than to bring them to French den, and fill the air with the unhealthy stench. The departure took place at sunrise, and for 2 hours there was no obstacle on the road. If the chariot did not go very fast, it was because the uneven ground along the bank of Zealand River lent itself imperfectly to traction by guanacos. But where difficulty arose was when the little troop skirted the swamp of bog woods, and entered the forest. Dole and Costar then complained of being tired, and Gordon, at Bryant's request, allowed them to get onto the chariot, so as to have a rest as they went. About 8 o'clock, while the team was laboriously advancing by the edge of the swamp, the shouts of Webb and Cross, who were a little in front, brought up first Donegan and then the rest. About 100 yards away in the mud of bog woods, there wallowed an enormous animal which Donegan recognized at once. It was a hippopotamus, fat and rosy, which, happily for it, disappeared under the thick underwood of the marsh before it was possible to fire. Though what would have been the good of firing so uselessly? "What is that big beast?" asked Dole. "It is a hippopotamus," said Gordon. "A hippopotamus, what a strange name." "That is to say, a river horse," said Bryant. "But it is not like a horse," said Costar. "No," said Service, "I fancy it ought to have been called a pigopotamus." The suggestion was not unreasonable, and caused a shout of laughter from the youngsters. It was a little after 10 o'clock before Gordon reached the beach at Schooner Bay. A halt was made near the riverbank, where the camp had been pitched during the demolition of the yacht. There were about 100 seals gambolling among the rocks, or basking in the sun. There were even some disporting themselves on the sand beyond the cordon of reefs. These amphibians were evidently little familiar with the presence of man. Perhaps they had never seen a human being, for the Frenchman had been dead for 20 years, and although it is a measure of ordinary prudence among those hunted in the Arctic or Antarctic seas, for the oldest of the band to stand sentinel, there was no such precaution here. But it was desirable not to alarm them, for in a few moments they might all clear away. When they first emerged into the bay, the young colonists had looked out towards the wide horizon between American Cape and False Point. The sea was quite deserted. Again, it was clear enough that the island was not on any of the maritime highways. It might happen, however, that a ship would pass within sight of the island, and in that case an observatory on the top of Auckland Hill, or False Point, would be better than the existing signal mast for the purpose of attracting attention. But someone would have to be on guard there night and day, far away from the caves, and the suggestion was dismissed as impracticable. Bryant, who was always thinking of getting back to New Zealand, could not but agree. It was, indeed, a pity that French Den was not situated on the bay side of Auckland Hill. After a hasty lunch, Gordon, Bryant Donegan, Cross, Baxter, Webb, Wilcox, Garnett, and Service prepared themselves for the seal hunt, while this was about Iverson, Jenkins, Jack, Dole, and Costar were to remain at the camp in charge of Moko. And as it was not advisable to let Fan loose among the amphibious herd, the dog was left to keep them company. They could amuse themselves by looking after the two guanacos put out to graze under the trees. All the firearms in the colony, rifles and revolvers, had been brought out with sufficient ammunition, which Gordon did not begrudge this time, as it was for the general good. To cut off the retreat of the seals to the sea was the first thing to be done. Donegan, by general consent, led the way down the river to its mouth, keeping under shelter of the bank as he went. That done, it was easy to get out along the reefs in such a manner as to get in the rear of the seals. This plan was executed with much care. The boys, from 30 to 40 yards behind each other, had soon formed a half-circle between the beach and the sea. Then at a signal from Donegan, they all fired. The guns rang out together, and every gun had its victim. The seals that had not been hit stood up, wagged their tails and their fins. Then, frightened by the noise, they rushed in a bound towards the reefs. They were pursued with the revolvers. Donegan was in his element and did wonders, while his comrades followed his example to the best of their ability. The massacre lasted but a few minutes, until the seals had been tracked beyond the edge of the reef, where the survivors disappeared, leaving 20 killed or wounded behind. The expedition had succeeded, and the hunters returned to the camp. The afternoon was spent in a task which was as repugnant as it could be. Gordon himself took part in it, and as the work was indispensable, all hands went through with it resolutely. First, the seals killed among the reefs had to be dragged on the beach, and although these were but of medium size, they gave a good deal of trouble. While this was in hand, Moko had set the big basin on the fire between two large stones, and put water into it. The quarters of seal, cut into 5 or 6 pieces each, were then placed in the basin, and a few minutes afterwards they were on the boil, with the clear oil oozing from them, and floating to the surface of the water, from which it was skimmed on into the casks. The place was rendered almost untenable by the disgusting odor which this caused. The boys held their noses, but they did not shut their ears, and many were the jokes about the disagreeable occupation, from which even the delicate Lord Donegan did not budge, and which was resumed next morning. By the end of the second day, Moko had got many 100 gallons of oil, and at that it seemed reasonable to stop, as the lighting of French Den was assured for the whole of the coming winter. The seals had not returned into the bay, and they were not likely to do so until time had softened the remembrance of their fright. Next morning the camp was struck at the dawn, to everyone's satisfaction, as may be supposed. The night before the chariot had been loaded with the casks, tools, and utensils. As it was much heavier than when it came, the guanacos could not draw it along very quickly, and there was an appreciable rise in the ground towards Family Lake. At the moment of departure, the air was filled with the deafening cries of 1,000 birds of prey. Buzzards and falcons come from the interior of the island to feed on the remains of the seals and leave no trace of them. Then, with a last salute to the ensign on Auckland Hill, and a last look out into the Pacific, the little troop began their march up the right bank of Zealand River. The return was uneventful. In spite of the difficulties of the road, the guanacos did their work so well, and the bigger boys helped them so judiciously, that they were back at French Den by 6 o'clock. The following days were occupied in the usual labors. A trial was made of the seal oil in the lanterns, and although the light was moderate enough, it was agreed it would answer the purpose, and there was no fear of having to spend the winter in darkness. Christmas was coming, and Gordon wished it to be kept with some solemnity. It would be a reminder to them of their lost country, and a messenger of the heart, as it were, to their absent friends. If the children could have made themselves heard, how they would have shouted, "We are here, all of us are living, we shall see you again. God will bring us to you." Yes, they still hoped that one day they would see their friends at Auckland again. The announcement was therefore made that on the 25th and 26th of December there would be holiday at French Den. Work would be suspended for these 2 days. They would keep the first Christmas on Charman Island as it was kept in the old country. The proposition was greeted with enthusiasm. On the 25th there would be a great state banquet, for which Moko promised something marvelous, and he and Service were in mysterious consultation, while Dole and Costar tried in vain to discover the secret of their deliberations. The great day arrived. Over the door of the cave Baxter and Wilcox had artistically grouped the schooner's flags, so as to give a festive air to French Den. In the morning a salute from a cannon awoke the echoes of Auckland Hill. This was one of the 2 guns, stationed at the entrance, which Donegan had fired in honor of the occasion. Then the youngsters went to the bigger boys and wished them the compliments of the season. There was even an address to the chief of Charman Island, recited by Costar, who did not do so badly. The boys wore their best clothes for the occasion. The weather was magnificent in the afternoon. There were sports on the terrace, in which all took part. On board the yacht there had been many of the needful materials for athletic games: cricket bats and balls, footballs, bowls, and some fives balls. The little ones enjoyed themselves immensely. All went off well. There were no disputes and no quarrels. It is true that Bryant devoted himself to amusing the youngsters, while Donaghan and his habitual companions, Webb, Cross, and Wilcox, made up a party of their own, but that was to be expected. When the dinner was announced, another gun was fired, and the boys took their seats in high expectation. On the large table, covered with a beautiful white cloth, there was a Christmas tree in a pot, covered with verdure and flowers. Moko had surpassed himself in the bill of fare, and very proud he was of the compliments addressed to him and his able collaborator, the smiling service. An agouti stewed, a salmi of tinamous, a roast hare stuffed with aromatic herbs, an ostrich with the wings expanded and the beak in the air, 3 tins of preserved vegetables, a pudding, and such a pudding, in which the traditional raisins of Corinth mingled with the fruits of the algarobe. There was even tea and coffee at dessert, and in fact everything to help to keep a proper Christmas on Charman Island. And then Bryant cordially proposed Gordon's health, who replied by drinking to the health of the little colony and their absent friends. And then co-star rose and, in the name of the little ones, thanked Bryant for the way in which he had looked after them, and there was much cheering. Chapter Roman II, Across the Lake. 8 days afterwards the year 1861 began, and in the southern hemisphere New Year's Day is at midsummer. It was nearly 10 months since the boys had been wrecked, and thrown on this island 1,800 leagues away from New Zealand. During this time, as we have seen, their position had gradually improved, and it seemed as though now they were at least secure of the necessaries of life. But still they were abandoned on an unknown island. Would the help from without, the only help they could hope for, come before the end of the hot season? Would the colony have to endure the rigors of a second Antarctic winter? Hitherto there had been no illness. All, young and old, had been as well as possible. Owing to Gordon's care, and not without an occasional grumble at his strictness, no imprudence, no excess had been committed. But if the present was prosperous enough, the future could only be contemplated with anxiety. Bryant's constant thought was to get away from Charman Island, but with the only boat they possessed, the yawl, how could they venture on a voyage that would be a long one even if the island did not belong to one of the Pacific archipelagos? Even if 2 or 3 of the boldest of the boys ventured in search of land to the eastward, how few were the chances that they would reach it? Could they build a boat large enough to carry them? Certainly not. That would be beyond their strength, for Bryant's only idea of a boat was one that would carry them all. All they could do was to wait and work to make themselves comfortable at French Den, and if not this summer, when they had almost enough to do to prepare for the winter, at least next, they could finish the exploration of their island. Resolutely they set to work. Experience had taught them how rigorous the winter could be. For weeks, for months even, bad weather might oblige them to remain in the hall, and they must above all things be prepared against cold and hunger, the 2 enemies they had most to fear. To fight the cold in French Den was only a question of fuel, and the autumn, short as it might be, could not close until Gordon had enough wood in store to keep the stoves going night and day. But ought not something to be done for the domestic animals in the enclosure and poultry yard? To shelter them in the storeroom would not be very pleasant, and would certainly be unwise from a hygienic point of view. Hence the need of making the shed more habitable, and of heating it by means of a fireplace which could always keep the air at a supportable temperature. And during the first months of the new year Baxter, Bryant, Service, and Moko were busily employed in this matter. In the equally important task of provisioning the den for the long winter, Donaghan and his companions found quite enough to do. Every day they visited the traps, snares, and nets. Whatever was caught and was not required for daily consumption went to swell the reserves of salted or smoked meat, which Moko was preparing with much care. But an exploring expedition was urgently called for, not to explore the whole of the unknown territories of Charman Island, but those only to the east of Family Lake. Did these consist of forest, marsh, or sandhills? Had they any new resources which might be utilized? One day Bryant had a talk with Gordon on the subject, treating it from a new point of view. Although Bawden's map may be fairly correct, said he, it is desirable that we should explore the eastern side for ourselves. We have good glasses which Bawden did not have, and who knows if we might not see land that he could not. His map makes Charman Island a solitary one, and it may not be so. Always the same idea, said Gordon, and you are miserable at not getting away. Yes, and at heart I am sure you feel the same as I do. Ought we not to do all we can to get home again as soon as possible? Well, said Gordon, we will organize an expedition in which we can all take part. No, it seems to me that 6 or 7 of us, That would be too many. If they are so numerous, they would only be able to get round the lake at the north or south, and who knows what difficulties they might meet with. What then do you propose? I propose to cross the lake in the yawl, and to do that only 2 or 3 need go. And who will have charge of the yawl? Moko, said Bryant. He knows how to manage a boat, and I understand a little about it. With the sail, if the wind is fair, and with the 2 oars, if it is against us, we might easily manage the 5 or 6 miles across the lake and reach the watercourse, which, according to the map, runs through the eastern forest, and we could go down that to its mouth. Agreed. I approve of your idea, but who will go with Moko? I will, for I did not take part in the expedition to the north of the lake. It is my turn to be of use. To be of use, said Gordon. Have you not been of great use? Have you not done more than any of the others? Well, we have all done our duty, said Bryant, so it is agreed then. Yes, it is agreed, but who is to go with you? I should not propose Donegan, for you do not get on well together. Oh, I would agree to that willingly, said Bryant. Donegan is not a bad-hearted fellow. He is brave, he is clever, and were it not for his envious character, he would be a capital companion. Besides, he will gradually reform when he sees that I really do not wish to push myself forward before anyone, and we shall end, I am sure, in being the best friends in the world. But I was thinking of quite another traveling companion. Who is that? My brother Jack, said Bryant. I get more and more anxious about him. Evidently he has done something wrong which he will not tell us. Perhaps if he finds himself alone with me on this expedition. That is so, Bryant. Take Jack and begin your preparations at once. They will not take long, answered Bryant. We shall not be away more than 2 or 3 days. When the others heard the news of the projected expedition, Donegan was very vexed at not being allowed to take part in it, and went to Gordon, who explained that only 3 boys were wanted to do what was to be done, that the idea was Bryant's, whose business it was to see it through, and see when Moko heard that he was going to change his employment as master cook for that of master mariner, he made no secret of his gratification. To go with Bryant was an additional pleasure. His substitute would naturally be Service, who revelled in the idea that he would be able to roast and stew as he liked without anyone to overlook him. And Jack seemed not at all unhappy at having to leave French Den for a day or 2 with his brother. The yawl was got ready. She was rigged with a little lateen sail, which Moko bent and furled. 2 guns, 3 revolvers, ammunition in sufficient quantity, 3 travelling wraps, provisions, waterproof capes in case of rain, 2 oars with a pair to spare. Such was the outfit required for the short trip, without forgetting the copy which had been made of Bawden's map, in which the new names were written as they were given. On the 4th of February, about 8 o'clock in the morning, Bryant, Jack, and Moko bade goodbye to their comrades and embarked. It was a splendid morning, with a light wind from the southwest. The sail was set and Moko took the helm. Leaving Bryant to look after the sheet, the surface of the lake was rippled by the intermittent breeze, and this the yawl felt more as she got further out, and in half an hour Gordon and the others from the terrace could see only a black spot which soon disappeared. Moko was seated aft, Bryant more forward, and Jack at the foot of the mast. For an hour the high ridge of Auckland Hill remained above the horizon. The opposite shore of the lake had not yet risen into view, although it could not be far off. Unfortunately, as often happens when the sun gains in power, the wind showed a tendency to die away, and about noon it dropped to a few capricious flaws. It is a pity, said Bryant, that the breeze has gone. It would have been worse if it had headed us, said Moko. You are a philosopher, said Bryant. I don't know what you understand by that, said the cabin boy, but I certainly make the best of what comes. Well, that is philosophy. Then hooray for philosophy, and let us take to the oars. We must reach the shore before night if we can, and if we can't, we can't, that's all. That's it, Moko. I'll take an oar, you take another, and Jack takes the helm. And if Master Jack steers well, we shall make good way. Tell me what to do, said Jack, and I'll do my best. Moko took in the sail, which had even ceased to flap, for the wind had quite gone. The boys then had a morsel to eat, and then, with Moko forward and Jack at the tiller, the boat began to move to the northeast, the course being steered by compass. She was then in the center of the large sheet of water, and just as if she were out at sea, the surface was circumscribed by the line of sky. Jack kept an anxious lookout for the shore opposite French Den. About 3 o'clock, Moko, taking the glasses, announced that he saw indications of land. A little later, Bryant agreed that he was not mistaken. At 4 o'clock, the tops of trees showed themselves rising from a low, flat shore, which Bryant had been unable to detect from False Point. So the only heights on Charman Island were those of Auckland Hill. The boat was still from 2.5 miles to 3 miles away from the eastern shore, Bryant and Moko rowing steadily on, and getting very tired owing to the great heat. The surface of the lake was like a mirror. Every now and then the bottom could be seen 12 or 15 feet down, covered with aquatic plants, among which myriads of fish were swimming. It was nearly 6 o'clock when the yawl neared the shore at the foot of a bank, above which spread the clustering branches of green oaks and sea pines. The bank was too high for the boys to land, and they had to coast along for half a mile or so to the north. "There is the river marked on the map," said Bryant, pointing to an opening in the bank through which flowed the waters of the lake. "Well," said Moko, "I think we ought to give it a name." "All right," said Bryant, "let us call it East River as it flows to the east." "That will do," said Moko. "And now we have only to get into the stream and drift down it." "We will do that tomorrow, Moko. We had better camp here. We can start at dawn tomorrow and explore both banks of the river. Shall we go ashore?" "Ask Jack." "Oh yes," said Bryant, "and camp under the trees." The boys took the boat into a little creek and scrambled out onto the bank. They moored the yawl to a stump and took out of her the arms and provisions. A good fire of dry wood was lighted at the foot of a large green oak, and they had a meal of biscuit and cold meat and were not at all sorry to get to sleep. "Come, wake up, let us be moving," said Bryant, who was the first to awake at 6 o'clock next morning. And in a few minutes all three were back in the boat and out in the stream. The current was rather strong, the tide had turned about half an hour before, and the oars were not needed. Bryant and Jack were in the bow of the yawl, while Moko, with one of the oars out astern, kept the boat in midstream. "It is likely," said Moko, "that we shall get down to the sea in one tide if East River is only 6 miles long, as the current is much stronger than in Zealand River." "Let us hope so," said Bryant. "When we come back we may have to take 2 or 3 tides." "That may be," said Moko, "and if you like we can start with the next tide." "Yes," said Bryant, "as soon as we have seen that there is no land to the eastward." The yawl drifted along at a rate, Moko estimated, of about a mile an hour. According to the compass, East River ran in an almost straight course to the east-northeast. It was more shut-in than Zealand River, and it was not so wide, being only about 30 feet across. Bryant's only fear was that there might be some rapids or whirlpools in its course, but there would be time enough to prepare for any obstacle. The boys were in a forest in which the vegetation was very thick, the trees being similar to those in Trap Woods, with this difference that green oaks, cork oaks, pines and firs were in the majority. Among others, although his knowledge of botany was much less than Gordon's, Bryant recognized a certain tree which he had seen in New Zealand. The branches of this tree spread out in umbrella shape quite 60 feet above the ground, and bore conical fruits 3 or 4 inches long, pointed at the end, and covered with glittering scales. "That is a stone pine," said Bryant. "If so," said Moko, "let us stop for a minute or two. It will be worthwhile." A movement of the oar steered the yawl into the left bank. Bryant and Jack jumped out. A few minutes afterwards they came back with an armful of the fruits, each of which contained a kernel of oval form, coated with a thin skin and tasting like a hazelnut. It was a valuable find for the gourmands of French Den, and it was also valuable, as Gordon told Bryant on his return, on account of the oil that the fruits yielded. It was important to discover if the forest had as many animals as those on the other side of the lake, and Bryant kept his eyes open. He saw a lot of nandus in full flight and a herd of vicugnas, and even a couple of guanacos ran past with incredible swiftness. And as to the birds, Donegan ought to have been there for a shot or two. But Bryant resisted the temptation to waste his powder, as the yawl was amply provisioned. Towards 11 o'clock the trees began to open out. Here and there little gaps and glades were noticed. The breeze was more and more impregnated with a saline odor, indicating the nearness of the sea. A few minutes later, beyond a clump of superb green oaks, a bluish line appeared. It was the horizon. The yawl still drifted down with the tide, but more slowly now than at first. The ebb was hardly perceptible now, and East River had become nearly 50 feet wide. They reached the rocks by the seashore. Moko steered the boat into the left bank, and then carrying the grapnel to land, he stuck it firmly into the ground. Here was quite a different state of affairs to that on the other side of the island. It was a deep bay, but instead of the wide, sandy beach and line of reefs and lofty cliffs as on Wreck Coast, there was a mass of rocks, among which, as Bryant soon found, there were at least a score of caves. This side of the island was consequently well fitted for habitation, and if the schooner had come ashore here, and it had been possible to float her afterwards, she could have been taken into the little harbor at the mouth of the river, where, even at low tide, there was always water. Bryant looked away out to sea, to the far horizon stretching for some 15 miles from point to point of 2 sandy promontories. The long bay, or gulf rather, was deserted, as it doubtless always was. Not a ship was in sight. On land or sea there was no sign of man. Moko, accustomed to recognize the vague lineaments of distant hills, molded and marked with clouds, could discover nothing with his glasses. Charman Island seemed to be as lonely in the east as it was in the west, and that was why Bawden's map showed no land in that direction, and Bryant contented himself with naming the gap in the coast Deception Bay. "Come," said he, It is not from this side we shall start when we go back." "I think we had better have something to eat," said Moko. "Right," said Bryant, "but be quick. When can we get back up the river? If you want to go by this tide, you ought to start at once." "That is impossible. I must have a good look round the horizon from some high point. Then we shall have to wait for the next tide, and that means 10 o'clock tonight." "Are you afraid to travel during the night?" asked Bryant. "No," said Moko, "and there would be no danger, for we shall have the moon. Besides, the course of the river is so straight that we can steer the boat with an oar all right, and if the stream meets us we can row up, or if it is too strong we can run ashore and wait till it is day." "Then let it be so," said Bryant. "And now we have 12 hours before us. Let us make the most of them to complete an exploration." And the time was spent in visiting this part of the coast, where the trees came down to the very edge of the rocks. The birds were as numerous as at French Den, and Bryant was able to shoot a few tinamous for supper. The main feature of the coast was the heaped-up granite masses that made the place a sort of field of Karnak, where the arrangement owed nothing to the hand of man. In the space of half a mile, Bryant found a dozen halls and storerooms that would have sufficed for the wants of the little colony. He was naturally led to inquire why Bauden had not taken up his quarters on this side of the island. There was no doubt he had visited it, for the main lines of the coast were accurately shown on the map. That he had left no trace behind him was probably because he had fixed his domicile at French Den before he had explored this eastern territory, and finding the shore more exposed to the storms from the sea, had thought it best to remain where he was. At 2 o'clock, when the sun had passed the zenith, the time appeared favorable for a careful examination of the offing. Bryant, Jack, and Moko set to work to scale an enormous rock, which in outline somewhat resembled a bear. The block was about 100 feet away from the little harbor, and it was not without difficulty that they clambered to its top. When there, they looked back over the island. To the west lay Family Lake, screened by a thick mass of verdure. To the south the country was seamed with yellow sandhills bordered by blackish firs as in the arid plains of the north. To the north the outline of the bay ended in a low promontory, which formed the limit of an immense sandy plain stretching beyond. In short, Charman Island was only fertile in its contral portions, where the sweet waters of the lake spread life around as they flowed off to the sea. Bryant then turned his glasses to the east, where the horizon was now as clear as could be. Any land within 7 or 8 miles would certainly have been noticeable. There was nothing in that direction, nothing but the sea and the unbroken line of sky. For an hour Bryant, Jack, and Moko continued to look around them, and they were about to descend to the beach again when Moko suddenly stretched out his hand to the northeast and asked, "What is that?" Bryant brought his glasses to bear on the spot indicated. A little above the horizon was a whitish stain that the eye might have taken for a cloud, had not the sky been quite clear at the time. Bryant kept it in the field of his glasses for a long time, and announced that it remained stationary and its form did not alter. "I do not know what that can be," he said, "unless it is a mountain, and a mountain would not look like that." A few minutes afterwards the sun had sunk more to the west, and the spot had disappeared. Was it some high peak, or a luminous reflection from the waters, as Jack and Moko suggested? Soon all three were back at the mouth of East River, where the yawl was moored. Jack collected some dry wood from under the trees, and then he lighted the fire while Moko cooked the roast tinamous. At 7 o'clock Jack and Bryant were walking along the beach, waiting for the tide to turn, and Moko had gone off up the riverbank in search of a stone pine from which he thought he would like a few fruits. When he returned to the mouth of the river, night had begun to close in. Away out at sea the waves were still lighted by the last rays of the sun, but the shore was plunged in semi-darkness. When Moko reached the boat, Bryant and his brother had not returned. As they could not be far off, he was in no way anxious about them. But he was surprised to hear a violent sobbing and then the sound of a loud voice. He could not be deceived, it was Bryant's. Were the brothers in any danger? Moko did not hesitate to run off at once along the beach and round the rocks which shut in the little harbor. Suddenly he saw something which made him halt. Jack was on his knees before Bryant. He seemed to be pleading with him, to be begging for pardon, and his were the sobs Moko had heard. The cabin boy would have run back, but it was too late. He had heard and understood. He knew now what Jack had done and what he had just confessed, and why Bryant was exclaiming, "You stupid boy. It was you who did it, you are the cause. Forgive me, forgive me. That is why you keep apart from the rest. That is why you are afraid of them. May they never know, no, not a word to anyone." Moko would have given much not to have known the secret, but to pretend not to know it now he was face to face with Bryant would never do. And a few minutes afterwards, when he found him alone by the boat, he said to him, "I overheard." "What?" said Bryant. "You know that it was Jack." "Yes, and you must forgive him. But will the others forgive him?" "Perhaps," said Moko. "In any case, better they should know nothing. I'll keep silence, you may depend." "Ah, poor Moko," said Bryant, clasping him by the hand. For 2 hours up to the time of embarking, Bryant did not say a word to Jack, who remained sitting at the foot of a rock close by, and evidently nearly broken-hearted now that he had made his confession. About 10 o'clock, the flood tide began to make itself felt, and Bryant, Jack, and Moko took their seats in the boat. As soon as the grapnel was taken up, she began to move with the current. The moon had risen shortly after sunset and made navigation practicable till midnight. When the ebb set in, the oars were got out, and after an hour's pulling not a mile upstream was gained. Bryant then prepared to anchor until daybreak, when the tide would flow again, and this was done. At 6 o'clock the voyage was resumed, and at 9 o'clock the yawl was back in Family Lake. Their Moko rehoisted the sail, and with a fair beam wind steered straight for French Den. About 6 o'clock in the evening, after a pleasant voyage during which neither Bryant nor Jack hardly spoke a word, the yawl was hailed by Garnet, who was out fishing on the bank, and a few minutes later she ran alongside, where Gordon gave her passengers a hearty welcome. Chapter 3: The New Chief. Bryant thought it best to say nothing of what had passed between him and his brother, even to Gordon. But the story of his trip he told to all as they sat round him that evening. He described the eastern coast of Charman Island all round Deception Bay. He told them how East River ran through the forest, and how rich the forest was in trees of all kinds. He stated that better quarters could be found on the east than on the west, if it ever became necessary to abandon French Den. As to the sea, there was no land in sight, but he mentioned the strange white patch above the horizon which he could not explain. Probably it was merely a column of vapor, and would be explained when the next visit occurred to Deception Bay. In short, it was only too certain that Charman Island had no land near it, and doubtless many hundred miles divided it from the continent or the nearest archipelagos. The boys had therefore to resume their struggle for existence, awaiting some help from without, for it seemed unlikely that they would ever be able to do anything of themselves towards a rescue. They set to work vigorously preparing for the winter. Bryant worked more zealously than ever, and it was noticed that he had become less communicative, and that, like his brother, he rather kept himself away from the rest. Gordon, in taking note of this change in his character, observed that Bryant was always seeking to put Jack to the front on every occasion in which pluck had to be shown or danger ran, and that Jack eagerly accepted such tasks. But as Bryant had said nothing to him, and gave him no opportunity of asking, Gordon remained silent, although he suspected that an explanation had taken place between the brothers. The month of February was passed in various ways. Wilcox had found the salmon swimming up the river to the fresh waters of Family Lake, and many were caught in nets stretched from bank to bank. To preserve them required a large quantity of salt, and to get this a great many journeys were needed to Schooner Bay, where Baxter and Bryant had established a small salt marsh, a square pool in which the seawater was evaporated by the sun and deposited the salt. In the first fortnight of March, 3 or 4 of the young colonists went off to explore a part of the marshy district of South Moors, which lay across Zealand River. This expedition was Donegan's idea, and at his suggestion Baxter made several pairs of stilts out of the light span. As the marsh was in places covered with a shallow sheet of water, these stilts allowed their wearers to stride along dry-footed. In the morning of April 17th, Donegan, Webb, and Wilcox crossed the river and landed on the left bank. They carried their guns slung over their shoulders, and Donegan had a duck gun with him from the arsenal of French Den, which he thought he would have a favorable opportunity to use. As soon as the three reached the bank, they put on their stilts and set out for the higher part of the marsh, which was dry even at high tide. Fan accompanied them. She did not want stilts, as she did not mind wetting her feet in crossing the pools. Donegan, Wilcox, and Webb went about a mile in a southwesterly direction before they reached the dry ground, and they then took off their stilts, so as to be at their ease in pursuit of the game which swarmed over the wide extent of moor. Snipe, pintail, wild duck, rail, plover, teal, and thousands of scoters, worth more for their down than their flesh, but very fine eating when properly cooked. Donegan and his comrades could shoot at hundreds of these innumerable aquatic birds without wasting a single shot, and they were not unreasonable, and contented themselves with a few dozen birds, which Fan retrieved in fine style from the pools of the marsh. Donegan was strongly tempted to bring down a few other things, which could not well figure on the den table, notwithstanding all the cabin boy's ability. Among these was a few thinacores belonging to the family of waders, and some herons decked with a brilliant aigrette of white plumes. To shoot them would be mere waste of powder, and Donegan refrained from molesting them, but he could not resist temptation when he saw a flock of flamingos with wings the color of fire, and flesh as good as that of the partridge. The favorite haunt of these birds is among brackish waters, and here they were all in array, guarded by sentinels giving a sort of trumpet call when they signaled danger. At the sight of these magnificent specimens of the island's ornithology, Donegan yielded without more ado, and Wilcox and Webb were no wiser, and off they started in pursuit, and in vain. They forgot that if they had approached without being seen and fired at their ease, the flamingos would have been stupefied by the reports, and not had sense enough to run away. In vain, the three boys tried to get near these superb palmites, which measure more than 4 feet from beak to tail. The alarm had been given, and the flock disappeared in the south unhurt, although even the duck gun was brought into action against them. Nevertheless, the three sportsmen returned with bags quite heavy enough to give no cause for regret that they had visited South Moors. Gordon had no intention of waiting for the winter before French Den was prepared for it. There was a store of food to be got in, so that there should be enough for the enclosure as well as the cave. Many were the trips made to bog woods for this purpose. The chariot drawn by the two guanacos made several journeys daily for a fortnight. The winter might last more than the 6 months, and yet there would be enough wood and seal oil to give fire and light all through it. These labors did not interfere with the scheme of instruction that had been drawn up. The bigger boys took it in turns to teach the little ones. Donegan continued to show off a little, as was natural to him, but it did not gain him any friends. In 2 months, Gordon's term of office would be over, and he reckoned on succeeding him as chief of the colony. He persuaded himself that the position was his as a matter of right. Was it not unjust that he had not been elected at the first? Wilcox, Cross, and Webb unfortunately encouraged him in these ideas and began to canvass for him, having no doubt of his success. But Donegan, all the same, did not command a majority of the votes, nor did Gordon, who saw clearly all that was going on, and although he was eligible for re-election, made no attempt to obtain a continuance of office. He felt that the severity he had to show during his year of office would not gain him any votes. His practical good sense had not made him popular, and this unpopularity Donegan hoped to turn to good account. When the election came on, there would probably be a somewhat interesting contest. What the youngsters chiefly complained of was Gordon's economy in the matter of sweetmeats. And in addition to this, there was his scolding them for not taking proper care of their clothes when they came back to French Den with rags on their backs and holes in their shoes, which required constant repairs, and made the question of footgear a very serious one. And then for every lost button, what reprimands and sometimes what punishments. And then Bryant would intercede sometimes for Jenkins, sometimes for Dole, and in that way lay his road to popularity. Then the youngsters knew that the two cooks, Service and Moko, were devoted to Bryant, and if ever he became chief of Charman Island, they saw a savory future in which there would be a never-ending course of jam tarts and dainty bits. What is the world coming to? In this very colony we have but a type of society in general. In what did these children differ from full-grown men? Bryant took little interest in these things. He worked away steadily, and keeping his brother fully employed, both of them the first and last at work as if they had some special duty to fulfill. But the days were not entirely devoted to schoolwork. There were hours of recreation set down in the program. One of the conditions of remaining in health was that gymnastic exercises should be practiced in which old and young took part. The boys climbed trees, getting up to the lower boughs by means of a rope wound round the trunk. They jumped with and without the pole. They swam in the lake, and those who could not swim were soon taught to do so. They ran races and swam races for prizes. They practiced with the boluses and the lasso. They played cricket and rounders and quoits, and with regard to the last, a dispute occurred which had very serious consequences. It was on the 25th of April in the afternoon. 8 of the boys were playing, 4 on a side, Donegan, Webb, Wilcox, and Cross against Bryant, Baxter, Garnett, and Service. On the level strip on the terrace, the 2 pins had been driven into the ground about 50 feet apart, and it was, of course, the object of the players to throw their quoits onto them, or as near them as possible. The players were greatly excited, particularly as Donegan was opposed to Bryant. 2 games had been played. Bryant's side had won the first with 7 points, Donegan's had won the second with 6, and now they were playing the conqueror and there were only 2 quoits to throw. Now Donegan. "It is your turn," said Webb. "Aim straight, it is our last chance." "Don't get excited," replied Donegan, and with one foot in front of the other he stood, the right hand holding the quoit, the body bent forward, and in such a position as to give him the best chance of a good throw. His whole soul was in the game, his teeth were clenched, his cheeks were pale, his eyes glowed beneath the knitted brows. After a careful look, he threw the quoit straight and true, a long, low throw that only just missed ringing the pin and struck it just at the side. "It's a pity you missed," said Cross, "but it's the best throw yet. And the game is ours," added Wilcox, "unless Bryant manages to drop onto the pin." "Look out!" Bryant took up his position, moving the quoit backwards and forwards once or twice, and aimed so well that, rising high in curve, it dropped right onto the pin. A ringer. shouted Service triumphantly. "That makes us 7 and it is our game." "No," said Donegan, stepping forward, "the game is not yours." "Why not?" asked Baxter. "Because Bryant cheated." "Cheated," said Bryant. "Yes, cheated," said Donegan. "Bryant was over the mark, he stepped in 2 feet. "That he didn't," said Service. "No, I didn't," said Bryant, "and even if I did, it was a mistake, and I will not stand Donegan calling me a cheat." "Indeed, you won't stand it," said Donegan. "No, I will not," replied Bryant, getting very angry. "And first I'll prove that my feet were on the line." "You can't," said Webb and Cross. "Well," said Bryant, "there are my footmarks on the sand. And as Donegan must have known that, I tell him he's a liar." "A liar am I," said Donegan, stepping quietly towards him, jacket off, shirt sleeves tucked up, all ready and anxious for a fight. Bryant had recovered his temper and stood quietly watching him as if he were ashamed to be the first to fight one of his comrades, and set an evil example to the colony. "You were wrong to insult me, Donegan," he said, "and you are wrong now to challenge me." "Indeed," said Donegan in a tone of the profoundest contempt, "it is always wrong to challenge those who are afraid to defend themselves." Afraid? Yes, you are a coward and you know it." Again Bryant forgot himself for a moment and, clenching his fists, squared up to Donegan. But just then Gordon, who had been fetched by Dole, stepped into the ring. "Bryant, Donegan," he said. "He called me a liar," said Donegan. "He called me a cheat and a coward," said Bryant. "Donegan," said Gordon, "I know what sort of a fellow Bryant is. He is not the cause of this quarrel, it was you that began it." "Indeed," said Donegan, "and I know what sort of a fellow you are. Always ready to take sides against me." "Yes, when you deserve it," said Gordon. "All right," said Donegan. "But whether I began it or Bryant began it, if Bryant refuses to fight, he is a coward." "And you, Donegan," said Gordon, "are a mischievous, bad-tempered fellow, for ever setting a bad example to the others. Placed as we are here, is it right that one should always be trying to cause disunion amongst us? Surely we ought all to work together." "Bryant," said Donegan, "thank Gordon for his sermon, and now come on." "Not in the least," said Gordon. "I am chief of the colony, and I am not going to stand this sort of thing. Bryant, go into the storeroom. And you, Donegan, go where you like, but don't come back till you have sense enough to see that in blaming you I only did my duty." "3 cheers for Gordon," said the boys, all except Webb, Wilcox, and Cross, and 3 cheers for Bryant. The only thing to be done was to obey. Bryant went into the hall, and in the evening when Donegan returned, it was evident that he was content for the time to say no more about the matter. But all the same he cherished a fierce rancor within him, and had no intention of forgetting the lesson which Gordon had given him. But nothing further was said, and the work of preparing for the winter went on in peace. During the first week in May, the cold was keen enough for Gordon to give orders for the stoves to be lighted up in the cave, and kept going night and day, and soon afterwards it became necessary to warm the shed of the enclosure, which duty fell to Garnet and Service. At the same time the birds began to depart in flocks. Whither did they go? Evidently to the northern countries of the Pacific, or the American continent, where the climate was milder than that of Charman Island. Among these birds the chief were the swallows, those marvelous migrants flying such enormous distances. In his constant endeavor to avail himself of every means to leave the island, it occurred to Bryant to use these birds as messengers. Nothing was easier than to catch a few dozens of these birds, for they had built inside the storeroom, and to their necks was tied a little linen bag, containing a letter announcing the wreck on Charman Island, with a request for the news to be sent on at once to Auckland. Then the swallows were released, and with much emotion the boys saw them depart. It was a very slender chance of safety, but it was a chance, and Bryant was quite right in not neglecting it. The snow came on the 25th of May, a few days earlier than the preceding year. Was the winter to be earlier and severer than before? It was to be feared so. Luckily warmth, light, and food were assured for many months. The winter clothing had been given out a few weeks before, and Gordon's hygienic measures were rigorously enforced. During this time French Den became the scene of an agitation which caused a good deal of excitement among the youngsters. The year for which Gordon had been elected chief of Charman Island expired on the 10th of June, and in consequence of this there began a series of conferences, consultations, and even intrigues that much agitated this little world. Gordon, as we have said, was quite indifferent to what was going on, and Bryant, being of French descent, considered that his own chance was hopeless in a colony where English were in a majority. But Donegan was very anxious about the election, and with his more than ordinary cleverness, and his courage that nobody doubted, he would have had an excellent chance of election had he not been so haughty, domineering, and envious. He had made up his mind to be Gordon's successor, although his vanity prevented him from canvassing for votes, and he pretended to be quite unconcerned in the matter. But what he did not do openly, his friends did for him in secret, and Wilcox, Wabb, and Cross were untiring in their efforts at persuading the little ones. The 10th of June arrived. In the afternoon, the election took place. Each boy had to write on a slip of paper the name of the candidate for whom he intended to vote. The majority of votes would decide the election. As the constituency comprised only 14 members, Moko, as a Negro, did not vote, 8 votes would carry the election. At 2 o'clock, Gordon opened the poll, and the voting was conducted with great gravity as beseemed such a serious ceremony. When the votes were counted, the following was the result. Bryant 8, Donegan 3, Gordon 1. Neither Gordon nor Donegan had voted, and Bryant had voted for Gordon. When the poll was declared, Donegan could not restrain his deep irritation and disgust. Bryant was surprised at receiving the majority of votes and was on the point of declining to serve, but his eyes happened to rest on Jack, and an idea occurred to him, so that he said, "I thank you, my friends, and I accept the position you have offered me." And at sunset, Bryant began his year of office as chief of Charman Island. Chapter Roman 4, A Skating Adventure. Bryant's election was chiefly owing to his constant endeavors to be of use, and the never-failing courage of which he had given so many proofs. From the day when he had, so to speak, taken the command of the schooner during her voyage from New Zealand, he had never recoiled from danger or trouble. Although he was of a different nationality, all liked him, both great and little, and especially the latter, who had voted for him unanimously. Donegan, Cross, Wilcox, and Webb were alone in refusing to recognize Bryant's good qualities, but at heart, they were well aware that they were unjust to the most deserving of their companions. Gordon was not sparing of his congratulations to Bryant, although he foresaw that the choice would widen the division that already existed, and he feared that Donegan and his companions would take some step that would leave cause to regret. But he was of too just a disposition not to approve of the choice that had been made, and he was very glad to have no more to do than to keep the accounts of French Den. It was obvious, however, that Donegan and his 3 friends had resolved not to put up with the existing state of things, although Bryant had no intention of giving them an excuse for violence. Jack was quite surprised when his brother accepted his election. "Do you want it, then?" asked he. "Yes," said Bryant in a low voice. "Yes, so that we can do more than we have done to atone for the mistake you made." "Thanks," said Jack, "and do not spare me." Next day they recommenced the dreary course of this existence which the long winter days were to make so monotonous. And before the cold forbade an excursion to the bay, Bryant did a very useful thing. The flagstaff, as we know, had been erected on one of the highest crests of Auckland Hill. Of the flag that had been hoisted on it, only a few strips now remained, the rest having been torn and carried away by the wind. To replace it, Baxter, at Bryant's suggestion, made a sort of balloon, a basket made of the pliant rushes that grew in the marsh. This was strong enough to resist any wind, for being open, the wind would pass through it. And on the 17th of June an expedition was made to the bay, and the tattered ensign was hauled down and replaced by this ball signal, which could be seen for many miles round. The time was soon coming when Bryant and his comrades would be imprisoned in French Den. The thermometer slowly fell, the fall being continuous, and indicating a long spell of extreme cold. Bryant brought the yawl ashore and beached her in an angle of the cliff, covering her with a thick tarpaulin, so that she should not dry and fall to pieces. Then Baxter and Wilcox stretched their nets near the enclosure, and dug new pits in Trap Woods, and nets were also fixed along the left bank of Zealand River, so as to catch in their meshes whatever seabirds the breezes blew against them. Meanwhile, Donegan and 2 or 3 of his companions, mounted on their stilts, made excursions to South Moors, and never returned with empty bags, although Bryant was as economical with his ammunition as Gordon had been. During the first week of July, the river began to freeze. A few icebergs, formed in Family Lake, floated down with the current. In a short time they became heaped together a little below French Den, and formed an ice back above which the smooth water soon bore a thick coat of ice. The cold continued, and the surface of the lake was frozen, and after a short spell of squalls which checked the freezing somewhat, the wind shifted round to the southwest, the sky cleared, and the temperature sunk below zero. The last year's program of work was adopted. Bryant kept his position without any abuse of authority. The boys obeyed him cheerfully, and Gordon helped much by setting an example of obedience. Donegan and his partisans showed no signs of actual insubordination. They occupied themselves in their daily task of looking to their traps and nets and snares, and kept much to themselves, talking together in a low voice and rarely joining in the general conversation. Were they engaged in some plot, that would be seen in time, but no complaint could at present be made of them, and Bryant had no cause to interfere. He continued to treat them with justice, and took the more difficult and unpleasant tasks on himself and his brother, who now rivaled him in zeal. Gordon soon noticed the change that was taking place in Jack's character, and Moko saw with pleasure that, since his explanation with his brother, the little fellow took part more frequently in the games of his comrades. The long hours that the cold obliged them to spend in the cave were occupied in study. Jenkins, Iverson, Dole, and Costar got on wonderfully. In teaching them, the bigger boys could not help teaching themselves. During the long evenings, readings were made from books of travel, which Service, for one, did not find quite as entertaining as Robinson Crusoe. Frequently Garrett's accordion would give forth its exasperating harmonies, as the unhappy melomaniac worked its bellows to the verge of ruin, and the boys would sing songs, and always managed to have a chorus. And then, the concert ended, all would go to bed. Bryant was still full of his thoughts of return to New Zealand, therein differing from Gordon, who only concerned himself with completing the organization of the colony on Charman Island. Bryant's term of office was to be marked by the attempts which were to be made to leave the island. Often did he think of the whitish patch he had seen in the offing of Deception Bay. Could it belong to some land near the island? If so, would it be possible to build a boat and reach that land? But when Bryant spoke of this to Baxter, Baxter only shook his head, for he saw such an undertaking to be out of their power. "Ah," Bryant would say, "why are we only children, why are we not men?" And that was his greatest sorrow. During the winter nights there were several alarms at French Den. Fan would break out at times into loud barking as the packs of wild beasts, chiefly jackals, would come prowling round the enclosure. And then Donegan and the others would run out and throw fire, brands into the midst of the pack, and away would go the jackals in flight. 2 or 3 times a few couples of jaguars and cougars put in an appearance, to be shot at and driven off. And in short, the enclosure was only kept safe by constant watchfulness. On the 24th of July, Moko had an opportunity of displaying his culinary talent on a new victim. Wilcox and Baxter, who was always glad to help him, were not content with devising snares and traps for birds and beasts of small size. By bending down the saplings in trap woods, and fitting them with running nooses, they had prepared for the capture of animals of much larger growth. Usually such things are placed in the forest in the track of the deer, but it was not a deer that was caught on this occasion. It was a magnificent flamingo that had got its head into the noose, and strove in vain to slip out of it. When Wilcox visited the place in the morning, he found the bird already strangled, and dangling from the tree, which, released by the trigger, had sprung up and drawn the knot tight round the prisoner's throat. The flamingo, stuffed with aromatic herbs and done to a turn, was pronounced excellent. On the wings and thighs there was enough meat for all, and for everyone there was a little bit of the tongue, than which no greater dainty is found beneath the skies. In the first fortnight of August there were 4 days of extreme cold. Bryant saw with apprehension the thermometer drop to register 34 degrees of frost. The clearness of the air was wonderful, and as always happens with these periods of low temperature, there was not a breath of wind. While this lasted, no one could go out of French Den without being instantly chilled to the marrow, and the youngsters were forbidden to leave the cave. The elder boys only went out when obliged to keep up the fires in the stable and yard. But this cold did not last long. On the 6th of August, the wind went back to the west, and a stormy week followed, during which the temperature slowly rose to within 7 degrees below freezing. The last fortnight of August was fairly pleasant. Bryant resumed his work out of doors, though there could be no fishing, owing to a thick sheet of ice covering the waters of the stream and lake. Many visits were paid to the nets along the riverbank, where much game from the opposite marshes was caught, and kept the larder well supplied. And the enclosure had an increase in its tenants. There were broods of young ostriches and guinea fowl, and the vicugna produced a litter of 5, of which Service and Garnet took every care. As the state of the ice was favorable, Bryant resolved to have a skating party, and with wooden soles and iron blades, Baxter contrived to make several pairs of skates that answered every purpose. At 11 o'clock on the 25th of August, Bryant, Gordon, Donegan, Webb, Cross, Wilcox, Baxter, Garnet, Service, Jenkins, and Jack, leaving Iverson, Dole, and Costar in charge of Moko and Fan, set out from French Den in search of a wide stretch of ice suitable for skating purposes, all having breakfasted before starting, and intending to return to the cave before dinner. They had to follow the bank for nearly 3 miles before they found a place that answered their requirements, the lake near French Den being encumbered with the hummocks piled up at the mouth of the river. But when opposite Trap Woods they reached a magnificent field of ice stretching right away out of sight to the eastward, and affording a superb arena for quite a skating army. Donegan and Cross had, of course, taken their guns with them, so as to be ready for any shooting that might turn up. Bryant and Gordon, who did not care for skating over much, had come to keep the youngsters out of danger, and Bryant had brought with him a horn that might come in useful to call them home. The best skaters in the colony were Donegan, Cross, and Jack, particularly the last, who was as remarkable for the speed with which he moved as he was for the precision with which he traced the most complicated curves. Before giving the signal to be off, Bryant had called his comrades together and made them a speech. "I hope you will all be cautious and not be tempted into rashness by any desire to show off. If there is little fear of the ice breaking up, there is always a risk of your breaking an arm or a leg. So be careful, do not go out of sight. If any of you get far away, remember that Gordon and I will wait for you here, and when I give the signal, mind you all come back." And then the skaters went on the ice, and Bryant was delighted to see how well they got along. The few falls that took place produced only shouts of laughter. The best performance was Jack's. Forward and backward he flew, sometimes on one foot, sometimes on two, sometimes upright, sometimes stooping, describing circles and curves with marvelous regularity, and great was Bryant's satisfaction to see his brother take part in his comrades' games. Probably Donegan felt annoyed at the applause with which Jack was greeted, as in spite of Bryant's warnings he drew farther and farther away from the rest, and made signs for Cross to follow him. "There's a lot of wild duck over there," he said, "in the east. Do you see them?" "Yes, you have got your gun, I have mine, come on." But Bryant says no. Never mind what Bryant says, come on and be as quick as you can. In a minute or two Donegan and Cross were half a mile away in pursuit of the flock of ducks that were flying across the lake. "Where are they off to?" asked Bryant. "They have seen some birds over there," answered Gordon, and the instinct of the sportsman, or rather the instinct of disobedience, interrupted Bryant. "It is Donegan again. Do you think anything will happen to them?" "Who can tell?" said Bryant. "It is always dangerous to get away from the rest like that. Look how far they have gone already." And in their rapid rush Donegan and Cross were now merely 2 points on the horizon of the lake. Even if they had time to return, for the day would last a few hours longer, it was unwise to go away so far. At this time of the year, a sudden change of weather was always to be feared. A shift in the wind might at any moment mean a gale or a fog, and about 2 o'clock Bryant saw with dismay that the horizon had disappeared in a thick bank of mist. Cross and Donegan had not reappeared, and the mist, growing thicker each moment, came up over the ice and hid the western shore. "That is what I feared," said Bryant, "and now how will they know their way back?" "Blow the horn, give them a blast on the horn," said Gordon. 3 times the horn sounded, and the brazen note rang out over the ice. Perhaps it would be replied to by a report from the guns, the only means Donegan and Cross had of making their position known. Bryant and Gordon listened. No report reached their ears. The fog had now increased and was within a quarter of a mile of where they stood. The lake would soon be entirely hidden by it. Bryant called to those within sight, and a few minutes afterwards they were all safe on the bank. "What is to be done?" asked Gordon. "Try all we can to find Cross and Donegan before they are lost in the fog. Let one of us be off in the direction they have gone and try to signal them back with the horn." "I'll go," said Baxter. "And so will we," said 2 or 3 others. "No, I will go," said Bryant. "Let me go," said Jack. "I can soon get up to Donegan on my skates." "That will do," said Bryant. "Be off, Jack, and listen for the report of the guns. Take the horn, and that will tell them where you are." A moment afterwards Jack was invisible in the fog, which had become denser than ever. Bryant, Gordon, and the others listened attentively to the notes of the horn, which soon died away in the distance. Half an hour elapsed. There was no news of the absent neither of Donegan and Cross, unable to find their bearings on the lake, nor of Jack who had gone to help them. What would become of all of them if night fell before they returned? "If we had firearms," said Service, "we might." "Firearms," exclaimed Bryant. "There are some at French Den. Let us fetch them. Don't lose a moment." It was the best thing to do, for above all things it was important to let Jack and Donegan and Cross know the way back. In about half an hour Bryant and the others were at the cave. There was no thought now of economizing powder. Wilcox and Baxter loaded 2 muskets and fired them towards the east. There was no reply, nor the sound of gun or horn. It was now 3:30 o'clock. The fog grew thicker as the sun sank behind Auckland Hill. The surface of the lake was invisible. "Fire a cannon," said Bryant. One of the little pieces from the schooner that pointed through the embrasure by the door of the hall was dragged out onto the terrace and pointed towards the northeast. It was loaded with a signal cartridge, and Baxter was about to fire it when Moko suggested that a wad of grass stuffed in above the cartridge would make the report louder. The gun was fired, and in such a calm atmosphere the report could have been heard several miles away, but there was no reply. For an hour the cannon was fired every 10 minutes. That Donegan, Cross, and Jack could misunderstand the meaning of this firing was impossible. The discharges could be heard over the whole surface of the lake, for in fog sound travels farther than in fine weather, and the denser the fog the better it travels. At length, a little before 5 o'clock, 2 or 3 distant reports of a gun were heard in the northeast. "There they are," said Service, and immediately Baxter fired in reply. A few minutes afterwards, two forms were seen through the mist that still lay thick on the lake, and Donegan and Cross came into view. Jack was not with them. Bryant's anxiety may be guessed. His brother had not been able to find the two runaways, who had heard nothing of the horn. Cross and Donegan had, in fact, been coming back from the center of the lake when Jack started eastwards, and without the firing from French Den, they would have been unable to find their way. Bryant, thinking only of his brother thus lost in the fog, said not a word of reproach to Donegan, whose disobedience had caused such serious risk. If Jack had to pass the night on the lake in a temperature of 13 below freezing, how could he survive? I ought to have gone in his place, said Bryant, when Gordon and Baxter in vain tried to give him a little hope. A few more cannon shots were fired. Evidently, if Jack were near French Den, he would have heard them and replied with a blast on his horn. But not a sound came in answer, and night was closing in and darkness would soon settle down on the island. One good thing happened. The fog showed a tendency to disappear. The breeze, rising as the sun set, began to blow the mist back, and now the only difficulty in getting back to French Den lay in the darkness of the night. There was now only one thing to do, to light a large fire on the bank as a signal, and Wilcox, Baxter, and Service had begun to heap up the dry wood on the terrace when Gordon stopped them. "Wait," he said. With the glass at his eyes, he was looking attentively towards the northeast. "I think I see something," he said, "something that moves." Bryant had seized the glass and was looking through it. "Heaven be praised," he said, "it is Jack, I see him." And they all shouted their loudest as if they could make themselves heard at what must have been at least a mile away. But the distance was lessening visibly. Jack with the skates on his feet came gliding on with the speed of an arrow towards French Den. In a few minutes he would be home. "I do not think he is alone," said Baxter with a gesture of surprise. The boys looked, and two other moving things could be seen behind Jack a few hundred yards away from him. "What is that?" asked Gordon. "Men," asked Baxter. "No, beasts," said Wilcox. "Wild beasts probably," said Donegan. He was not mistaken, and without a moment's hesitation he rushed onto the lake towards Jack. In a minute he had reached the boy and fired at the two pursuers, who turned tail and fled. They were two bears, quite an unexpected addition to the Charmanian fauna. If they had been prowling about the island all this time, how was it no trace of them had been seen? Could it be that they only inhabited the island in the winter, and that they had drifted to it on the floating ice? Did not that seem to show that a continent was not far from Charman Island? Here was food for reflection. But Jack was saved, and his brother clasped him in his arms, and great was the general rejoicing at his return. He had blown his horn again and again without attracting the attention of his comrades, who like him were unable to fix their position in the fog until the cannon shots were heard. "That must be the cannon at French Den," said he when he heard the sound. He was then several miles away on the northeast side of the lake, and at once he set off full speed towards the point from which the report proceeded. Suddenly, as the fog began to clear, he saw the two bears rushing in pursuit of him. He did not, however, lose his presence of mind, and his progress was swift enough to keep the animals at a distance, but if he had fallen he would have been lost. While he and his brother were going back to the cave, he took him aside and said in a low voice, "Thank you much for giving me a chance." Bryant clasped his hand and said nothing. As Donegan was entering the door, Bryant said to him, "I told you not to go far away, and you see how your disobedience might have caused a great disaster. But although you are much to blame, Donegan, I cannot do less than thank you for having gone to Jack's help." "I only did my duty," said Donegan coldly, and he passed on without noticing the hand his comrade held out to him. Chapter V. The Separation. 6 weeks after these events, about 5 o'clock in the evening, 4 of the young colonists came to a halt at the southern extremity of Family Lake. It was the 10th of October. The influence of the warm season was making itself felt. Beneath the trees, clothed in their fresh verdure, the ground had resumed the garb of spring. A pleasant breeze rippled the surface of the water, now lighted by the last rays of the sun, which lingered on the vast plain of South Moors. A narrow beach of sand formed the border of the moor. Flocks of birds with much noise flew overhead on their way to rest for the night in the shadow of the woods or the crevices of the cliff. A few groups of evergreen trees, pines, green oaks, and a few acres of firs alone broke the monotonous barrenness of this part of Charman Island. A fire was burning at the foot of a pine tree, and its fragrant smoke was drifting over the marsh. A couple of ducks were cooking over the fire. Supper over, the 4 boys had nothing to do but to wrap themselves up in their rugs, and while one watched, 3 of them could sleep. They were Donegan, Cross, Webb, and Wilcox. And the circumstances under which they had separated from their companions were these. During the later months of the second winter, the relations between Donegan and Bryant had become more strained than ever. It will not have been forgotten with what envy Donegan had seen the election of his rival. More jealous and irritable than ever, it was with the greatest difficulty he submitted to the orders of the new chief of Charman Island. That he did not resist openly was because the majority would not support him, but on many occasions he had showed such ill will that Bryant had found it his duty to remonstrate with him. Since the skating party, when his disobedience had been so flagrant, his insubordination had gone on increasing, and the time had come when Bryant would be obliged to punish him. Gordon was very uneasy at this state of things, and had made Bryant promise that he would restrain himself. But the latter felt that his patience was at an end, and that for the common interest in the preservation of order an example had become necessary. In vain, Gordon had tried to bring back Donegan to a sense of his position. If he had had any influence over him in the past, he now found it had entirely disappeared. Donegan would not forgive him for having so often sided with his rival, and his efforts at reconciliation being in vain, he saw with regret the complications that were coming. From this state of things, it resulted that the harmony so indispensable to the peace of French Den was destroyed. A certain restraint was obvious which made the life in common very uncomfortable. Except at mealtimes, Donegan and his 3 partisans lived apart. When bad weather kept them indoors, they would gather together in a corner of the hall, and there hold whispered conversations. "Most certainly," said Bryant to Gordon one day, "those 3 are plotting something." "Not against you, Bryant," said Gordon. "Donegan dare not try to take your place. We are all on your side, and he knows it. Perhaps they are thinking of separating from us. That is more likely, and I do not see that we have the right to prevent them. But to go and set up, they may not be going to do so. But they are. I saw Wilcox making a copy of Bawden's map, and did Wilcox do that?" "Yes, and really I think it would be better for me to put an end to all this by resigning in your favor, or perhaps in Donegan's. That would cut short all this rivalry." "No, Bryant," said Gordon decidedly. "You would fail in your duty towards those who have elected you." Amid these discussions, the winter came to an end. With the first days of October, the cold definitely disappeared, and the surface of the lake and river became free from ice. And on the evening of the 9th of the month, Donegan announced the resolve of himself and Webb, Cross, and Wilcox to leave French Den. "You wish to abandon us," said Gordon. "To abandon you? No, Gordon," said Donegan. "Only Cross, Wilcox, Webb, and I have agreed to move to another part of the island." "And for what reason?" asked Baxter. "Simply because we want to live as we please, and I tell you frankly because it does not suit us to take orders from Bryant." "What have you to complain of about me?" said Bryant. "Nothing except your being at our head," said Donegan. "We had a Yankee as chief of the colony, now it is a French fellow who is in command. Next time I suppose we shall have a nigger fellow, Moko for instance." "Do you mean that?" asked Gordon. "I do," said Donegan, "and neither I nor my friends care to serve under any but one of our own race." "Very well," said Bryant. "Wilcox, Webb, Cross, and you, Donegan, are quite at liberty to go and take away your share of the things. We never supposed otherwise, Bryant, and tomorrow we will clear out of French Den. And may you never have cause to repent of your determination," said Gordon, who saw that insistence would be in vain. Donegan's plan was as follows. When Bryant had told the story of his expedition across the lake, he had stated that the little colony could take up their quarters on the eastern side of the island under very favorable conditions. Among the rocks on the shore were many caves. The river yielded fresh water in abundance. The forest extended to the beach. There was game furred and feathered in abundance, and life would be as easy there as at French Den, and much easier than at Schooner Bay. Besides, the distance between French Den and the coast was only a dozen miles, of which 6 were across the lake and 6 down the East River, so that in case of necessity communication was not difficult. But it was not by water that Donegan proposed to reach Deception Bay. His plan was to coast along Family Lake to its southern point, and then follow the bank to East River, exploring a country up to then unknown. This was a longish journey, 15 or 16 miles, but he and his friends would treat the trip as a sporting expedition and get some shooting as they went. Donegan had thus no need of the yawl, and contented himself with the Halkett boat, which would suffice for the passage of East River and any other streams he might meet with. As this expedition was merely preliminary, and had for its object the exploration of Deception Bay, with a view of selecting a permanent dwelling, Donegan took no more baggage with him than he could help. 2 guns, 4 revolvers, 2 axes, sufficient ammunition, a few fishing lines, some traveling rugs, one of the pocket compasses, the indie-rubber boat, and a few preserves formed the outfit. The expedition was expected to last about a week, and when they had selected their future home, Donegan and his friends would return to French Den and take away on the chariot their share of the articles saved from the wreck of the schooner. If Gordon or any of the rest came to visit them, they would be glad to see them, but to continue to live at French Den under the present state of things, they had no intention of doing, and nothing could shake their determination to set up a little colony of their own. At sunrise, the 4 separatists took leave of their comrades, who were very sorry to see them go, and maybe Donegan and his friends were not unmoved. They were taken across Zealand River in the yawl by Moko, and then leisurely walked off along the shore of Family Lake by the edge of the wide-stretching South Moors. A few birds were killed as they went along by the side of the marsh, but Donegan, knowing he must be careful of his ammunition, contented himself with only shooting enough for the day's rations. That day the boys accomplished between 5 and 6 miles, and about 5 o'clock in the evening, arriving at the end of the lake, they camped for the night. The night was cold, but the fire kept them comfortable, and all 4 were awake at the dawn. The southern extremity of Family Lake was an acute angle formed by 2 high banks, the right one of which ran due north. On the east the country was still marshy, but the ground was a few feet above the level of the lake, so that it was not flooded. Here and there a few knolls dotted with undersized trees broke the monotony of the green expanse. As the country consisted chiefly of sandhills, Donegan gave it the name of Dune Lands, and not wishing to plunge too far into the unknown, he decided to keep to the lake shore and leave further exploration for a future time. If, said he, the map is right, we shall find East River about 7 miles from here, and we can easily do that before night. Why not strike off to the northeast so as to get to the mouth of the river direct? Asked Wilcox. That would save us a third of the way, said Webb. So it would, said Donegan, but why should we venture across this marshy country, which we do not know, and run the risk of having to come back here? If we keep along the shore of the lake, there is much less chance of our meeting with an obstacle. And then, added Cross, it is important that we should explore the course of East River. Evidently, said Donegan, for the stream gives us direct communication between the coast and Family Lake. Besides, as we go down it, we can explore the forest on either side. This point being decided, they set off at a good pace. There was a narrow path some 3 or 4 feet above the level of the lake, and along it ran the line of sandhills. As the sun rose, it became evident that in a few miles the scenery would change. And in fact, about 11 o'clock they stopped for lunch by a little creek under the shade of some huge beech trees, whence as far as the eye could reach towards the east rose a confused mass of verdure to mark the horizon. An agouti, shot by Wilcox during the morning, served for the meal, and was fairly well cooked by Cross, who was the Moko of the expedition. The meal over, Donegan and his friends were afoot again. The forest which bordered the lake consisted of similar trees to those in Trap Woods, but the evergreen varieties were in greater number. There were many more pines, spruces, and green oaks than birches or beeches, and all were of superb dimensions. To his great satisfaction, Donegan found that the fauna was quite as varied as that of the rest of the island. Guanacos and vicugnas were frequently seen, and a flock of nandus was observed satisfying their thirst. Hares, maras, tucutucos, peccaries, and feathered game abounded in the thickets. About 6 o'clock a halt was made. The bank was cut through by a stream which ran out of the lake. This ought to have been, and was, East River. It was easily recognized, as Donegan found the traces of the fire on the spot where Bryant had encamped during his expedition with Jack and Moko. To camp in the same place, light a fire on the ashes, and sleep under the same trees appeared the best thing to do, and that is what was done. 8 months before, when Bryant had stopped at the same place, he little thought that 4 of his companions would come here in their turn, with the intention of living by themselves in this part of Charman Island. And perhaps Cross, Wilcox, and Webb, when they found themselves far from their comfortable beds in French Den, felt more regret at being there. But their fate was now bound up with Donegan's, and Donegan was too vain to acknowledge his mistakes, too obstinate to abandon his plans, and too jealous to give in to a rival. Next morning Donegan proposed to cross the river at once. Having done that, said he, we can spend the day in getting down to the sea, which is under 6 miles from here. Yes, said Cross, and it was on the left bank that Moko found the pine cones, and we can gather our food as we go. The indie-rubber boat was then unpacked, and as soon as it was in the water, Donegan worked it across to the opposite bank, towing a line behind as he did so. With a few strokes of the paddle, he was soon across the 40 feet of the river's width. Then, by pulling at the line, Wilcox, Webb, and Cross got the boat back, while Donegan let out a line from his side, and so in 4 trips all were on the left bank of the river. That done, Wilcox folded up the boat as if it were a traveling bag, and put it on his back. It would, of course, have been less fatiguing to have floated down East Rivet in the yawl, as Bryant, Jack, and Moko had done, but the indie-rubber boat could only take 1 passenger at a time, and the river voyage was not to be thought of. It was not easy traveling. The forest was so dense, the ground bristled with thick patches of underwood, and was strewn with branches broken off in the recent storms, and many were the swamps and quagmires round which the travellers had to go. Donaghan found no traces of Bawden's passage through the forest, such as existed in Trap Woods, but there could be no doubt he had been there, for the map indicated exactly the course of the river right down to the bay. At noon a halt was made for luncheon under the pine trees, where Cross gathered a quantity of the fruit, on which they regaled themselves. Then for the next 2 miles the boys had to make their way through clumps of underwood, where occasionally they had to cut a path with their axes, so as not to stray too far from the river. On account of the delay this caused, it was not till 7 o'clock that they got out of the forest. Night was coming on, and Donaghan could make out nothing of the coastline. All he could see was the long line of foam as he listened to the murmur of the sea rolling on to the beach. It was decided to camp where they were, in the open. A few grouse were cooked for supper, and the fire that had been lighted was kept in during the night. It was Donaghan's turn to watch. Wilcox, Cross, and Webb stretched themselves under the branches of a large parasol pine, and tired out by the long day's work, were immediately asleep. Donaghan had great difficulty in keeping awake. He succeeded, however, but when the time came for him to be relieved by one of his companions, they were all so sound asleep that he could not make up his mind to wake any of them. The forest was so quiet that they were as safe as if they were at French Den, and so, having thrown a few handfuls of wood on the fire, Donaghan lay down at the foot of the tree and closed his eyes to open them when the sun was up, lighting a wide horizon of sea. Chapter Romans 6, The Boat of the Beach. The first thing Donaghan did was to go down to the mouth of the river. There he and his friends looked out over the sea they viewed for the first time. It was as deserted as that on the other shore. But, said Donaghan, if, as we have reason to believe, Charman Island is not far from the American continent, the ships which come through the Straits of Magellan bound for the ports of Chile and Peru ought to pass us to the eastward. And that is another reason why we should take up our quarters at Deception Bay, and although Bryant has so called it, I hope it will not justify its name. In making this remark, Donaghan was probably seeking an excuse, or at least a pretext, for a rupture with his comrades at French Den, but at the same time, it was reasonable to suppose that ships bound to South American ports would appear on the eastern, rather than the western side. At the river mouth, as Bryant had stated, there was a little port well sheltered from the wind and sea. If the schooner had been driven on this coast, it would not have been impossible to save her and keep her for the voyage home. In the rear of the rocks forming the little harbor were the outermost trees of the forest, which extended not only to Family Lake, but northwards to where they shut in the horizon. Bryant had not exaggerated regarding the granite masses on the shore. There were plenty to choose from. But Donaghan thought it advisable not to go far away from the river, and soon hit upon a place carpeted with fine sand, in which the party could be as comfortable as at French Den. The cavern would have sufficed for the whole colony, for it comprised a series of adjoining caves, which would form distinct rooms, instead of offering only the hall and storeroom. The day was spent in exploring the coast for a couple of miles. Donaghan and Cross shot a few tinamous, while Wilcox and Webb went fishing in East River, and caught 6 of the same species as in Zealand River, among them being 2 good-sized perch. There were millions of shellfish in the innumerable ridges and hollows of the reefs that served as a breakwater to the harbor on the northeast, and fish there were in abundance among the seaweeds close by, so that there was no need of going 4 or 5 miles off in search of them. It will be remembered that Bryant had made the ascent of an enormous rock, which somewhat resembled a bear in shape. Donaghan was also struck with the resemblance, and gave the name of Bear Rock Harbor to the sheltered inlet at its foot. During the afternoon, Donaghan and Wilcox climbed Bear Rock, so as to have a good view over the bay, but neither ship nor land appeared eastward of the island. The whitish patch which had attracted Bryant's attention in the northeast they did not see. Either the sun was too low on the opposite horizon, or Bryant had been the dupe of an optical illusion. In the evening, Donaghan and his companions had their supper under a group of superb nettle trees, whose lower branches overshadowed the stream, and discussed the advisability of at once returning to French Den, to bring the things necessary for taking up their quarters at Bear Rock Cave. I think, said Webb, that we ought not to delay, for the journey round the lake will take several days. But, said Wilcox, when we come back, would it not be better to have the boat down East River as Bryant did? That would save time, said Webb, and also save us a good deal of work. What do you think, Donaghan? Asked Cross. You are right, Wilcox, he replied. By having the yawl which Moko could manage, but would Moko agree to that? Said Webb dubiously. Why should he not? Asked Donaghan. Have I not as much right to order him about as Bryant? Besides, all he has to do is to pilot us across the lake. He would have to obey, said Cross. If we are obliged to bring all our things round by land, there will be no end of work, and I don't think the chariot could get through the forest. We must have the yawl, but if they refuse to give it to us, insisted Webb. "Refuse," exclaimed Donegan. "And who will refuse? Bryant, is he not the chief of the colony?" "Bryant refuse," said Donegan. "Does the boat belong to him more than to us? If Bryant dares to refuse—" Donegan did not finish the sentence, but it was evident that in this and every other matter Donegan would not submit to take orders from his rival. But as Wilcox observed, there was no need to discuss the matter. In his opinion, Bryant would give his comrades every assistance in their removal to Bear Rock, and there was no need to get excited over the matter. The only question they need trouble themselves about was, should they go back at once to French Den? "It seems to be absolutely necessary," said Cross. "Then we start tomorrow?" asked Webb. "No," said Donegan. "Before we start, I should like to get round the end of the bay, so as to see the north part of the island. We could reach the north coast and be back again here in 2 days. Who can tell if there is not in that direction some land that Baudin did not see, and so did not show on his map? It would not be reasonable to settle down here without finding this out." Next morning, October the 14th, Donegan and his friends were off at daybreak along the shore to the northward. For 3 miles or more, the masses of rock lay strewn between the forest and the sea, leaving at their base a sandy strip about 100 feet wide. It was noon when the last rock was reached, and a halt made for lunch. Close by a stream ran into the bay, but as it flowed from northeast to northwest, it appeared not to come from the lake. The waters it brought down from the northern part of the island flowed into the sea through a narrow gully, and Donegan named it North Creek, for it was not worth calling a river. A few strokes of the paddle sent the India rubber boat across it, and then the boys continued their way along its bank. It was about 3 o'clock. In following the creek, Donegan had been thrown back towards the northwest more than he cared for, and was about to strike off to the north, when Cross suddenly shouted, "Look, Donegan, look!" And with his hand he pointed to a large reddish mass that was moving under the trees between the long grass and reeds of the creek. Donegan made a sign to Webb and Wilcox not to stir, and accompanied by Cross with his gun ready for action, he glided off silently in pursuit of the moving mass. It was a large animal, which would have looked like a rhinoceros if it had had a horn and if its lower lip had been longer. There was the report of a gun, followed immediately by another. Donegan and Cross had fired. Evidently at the distance, about 50 yards, the bullets had produced no effect on the thick skin of the animal, which rushed from the reeds and disappeared in the forest. Donegan recognized it. It was an amphibian, and perfectly inoffensive, a brown-coated anta, otherwise one of those huge tapirs frequently met with in the neighborhood of South American rivers. As nothing could be done with such an animal, its escape was not regretted, although the sportsmen were not particularly pleased. In this part of the island the forest was very thick, and as the beech trees were in thousands, Donegan gave it the name of Beech Forest, which took its place on the map alongside those of Bear Rock and North Creek already given. When evening came, 9 miles had been covered. In as many more the travelers would reach the north point of the island, and that would be the work for the morrow. As soon as the sun rose, the boys were off. There were many reasons for not wasting time. The weather gave signs of changing. The wind, which blew from the west, began to freshen. Heavy clouds were racing along in the offing, but they were high up in the sky, and it was hoped they would not bring rain. Facing the wind, even if it blew a storm, would not frighten the explorers, but a heavy squall, with its usual accompaniment of a deluge of rain, would have put an end to the expedition, and forced them to return to the shelter of Bear Rock. They pressed on then, although the wind took them in flank. The day was a very disagreeable one, and evidently a bad night was to follow. A storm was coming on, and at 5 o'clock the roll of the thunder was heard amid the lightning flashes. Donegan and his comrades did not retreat. The idea that they were near their object encouraged them. Beech Forest still lay to the left, and at any moment they could take refuge under its trees. Besides, the wind was so violent that there was no fear of rain. About 8 o'clock, the hoarse murmur of the surf was heard. Evidently there was a bank of reefs off the shore of the island, but the sky, already veiled with thick vapors, grew darker. So long as the last rays of light did not fall, it was best to push on. Beyond the edge of the trees was a beach 1/4 of a mile wide, and on this the waves were rolling white with foam, after being churned among the breakers to the north. The boys, although very tired, were still able to keep on. They wished to have at least a glimpse of this part of the Pacific while there was daylight. Was it a boundless sea, or only a narrow channel separating the island from a continent or another island? Suddenly Wilcox, who was a little in advance, came to a halt and pointed to a dark mass on the edge of the shore. Was it a marine animal, some huge cetacean such as a whale, wrecked on the Sound? Was it not rather a boat, which had been thrown ashore after drifting through the breakers? It was a boat thrown on its starboard side. And beyond, near the line of seaweed rolled up by the tide, Wilcox pointed out 2 bodies on the beach. Donegan, Webb, and Cross had at first stopped, But without thinking what they were doing, they ran up to the two bodies on the sand, corpses perhaps. And then, seized with terror, and without thinking that a spark of life might linger, and that their immediate help might be necessary, they fled for refuge under the trees. The night was growing dark, although lighted every now and then by the lightning flashes, and in the darkness the growling of the tempest grew louder, as did the roar of the raging sea. The trees were being broken on all sides, not without danger to those sheltering beneath them, but to camp on the beach was impossible, for the sand, driven by the wind, swept through the air as in volleys of grape. Throughout the night the boys remained in this place without being able to close their eyes for an instant. The cold tortured them cruelly. They were not able to light a fire, for it would have been blown about and scattered, with the risk of burning the dead branches on the ground. And it may have been that fear kept them awake. Whence came this boat? To what nation did these men belong? Was there any land nearby from which a boat could come? Was there a ship that had foundered in the storm? All these hypotheses were admissible, and during the few lulls in the storm Donegan and Wilcox discussed them in a low voice. At the same time they became a prey to hallucinations. They imagined they heard distant cries when the wind fell a little, and listening, they asked if other shipwrecked men were wandering on the beach. No, they were the dupes of an illusion. No despairing appeal rose amid the storm. Then they thought they had been wrong to yield to the first moment of terror, and they would have rushed out towards the breakers, at the risk of being blown down by the storm. And in this dark night, on an open beach swept by the spray of the rising tide, how were they to find the boat or the place where the bodies lay on the sand? But strength of mind and strength of body failed them now. Long as they had been left to themselves, long as they had begun to think themselves men, they found they had become children again in the presence of the first human beings they had met with, and which the sea had cast up as corpses. Then their composure returned to them, and they saw what their duty required them to do. In the morning, as soon as day appeared, they would go out to the edge of the beach and bury the two shipwrecked men. But the night seemed interminable. It seemed as though the dawn would never come to dissipate these horrors. If they could only take some note of the time by consulting their watch. But it was impossible to light a match, even under the wraps. Cross tried to do so, but had to give it up. Then Wilcox hit upon another plan for finding out the time. It took 12 turns of the key to wind his watch up every 24 hours. As he had wound it up at 8 o'clock in the evening, he had only to count the number of turns to ascertain the hours that had elapsed. This is what he did, and having only 4 turns to make, he concluded that 8 hours had gone by, and that it was now 4 o'clock in the morning. The day would soon break. And soon afterwards the first streaks of the dawn appeared in the east. The storm continued, and as the clouds were low over the sea, rain was to be feared before they could get back to Bear Rock Harbor. But before they started, they had to perform the last duty towards the shipwrecked men. As soon as the early morning light had penetrated the thick morning mists in the offing, they went out on the beach, struggling not without difficulty against the blasts of the storm. Often they had to hold each other up to save themselves from being blown over. The boat had been left near a low ridge of sand, and they could see by the line of weed that the tide had risen and passed it. But the two bodies were no longer there. Donegan and Wilcox went some 20 yards onto the sand. Nothing, not even a trace of them, had been left by the tide. "Poor fellows," said Wilcox. "Were they then alive that they have gone away?" "Where are they?" asked Cross. "Where are they?" answered Donegan, pointing to the sea which was rolling in angrily. "There, where the outgoing tide has taken them." Donegan crept along to the ridge of rocks and swept his glass over the waves. Not a corpse did he see. He rejoined his companions, who had remained near the boat. Perhaps a survivor of the catastrophe would be found inside her. The boat was empty. She was the longboat of some merchantman, decked forward and about 30 feet on the keel. She was no longer seaworthy. Her starboard side had been stove in below the waterline when she was cast on the beach. A stump of the mast broken off at the step, a few tatters of sail caught onto the cleats at the gunwale, and a few ropes' ends were all that remained of her rigging. Provisions, utensils, weapons, there were none either in the lockers or in the little cabin in the bow. On the stern 2 names showed the ship to which she belonged and the port of register: Severn, San Francisco. San Francisco. One of the ports of the Californian coast. The ship was American, and it was the sea that bounded the horizon. Chapter VII, The Invasion. The circumstances under which Donegan and his companions quitted French Den will not have been forgotten. Since his departure, the life of the young colonists had been of the saddest. With deep regret, they had seen the separation which might have such fatal consequences in the future. Assuredly, Bryant had nothing to reproach himself with, and yet he felt the separation more than the others, probably on account of his being its cause. In vain, Gordon tried to console him. "They will come back, Bryant, and much sooner than they think. Obstinate as Donegan is, circumstances will be too strong for him. Before the bad season comes, I bet you we shall be all together again at French Den." Bryant only shook his head. Circumstances might bring Bade the absent, perhaps, but then the circumstances would be serious. Before the bad season, Gordon said, were, then, the colonists to pass a third winter on Charman Island? Were they to have no help before then? Were not these parts of the Pacific visited during the summer by merchant vessels, and would they see the balloon signal on the crest of Auckland Hill? The balloon was, it is true, hoisted only 200 feet above the level of the island, and could not be seen over a very wide radius. And after trying in vain with Baxter to devise some sort of boat which would be seaworthy, Bryant had betaken himself to thinking out some means of raising a signal to a greater height. He spoke of this often, and one day he asked Baxter if it would not be possible to use a kite for the purpose. "We have the string and the cloth," said he, "and if we made the kite big enough it would fly high enough. We could let it up 1,000 feet. Except on the days when there is not a breath of wind," said Baxter. "It is very seldom that is the case," said Bryant, "and in calm weather we could bring the kite down. But once we had the end of the string fixed to a peg in the ground, the kite would follow the changes of the wind itself, and it would be no trouble to us." "That has to be proved," said Baxter. "Besides," said Baxter, "if the kite is visible during the day, say 60 miles away, we could make it visible during the night by hanging one of our lamps to its tail." Bryant's idea was practical enough, and there was nothing in it difficult of execution to the boys who had often flown kites in New Zealand. When it became known, the scheme was received enthusiastically. Jenkins, Iverson, Dole, and Co-Star were delighted at the thoughts of a kite, far exceeding anything they had seen. "How jolly it would be to hang onto the string when it was flying. You must have a long tail," said one. "And big ears," said another. "And paint a big punch on it," said another. "And we'll send messengers up to it," said another. It was delightful. The youngsters saw in the kite only a distraction, but it was a serious matter, and might yield very fortunate results. Baxter and Bryant then set to work on the next day, but one after Donegan and his 3 companions had left French Den. "It will make people open their eyes to see such a thing," said Service. "What a pity it is Crusoe and the Swiss family never thought of kite flying." "Will it be visible all over the island?" asked Garnett. "Not only all over the island," said Bryant, "but for a long way round." "Will they see it at Auckland?" asked Dole. "Not exactly," said Bryant, smiling at the question, "but when Donegan and the others see it, they may come back." All that day and the next days were occupied in making the kite, which Bryant thought would be best if octagonal in shape. The frame, light and strong, was made of a sort of very rigid reed that grew on the shore of Family Lake. On this framework Bryant stretched one of the light cloths used to cover the schooner's skylight, and which was waterproof, and so impermeable that no wind could find its way through it. For a string, he used the same cord as that in store for the log line, and which was capable of standing considerable tension. The kite had a magnificent tail to keep it in equilibrium when it lay on its bed of air, and it was so strongly made that it could without danger have taken up any of the boys. But that was not the object, and it fulfilled all the requirements if it was strong enough to stand all winds, long enough in string to rise to a good height, and large enough to be visible over a radius of from 50 to 60 miles. It was not to be held in the hand, for it was large enough to have dragged along the whole of the boys, and much faster than they would like in anything of a breeze. And so the string was wound round one of the schooner's winches, which was taken to the terrace and firmly fixed in the ground so as to resist every pull of the giant, as the youngsters had named the kite. This was all finished by the evening of the 15th, and Bryant resolved to get the giant up during the following afternoon. But a storm came, and the kite would have been smashed if it had been let up in such weather. This was the same storm which had burst on Donegan and his companions in the northern part of the island, and cast the boat and the shipwrecked Americans on the rocks to which there was afterwards given the name of Severn Reefs. On the 16th, although the weather was not so stormy, yet the wind was too violent for the kite. But as the wind dropped in the afternoon, there was good promise of an attempt being successful next day. This was the 17th of October, an important date in the annals of Charman Island. Although it was a Friday, Bryant was not superstitious enough to wait a day. Besides, the weather was most favorable, there being a gentle, steady breeze just strong enough to suit the kite. The string was so fastened to the bridle that the kite would fly at such an angle as to rise well overhead. When evening came, the string could be wound in and a lantern tied to the tail which would show a light all night. The final preparations occupied the morning. At 1:30 the kite was laid on the ground, with its long tail stretched out, and only waiting for Bryant's signal to be held up and started, but the signal he did not give. At that very moment his attention had been called off by Fan, who had rushed off into the forest, and began to bark in such a strange plaintive way that everyone was surprised. "What is the matter with Fan?" asked Bryant. "Has she scented some animal in the wood?" "No, she wouldn't bark like that," "Let us go and see," said Service. "Not without your weapons," said Bryant. Service and Jack ran into the cave and came back with 2 loaded guns. "Now come," said Bryant. And the 3, accompanied by Gordon, walked off towards Trap Woods in the path taken by Fan, whose barking could still be heard. Bryant and his companions had not gone 50 yards before they saw the dog standing in front of a tree, at the foot of which was a human form. A woman lay there, still as if she were dead, a woman whose clothes, gown of some heavy fabric, and brown linen shawl tied round her waist, seemed to be in good repair. Her face showed signs of excessive suffering, although she was of robust constitution, being from 40 to 55 years of age. Exhausted with fatigue and perhaps hunger, she had fainted away. Imagine what were the feelings of the young colonists in the presence of the first human being they had met since their arrival on the island. She breathes," exclaimed Gordon. Hunger, perhaps thirst. Jack was off to the cave, to return with some biscuits and a flask of brandy. Then Bryant, leaning over the woman, opened her lips and poured a few drops into her mouth. She moved and raised her eyelids. Then her look brightened as she saw the boys round her. Then Jack held out a biscuit which she seized and ate greedily. Evidently the poor woman was dying more from want than fatigue. But who was she? Would it be possible to exchange a few words with her and make her understand? Bryant was soon assured of this. The unknown raised herself a little and said in English, "Thanks." "Thank you." Half an hour afterwards, Bryant and Baxter had brought her into the hall, and were there giving her all the attention they could. As soon as she felt herself strong enough, she told them her story, which was as follows, and our readers can judge how much it interested the young colonists. The woman, an American by birth, had lived for more than 20 years as confidential servant in the family of William R. Penfield, at Albany, the state capital of New York. Her name was Catherine Reddy, though she was generally called Kate. A month since, Mr. and Mrs. Penfield, wishing to go to Chile, where one of their relatives resided, had come to San Francisco, the chief seaport of California, to embark on the merchant vessel Severn, commanded by Captain John F. Turner. The ship was bound to Valparaiso, and Mr. and Mrs. Penfield and Kate, who was, so to speak, one of the family, took passage in her. The Severn was a good ship, and would doubtless have made an excellent passage if the 8 men of the crew who had recently joined had not been scoundrels of the worst description. 9 days after sailing, one of them, Walston, helped by his companions, Brant, Rock, Henley, Cook, Forbes, Cope, and Pike, had broken out into mutiny and killed the captain, the second mate, and Mr. and Mrs. Penfield, the object of the murderers being to seize the ship and use her in the slave trade, which then still existed with a few provinces of South America. Only 2 persons on board had been spared. These were Kate, saved by the intercession of Forbes, who was less cruel than the rest, and Evans, the first mate of the Severn, who was kept to navigate the ship. This horrible affair took place on the night of the 7th of October, when the Severn was about 200 miles from the Chilean coast. On pain of death, Evans was forced to lay the course towards Cape Horn and cross the Atlantic to the west coast of Africa. But a few days afterwards, why no one ever knew, a fire broke out on board. In a few moments it became so fierce that Walston and his men found it hopeless to save the ship. One of the men, Henley, jumped overboard to escape the fire and was drowned. The Severn had to be abandoned, the longboat was launched, a few stores and weapons were thrown into her, and she had only just time to sheer off when the burning vessel foundered. The position of the survivors was extremely critical, for 200 miles separated them from the nearest land. It would only have been justice if the boat had gone down with the scoundrels in her, had not Kate and Evans been on board. 2 days after the loss of the ship, a violent storm had come on, and the boat, with her sail torn to ribbons and her mast carried away, was driven on to Charman Island. And on the night of the 15th she was thrown on the beach, and her side stove in. Walston and his companions, exhausted by their long struggle with the storm, suffered so from cold and fatigue that they were almost dead when the boat ran onto the reef. 5 of them were swept out of her by a wave, and a moment or so afterwards the 2 others were thrown onto the sand, while Kate fell on the opposite side of the boat. The 2 men remained senseless for some time, as also did Kate. When she returned to consciousness, she remained quiet and still, thinking that Walston and the others had perished, and waiting for daylight to begin her search for assistance in this unknown land. About 3 o'clock in the morning, she heard footsteps near the boat. Walston, Brant, and Rock had not been drowned in the wave that struck the boat when she was crossing the reef. They had come along the rocks to the help of their companions, Forbes and Pike, and were now in conversation with them, while Evans remained a few hundred yards away under guard of Cope and Cook. And this is the conversation that passed, which Kate heard distinctly. "Where are we?" asked Rock. "I don't know," said Walston. "It doesn't matter much, we mustn't stop out here, we must go further in. When day comes we can look about us. Have you got the firearms?" asked Forbes. "Yes, and the ammunition all right," said Wolston, who took out of the locker 5 guns and several packets of cartridges. "That is not much," said Rock, "in a wild country like this." "Where is Evans?" asked Brant. "Over there," said Wolston, "watched by Cope and Cook. He'll have to come with us whether he likes it or not, and if he resists I'll settle him." "What has become of Kate?" asked Rock. "Kate," replied Wolston. "There is nothing to fear from her. I saw her go overboard before the boat ran ashore, and she is at the bottom of the sea now." "That's a good job," said Rock. "She knew rather too much about us." "She wouldn't have known it long," said Wolston, of whose intentions there could be no doubt. Kate, who had heard all this, made up her mind to escape as soon as the men went away. And a few minutes afterwards Wolston and his companions, helping along Forbes and Pike, whose legs were not very firm, carried off the arms and ammunition and what remained of the provisions in the longboat's locker. That is to say, a few pounds of salt meat, a little tobacco, and 2 or 3 bottles of gin. As soon as they had cleared off and they went away when the storm was at its worst, Kate got up. It was time, the tide was coming in, and a minute later she would have been carried away. It can now be understood why Donegan, Wilcox, Webb and Cross found the beach deserted when they returned to perform the last duty towards the shipwrecked men. Wolston and his people had gone off to the east while Kate, taking the opposite course, fled towards the northern point of Family Lake. There she arrived in the afternoon of the 16th, exhausted by hunger and fatigue. A few wild fruits were all she had had to sustain her. She had then followed the left bank, walking all through the night and all through the morning of the 17th, when she sank to the ground where she had been found half dead. Such was Kate's story, and a very serious state of affairs was revealed by it. On Charman Island, where the young colonists had hitherto lived in complete security, there had landed now 7 men capable of any crime. If they discovered French Den, would they hesitate to attack it? No. They had too real an interest in seizing its stores, taking away its provisions, weapons, and particularly its tools, without which it would be impossible for them to repair their boat so as to fit her for sea. And what resistance could Bryant and his comrades offer when the eldest was only 15, and the youngest scarcely 10 years old? Was this not an alarming state of things? If Wolston remained on the island, there could be no doubt he would attack them. The interest with which Kate was listened to can be easily imagined. Only one thing Bryant thought of, that Donegan, Wilcox, Webb and Cross were now in great peril. How could they be on their guard if they did not know of the presence of the survivors of the Severn in the very part of the island they were then exploring? The report of a gun fired by one of them would be enough to reveal their presence to Wolston, and then the 4 would fall into the hands of the scoundrel, who would give them no mercy. "We must go to their assistance," said Bryant, "and let them know before tomorrow, and bring them back to French Den," added Gordon. "More than ever it is necessary for us to be united so as to concert measures against an attack." "Yes," said Bryant, "and as it is necessary they should come back, they will come back. I will go after them." "You, Bryant?" "Yes, I, Gordon. And how?" "I'll go in the yawl with Moko. In a few hours we can cross the lake and go down East River as we did before. There is every chance we shall find Donegan at its mouth. When will you go?" "This evening," said Bryant, "as soon as the darkness allows us to get across without being seen." "May I go with you?" asked Jack. "No," said Bryant, "it is imperative that we all come back in the boat, and we shall not have room for 6. "That is agreed then?" asked Gordon. "That is agreed." It was in fact the best thing to do, not only for the sake of Donegan and his companions, but also for the rest. 4 boys more, and those not the weakest of the party, was a reinforcement not to be despised, and there was not an hour to lose if they were all to be back at French Den within 24 hours. There was now no talk of letting up the kite. That would be most imprudent. It would be a signal not to passing ships, if any were passing, but to Wolston and his accomplices. Bryant even thought it best that the mast on Auckland Hill should be lowered. Until evening came the boys remained in the hall, where Kate heard the story of their adventures. She no longer thought of herself, but of those around her. If they were to remain on Charman Island she would be their devoted servant, she would take care of them like a mother. And already to the little ones, Dole and Co-Star, she had given the endearing name of papooses, applied to babies in the western states of America. Service, in the spirit of his favorite romances, had already proposed to call her Mrs. Friday, for it was on a Friday that Kate had arrived at French Den, and he had added when he made the suggestion, "These scoundrels are like Crusoe's savages. There is always a time when the savages arrive, just as the time comes when they are beaten." At 8 o'clock the preparations for departure were complete. Moko, whom no danger could frighten, was delighted at having to accompany Bryant. The 2 embarked, taking with them a few provisions and a revolver and cutlass each. After bidding farewell to their comrades, who did not see them depart without a feeling of sorrow, they were soon off out of sight in the shadow on Family Lake. When the sun set, a gentle breeze had sprung up from the north, which, if it lasted, would suit the yawl both outwards and homewards. The night was dark, a fortunate thing for Bryant, who did not wish to be seen. Setting their course by the compass, they could reach the opposite shore, and then work up it or down it until they came to the mouth of the river. Bryant and Moko kept a good lookout ahead when they feared they should see some fire which would proclaim the presence of Woolston and his companions, for Donegan was almost sure to be camped on the seashore. In 2 hours the 6 miles had been sailed. The breeze had freshened, but the yawl was none the worse for it. She made the landfall close to where she had done so the first time, and about half a mile from where the stream ran out. This half-mile took some time to accomplish, for the wind was dead ahead and the oars had to be used. Everything seemed quiet under the trees. Not a yelp or a growl was heard in the forest, and not the sign of a fire was seen under the black masses of foliage. About 10:30, Bryant, who was in the stern of the boat, touched Moko's arm. A few hundred feet away from East River, a half-extinguished fire shed its expiring light through the darkness. Who was camped there, Woolston or Donegan? It was necessary to know before entering the stream. "Put me ashore," said Bryant. "Shall I not come with you?" asked the negro in a whisper. "No, it is better I should go alone. There is less chance of my being seen." The yawl ran alongside the bank, and Bryant jumped ashore after telling Moko to wait for him. He had his cutlass in his hand, and in his belt was the revolver, which he had resolved not to use except in the last extremity. He climbed the bank and glided under the trees. Suddenly he stopped. About 20 yards away, in the half-light of the fire, he saw a shadow crouching in the grass. Immediately a formidable grunt was heard, and a dark mass leapt in front of him. It was a jaguar of large size. Immediately there was a shout of "Help! Help!" Bryant recognized Donegan's voice. It was Donegan, in fact, and his companions were asleep in camp near the river. Knocked over by the jaguar, Donegan was struggling, unable to use his gun. Wilcox, awakened by the shout, jumped up and brought his gun to the shoulder, ready to fire. "Don't fire, don't fire," cried Bryant, and before Wilcox could see him, he had sprung at the wild beast, which turned against him and left Donegan free to get up. Luckily, Bryant was able to step aside and give it a thrust with his cutlass. The jaguar was mortally wounded and rolled onto the ground, as Webb and Cross rushed to Donegan's assistance. But the victory might have cost Bryant dear, for his shoulder was ripped by the animal's claws and began to bleed profusely. "How did you come here?" exclaimed Wilcox. "That you will know soon," said Bryant, "but come with me." "Come, not till I have thanked you, Bryant," said Donegan. "You have saved my life." "I only did what you would have done in my place," replied Bryant, "but don't say any more about that. Come with me." Bryant's wound, however, was noticed. Although it was not a serious one, it had to be bound up tightly with a handkerchief, and while Wilcox was doing this, Donegan was told what had taken place. And so these men they had taken for corpses were alive. They were wandering about the island. They were scoundrels stained with murder. A woman had been wrecked with them in the boat, and this woman was now at French Den. There was now no safety on Charman Island. That was why Bryant had told Wilcox not to fire at the jaguar for fear the report would be heard, and that was why Bryant had trusted only to the cutlass. "Ah, Bryant, you are a better fellow than I am," said Donegan with deep emotion. "No, Donegan," said Bryant, "but now I hold your hand I will not let it go till you have promised to come back with me." "Yes, I must come," said Donegan. "You can trust me. Henceforth I shall be the first to obey orders. Tomorrow at daybreak we will be off." "No," said Bryant, "we must start at once without the risk of being seen." "And how?" asked Cross. "Moko is here in the yawl. We were going down the river when I saw the light of your fire." "And you came just in time to save me," said Donegan, "and to bring you back to French Den." And now why was Donegan here instead of at the mouth of East River? He had left Severn Reefs and returned to Bear Rock Harbor on the evening of the I-6th, and next morning, as arranged, he had come up the left bank of East River to the lake, where he had camped on his road to French Den. A few minutes afterwards, Bryant and his companions had taken their places in the yawl, and as she was rather small for 6, she had to be carefully managed. But the wind was favorable, and Moko handled her so well that the voyage was accomplished without accident. Great was the joy of Gordon and the rest when they landed about 4 o'clock in the morning. Although danger threatened, the boys were all united at French Den to meet it. Chapter VIII, all together. The colony was again complete, and Concord reigned at French Den, Concord that was to be untroubled for the future. The separation of 2 or 3 days had borne its fruit. More than once already Donegan, without saying anything to his comrades, had been led to think how stupid had been his obstinacy, and Wilcox, Cross, and Webb had had similar thoughts. After what Bryant had done, Donegan's better nature had triumphed, and the change was to be lasting, but French Den was in serious danger. It was exposed to the attack of these 7 well-armed scoundrels. Obviously, Wolston's best course was to leave the island as soon as he could, but if he came to suspect the existence of a little colony well provided with all that he wanted, he would not refrain from an attack in which he had almost every chance of success. The boys would be obliged to be most careful not to go far from Zealand River or the lake so long as he was in the island. Donaghan was asked if he had seen any trace of the sailors on his journey back to Bear Rock. "No," said he, "but when we went back we did not go the same way as at first. But we are sure that Wolston went off to the eastward," said Gordon. "Agreed," answered Donaghan, "but he went along the shore while we came through beech forest. If you look at the map you will see there is a very bold curve just above Deception Bay, and there is a good stretch of country there where the men could take refuge without going too far away from their boat. But perhaps Kate can tell us whereabouts Charman Island is." Kate had already been asked by Gordon and Bryant and could tell them nothing. After the burning of the Severn, Mr. Evans had laid the course of the boat straight for the American continent, and consequently Charman Island could not be very far away from it. But the name of the island on which he had been cast, he had never mentioned during the storm. The numerous archipelagos on the coast must be within a short distance, and there were very plausible reasons for Wolston to try and reach them, and in the meantime to stay on the eastern shore. If he could only get his boat into a seaworthy state, he would not have much trouble in reaching the South American coast. "Unless," said Bryant, "he comes to the mouth of East River, and finding there traces of your camp, Donaghan resolves to search further inland." "But what traces?" replied Donaghan. "A few cinders, what would that tell him? That the island is inhabited, and if so, the scoundrels would only think of hiding themselves." "Exactly," said Bryant. "Until they discovered that the population of the island consisted of a parcel of boys, we must do nothing to let him know who we are. And that reminds me, Donaghan, did you fire your gun on your journey back to Deception Bay?" "No, and that is rather strange," said Donaghan, smiling, "for I am rather inclined to burn too much powder. When we left the shore we had a good supply of game, and no shooting took place to reveal our presence. Last night Wilcox was going to fire at the Jaguar, but lucidly you arrived in time and saved my life at the risk of your own." "You need say no more about that, Donaghan," said Bryant, "but don't let us have another gun fired. Let us keep away from Trap Woods, and let us live on our reserves. We need only just mention that since his arrival at French Den Bryant had had everything necessary done to his wound, and that it had healed in a few days. There remained a certain amount of discomfort in the arm, but that soon disappeared. October was near its end, and Wolston had not been seen in the neighborhood of Zealand River. Had he repaired his boat and left the island, it was not impossible. He had an axe, as Kate remembered, and could make use of those large knives which sailors always have in their pockets, and wood there was in abundance near Severn Reefs. But in ignorance of what he had done, the everyday life at French Den had been entirely changed. There were no more distant excursions, except once when Baxter and Donaghan went off to the crest of Auckland Hill and lowered the flagstaff. From this elevated point, Donaghan examined through his glass all the masses of verdure to the eastward, and although he could see right away to the sea, not a trace of smoke rose to indicate that Wolston and his companions were encamped on the island. Neither in that direction, nor in the direction of Schooner Bay did Donaghan see anything suspicious. Now that all expeditions were forbidden and the guns lay idle, the sportsmen of the colony had to give up their favorite amusement. Fortunately, the nets and snares set about French Den yielded game in sufficient quantity, and the tinamous and ostriches in the poultry yard had multiplied so much that Service and Garnet were obliged to sacrifice a good many of them. As they had gathered a large crop of the leaves of the tea tree, and a good deal of the maple syrup that changes so easily into sugar, there was no necessity to go to Dyke Creek to renew the stock of provisions. And even if the winter came before the boys recovered their liberty, they were sufficiently provided with oil for their lamps, and with preserved provisions for their larder. All they had to do was to get some more wood, and bring it in from bog woods along the bank of the river. It was at this time that a new discovery was made, adding to the comfort of French Den. It was not made by Gordon, although he was a good botanist, but to Kate the whole credit belonged. On the edge of bog woods there were a certain number of trees, measuring from 50 to 60 feet high. If the axe had spared them, it was because their wood was very stringy, and promised to be but poor fuel for the fires in the hall and enclosure. The leaves were of oblong form, alternating with knots on the branches and terminated by a leathery point. The first time Kate saw one of these trees, it was the 25th of October, she exclaimed, "Oh, why there's a cow tree." Dole and Co-Star, who were with her, burst into a shout of laughter. "What is a cow tree?" asked one. "Do the cows eat it?" asked the other. "No, papooses, no," said Kate. "It is so called because it yields milk, and better milk than your vicugnas." When she returned to French Den, Kate told Gordon of her discovery. Gordon at once called service, and with him and Kate went to Bog Woods. After examining the tree, Gordon thought it might be one of those galactandrons of which there are so many in the forests of North America, and he was not mistaken. It was a valuable discovery. All that was needful was to make an incision in the bark, and a milky sap would flow, having the taste and nutritious properties of the milk of the cow. If left to stand, it would coagulate and form excellent cheese, and at the same time it would yield very poor wax, not unlike beeswax, of which capital candles could be made. Well, said Service, if it is a cow tree or a tree cow, we may as well milk it. And unknown to himself, he used the very same expression as the Indians, for they milk the tree. Gordon made a gash in the bark of the galactandron, and out flowed the sap, and Kate caught 2 good pints of it in a cup she had brought with her. It is a whitish liquor, appetizing enough to look at and comprising the same elements as cow's milk. At the same time it is more nourishing, thicker, and has a more agreeable savor. The cup was empty in a minute at French Den, and co-star smeared his mouth all round as if he were a young cat. At the thought of all he could do with this new substance, Moko did not conceal his satisfaction. He would have no trouble. He had hardly any distance to go to his herd of galactandrons to get his vegetable milk. In short, and we need hardly repeat it, Charmin Island would supply the wants of a large colony. The boys could certainly live there for a long time, and the arrival of Kate amongst them to look after them like a mother, and she quite inspired them with maternal affection, had done much to make their existence more comfortable. Why had the former security been troubled? What discoveries Bryant and his comrades would have made in those unknown parts of the East, which they now had to consider as closed to them? Would they ever be able to resume their excursions, having nothing to fear but wild beasts, far less dangerous than the wild beasts in human form, against whom they had to be on their guard night and day? November had begun, and there was still no trace of suspicious characters round French Den. Bryant even doubted if the survivors of the Severn were still on the island. But had not Donegan seen with his own eyes that the boat was in a bad way, with her broken mast, tattered sails, and shattered side? It is true, and Mr. Evans would know this, if Charmin Island had been near a continent or archipelago, the boat might have been sufficiently put to rights and gone to sea. It was possible for Woolston to have left the island. Had he done so, that would have to be discovered before the usual round of life was resumed. Often Bryant had thought of exploring the district on the east of Family Lake. Donegan, Baxter, and Wilcox would have been only too glad to go with him. But to run the risk of falling into Woolston's power, and thereby discover to him how little formidable were the adversaries with whom he had to do, would have had the most serious consequences. And so Gordon, whose advice was always listened to, persuaded Bryant not to venture into Beech Forest. Kate then made a proposition which would avoid this danger of discovery. One evening, when all the boys were united in the hall, she asked Bryant if he would allow her to leave them in the morning. "Leave us, Kate," said Bryant. "Yes, you cannot remain much longer in this uncertainty as to whether Woolston is still on the island, and I volunteer to go to the place where the storm left me and find out if the boat is still there. If it is there, Woolston has not gone away. If it is not there, you need have no further fear of him." "That," said Donegan, "is what Bryant and Baxter and Wilcox and I propose to do ourselves." "True, Mr. Donegan," said Kate. "But what is dangerous for you has no danger for me." "But Kate," said Gordon, "if you fall into Woolston's hands—" "Well," interrupted Kate, "I shall be where I was before I ran away. That is all. And if this rascal makes away with you, as he very likely will," asked Bryant. "I escaped before, and why should I not escape again, particularly as I now know the road to French Den? And if I could get away with Mr. Evans, after telling him all about you, think what a help he would be to you." "If Evans had a chance of escape," said Donegan, "would he not have gone already? Is there not every reason for his trying to save himself?" "Donegan is right," said Gordon. "Evans knows Woolston's secret, and Woolston would have no hesitation in killing him as soon as he had no need of his help to guide the boat to the continent. If Evans has not slipped away from his companions by now, it is because he is too well guarded." "Or that he has already paid with his life for an attempt at escape," said Donegan. "And so, Kate, unless you wish to be recaptured, do you think I would not do all I could to avoid being caught?" "Of course you would," said Bryant, "but we will never let you run the risk. No, we must seek out some less dangerous way of discovering if Woolston is still on Charmin Island." Kate's proposal having been rejected, there was no more to do than keep a good lookout. Evidently, if Woolston was able to leave the island, he would do so before the wet season began, so as to reach some country where he and his companions would be welcomed, as all shipwrecked folks are welcomed, no matter whence they may come. If Woolston was in the island, he seemed to have no intention of exploring the interior. Frequently, on the dark nights, Bryant, Donegan, and Moko had crossed the lake in the yawl, and never had they seen a fire, either on the opposite bank or beneath the trees down East River. Nevertheless, it was very irksome to live in this way, confined to the space between Zealand River, the lake, the forest, and the cliff. And Bryant was constantly considering how he might find out if Woolston had left or where he had lighted his campfire. Perhaps he might discover this from some elevation during the night. The idea took possession of him. Unfortunately, except the cliff, which at its highest point was only 200 feet above the sea, the island had no hills of importance. Donegan and some of the others had been to Auckland Hill, but from there they could not even see the other shore of the lake, and no smoke or glare had been seen above the horizon. It would be necessary to go a few hundred feet higher for the range of vision to extend to the rocks of Deception Bay. Bryant then had a very hazardous idea, a mad idea it may be thought, that he would have nothing to do with at first, but it haunted him with such persistency that he eventually adopted it. It will be remembered that the flying of the kite had been postponed. After the arrival of Kate with the news of the survivors of the Severn at large on the eastern shore, the project of sending up into the air something that could be seen from all points of the island had been abandoned. But if the kite could not be used as a signal, could it not be used for the purpose of a reconnaissance so necessary to the colony's safety? Yes, and that is what had seized on Bryant's imagination. He remembered having read in an English paper of a lady being lifted from the ground hanging to the tail of a kite, specially made for the purpose. Well, what a lady had done surely a boy could do. That there was a certain danger in the attempt mattered little. The risk would be nothing, compared to the result which might be obtained. If all precautions were taken that prudence required, was there not a chance that the operation would succeed? That is why Bryant, although he was not in a position to calculate mathematically the ascensional force required by such an apparatus, convinced himself that the apparatus would do if made larger and stronger than it had been. And then in the middle of the night, he could be lifted a few hundred feet in the air, and perhaps detect the light of a fire somewhere in the district between the lake and Deception Bay. It was the evening of the 4th of November when he asked Gordon, Donegan, Wilcox, Webb, and Baxter to come and talk over something with him. He told them he proposed to make use of the kite. What use? Asked Wilcox. By letting it up. Certainly, said Bryant, it was made to be let up. During the day? Asked Baxter. No, said Bryant, for Woolston would see it while during the night. But if you hang a lantern to it, said Donegan, it will attract his attention just as much. But I am not going to send up the lantern. Then what are you going to do? Said Gordon. I am going to see if the Severn people are still on the island. And then Bryant, not without some uneasiness, lest his plan should be received unfavorably, unfolded it in a few words. His comrades did not laugh. Gordon asked if he was speaking seriously, and the others seemed to approve of the notion. They saw nothing impossible in a nocturnal ascent of such a character. If everything was done that could be done to ensure safety, they were willing to try it, but said Donegan, the kite you have got is not big enough. No, said Bryant, we must make it bigger and stronger. It remains to be seen, said Wilcox, if a kite will resist. There is no doubt about that, said Baxter. Besides, it has been done, said Bryant, and he told them about the lady who had made the experiment. All depends, he concluded, on the size of the kite and the force of the wind at the time of the ascent. What height are you going up to? Asked Baxter. I think if we get up about 700 feet, answered Bryant, we should see the light of a fire in any part of the island. Well, let us do it, said Service, and the sooner the better. I am tired of not being able to go where I like, and we all want to get out and visit our traps, said Wilcox. I am tired of not being able to fire a shot, said Donegan. We'll start on it tomorrow, said Bryant. A few minutes afterwards he was alone with Gordon. Do you seriously think of going aloft in this way? Asked the latter. I mean to try, Gordon. It is a very dangerous performance. Less than you think, perhaps, and which of us is going to risk his life in the attempt? You first, Gordon, said Bryant. If the lot falls on you, then you are going to settle it by lot. He who does it must do it of his own free will. Then your choice is already made. I think so. And Bryant clasped Gordon's hand. Chapter Roman 9, The Tale of a Kite. Next day was the 25th of November, and early in the morning, Bryant and Baxter set to work. Before increasing the size of the kite, it was thought well to ascertain what weight it would lift. As it was then in this way, they would be able to arrive at the area necessary to lift 120 or 130 pounds. There was no need to wait for the night to make the experiment. A northwest breeze was then blowing, and Bryant had only to keep the kite from going high enough to be seen across the lake. The experiment succeeded admirably, and it was found that the kite in an ordinary wind would lift a bag weighing 20 pounds. The kite was then brought down and laid on the ground. In the first place, Baxter strengthened the frame very much by means of cords fastened to a central knot in the same way as an umbrella frame is strengthened, by the radial bars. Thus the surface was increased by making the frame larger and fastening new canvas onto it. In this Kate proved to be of great use. Of needles and thread there was a good supply in the stores, and Kate was an excellent needlewoman. Had Bryant and Baxter been stronger in mechanics, they would have taken into consideration the principal elements: the weight, the plane's surface, the center of gravity, the center of the wind's pressure, which is the same as the center of the figure, and the point to which the cord should be attached. And when these had been worked out, they could have arrived at the ascensional power of the kite and the height it would attain. And the calculation would also have told them what should be the breaking strength of the cord, a condition of the utmost importance for the safety of the observer. Fortunately, the schooner's logline, which was nearly 2,000 feet long, came in capitally. But a kite does not pull so very much when the angle at which it is flown is properly chosen. To be used as it was going to be, the kite did not require a tail, much to the disappointment of Co-Star and Dole. There would be no occasion for it, as the weight it would have to lift would be quite enough to keep it steady. After several trials, Bryant and Baxter found it best to attach the weight to a crossbar fixed a third of the way up the center. 2 cords, one at each end of this, were arranged so that the weight hung some 20 feet below the kite. 1,200 feet of string were wound off, and this, allowing for the slope, would let the kite fly 700 or 800 feet above the ground. To provide against accident, it was resolved to let the kite up over the lake. The horizontal distance would then be fairly easy of accomplishment by a practiced swimmer. When the kite was finished, it presented a surface of about 80 square yards in the form of an octagon, 4 feet on the side, with a radial length of about 15. With its strong ribs and its impermeable covering, it could easily lift a weight of 120 pounds. The car in which the observer was to take up his position was one of those wicker baskets that serve so many purposes on board a yacht. It was deep enough to reach up to the armpits of an ordinary-sized boy, large enough to give him full liberty of movement, and open enough for him to get out of easily if he wanted to do so. As may be imagined, this was not all done in a day, nor even in 2 days. It was begun on the morning of the 5th, and it was finished in the afternoon of the 7th. And the trial trip was put off till the evening, when experiments would be made on its ascensional power and its degree of stability in the air. Meanwhile, nothing had happened to change the state of affairs. Many times one or other of the boys had been on the lookout on the cliff. They had seen nothing suspicious, neither to the north, between the edge of Trap Woods and French Den, nor to the south across the stream, nor to the west on Schooner Bay side, nor on the lake. No report of firearms was heard at Auckland Hill, and no smoke appeared on the horizon. Were Bryant and his comrades justified in hoping that Woolston had left Charman Island? Was it wise for them to resume the life they had hitherto been living? The projected experiment would without doubt yield an answer to these inquiries. But one question more: how was the boy in the car to let them know below when he wished to come down? Bryant's reply to Donegan and Gordon was as follows: a luminous signal would never do, for it might be seen by Woolston. And Baxter and I have arranged to have a string as long as the cord, one end of which will remain on the ground and the other will be fixed to the car. On the string we are going to have a lump of lead with a hole in the middle, so that it will slide up and down. The lead will go up in the car, and whoever goes up has to let it slip along the string when he wants to come down. That will do, said Donegan. Everything being ready, the preliminary ascent was begun. The moon would not rise till nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, and a good breeze was blowing from the southwest, so that the conditions were favorable. At 9 o'clock the darkness was profound. A few thick clouds drifted across a starless sky. Whatever height the kite rose, it could not be seen, even near French Den. All the boys were out to see what was going on, and as the attempt was to be made in blank, so to speak, it was with more pleasure than misgiving that they took part in the proceedings. The schooner's winch had been fixed firmly in the ground on the terrace. The long line had been carefully wound on so as to run out easily with the signal string. In the car, Bryant had put a bag of mold weighing 130 pounds, which was greater than the weight of any of the boys. Donegan, Baxter, Wilcox, and Webb took up their position near the kite, which lay on the ground 100 yards from the winch. When Bryant gave the word, they would raise the kite by means of cords tied to the ribs, and as soon as the wind caught it, Bryant, Gordon, Service, Cross, and Garnett would manage the winch so as to let out the cord as required. "Are you ready?" asked Bryant. "Ready," answered Donegan. "Let go." The kite rose a little, quivered in the wind, and assumed the angle at which it was intended it should fly. Let out," exclaimed Wilcox, and immediately the winch spun round under the tension of the line, while the kite and the basket slowly rose into space. Although it was a dangerous thing to do, the boys cheered as the giant of the air left the ground. But soon it disappeared in the darkness, to the great disappointment of Iverson, Jenkins, Dole, and Co-Star, who did not want to lose sight of it while it flew over Family Lake. "You need not make yourself miserable, my papooses," said Kate. "Another time, when there is no danger, your giant will go up in daylight, and you can messenger up to him if you like." Although it could not be seen, the boys felt that the kite was drawing steadily, showing that the wind was blowing in the higher zones and that the kite was properly balanced. Bryant, being anxious that the experiment should be as complete as circumstances permitted, let the string run out to the end. He could then find out the degree of tension, which was nothing unusual. The winch had let out 1,200 feet, and the kite was probably at a height of from 700 to 800 feet, which it had reached in 10 minutes. The experiment having been completed, the boys seized hold of the handles of the winch and began to wind in. This second part of the performance took much longer than the first, and it was quite an hour before the winding in was over. As in the case of a balloon, the bringing of the kite to the ground without a shock is the most delicate part of the maneuver, but the wind was so steady that it was accomplished with great success. The octagon came again into sight and fell gently to the ground, close to the spot from which it had started, and cheers greeted its arrival as they had saluted its departure. All that remained to be done was to keep it on the ground, and Baxter and Wilcox volunteered to keep guard over it till daylight. Next day, the 8th of November, at the same time, the first serious attempt would be made. The boys were only waiting for Bryant's orders to go into French Den, but he said nothing and seemed to be absorbed in thought. What was he thinking of? Was it of the dangers that would have to be run in making such an ascent? Was it of the responsibility he was assuming in permitting a comrade to risk himself in the car? "Let us go in," said Gordon. "It is late." "One moment," said Bryant. "Gordon Donegan, I have a proposal to make." "What is it?" asked Donegan. "We have tried the kite," said Bryant, "and the trial has succeeded because the circumstances were favorable, the wind being steady and being neither too weak nor too strong. How do we know what the weather may be like tomorrow? It seems to me it would be better not to postpone an attempt." Nothing could be more reasonable, but no one replied. In view of running such a risk, hesitation was natural, even on the part of the boldest. Bryant asked, "Who will go up?" "I will," said Jack. And immediately, "I will," was shouted by Donegan, Baxter, Wilcox, Cross, and Service. Then came silence, which Bryant was in no hurry to break. Jack was the first to speak. "Let me go, brother. It is for me to run the risk. Let me go." "And why you rather than I?" asked Donegan. "Why you any more than anyone else?" "Yes, why?" asked Baxter. "Because I ought to go," said Jack. "You ought to go?" asked Gordon. "Yes." Gordon had caught hold of Bryant's hand as if to ask him what Jack meant, and he felt it tremble in his own, and if the night had not been so dark, he would have seen his checks grow pale and the tears come into his eyes. "Well, brother," said Jack, in a tone surprisingly resolute for a boy of his age. "Answer, Bryant," said Donegan. "Jack says he has a right to run the risk, but what right has he got that we have not? What does he mean?" "For what I did," said Jack. "For what I did I will tell you." "Jack," said Bryant, hoping to keep his brother from explaining. "No," said Jack, in a voice broken by emotion. "Let me confess, it weighs too heavily on me. Gordon Donegan, that you are here, all of you, far from your friends on this island, is owing to me. I alone am the cause. The schooner drifted out to sea because I imprudently, no, jokingly, no, foolishly cast off the ropes by which she was moored to the quay at Auckland. Yes, I intended it for a joke, but when I saw the yacht drifting away I lost my head. I did not call out when there was time, and an hour afterwards, in the middle of the night, we were out in the open sea. Oh, forgive me, forgive me." And the boy burst into tears while Kate tried all she could to console him. "Well, Jack," said Bryant, "you have confessed your fault, and now you would risk your life to atone for it, or rather atone for some of the evil you have done. But has he not done that already?" asked Donegan, letting his natural generosity get the better of him. "Has he not often run into danger to do us a service? Oh, Bryant, I understand now why you were always putting your brother forward when there was danger to be found, and why he was always so ready to go. That is why he came after Cross and me in the fog, at the risk of his life. Yes, my dear friend Jack will forgive you, and your fault wants no more atonement." The boys crowded up to Jack and took him in their arms, although he continued to sob bitterly. They knew now why this youngster, the liveliest in the school and one of the sharpest, had become so gloomy, and why he had kept apart from the rest. By his brother's orders, and at his own wish too, they had seen him venture his life at every dangerous opportunity that offered, and he thought he had not done enough. He wanted to risk his life again. And as soon as he could speak, this is what he said: "You see, it is for me to go, for me alone. Is it not so, brother?" "Well done, Jack," said Bryant, taking his brother in his arms. In face of Jack's confession, in face of the right he insisted on, it was in vain that Donegan and the others tried to interfere. All that could be done was to leave him to the mercy of the wind, which was showing a certain tendency to freshen. Jack shook hands with his friends, and then, before getting into the car, turned to his brother, who remained motionless a few paces behind the winch. "Goodbye," said Jack. "Yes, goodbye," said Bryant, restraining his feelings. "Or rather, it is for me to bid you goodbye, for it is for me to go." "You!" exclaimed Jack. You, said Donegan in service. Yes, if Jack's folly is atoned for by himself or his brother makes little difference. Besides, when I had the first idea of this attempt, do you think I ever thought of leaving it to another? Brother, said Jack, I beg you. No, Jack. Then, said Donegan, I claim my turn. No, Donegan, said Bryant, in a tone admitting of no reply, I will go, it is my wish to do so. As I thought, Bryant, said Gordon, clasping him by the hand. A few minutes afterwards Bryant was in the car, and as soon as he had fixed himself comfortably, he gave the order to let the kite go. The kite rose gently at first. Then Baxter, Wilcox, Cross, and Service, who were posted at the winch, let the string run out quickly, while Garnet allowed the signal cord to run smoothly through his fingers. In 10 seconds the giant of the air had disappeared in the darkness, not amid such cheers as had greeted its last departure, but in profound silence. The intrepid chief of this little world had vanished with it. Regularly rose the kite. The steady breeze assured perfect stability. Bryant experienced none of those oscillations which might have made his position more perilous, and he remained motionless, with his hands grasping the cords that held up the car, which swayed gently as if it were a swing. A strange feeling had Bryant at first, when he felt himself suspended in space from this huge inclined plane which rustled in the wind. It seemed as though he were being lifted by some fantastic bird of prey, or rather an enormous black bat. But thanks to the energy of his character, he was able to keep as cool as the adventure required. 10 minutes after the kite had left the ground a slight shock indicated that its ascensional movement was about to cease. Arrived at the end of the string, it began to rise, not without a few jerks. Bryant coolly caught hold of the string run through the ball and began his observations. Holding on with one hand to the suspension cord, with the other he held his night glasses. Below him all was darkness. The lake, the forests, the cliff formed a confused mass in which he could distinguish no detail, but he could trace the whole coastline of the island. And if he had made this ascent in the daytime, and looked round a horizon bathed in light, he might have seen other islands, or even a continent, if any existed within a range of from 40 to 50 miles, such as he could command. In the west and the north and the south, the sky was too misty for him to see anything, but in the east, where a little corner of the firmament was temporarily free from cloud, a few stars appeared, and exactly in that direction a bright light, reflecting onto the lower banks of cloud, attracted his attention. It is the light of a fire, he exclaimed. Has Woolston camped over there? No, the fire is much too far away, and it is certainly beyond the island. Can it be a volcano in eruption? Is there land over there? It occurred to Bryant's memory that on his first expedition to Deception Bay a whitish patch had appeared on the field of his glasses. Yes, said he, and it was over there. Can it have been a glacier? If so, land ought to be near us in the east. Bryant brought his glasses to bear on the light which the darkness made more apparent. There could be no doubt that it was a volcano, and that a glacier was close by which belonged either to a continent or archipelago not more than 30 miles away. As Bryant settled this in his mind, he was conscious of another light much nearer to him, 5 or 6 miles away only, and consequently on the island and among the trees. It is in the forest this time, he said, and on the skirts of it on the seashore. But it seemed as though the light had only appeared to disappear, for despite all he could do, Bryant could not catch sight of it again. Yes, his heart beat so violently and his hand trembled so that he could not hold his glasses so as to catch it in their field. But there could be no doubt there was a campfire not far from the mouth of East River. Bryant had seen it, and soon he recognized its reflection among the trees. So Woolston and his men were camped near Bear Rock Harbor. The mutineers of the Severn had not abandoned Charman Island. The colonists were exposed to their attack and were no longer in safety at French Den. Evidently Woolston had found it impossible to repair the boat, and had given up his attempt to leave for one of the neighboring islands. Bryant, having finished his observations, judged it useless to prolong his aerial exploration. He prepared to descend. The wind was increasing. Already the oscillations of the car had become greater, and the car swung in a way that would make landing difficult. Making sure that the signal cord was clear, he let go the ball, which in a few seconds slipped down into Garnet's hand. Immediately the winch began to wind in the string, but as the kite went down Bryant kept watching the lights he had seen. Again he saw that of the eruption and that of the campfire. It can be imagined with what extreme impatience Gordon and the others had waited for the signal for descent. The 20 minutes Bryant had passed in the air seemed to them interminable. Donegan and his assistants worked away vigorously at the winch. They also had noticed that the wind had gained in strength and blew more unsteadily. They could feel the jerks on the string, and began to fear with keen anxiety that Bryant would come to grief. The winch spun round as hard as they could drive it, but to get in 1,200 feet of cord took much time. The The wind kept rising, and 3/4 of an hour after the signal had been given, it was blowing quite fresh. The kite at the time was more than 100 feet above the lake. Suddenly there was a violent jerk. Wilcox, Donegan, Service, Webb, and Baxter found resistance gone and fell forward onto the ground. The string had broken, and amid the cries of terror there were shouts of "Bryant! Bryant!" A few minutes afterwards, Bryant gained the beach and shouted loudly. "Brother," said Jack, who was the first to rush to his arms. "Walston is there." Those were Bryant's first words as soon as his comrades had gathered round him. When the string broke, Bryant had felt himself carried away, not in a vertical fall, but obliquely and comparatively slowly, owing to the kite forming a sort of parachute above him. What he had to do was to leave the car before it touched the surface of the lake. He waited, and the instant before it struck the water he took a header, and good swimmer as he was, he soon covered the 400 or 500 feet that separated him from the shore. And meanwhile, the kite, deprived of its weight, had disappeared in the northeast like a gigantic raft in the air. Chapter X: The Enemy in Sight. It was late next morning before the boys were astir, and ready to discuss the state of affairs which had become so disquieting. Walston, as Gordon remarked, had now been a fortnight on the island, and if he had not repaired his boat, it was because he had not the tools to do so. "That must be the reason," said Donegan, "for the boat was not damaged very much. If our schooner had not suffered more, we should have had her seaworthy in much less time." But although Walston had not gone, it was not likely that he intended to settle on Charman Island. Had he done so, he would have made several excursions into the interior, and French Den would certainly have been visited by him. Then Bryant told the others what he had seen regarding the land, which could not be very far off to the eastward. "You have not forgotten," he said, "that when we went to East River I noticed a white patch a little above the horizon, which I could not at all understand." "Wilcox and I saw nothing like it," said Donegan, "although we did our best." "Moko saw it as distinctly as I did," said Bryant. "Well, that may be," said Donegan, "but what makes you think we are near a continent or a group of islands?" "Just this," said Bryant. "Yesterday, while I was looking at the horizon in that direction, I saw a light a long way beyond our island, which could only come from a volcano in eruption, and I supposed that there must be some land not far off. Now, the sailors of the Severn must know that, and they would do all they could to get there." "That is true enough," interrupted Baxter. "They won't get much by stopping here. Evidently the only reason they have not relieved us of their presence is that they have not been able to get their boat made seaworthy." Bryant's news was of the greatest importance to the little colony. It showed for certain that Charman Island was not isolated in the Pacific as they had thought. But the fact that Walston had taken up his quarters at East River seriously complicated matters. He had left the place where he had come ashore and come a dozen miles nearer the camp. He had only to ascend the river to reach the lake, and he had only to skirt the southern shore of the lake to discover French Den. To provide against this, Bryant had to take every precaution. Henceforth the boys were allowed out only when absolutely necessary. Baxter masked the palisading of the enclosure with a curtain of brushwood, and in the same way he concealed the entrances of the hall and storeroom. No one was allowed to show himself in the open between the lake and Auckland Hill, and added to these difficulties there were now other causes of anxiety. Co-Star was ill of a fever and in danger of his life. Gordon had to prescribe for him from the schooner's medicine chest, not without some nervousness that he might make a mistake. Luckily, Kate was quite a mother to the poor, sick boy. She watched over him with a painstaking affection, which is instinctive to woman, and nursed him night and day. Thanks chiefly to her, the fever left him, and he soon afterwards quite recovered. During the first fortnight of November there were frequent showers, but on the 17th the barometer rose and steadied, and the warm season set in for good. Trees and shrubs and all the vegetation were soon covered with leaves and flowers. The customary visitors of South Moors returned in great numbers. Donegan was miserable at not being able to go out shooting across the marshes, and poor Wilcox was none the less so at not being able to spread his nets. And not only did the birds swarm on the island, but others were taken in the snares near French Den. One day Wilcox found one of the birds of passage that the winter had driven to the unknown countries of the north. It was a swallow which still carried the little packet under its wing. Did the packet contain a letter addressed to the survivors of the schooner? Alas, not the message had come back without a reply. During these long, idle days, many were the hours now passed in the hall. Baxter, who had charge of the log, found not an incident to relate, and in less than 4 months the third winter would begin for the colonists of Charman Island. The boys noticed with deep anxiety how discouragement was seizing upon the most energetic, with the exception of Gordon, who was always absorbed in the details of administration. Even Bryant at times despaired, although he did his best to hide it. He tried to encourage his comrades to continue their studies, to resume their debates and their readings aloud. He reminded them constantly of their country and their friends, averring that one day they would go back. He did all he could to keep up their spirits, but with little success, and his great fear was that despair would overwhelm them. Nothing of the sort. Events of the greatest importance were at hand, which soon gave them quite sufficient excitement. It was on the 21st of November, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Donegan was fishing in the lake, that his attention was attracted by the discordant cries of a score of birds hovering over the left bank of the stream. If the birds were not crows, which they somewhat resembled, they evidently belonged to the same voracious and cawing species. Donegan would have taken little notice of their cries had not their behavior been strange. They were describing large circles, diminishing in radius as they neared the ground, until in a compact group they swooped down. Then the noise became greater than ever, but in vain Donegan tried to catch a glimpse of the birds among the thick bushes in which they had disappeared. The thought occurred to him that the carcass of some animal must be there. Curious to know what was the matter, he returned to French Den and asked Moko to take him over in the boat to the other side of Zealand River. They pushed off and in 10 minutes had slipped in among the vegetation on the bank. At once the birds took to flight, protesting by their screams at being disturbed at their meal. There lay the body of a young guanaco that had evidently been dead for only a few hours, inasmuch as it was not quite cold. Donegan and Moko, not caring to burden their larder with the remains of the bird's dinner, were about to leave it when it occurred to them to ask why the guanaco had come to die on the skirt of the marsh, so far from the eastern forest which its fellows so seldom left. Donegan examined the body. There was a wound in the flank, a wound which could not have been given by the tooth of a jaguar or any other beast of prey. "This guanaco was shot," said Donegan. "And here is the proof," said the cabin boy, picking out a bullet from the wound with the point of his knife. The bullet was more of the size carried by a ship's rifle than by such a gun as sportsmen use. It must therefore have been fired by Woolston or one of his companions. Donegan and Moko, leaving the carcass to the birds, returned to French Den to consult with their companions. That the guanaco had been shot by one of the Severn men was evident, for neither Donegan nor anyone else had fired a gun for more than a month, but it was important to know when and where the guanaco had received the bullet. Taking everything into consideration, it appeared the wound must have been given not more than 5 or 6 hours before, that being the lapse of time necessary for the animal to cross the downlands so as to reach the river. Consequently, one of Woolston's men must that morning have been at the south point of Family Lake, and the party must have crossed East River and be getting nearer and nearer to French Den. Thus the position was getting more serious. Although danger was not yet imminent, in the south of the island lay this vast plain, cut up by streams, patched with swamps, dotted with sandhills, where there was not enough game to furnish the party with their daily meals. It was unlikely that Woolston as yet had ventured to cross it. No report of firearms had been heard, and there was reason to hope that the position of French Den had not yet been discovered. Nevertheless, prudential means had to be enforced with renewed vigor. If there was any chance of repulsing an attack, it lay in the colonists not being caught by surprise outside the cave. 3 days afterwards, a more significant event happened to increase their apprehensions and show that their safety was more endangered than ever. On the 24th, about 9 o'clock in the morning, Bryant and Gordon had gone out across Zealand River to see if they could throw up a sort of entrenchment across the narrow footpath which ran between the lake and the marsh. Behind this entrenchment it would be easy for Donegan, the best shot of the party, to lie in ambush if Woolston's advance was discovered in time. They had gone about 300 yards from the river, when Bryant stepped on something which broke under his foot. He took no notice of this, thinking it was one of the thousands of shells rolled up by the spring tides when they covered the plain. But Gordon, who was walking behind him, stopped and exclaimed, "Look here, Bryant, look here." "What's the matter?" Gordon stooped and picked up what had been broken. "Look," he said. "That is not a shell," said Bryant. "That is a pipe." Gordon held in his hand a black pipe with the stem broken off at the bowl. "As none of us smoke," said he, "this pipe must have been lost by one of the men, unless it belonged to the Frenchman who was here before us." No, the pipe had not belonged to Bawden, who had died 20 years before. It had been dropped very recently, as the fragments of tobacco inside it clearly showed. A few days before, perhaps a few hours before, one of Woolston's companions, or perhaps Woolston himself, had been on this side of the lake. Gordon and Bryant returned at once to the cave. Their Kate stated that she had seen this very pipe in Woolston's possession. There was now no doubt that the pirates had got round the south of the lake. Perhaps during the night they had reached the bank of Zealand River. And if French Den had been discovered, if Woolston knew about the colony, would he not have thought that the tools, instruments, ammunition, and stores he was so much in need of were here to be had, and that 7 active men would easily get the better of 15 boys, especially if he could take them by surprise. Anyhow, there was no longer room to doubt that his party was now close to them. Under such alarming circumstances, Bryant agreed with his comrades that a more active watch should be arranged. During the day, an outpost was permanently stationed on Auckland Hill, so as to command the approaches from all sides. During the night, 2 of the bigger boys mounted guard at the entrances to the cave. The doors were strengthened with supports, and in a moment it was rendered possible to barricade them with the large stones that were heaped up inside the cave. In the narrow windows driven through the rock, the 2 little cannons were kept ready. One defended the Zealand River side, the other the side towards the lake. Guns and revolvers were so disposed as to be ready for use at the least alarm. It was now the 27th of November. For 2 days the heat had been stifling. Huge clouds passed heavily over the island, and distant thundering announced the approach of a storm. In the evening, Bryant and his companions had retired earlier than usual into the hall, after taking the precaution, as had been their custom the last few nights, of hauling the boat into the storeroom. The doors were shut, and the only thing to be done now was to wait for bedtime, and kneel in prayer and think of home. About 9:30, the storm was in full fury. The cave was lighted up by the vivid flashes, and the hill seemed to shake with the rolling thunder peals. It was one of those storms without wind or rain, which are the most terrible of all, for the motionless clouds discharge their electricity over the one spot, and often a whole night will go by and the storm be unexhausted. Co-star Dole, Iverson, and Jenkins hid in their beds and jumped at every dreadful outburst that showed how near the lightning was to them. But they had nothing to fear in that cave. The flashes might strike 20 times, 100 times, the crest of the hill. It could not penetrate the thick walls of French Den, which were as impermeable to the lightning as to the rain. From time to time Bryant, Donegan, or Baxter went and held the door ajar and returned immediately half-blinded by the flashes. The armament seemed on fire, and the lake, reverberating the fulgurations of the sky, seemed one huge sheet of flame. From 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock there was not a moment's peace between the lightning and the thunder. It was not till near midnight that the storm began to slacken. Longer and longer intervals separated the thunderclaps, whose violence diminished as they grew more and more distant. Then the wind rose and drove away the clouds that hung so near the earth, and the rain fell in torrents. Then the youngsters began to be less afraid. 2 or 3 heads hidden beneath the bedclothes came into view, although it was time for all to be asleep. Bryant and the others, having taken the usual precautions, were going to bed when Fan gave unmistakable signs of uneasiness. She jumped up and ran to the door and gave a long, continuous growl. "Has Fan scented anything?" asked Donegan, trying to quiet the dog. "When that intelligent animal went on like this before," said Baxter, "she made no mistake." "Before we go to bed," said Gordon, "we must ascertain what it all means." "Quite so," said Bryant, "but let nobody go out and let us be ready to defend ourselves." Each took his gun and revolver. Then Donegan stepped towards the door of the hall and Moko towards the door of the storeroom. They listened at the threshold, but not a sound did they hear outside, although Fan continued to growl and began to bark loudly. This was most unfortunate, and Gordon tried in vain to keep her quiet. Suddenly there was the report of a gun. There could be no mistaking it for a thunderclap, and the gun must have been fired within 200 yards of French Den. Donegan, Baxter, Wilcox, and Cross picked up their rifles and stood ready at the doors to open fire on whoever approached. The others had begun to heap up the stones and form the barricade when a voice outside was heard shouting, "Help! Help!" There was a man in danger of his life, undoubtedly. "Help!" repeated the voice, this time but a few yards away. Kate was listening near the door. "It is him," she said. "Him!" exclaimed Bryant. "Open the door," said Kate. The door was opened, and a man dripping with water rushed in amongst them. It was Evans of the Severn. Chapters: I a daring escape. At the unexpected appearance of Evans, the boys for a moment stood motionless. Then, with a common impulse, they rushed towards him, as though he had been sent to deliver them. He was a man just under 30, broad-shouldered and athletic, with a firm and resolute step, a keen eye, an open brow, an intelligent, sympathetic face, half hidden by the curly hair and beard that had remained uncut since the shipwreck. As he entered, Evans shut the door quickly and listened. Hearing nothing without, he advanced into the middle of the cave. Then he looked at the crowd that surrounded him. "Yes," he said, "all boys, none but boys." Suddenly his eyes lighted up. "Kate!" he exclaimed. "What?" "Kate alive," and he seized her hands as though to make sure she was really living. "Yes, as much alive as you are, Evans. Heaven saved me as you have been saved and sent to the help of these children." The sailor looked round at the boys who had gathered about the hall table. 15, said he, and hardly 5 or 6 able to defend themselves. "Well, it doesn't matter." "Are we in danger of being attacked, Mr. Evans?" asked Bryant. "No, my boy, at least not for the moment." There is no need to enlarge on the anxiety of the boys to hear the sailor's story, particularly as to what had taken place since the boat was driven on the island. None of them could think of sleep until they had heard what was of so much importance to them. But at first, it was necessary for Evans to get rid of his wet clothes and have some food. His clothes were dripping from his having swum the river. If he was exhausted with fatigue and hunger, it was because he had had nothing to eat for 12 hours and no sleep since the morning. Bryant at once took him into the storeroom, where Gordon soon fitted him with a suit of clothes, and Moko meanwhile put on the table some cold venison, some biscuit, and some freshly made tea. A quarter of an hour afterwards Evans was seated before the table, relating what had happened since he reached the island. "A few moments before the boat struck the beach," said he, "5 of the men, myself among them, jumped out onto the reef. None of us were seriously hurt, but it was not an easy thing in the darkness to get through the furious surf. However, we at last got through safely. 2 of us were missing, Forbes and Pike, taken on in the boat, and perhaps dashed out of her. As to Kate, I thought she had been lost in the sea, and I never expected to see her again. When we reached the beach, it took us some time to find the boat. She had come ashore about 7, and it was nearly 12 before we found her. We had at first gone along the coast of Severn Shores," said Bryant. "That is the name some of us gave it when they discovered the boat, before even Kate had told us about the wreck." "Before," said Evans, looking surprised. "Yes, Mr. Evans," said Donegan. "We were on the spot the very night of the wreck, while your 2 companions were lying on the sand. But when the daylight came and we went to bury them, we found they had disappeared." "I see how that was," said Evans. "Forbes and Pike, whom we thought drowned, and would to heaven they had been, and there would then be 2 scoundrels the less, had been thrown out some distance from the boat, and their Woolston and the others found them and brought them back to consciousness. Happily for them, unfortunately for us, the boat lockers had not been smashed nor touched by the sea. The stores, weapons, 5 guns, and what remained of the provisions thrown in hurriedly when the Severn was afire, were taken out of the boat, which we thought would be destroyed next tide. And that done, we left the place and journeyed eastwards along the coast. Soon one of the men, Rock, I think, remarked that we had not found Kate, and Woolston replied, 'She has been carried away by the tide, and a good riddance too.' And this made me think that if they were glad to get rid of Kate now she could be of no use to them, so would it be with me when I was of no use. But where were you, Kate?" "I was near the boat, between it and the sea," Kate replied, "just where I had been thrown. They could not see me, and I heard all that passed between Woolston and the others. But as soon as they went I got up, and not caring to fall again into Woolston's hands, I took flight in the opposite direction. 36 hours afterwards, when I was half dead with hunger, I was found by these brave boys and brought to French Den." "French Den," repeated Evans. "That is the name we gave this cave," said Gordon, in memory of a shipwrecked Frenchman who had inhabited it a good many years before we did. "French Den, Severn Shores," said Evans. "I see you have given names to the different parts of the island. That is capital." "Yes," said Service, "and capital names they are. There are lots of others. There's Family Lake, South Moors, Zealand River, Trap Woods." Good, you can tell me all about that later on tomorrow, perhaps. Now I will go on with my story. Do you hear anything outside?" "Nothing," said Moko, who remained on guard at the door. "All the better," said Evans. "Well then, an hour after we left the boat, we reached a clump of trees, where we camped. Next day, and for many days, we returned to the place where the boat had been wrecked, and we tried to repair her. But we had no tools except an axe, and with that it was impossible to replace the damaged strakes and make her seaworthy even for a little while. Besides, the place was most unsuitable for work of the sort. So we started to find another encampment in a less arid region where we might shoot enough to feed us, and at the same time be near a river that would supply us with fresh water. After walking about a dozen miles along the coast, we reached a small river. "East River," said Service. "East River be it," said Evans. "There is a good-sized bay." "Deception Bay," said Jenkins. "Deception Bay be it," said Evans with a smile. "They're among the rocks in a sort of harbour." "Bear Rock," said Costar. "Well, Bear Rock then, my boy," said Evans with a nod. "There was no difficulty in finding a camping place there, and if we could have got the boat round, we could perhaps in time have repaired her sufficiently. So off we went, and although she was more than half full of water, we managed to tow her round to the harbour where she is now safe." "The boat is at Bear Rock?" asked Bryant. "Yes, my boy, and I do not think it would be impossible to repair her if we only had the tools." "But we have the tools, Mr. Evans," said Donegan, interrupting. "So Woolston supposed when he accidentally discovered that the island was inhabited and who were its inhabitants." "How did he do that?" asked Gordon. 8 days ago," said Evans, "Woolston and all of us, for I was never left alone, were out exploring in the forest. After 3 or 4 hours walking up the bank of East River, we reached the shore of a large lake out of which the stream flowed, And then judge of our surprise when we found a curious apparatus washed up onto the beach. It was a framework of canes on which there was stretched. "Our kite," exclaimed Donegan. "Our kite," added Bryant, "which fell into the lake and which the wind took to that spot." "Oh, it was a kite, was it?" said Evans. "We did not think of that, and the machine bothered us a good deal, I can tell you. Anyhow, we saw it could not have made itself. There was no doubt of that, then it must have been made on the island. There was no doubt of that, then the island was inhabited. By whom? That was what Woolston wanted to know. As for me, from that very day I resolved to escape." Who were the inhabitants of this island? Even if they were savages, they could not be worse than the murderers of the Severn. From that moment, however, I was guarded night and day. "And how was French Den discovered?" asked Baxter. "I am coming to that," answered Evans. "But before I go on, tell me what you did with that big kite. Was it a signal?" Gordon told the sailor what had been done, what their object had been, how Bryant had risked his life for the safety of all, and found that Woolston was still on the island. "You are a brave boy," said Evans, seizing hold of Bryant by the hand and giving it a hearty shake. Then he continued, "You will understand, then, that Woolston had only one thing to trouble about after that, and that was to discover who were the inhabitants of this island. If they were natives, could he enter into communication with them? If they had been shipwrecked, had they got the tools we wanted? In that case, he would not refuse their help in repairing the boat. So we began to find out, very cautiously, I need hardly say. We advanced slowly, carefully exploring the right bank of the lake till we reached the south corner. But not a human being did we see, not a sound did we hear. That," said Bryant, "was because we kept to French Den, and orders were given not to fire a gun under any circumstances." "Nevertheless, we found you out," said Evans. "And how could it be otherwise? It was on the night of the 23rd that one of the men arrived in sight of French Den by the south shore of the lake. Ill luck had it that a beam of light for a moment shot out onto the cliff, probably from your lantern when the door was opened for a moment. Next morning Woolston came away to reconnoiter, and during a part of the evening he remained hidden among the high grass a few yards from the stream." "We knew that," said Bryant. "How?" "Gordon and I found the fragments of a pipe that Kate recognized as being Woolston's." "Right," said the sailor. "Woolston lost it while he was away, and he made a deal of fuss about it when he came back. So you see we knew of the existence of your little colony, and while he lay in the grass he saw you running about on the opposite side of the stream. A lot of boys whom 7 men could easily overpower, and he came back to the camp and told his companions what he had seen. A conversation between him and Brant I happened to overhear, and it told me what was in preparation against French Den." "The monsters," exclaimed Kate, "and they had no pity for these children." "No, Kate, no more than they had for the captain and passengers of the Severn. Monsters, you may well call them monsters, and they are commanded by the cruelest of the lot, this Woolston, who I hope will not escape the punishment of his crimes. Well, about 12 hours ago, I took advantage of the absence of Woolston and the others, who had left me in charge of Forbes and Rock, and I got away. To throw the scoundrels off the scent, or rather to have a good start, I went on some distance in advance. It was about 10 o'clock when I started in earnest. They found me out almost immediately and gave chase. They had their guns. I had only my sailor's knife. The chase lasted all day. By cutting off on the slant through the woods, I struck the left bank of the lake, so that I had to get round the south end, for I knew from what I had overheard that you had your camp on the bank of a stream flowing westward. Never had I such a run in my life. The beggars ran as fast as I did, and their bullets flew about even quicker. Sometimes they whistled past my ears. You see, I knew their secret. If I escaped them, I could give the alarm. If they had not had the guns, I could have pulled up and waited for them knife in hand. Yes, I would rather have died than go back to their camp. However, I hoped the chase would end at nightfall. Nothing of the sort. I rounded the lake and came up along this shore, but I found Forbes and Rock at my heels all the time. The storm came on. It made my flight more difficult, for by the light of the lightning my pursuers could see me. At length I reached the stream. If I could put it between myself and the villains, I might consider myself safe. So I ran, and I was just jumping in when a flash illumined the sky. Immediately there was the report of a gun, which we heard, said Donegan. Evidently, said Evans. A bullet grazed my shoulder. I jumped into the river, and in a few strokes I was on this side hidden among the bushes, while Rock and Forbes were on the other shouting to each other. Did you hit him? I believe you. Then he is at the bottom. Rather, and dead as dead. And a good job too, and off they went. And it is a good job. They'll see if I am as dead before long. I soon got out of the bushes and came up towards the angle of the cliff. I heard the dog bark. I shouted, the door opened, and here I am to help you clear the scoundrels out of the island. And he spoke the words with such energy that the boys all stood up as if ready to follow him. Then Evans was told what had happened during the last 20 months, how the schooner had left New Zealand, crossed the Pacific, got wrecked on the island, how the remains of the shipwrecked Frenchman had been found, the colony settled at French Den, the excursions during the warm season, the work during the winter, and the life free from danger until the arrival of Woolston and his gang. And for 20 months, said Evans, no ship has been sighted from the island. Not one, answered Bryant. Have you got any signals? Yes, a mast at the top of the cliff. And it was not seen. No, said Donegan, but then we took it down 6 weeks ago so that it should not attract Woolston's attention. And you did well, my boys, but now he knows where you are, and night and day you must be on your guard. Why, said Gordon, should we have to do with such rascals instead of the honest folks we should be so glad to have come and help us? Our colony is not too strong. Henceforth a fight is in store for us, a fight for our very lives, and none can say what will be the issue. Heaven has protected you till now, my children, said Kate, and will not abandon you now. Here has this man been sent. You can depend on me, my boys, and I depend on you, and I promise you we will not make a bad defense of it. But, said Gordon, is it not possible to avoid fighting altogether if Woolston would agree to leave the island? What do you mean, Gordon? Asked Bryant. I mean that he and his friends would have gone already if they had been able to use their boat. Is that not so, Mr. Evans? Certainly. Well then, if you were to enter into negotiations with them and give them the tools they want, would they accept the offer? I know it may be repugnant to you to enter into negotiations with the murderers of the Severn, but to get rid of them, to avoid an attack that may cause much bloodshed, it might be worth our while. What do you say, Mr. Evans? Evans had listened attentively. Gordon's proposition showed a practical mind and a character that could calmly look at the situation on every side. He thought, and he was not deceived, that here was the real leader of the colony, and that what he said was worth serious consideration. Anything you could do, said Evans, to get rid of these wretches would be worth doing, and if they would agree to go, it would be better to help them repair their boat than to engage in a struggle with them, of which the end must be doubtful. But is it possible to put any trust in Woolston? When you were negotiating with him, would he not try to surprise French Den and seize on what is yours? Would he not think that you had saved money from the wreck? Believe me, the scoundrels would only seek to do you harm for all the good you might do them. In such minds there is no place for gratitude. To treat with them is to give yourselves over to them. No, said Baxter and Donegan, and no. Said Bryant, we will have nothing to do with Woolston and his gang. And besides, said Evans, it is not only tools they want, but ammunition. That they have enough to attack you is true, but to go away to other lands they would want much more. They will ask for it, they will demand it. Will you give it to them? Certainly not, said Gordon. Well then, they will seek to take it by force. You will only postpone the fight and have it with worse chances for yourselves. You are right, Mr. Evans, said Gordon. Let us keep on the defensive and wait. That is the best thing to do. Besides, there is another reason which affects me quite as much as the other. What is that? Listen, Woolston, you know, cannot leave the island without the boat. Yes, said Bryant. The boat can be repaired, I am sure, and Woolston has only given up repairing her for want of tools. If it hadn't been for that, he would have been far away before now, said Baxter. As you say, my boy, now if you help Woolston to repair his boat, and even suppose he does not pillage French Den, he will be off without troubling about you. Well, and what if he does? Asked Service. Why, said Evans, how can you do the same if the boat is no longer there? What, said Gordon, do you trust to the boat to take us off the island? I do. To regain New Zealand, to cross the Pacific? Asked Donegan. The Pacific? No, my boys, but to reach a place not so far off where we could wait for a chance of getting back to Auckland. Is that true? Asked Bryant. How? Asked Baxter. Can that boat be made to carry us several hundred miles? Several hundred miles, exclaimed Evans. Only 30, you mean? Is it not the sea then that extends all round this island? Asked Donegan. On the west, yes, said Evans, but on the south, north, and east only channels that you can cross in a few hours. Then we were not wrong in thinking land was near us? Asked Gordon. No, said Evans, and there is a good-sized land to the east. Yes, said Bryant, in the east where I saw the white patch and the glare. A white patch, did you say? That was a glacier, and a glare, that was the flame of a volcano whose position is given on the maps. You know where you are, don't you? On one of the isolated islands of the Pacific Ocean, said Gordon. On an island, yes, isolated, no. It belongs to one of the numerous archipelagos off the coast of South America, and as you have given names to the capes and bays and streams, I suppose you have named the island. What do you call it? Charman Island, after the name of our school, said Donegan. Charman Island, replied Evans. Well then, it has two names, for it is already called Hanover Island. Chapter Roman 12, Diamond Cut Diamond. The Straits of Magellan, discovered by the illustrious Portuguese navigator in 1520, are about 380 miles long. They extend from Cape Virgins on the Atlantic to Cape Pillar on the Pacific. They have a very varied coastline, commanded by mountains rising 3,000 feet above the sea, and broken by many bays, with many harbors rich in springs where ships can renew their water, bordered by thick forests where game abounds, and echoing with the roar of the waterfalls that pour in thousands into their innumerable creeks. They are chosen by ships coming eastwards or westwards, being a shorter passage than the Straits of Le Maire between Tierra del Fuego and Staten Island. The Spaniards, who for half a century alone visited the Magellanic district, founded on the Brunswick Peninsula the settlement of Port Famine. The Spaniards were succeeded by the English under Drake, Cavendish, Chidley and Hawkins. Then came the Dutch under De Weert, De Cord, De Noort, with Le Maire and Schouten, who in 1610 discovered the strait by Staten Island. Then, between 1696 and 1712, came the French, with de Gennes, Beauchesneguin and Frezier, and after them came the most celebrated navigators of the 18th century, Anson, Cook, Byron and others. From that time the Straits of Magellan became a highway between the oceans, particularly since the advent of steam navigation, which is independent of unfavorable winds and contrary currents. Such was the channel which, on the 28th of November, Evans pointed out on the map to Bryant and his companions. Patagonia, the most southerly province of South America, King William Land and the Brunswick Peninsula form the northern coast of the straits. On the south is the Magellanic Archipelago, comprising the large islands of Tierra del Fuego, Desolation Land, Clarence Island, Host Island, Gordon Island, Navarone Island, Wollaston Island, Stewart Island and others of less importance, extending south to the Hermits, of which the outermost is the last of the long Cordillera of the Andes, and bears the name of Cape Horn. On the east, the Straits of Magellan open between Cape Virgins and Cape Espiritu Santo. On the west there are innumerable channels, amid hundreds of islets, islands and archipelagos, and the main opening is between Cape Pillar and the southern point of Queen Adelaide Island. North of that island is a long series of archipelagos, extending from Lord Nelson straight up to the Chonos and Chiloe Island on the Chilean coast. And now, said Evans, you see beyond the Straits of Magellan an island separated from Cambridge Island on the south, and Madre de Dios and Chatham on the north. That island at the 51st degree of south latitude is Hanover Island, to which you have given the name of Charman Island, and on which you have been living for the last 20 months. Bryant, Gordon and Donegan bent over the map, and gazed with curiosity at the island which they had thought was so far away from any other land, and which was so near the American coast. What, said Gordon, we are only separated from Chile by that arm of the sea. Yes, boys, said Evans. But between Hanover Island and the mainland, there are only desert islands like this. And once we reached the mainland, we should have to travel hundreds of miles before we reached a settlement of Chile or the Argentine Republic, and it would be a laborious journey, to say nothing of the danger from Pulch Indians, who swarm over the pampas and are particularly inhospitable. I think it was for the best that you did not abandon your island, where you had the means of living, but now, with God's help, I hope we will leave it together. And so the different channels that surrounded Hanover Island were, in certain places, not more than from 15 to 20 miles across, and in fine weather Moco might easily have crossed them in the yawl. That Bryant and the rest had not seen these islands in their excursions was because they all lie low. The white spot was a distant glacier, and the mountain in eruption was one of the Magellanic volcanoes. Besides, as Bryant observed, their expeditions had led them to those parts of the coast most distant from the neighboring islands. When Donegan reached Severn Shore he might, it is true, have seen the southern coast of Chatham Island, had it not been that the horizon was clouded by the vapor of the storm. From Deception Bay, which deeply indents Hanover Island and Bear Rock at the mouth of East River, nothing could be seen of the islet in the east, nor of Esp-y-Acute, Rance Island 20 miles away. To sight the neighboring land the boys would have to go to North Cape, whence the end of Chatham Island, or Madre de Dios, would be visible across Conception Strait, or to South Cape, whence they could see Queen Adelaide Island or Cambridge Island, or to the end of Downlands, whence they might catch a glimpse of Owen Island and the glaciers to the southeast. But the boys had never pushed their explorations as far as these distant points. As to Bawdens, Map Evans could not explain why these islands and lands had not been shown. It might have been that the shipwrecked Frenchman had not been able to make out exactly the configuration of Hanover Island, and perhaps the fogs and mist had limited his view. And now, supposing they could obtain possession of the boat and repair it, where would Evans make for? That was what Gordon wanted to know. I should neither go north nor east, said Evans. With a favorable breeze we might reach a Chilean port where we would be welcomed, but the sea is very rough on these coasts, while the channels through the archipelagos would give us an easy passage. But are there any settlements in these parts? Asked Bryant. Is there any place from which we could get home? I think so, said Evans. Look at the map. After passing through Queen Adelaide Archipelago, we should go down Smythe Channel into the Straits of Magellan. At the entrance to the Straits is Tamar Haven on the land of desolation, and there we should be on the road home. And if we do not meet a ship, shall we have to wait till one passes? Asked Bryant. Follow me further down the Straits. You see the Brunswick Peninsula. At the bottom of Fortescue Bay, look, is Port Gallant, where ships often put in. If we go beyond that and double Cape Froward, we have St. Nicholas Bay, or Bougainville Bay, where nearly all the ships put in. Further along still is Port Famine, and then Punta Arena. The sailor was right. Once they got into the Straits, there would be many places for them to put in at. Their return home was assured. If Port Tamar, Port Gallant, and Port Famine did not yield much to support them, there was Punta Arena, where all the necessaries of life could be obtained. It is a large settlement, founded on the coast by the Chilean government, and is now quite a town, with a beautiful church, whose spire rises among the superb trees of Brunswick Peninsula. It is in the full tide of prosperity, while Port Famine, which dates from the end of the 10th century, is now but a village in ruins. In addition to these, then, there existed more to the south other settlements visited by scientific expeditions, such as the station of Liuya on Navran Island and Ushuaia on Beagle Channel, south of Tierra del Fuego. The last, thanks to the devotion of English missionaries, doing much towards increasing the knowledge of those distant lands. The boys would thus be safe if they could only reach the Straits. To get there they would have to repair the boat, and to repair it they must get possession of it, and that would only be possible after Wolston and his accomplices had been settled with. If the boat had remained where Donegan had seen it, they might have tried to carry it off. Wolston, 15 miles away at East River, would know nothing of the attempt. What he had done Evans could do, that is, tow the boat not to Bear Rock but to Zealand River, and even bring it up the river to French Den. Then she could be repaired under the best conditions, and rigged and loaded, she could be off from the island before the mutineers could stop her. Unfortunately, this plan was not feasible. The question could only be solved by force, either by taking the offensive or remaining on the defensive. Nothing could be done until Wolston had been defeated. The boys felt full confidence in Evans. Kate had spoken of him in such enthusiastic terms. Now that his hair and beard were cut, he was really a bold, handsome-looking fellow. If he was energetic and brave, they felt that he was also good-natured and of a resolute character, capable of any amount of self-sacrifice. In truth, as Kate said, heaven had sent a man to help the boys. The first thing Evans did was to take stock of the force and material under his command. Storeroom and hall seemed to him to be well adapted for defense. One commanded the river, the other the lake. The embrasures allowed of the defenders firing from cover. With their 8 guns, the besieged could keep their assailants at a distance, and with the 2 little cannons, they could rain bullets on them if they came closer. Revolvers, axes, cutlasses were there for all to use if it came to a hand-to-hand fight. Inside, the defenders were strong. Outside, they were weak. There were but 6 biggish boys against 7 active men, accustomed to the use of arms and desperate enough not to shrink from murder. "Consider them desperate scoundrels?" asked Gordon. "Yes," said Evans, "very desperate. Except one who is not quite as bad as the rest," said Kate. "That's Forbes, who saved my life." "Forbes," said Evans. "Well, whether he was led away by evil counsel or by fear of his mates, he none the less took part in the massacre. It was he and Rock who came after me. It was who shot at me as if I was a wild beast. Wasn't he the one who was so glad I was at the bottom of the river?" Kate. "I don't think he is any better than the others. He spared you because he knew you could be of use to them, and he won't be behind when the attack comes." Nevertheless, several days went by. Nothing suspicious had been reported from the guard on Auckland Hill, and this much to Evans's surprise. Knowing Wolston's plans and the importance to him of not wasting time, he wondered why nothing had been done between the 27th and 30th of November. Then the idea occurred to him that Wolston was endeavoring to get into French Den by strategy and not by force. "While we are in the cave," said he to Bryant, "Wolston would have to force his way in through one of the doors unless somebody opened them for him. He will try to get in by some dodge." "How?" asked Gordon. "This way, perhaps. You see, there are only Kate and I who could denounce him as the chief of a gang of robbers seeking to capture your colony, and he fancies Kate died at the wreck. As for me, I am drowned in the river, you know. He does not know you know anything, not even that he is on the island. If he was to come as if he had been wrecked, he may think you would receive him, and once he got into the cave, he could let in his companions when resistance would be impossible." "Well," said Bryant, "if Wolston or any of them came asking shelter, we would shoot, or take our hats off." "Which?" asked Gordon. "That might be better," said the sailor. "Diamond cut diamond, eh?" "Let us talk it over." Next morning passed without adventure. Evans, with Donegan and Baxter, went out for half a mile as far as Trap Woods, keeping well under the trees. At the base of Auckland Hill they saw nothing unusual, and Fan, who accompanied them, gave no alarm. But in the evening, just before sunset, Webb and Cross came in hurriedly from their post on the hill, and announced the approach of 2 men along the south side of the lake on the other side of Zealand River. Kate and Evans, not wishing to be observed, at once hurried into the storeroom, and looking through the embrasures, soon caught sight of Rock and Forbes. "Evidently," said the sailor, "they are going to try treachery. They are coming as shipwrecked sailors." "What shall we do?" asked Bryant. "Take them in," said Evans. "Welcome those scoundrels," said Bryant. "I never can." "I can," said Gordon. "Well then, do so I," said Evans, "but don't let them have a suspicion of our presence. Kate and I will appear when it is time." Evans and Kate retired into the cupboard in the passage between the rooms. A few minutes afterwards, Gordon, Bryant, Donegan, and Baxter ran out onto the riverbank. The 2 men, now close to the other side, feigned immense surprise when they saw them, and Gordon looked even more surprised. "Who are you?" he asked. "We have been wrecked on the south of this island in the boat of the ship Severn. Are you English?" "No, Americans." "Where are your companions?" "All lost." "We alone escaped the wreck, and we are almost done up." "Who are you, please?" "The colonists of Charman Island." "Perhaps the colonists then will take pity on us and help us, for we have got nothing." "All who are wrecked have a right to be helped," said Gordon. "You are welcome." At a sign from him, Moko entered the yawl, which was moored close by, and in a few strokes of the oar the 2 men were across the river. Doubtless Walston had no choice, but it must be confessed that Rock's face was not one to inspire confidence, even with boys who are not adepts at reading physiognomies. He did his best to look like an honest man, but what could he do with his narrow forehead, his head so big behind, and his remarkable lower jaw? Forbes, in whom, according to Kate, every sentiment of humanity was not yet extinct, was a much better-looking fellow, which was probably the reason that Walston had sent him. They played their parts well. When a more direct question than usual proved embarrassing, they pleaded that they were quite tired out and begged that they might take a rest and even pass the night at French Den. As they entered the cave, Gordon watched them throw a searching look around, and noticed their surprise at the means of defense, particularly at the little cannon pointing out of the embrasure. It is probable that the boys would have been unable to keep up the little drama, had the men not asked to be allowed to lie down, and postpone the story of their adventures until the morning. "A bed of leaves will do for us," said Rock, "but as we don't wish to be in your way, if you have another room." "Yes," said Gordon, "we have one we use as a kitchen, and you can stay there till tomorrow." Rock and his companion passed into the storeroom, which they examined with a searching glance, and noted that the door opened onto the river. In a corner they lay themselves down. They were not alone, for Moko slept there, but they did not think much of him, as they had made up their minds to twist his neck if they found him sleeping with only one eye. At the hour agreed they could open the storeroom door, and Walston, who was prowling about the neighborhood, would soon be master of French Den. About 9 o'clock, when Rock and Forbes were seemingly sound asleep, Moko entered and threw himself down on the bed, ready to give the alarm. Bryant and the others remained in the hall. The door of the passage was shut, and Evans and Kate came to them out of their hiding place. Things had gone exactly as the sailor had foreseen, and he had no doubt that Walston was close at hand, waiting the signal to break in. "We must be on our guard," said he. 2 hours passed, and Moko was asking himself if Rock and Forbes had not postponed their scheme for another night when his attention was attracted by a slight noise in the corner of the cave. By the light of the lantern hung from the roof, he saw Rock and Forbes leave their bed and creep towards the door. The door was buttressed by a heap of heavy stones, a regular barricade which it would not be easy to clear away. The 2 men began to lift away the stones, which they laid one by one against the wall. In a few minutes the door was clear, and all they had to do was to take down the bar. But as soon as Rock lifted the bar and opened the door, a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned and recognized Evans. "Evans," he gasped, "Evans here." "Come along, boys," shouted Evans. Instantly Bryant and his companions rushed in. Forbes, seized by the 4 strongest, was thrown down and secured. Rock, with a rapid movement, shook himself clear of Evans, wounding him slightly with his knife, and fled through the open door. He had not gone 10 yards before there was a shot. It was Evans who had fired. To all appearance the fugitive was unhurt, as no cry was heard. "Missed him," said the sailor, "but there's the other, we can settle one of them." And cutlass in hand he stepped up to Forbes. "Mercy, mercy," said the wretch whom the boys were holding down on the ground. "Yes, mercy, Evans," said Kate, throwing herself in front of him. "Spare him, for he spared me." "Be it so," said Evans. "I consent, Kate, at least for the present." And Forbes was bound and placed in one of the cavities in the passage. Then the door of the storeroom was shut and barricaded, and the boys remained on the alert till daybreak. Chapter 13, The Fortune of War. At daylight, Evans, Bryant, Donegan, and Gordon went out of the cave, keeping careful watch around them. As the sun rose, the morning mists condensed, and the lake appeared rippled by a gentle breeze from the eastward. All was quiet round French Den, by the side of Zealand River as well as by Trap Woods. In the enclosure, the domestic animals moved about as usual, and the dog gave no sign of disquietude. Evans looked on the ground for footprints, and he found many, particularly near French Den. They crossed each other in many directions, and showed that during the night Walston and his mates must have reached the river bank, and waited till the cave door was opened for them. There was no trace of blood on the sand, a proof that Rock had not even been wounded, but one question remained unanswered. Had Walston come by the south of the lake or by the north? If the latter were the case, Rock must have fled towards Trap Woods. As it was important to clear this up, it was decided to interrogate Forbes. Would gratitude to Kate, who had saved his life, awaken any feeling of humanity within him? Would he forget that he had begged hospitality from those whom he intended to betray? Evans went back into the cave, opened the door of the cupboard where Forbes was confined, undid his bandages, and brought him into the hall. "Forbes," said Evans, "your stratagem has not succeeded. It is important that I should know what are Walston's plans as far as you know. Will you answer?" Forbes bowed his head and lowered his eyes, not daring to look at Evans or Kate or the boys before whom he stood, and he was silent. Kate intervened. "Forbes," said she, "you once showed a little pity in preventing your mates from killing me during the mutiny on the ship. Will you do nothing to save the children from a more frightful massacre?" Forbes did not reply. "Forbes," said Kate, "they have given you your life when you deserved to die. All humanity is not dead within you. After doing so much evil, why not do a little good?" A half-stifled sigh came from Forbes. "What can I do?" he asked, almost in a whisper. "You can tell us," said Evans, "what was to have happened last night, what is to happen now. Was Walston waiting outside till one of the doors was opened?" "Yes," said Forbes. "And these children who welcomed you were to be murdered?" Forbes bowed his head again. "Which way did the others come here?" asked Evans. "From the north of the lake," answered Forbes. "While Rock and you came from the south?" "Yes." "Have they been in the west of the island yet?" "Not yet." "Where are they now?" "I don't know." "You can tell us no more?" "No." "But you think Walston will come back?" "I do." Evidently Walston had been alarmed by the shot, and seeing that the stratagem had failed, had judged it best to clear off till a more favorable occasion. Evans despaired of getting any more information from Forbes and led him back to the cupboard and locked him in. Matters were now serious enough. Where was Walston? Was he camped in the thickets of Trap Woods? It was necessary to know, and Evans decided to reconnoiter in that direction, although the attempt might be dangerous. It was nearly noon when Moko took the prisoner some food. Forbes hardly touched it, so depressed did he seem to be. What was passing in his mind? Had his conscience made him a prey to remorse? After dinner, Evans told the boys of his intention to go out towards Trap Woods, with a view of ascertaining if the pirates were still near French Den. The proposition having been accepted without discussion, arrangements were made to run the minimum of danger. Walston and his companions were now only 6 since Forbes' capture, while the little colony numbered 15 without counting Kate and Evans. But from the 17 in all, there had to be deducted the younger ones, who could take no direct part in the fight. It was decided, therefore, that while Iverson, Jenkins, and Dole remained in the cave with Kate, Moko, and Jack in charge of Baxter, the bigger boys Bryant, Gordon, Donegan, Cross, Service, Webb, Wilcox, and Garnett should accompany Evans. 8 boys to 6 men did not appear to be a fair match, but each of them was armed with a gun and a revolver, while Walston only had the 5 guns saved from the ship, so that a long-range fight might give them a chance, particularly as Donegan, Wilcox, and Cross were much better shots than the American seamen. Besides, they had plenty of ammunition, while Walston was reduced to a few cartridges. It was 2 o'clock when Evans and his troop set out. Baxter, Jack, Moko, Kate, and the little ones immediately returned to the cave and shut, but did not barricade, both doors, in case the scouting party had to run for shelter. There was nothing to fear on the southern side or even on the western, for to come that way Walston would have to go to Schooner Bay before coming up the valley of Zealand River, and that would have taken too much time. Besides, after Forbes' answer that they had come down the shore of the lake, and knew nothing of the western district, Evans had no fear of an attack in the rear. The boys advanced cautiously along the base of Auckland Hill. Beyond the enclosure, the underwood and groups of trees enabled them to reach the forest without exposing themselves too much. Evans went in front, after having to repress the ardor of Donegan, who always wanted to be first. When they had passed the little mound where reposed the remains of the Frenchmen, they struck off obliquely so as to reach the shore of the lake. Fan, whom Gordon did his utmost to hold back, seemed to be searching for something, cocked her ears, sniffed with her nose on the ground, and had apparently struck a trail. Wait, said Bryant. Yes, said Gordon. It is a man's trail. Look at the dog's behavior. Slip along under the bushes, said Evans. And you, Donegan, who are such a good shot, if you get one of the beggars within range, don't miss him. A few seconds afterwards they had reached the first group of trees. There, just on the skirt of the forest, were the traces of a recent camp, twigs half-burnt, ashes still warm. Here's where Walston passed last night, said Gordon. And perhaps he was here a short time ago. I think we had better get back, said Evans. He had hardly finished when there was the report of a gun to the right of him. A bullet pinged past Bryant's ear and lodged in a tree. Almost simultaneously there was another report, followed by a cry of agony not 50 yards away, and something fell heavily among the bushes. Donegan had fired as soon as he saw the smoke from the first gun. The dog rushed to the front, and Donegan in his excitement dashed after him. Forward, shouted Evans. We mustn't leave him to fight them single-handed. A moment afterwards they had rejoined Donegan and stood round a corpse in the grass. That's Pike, said Evans. The scoundrel is stone dead. He's one to you, Donegan. The others cannot be far off, said Cross. No, my boy, but keep under cover. Down with you, down. There was a third bang this time from the left. Service, who had not ducked quickly enough, had his forehead grazed by the bullet. You are hit, said Gordon, rushing towards him. It's nothing, said Service. It is only a scratch. It was imperative for the boys to keep together. Pike lay dead between them and Walston and the four men who were probably posted behind the trees, and Evans and the others, crouching in the bushes, formed a compact group ready for an attack from any side. Suddenly Garnet exclaimed, "Where is Bryant?" "I don't see him," said Wilcox. Bryant had disappeared. Fan began to bark loudly, and it seemed as though the boy was struggling with one of the pirates. "Bryant, Bryant," shouted Donegan. Away the boys all ran after the dog. Evans could not keep them back. They ran from tree to tree. "Look out, Mr. Evans," shouted Cross, throwing himself flat on the ground. Instinctively the sailor stooped as a bullet pinged past a few inches above him. Rising instantly, he saw one of Walston's men running off. It was Rock, whom he had missed the night before. "There's one for you, Rock," he shouted. Quickly he aimed and fired, and Rock disappeared as suddenly as if the earth had opened under his feet. "Missed again, I suppose," said Evans. All this took place in a few seconds. Immediately afterwards Donegan's voice was heard. "Hold on, Bryant, hold on," he shouted. Evans and the others dashed towards him and found Bryant struggling with Cope, who had thrown him down and was going to run him through with his cutlass, when Donegan jumped to the rescue just in time to turn the thrust into his own body and fall without uttering a sound. Cope, seeing Evans, Garnet, and Webb attempting to cut off his retreat, fled away to the north, receiving a straggling volley as he did so. He disappeared, and Fan returned without having reached him. Bryant rose from the ground and lifted Donegan's head and tried to revive him. Evans and the others came round after quickly loading their guns. Donegan had been stabbed full in the chest, and seemingly mortally. His eyes were shut, his face was as white as wax, and he made no movement, not even when Bryant called to him. Evans stooped, opened the boy's waistcoat, and tore open the shirt, which was wet with blood. There was a thin bleeding gash near the fourth rib on the left side. Had the cutlass touched the heart? No, for Donegan still breathed, but it was to be feared that the lung had been pierced, for the respiration was extremely feeble. "We must take him back to the cave," said Gordon. "That's the only place where we can look after him." "And save him," said Bryant. "Oh, my poor friend, it was for me that you risked your life." There seemed to be an end to the battle, and Evans gave orders for Donegan to be taken at once to French Den. Apparently Walston had seen things going badly with him and had retreated into the woods. But strange to say, and this made Evans anxious, neither Walston nor Brant nor Cook had been seen, and these were the most formidable of the gang. Donegan's state required that he should be carried without being jolted, and Service and Wilcox made a litter of boughs, on which they laid him, still unconscious. Then 4 of his companions gently bore it, while the others walked on either side with guns loaded and revolvers in hand. They made straight for Auckland Hill. Better that than following the path along the lake. Nothing happened to interfere with them. Sometimes Donegan would give such a painful sigh that Gordon would signal a halt, in order to listen to the respiration, and a moment afterwards they would resume their progress. 3/4 of an hour had gone, and they were close to French Den, although the door was hidden by a shoulder of the cliff. Suddenly there was a shout from Zealand River, and Fan sprang off towards it. French Den was being attacked by Walston and his 2 companions. While Rock, Cope, and Pike lay in ambush in Trap Woods, Walston, Brant, and Cook had climbed Auckland Hill, up the dry bed of the torrent that fed Dyke Creek. Rapidly running along the ridge, they had descended the gorge opening onto the river near the storeroom, and then with a rush had forced the door, which had not been barricaded. Would Evans come up soon enough? His plan was formed instantly. Leaving Cross, Webb, and Garnett to guard Donegan, who could not be left alone, he, with Gordon, Bryant, Service, and Wilcox, took the shortest cut to the cave. In a few strides they could see the terrace, where a sight met their eyes that almost drove them to despair. Walston was coming out of the door, dragging one of the boys towards the stream. It was Jack, and in vain Kate strove to tear him from Walston. A moment afterwards Brant appeared, clutching young co-star and bearing him off in the same direction. Walston was coming out of the door, dragging one of the boys towards the stream. It was Jack, and in vain Kate strove to tear him from Walston. Baxter threw himself upon Brant, who with a blow knocked him to the ground. The other boys were not to be seen. Had they been already dealt with in the cave, Walston and Brant ran quickly towards the river, and there was Cook waiting for them with the yawl that he had dragged out of the storeroom. Once on the left bank, they would be out of reach. Before their retreat could be cut off, they would have got back to Bear Rock with Jack and co-star as hostages in their hands. Evans, Bryant, Gordon, Cross, and Wilcox raced up, hoping to reach the bank before Walston's men crossed the river. To fire at such a distance was to risk hitting the prisoners, but Fan was quicker than the boys. Bounding on in front, she sprang full at Brant's throat and gripped it like a vice to free himself from the dog. Brant had to drop the boy, while Walston got Jack almost to the water's edge. Suddenly a man rushed from the hall. It was Forbes. Would he join his old companions now he had forced the door of his prison? Walston thought so. "Here, Forbes, here," he shouted. Evans stopped and was going to fire, when he saw Forbes dash on to Walston, who, taken by surprise, had to drop Jack and defend himself, and instantly thrust his cutlass into his antagonist. Forbes fell at his feet. Walston snatched at Jack, who drew his revolver and shot him point blank in the throat. Brant reached the boat, and Walston had but just strength enough to follow, and Cook pushed the boat off when there was a loud report, and a volley of shot rattled into the boat and into the water all round. It was the cannon which Moko had fired through the embrasure. With the exception of the two scoundrels who had disappeared in Trap Woods, Charman Island was delivered from the mutineers. Chapter Roman 14, afloat once more. And now a new era began for the colonists of Charman Island. Up to now they had had to struggle for their existence. Now they were to work for their deliverance. After the excitement caused by the incidents of the strife, a very natural reaction set in. They were, as it were, overwhelmed with their success. The danger was over, and it appeared greater than it had ever been, much greater, in fact, than it was. After the first engagement in Trap Woods, their chances had considerably improved, but without Forbes' intervention, Walston, Cook, and Brant would have escaped. Moko would not have dared to fire his gun and risk killing co-star and Jack. What would then have happened? At what price would Walston have given back his prisoners? When Bryant and his comrades coolly reviewed the situation, a sort of retrospective terror seized hold of them. It did not last long, for until the fate of Rock and Cope was settled, life on Charman Island could not be considered absolutely safe. The heroes of the battle were congratulated as they deserved to be. Moko for his shot with the cannon, Jack for his coolness with the revolver. Fan received her fair share of caresses and a stock of marrowbones, with which Moko regaled her for having so cleverly pinned that rascal, Brant. After Moko's shower of grape, Bryant had returned to the litter. A few minutes afterwards, Donegan had been laid in the hall without having recovered consciousness, while Forbes was laid on the floor of the storeroom. All through the night Kate, Gordon, Bryant, Wilcox, and Mr. Evans watched over the wounded. That Donegan had been seriously hurt was only too evident, but as he respired regularly, it looked as though the lung had not been touched. To dress the wound, Kate had used certain leaves such as are used in Western America, which she found growing on some of the bushes at the riverside. They were leaves of the alder tree which, rubbed and made into compresses, are very efficacious for checking internal suppuration, in which the chief danger consisted. But with Forbes it was different. Walston had wounded him in the stomach. He knew the thrust was mortal, and when he returned to consciousness and saw Kate bending over him, he had murmured, "Thank you, Kate, thanks, it is useless, I am done for," and the tears welled into his eyes. "Hope, Forbes," said Evans, "you have atoned for your crimes. You will live." No, the unfortunate man was to die. In spite of all that was done, he grew hourly worse, and about 4 o'clock his spirit passed away. They buried him in the morning near Bawdon, and 2 crosses now marked the 2 graves. But the presence of Rock and Cope was dangerous. Security could not be complete until they were unable to do injury, and Evans decided to have done with them before starting for Bear Rock. With Gordon, Bryant, Baxter, and Wilcox, he went off that very day, fully armed and accompanied by Fan, to whose instinct they trusted to recover the trail. The search was neither difficult, nor long, nor dangerous. There was nothing to fear from Walston's mates. Cope was found dead a few yards from where he had received the volley in his back. Pike was found where he had been shot at the beginning of the battle. and the mystery of Rock's disappearance was soon solved by his being found in one of Wilcox's traps, which soon served for the grave of all three mutineers. When Evans returned with the news that the colony had now nothing to fear, the joy would have been complete, had not Donegan been so grievously wounded, but none could help hoping. In the morning there was a discussion as to future plans. It was evident that the first thing to be done was to take possession of the boat. That necessitated a voyage, and even a sojourn at Bear Rock, where the repairs would have to be made to get her seaworthy. And it was agreed that Evans, Bryant, and Baxter should cross by way of the lake and East River, which was at once the safest and shortest way. The yawl had been recovered in one of the backwaters of the river. The men had fallen out of her and been carried away out to sea, and she had been almost unhurt by Moko's volley which had passed just over her. She was brought back to French Den and loaded with tools and provisions, and with a favourable wind, she was off on the 6th of December in Evans's charge. She was soon across the lake, and before 11:30, Bryant pointed out the creek by which the river entered. Running down with the tide, she was soon down the river, and on the sand near Bear Rock they found the Severn boat high and dry. After a careful examination, Evans reported as follows: "We have the needful tools, but we want timber for the ribs and planking. Now at French Den you have the remains of the schooner which would work in admirably, and if we could get the boat round to Zealand River, which I am afraid is impossible," said Bryant. "I don't think so," continued Evans. "If the boat can be got from Severn Shore to Bear Rock, why can't it be got from Bear Rock to Zealand River? We could do the work there so much more easily, and from French Den we could go down to Schooner Bay and then start for the voyage home. If the plan could be carried out, nothing could be better." And it was decided to make the attempt next morning's tide, the boat being towed up by the yawl. And at once Evans set to work to plug the leaks with pieces of tow that he had brought with him from French Den, which occupied him till somewhat late in the evening. The night passed quietly enough in the cavern, where Donegan and his companions had camped on their first visit to Deception Bay. Next morning the boat was got afloat, and the yawl went ahead to tow her along. Hard work it was, and when the ebb made itself felt, the work was harder, and it was not till 5 o'clock that evening that they got her into the lake. Evans did not think it prudent to cross that night, and so he pitched his camp on the shore under a big beech tree where all slept soundly till the morning. Then "aboard" was the word, and the sail was set, and with the heavy boat behind her, away went the yawl for French Den. The boat was full of water to the thwarts, and if she had sunk would have dragged down the yawl with her, so that Evans stood ready all the time to cut the tow tope. But fortunately all went well, and at 5 o'clock the boat and her tug were in Zealand River, moored off the pier. While the boys had been away, Donegan had become a little better, and was now able to return the pressure of the hand that Bryant gave him. His breathing came more easily, and evidently the lung was safe. Although he was kept on a low diet, his strength began to return, and under Kate's leaf compresses, which she renewed every 2 hours, the wound began to close. Probably his convalescence would take some time, but he had sufficient vitality to make his recovery almost a certainty. The work was begun in earnest next morning. A long pull and a strong pull was required to begin with to get the boat ashore. Evans, who was as good a carpenter as he was a sailor, could appreciate Baxter's skill. There was no scarcity of materials or tools. With the remains of the schooner's hull, they could replace the broken ribs and gaping strakes. An old tow steeped in pine sap served to caulk every leak and make her thoroughly watertight. The boat, or sloop as we might as well call her, had a half-deck forward, which secured a shelter against the weather that was likely, however, to give little trouble in this second half of the summer. The passengers could stay on this deck or below it as they pleased. The top mast of the schooner did for the main mast, and Kate, under Evans's directions, managed to cut a lug mainsail out of the spare foresail, besides a lug mizzen and a good-sized foresail. Under this lug rig the boat would be well balanced and very weatherly. The work took 30 days and was not over before the 8th of January. In the meantime, Christmas had been kept with a certain ceremony, as also had New Year's Day of 1862, the last the colonists hoped to see on Charman Island. Donegan's convalescence had now sufficiently advanced for him to be taken out of doors, although he was still very weak. The fresh air and more substantial food visibly improved him, and his comrades had no intention of going away before he was able to endure a voyage of some weeks without fear of a relapse. The usual daily round had been resumed at French Den, although the lessons were rather neglected, for did not the youngsters consider they were entitled to a holiday? And so Wilcox and Cross and Webb went out again on their sporting excursions over South Moors and through the thickets of Trap Woods. Now they scorned traps and snares, and in spite of the advice of Gordon, who was always careful of ammunition, they blazed away to their heart's content, and Moko's larder became stocked with fresh venison, which came in handy for preserving for the voyage. If Donaghan had been able to resume his functions as hunter-in-chief to the colony, with what ardor would he have gone at all this furred and feathered game, now that he no longer had to be sparing of his powder and shot? A bitter disappointment it was to him not to be able to join his comrades, but he had to be resigned to it and commit no imprudence. During the last days of January, Evans began to stow his cargo. Bryant and the others would have liked to take with them all that remained of the schooner, but that was impossible, and they had to make a choice. In the first place, Gordon brought on board the money that was on the yacht, and which they might find useful in getting them back home. Moko required enough provisions for 17 people, not only for a short passage of 3 weeks, but in case they were compelled by some accident to land on one of the islands of the archipelago before reaching Punta Arena, Port Gallant, or Port Tamer. Then what was left of the ammunition was stowed away in the lockers, as were the guns and revolvers, and even Donaghan asked that the 2 little cannon should not be left behind. Bryant took care that there was taken a good assortment of clothes, most of the books in the library, the principal cooking utensils, among them one of the stoves from the storeroom, and the instruments needful for navigation, the chronometers, glasses, compasses, log, lanterns, and of course the Halkett boat. Wilcox chose among his nets and lines those that would be of most use for fishing on the voyage. The fresh water taken from Zealand River was put into a dozen small barrels Gordon arranged along the carline in the boat's hold, and the spirits and liqueurs were not forgotten, nor were those made from the trulkas and the algarobes. On the 3rd of February all the cargo was in its place, and it only remained to fix the date of sailing, if Donaghan was strong enough to stand the voyage. The brave fellow answered for himself that he was. His wound had cicatrized and his appetite had returned, and all he had to do was not to eat too much. Assisted by Bryant and Kate, he now took a walk on the terrace every day. "Let us be off," he said, "let us be off. I long to be on the way home. The sea will soon set me up." The departure was fixed for the 5th of February. The evening before, Gordon set at liberty all the domestic animals. Guanacos, vicugnas, ostriches, and all cleared off at full speed of their legs and wings without even a thank you for the kindness that had been showered upon them. The instinct of liberty is irresistible. "The ungrateful beggars," said Garnet, "after all that we have done for them." "It's the way of the world," said Service, so solemnly that there was a general shout of laughter. In the morning the boys embarked in the sloop with the yawl in tow. Donaghan was laid aft near Evans, who took charge of the tiller. In the bow Bryant and Moko looked after the sails, although they trusted to the current to take them down the river. The others, including Fan, were where fancy led them. The moorings were cast off, and the sweeps struck the water. 3 cheers saluted the hospitable cave which for so many months had afforded the boys a shelter, and it was not without emotion that they saw Auckland Hill disappear behind the trees. In descending the river, the sloop went no faster than the current, which was very rapid. At noon, when close to the swamp in Bog Woods, Evans anchored, for in that part of the course the river was shallow, and it was better to wait for the tide than run the risk of grounding. During the halt the passengers indulged in a hearty meal, after which Cross and Wilcox went off snipe shooting on the skirt of South Moors. From the stern of the sloop, Donaghan managed to bring down a brace of tinamous. Needless to say that after that he was quite well. It was very late when the boat reached the river mouth, and as the darkness made the steering difficult through the reefs, Evans, cautious seaman as he was, thought he had better wait till daybreak. The night was quiet enough. The wind dropped, and when the seabirds had got back to their holes in the rocks, absolute silence reigned in Schooner Bay. In the morning the land breeze blew, and the sea was calm to the very extreme point of South Moors. At daybreak Evans made sail, and the sloop headed out of Zealand River. Every look was turned on Auckland Hill and the rocks of Schooner Bay, which disappeared as American Cape was rounded, and a cannon shot was fired as the red ensign was run up to the mizzen. 8 hours later the sloop entered the channel bordered by the shore of Cambridge Island, doubled South Cape, and followed the coast of Queen Adelaide Island, as the last point of Charman Island disappeared on the horizon. Chapter XV. Home. We need not give the log of the sloop's passage through the waterways of the Magellanic Archipelago. It was marked by no adventure of importance. The weather remained fine throughout, and in these channels of 6 or 7 miles across the sea is never very rough. The course was deserted, and this was rather a matter for congratulation, as the natives of the islands are not always in a hospitable humor. Once or twice during the night fires were noticed well inland, but nobody appeared on the beach. On the 11th of February the sloop, which had been favored with a fair wind all the time, entered the Straits of Magellan down Smythe Channel, between the west coast of Queen Adelaide Island and the heights of King William Land. To the right rose the peak of St. Anne. To the left, at the bottom of Beaufort Bay, were the ends of some of the glaciers that Bryant had seen from Hanover Island. All went well on board. The sea air just suited Donegan, who now felt quite equal to landing again if necessary, and resuming the Crusoe life. During the 12th of February, the sloop arrived in sight of Tamar Island, where the haven or creek held at the time no occupant. Without stopping, Evans doubled Tamar Cape and headed southeast into the straits. On one side, the long land of desolation developed its flat and arid shores, showing no trace of the rich vegetation of Charman Island. On the other was the capriciously indented Crocker Peninsula, along which Evans intended to coast so as to get round Cape Froward and run up the coast of the Brunswick Peninsula to Punta Arena. It was not necessary for him to go so far. In the morning of the 13th, Service, who was on the lookout in the bow, reported smoke on the starboard bow. "The smoke of a fisherman's fire?" asked Gordon. "No," said Evans, "that is a steamer's smoke." In that direction the land was too far off for the smoke from a camp to be seen. Immediately Bryant climbed to the masthead. A ship, he shouted. The ship was soon in sight from the deck. It was a steamer of about 800 tons, approaching at the rate of 11 knots an hour. There were cheers from the sloop, and some of the guns were fired. She was sighted, and 10 minutes afterwards she was alongside the Grafton, bound to Australia. Captain Long of the Grafton was immediately told of the wreck of the schooner, the news of which had been very widely spread in England and America, and at once took the sloop's passengers on board. He even offered to take them on direct to Auckland, which would not be very far out of his road, for the Grafton's destination was Melbourne, in the south of Australia. The voyage was a quick one, and on the 25th of February the steamer cast anchor in Auckland harbour. Within a few days 2 years had elapsed since the 15 pupils from Charman's school had been cast adrift in the Pacific. We need not dwell on the joy of the families to whom the boys came back. Of all who had been carried away that long 1800 leagues from New Zealand, not one was missing. When the news spread that the Grafton was in the harbour with the boys on board, the whole town turned out to welcome them. And how everyone longed to hear in detail all that had passed on Charman Island. And curiosity was soon gratified. Donegan gave a few lectures on the subject, and the lectures were a great success, and Donegan was very proud indeed of their success. Then the log which had been kept by Baxter, almost hour by hour, we might say, had been printed, and hundreds of copies were sold. And the newspapers reviewed the journal so as to give all that was interesting in it with the least trouble to themselves. And in short, the whole of Australasia became interested in the story of the strange adventure. And Gordon's prudence, Bryant's unselfishness, Donegan's intrepidity, and the true manliness of all became the themes of general admiration. Kate and Evans had, of course, a grand reception. A public subscription was started, and a ship was bought and named the Charman, of which Evans was to be owner and captain, on condition that Auckland remained her headquarters. And when she returned from her voyages, Evans always met with the warmest of welcomes from his friends the boys. What was to be done with Kate? The Bryants, the Garnets, the Wilcoxes, and many of the others wanted to secure her services for life. Finally she decided on entering the service of Donegan's family, for it was his life that had been saved by her care. And now to conclude, never before had schoolboys passed their holidays in such a way, but as all boys ought to know, with method and zeal and courage there is no position, however dangerous, from which there may not be an escape. Our heroes had passed through a severe apprenticeship. Their characters had been strengthened by bitter experience. The little ones had become big, and the big ones had become almost men during the 2 years they were adrift in the Pacific. The end.